Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The frog was sitting on a tree. A snake also appeared. It opened its mouth, looking at its prey and waiting for a convenient opportunity. Its mouth was wide open. It took the frog into its mouth. The snake had almost swallowed it. Suddenly, a certain eye opened. Such eyes began to appear on the trunk of the tree. The snake's tail immediately appeared. Suddenly, it fell underground. The earth immediately collapsed. A wide open eye appeared on one of the leaves. The eye suddenly began to close. The leaves took on their normal appearance. That frog was still sitting on the tree. A certain house appeared. The hero, imagining many different monsters, namely vampires, werewolves, ghosts, cyborgs and puppets, realized that they are everywhere in this world and even in human blood, since all the most terrible creatures that one can imagine live here. Holding a pen in his hands, the young man wrote that in this world there is an apprentice in an ordinary pharmacy who always needs to remain calm. The boy was sitting by the window. Looking down, the hero knew that if he showed even the slightest fear, the darkness would swallow him. Sitting on a chair, the healer wrote that this was the very truth that he had managed to come to during his 2 years of traveling through this world. There were many different sketches in his book. Again, writing out some symbols, the young man wrote that during these 2 years he had done only one thing. The door of his room appeared and suddenly a cry was heard that it was already late, and he should turn off the light in order to get ready. The boy, looking to the side, said that he was getting up. A red glow appeared before his eye and immediately system messages appeared that his teacher had given him the task of opening the door, as well as hanging the soul lamp, and the reward was coins, experience, and pure human blood. The hero, opening his mouth, thought that this was the very system that appears 2 years after the transition to this world. Immediately after, the doctor got up from the table, thinking that he didn't have time to deal with this now. The young man took hold of the door handle. Opening it, the protagonist understood that he had to fulfill the teacher's order at all costs, otherwise he would die. A huge monster stood in front of him. Smiling, the hero knew that in the distant past he would have fainted from such a sight, but here he had to get used to all this. In the teacher's hand was some kind of bloody head. The monster was dragging it somewhere. A closed door appeared and the hero remembered that 2 years ago, the teacher was the one who saved him and in return he had to study medicine with him and help with business. There was also a door visible, to which pools of blood led. The protagonist opened one of the doors. Opening his mouth, the hero understood that they managed to survive, which is a true miracle in the world of fear. Immediately after, the guy took another step. The young man brought a match to the lamp. Immediately a drop appeared in it. It began to fall. Immediately after, it splashed on the vessel below. Many creatures were flying around this lamp. The hero carried it forward. Afterwards, the guy simply hung it by the door. Smiling, the young man realized that this was the whole quest, because he received rewards for completing it. Suddenly, someone appeared in the distance. The creature, opening its mouth, wished the doctor a good morning. Standing behind him, the monster asked if he had any trash for the old woman, and immediately the healer received a notification that scavengers were hunting for human flesh and therefore he needed to share his trash with them. Turning around, the guy answered affirmatively, realizing that it was a scavenger that needed to be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Holding something in his hands, the young man asked the monster to take it. The package in his hands moved. The monster, without showing its eyes, thanked him. Then the doctor received rewards for his work in the form of the scavenger's favor and coins. The guest raised 2 fingers to her eyes and said that the young man had an extremely kind heart and asked him to take this as a reward. In her hand were both of her eyes. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the notice that he could either accept the gratitude or refuse. But if he refused, he would lose the guest's favor. With his mouth open, the hero said that he would accept it and thank the old woman. The scavenger took the package in his other hand. The young man watched her go. Exhaling, the protagonist realized that the day had ended without surprises after all and also received a notice of receiving rewards in the form of 2 eyes and a blessing. Taking hold of the door handle, the hero remembered that he had heard from the teacher that there was also a tailor shop and a butcher shop here. The healer looked through the peephole. Looking inside, the doctor realized that he had noticed that the tailors were sewing from human skin, and that the shop was selling human flesh. Also remembering those eyes, the boy realized that the scavenger had given him the eyes of the shop owner. Standing in front of the open door, the young man understood that in this world there is also another, completely different rule, by which one cannot judge a creature from the darkness, because one never knows when he himself will end up in the darkness. Standing in front of the door, the young man knew that the teacher was busy and therefore it was high time to figure out the system. Opening his mouth, the hero called her. A window with his characteristics and description immediately appeared. Looking at it, the guy realized that this was the character's game panel, which looked the same as in many games. Coming closer, the hero realized that as long as he managed to complete tasks, his level and skills increased, and the number of rewards increased. Smiling a little, the healer knew that in this way his chances of survival increased. The door began to open. The teacher, coming out, said that he was leaving and would return in 2 days. Opening his mouth, the monster also told the young man to watch the store and lock the door so that these annoying thieves could not steal anything. The hero received a message from the system with the characteristics of his teacher. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, asked if there was anything else he needed to know and also looked at the notice of rewards and penalties for these tasks. The monster, taking his hand, explained that those who had money would receive their goods for them, and those who did not have money must offer something of equal value. The teacher punched a hole in his hand and explained that for those who did not have money and did not want to exchange, they would then take a knife and perform the operation themselves. The hero looked at the weapon, receiving a notice that it was a silver knife and also a detailed description of it. The knife was already lying in his hands. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, the monster also told him to feed the baby after all the work was completed. Turning around, the teacher ordered him not to leave the house, no matter what sounds were heard, and to ignore any cries for help. When leaving, the chief also told him to close the windows and doors tightly at night, and not to make a sound, even if someone would tearfully beg for salvation, because otherwise he would die. The young man, rubbing his head, explained that he already knew this, realizing that these days would go on forever. The protagonist was sitting at the table. His eyes were closed. The clock appeared. Suddenly, the doctor's eyes opened. A door was visible from behind which a knock was heard. The guy, looking there, listened to someone's question about whether there was someone inside. The young man went towards the door. The doctor pressed one eye to the peephole. There was a girl standing there, asking if there was someone inside when the doctor received the task of treating her. There were tears in the girl's eyes when she asked if the doctor could save her doll. The same one was studying the characteristics of this patient. The girl stood near the lamp, and the hero remembered that as long as he managed to stay in its light, nothing could harm him. The fire in it still did not go out. Opening the door, the guy said that she could come in, understanding that due to the effect of the lamp, the enemy could not enter the door until he was invited. The young man looked somewhere, knowing that this did not always work on powerful creatures. The patient was already sitting at the table when the doctor thought that he, as a good worker, definitely needed to fulfill more orders for the teacher, and also realized that the evil spirits on this alley could not be killers, and in the end they also needed help. Looking at the doll on the table, the young man knew that it was important to simply not violate the prohibitions in handling them. The girl, lowering her head, said that her doll had no arm and she could not find it, despite the fact that it was her favorite toy. Closing her eyes, she said that if they did not hurry, her friend would die. Crying, the spirit explained that only a doctor could save her. Baring her teeth, she asked if it was true. The young man pursed his lips. Opening his mouth, the hero answered affirmatively and also received a notification about his health deteriorating. The doctor looked at the remains of her hand. Holding a magnifying glass to his eye, the hero received notifications that the patient had teeth marks on her hand, and therefore it was difficult to say in advance to which of her species they belonged. But the liquid on the hand matched her blood, and the initial assumption could be said that someone from the subject's species wanted to take her life in her hand. The young man, opening his mouth, asked if the girl had done anything recently, and realized that he did not even expect the system to be able to automatically make an initial diagnosis. The girl closed her mouth. Putting her finger to her face, the guest explained that many days had passed since her last meal. Grinning her teeth again, she exclaimed that she remembered how good the dinner in her dream last night was, because there was meat, hair, and even the ears that she liked so much. Sticking out her tongue, the girl also said that it was incredibly delicious. The doll, also opening her mouth, said that she also liked it. The hero, putting his fist to his mouth, explained that if this was so, then his suspicions were correct, which said that she dreamed of food in her dream and accidentally ate her doll's hand. The doll, lying on the table, said that she loved her mother very much. The protagonist, standing in front of the table, asked if she had felt discomfort in her stomach lately, and the guest answered affirmatively and explained that something was itching in her stomach. Sitting down on a chair, the doctor noted that in this case the diagnosis was not wrong, because the arm had been digested in her body all this time. Writing something in a notebook, the guy asked whether the patient wanted surgery or physical therapy. The girl, with her mouth open, asked what he would do during the surgery. The doctor began to take a knife out of his pocket. Immediately after, the young man stuck it right in front of the patient. Grinning, the doctor said that everything was very simple, because he would just have to cut her stomach, pull out her arm and sew it to the doll's body. The girl covered her mouth with her hands. With her mouth wide open, she screamed a question about whether it would be possible to do physical therapy then, and the hero answered that it would be easier, but the surgery would cost her much less. Smiling, the patient agreed to the surgery. The hero, pulling on gloves, explained that then there would be no problems, and he would be able to help her. The girl, with her mouth open, listened to the doctor's question about whether she wanted him to pull her arm out through the top or the bottom. The young man raised his hands and asked her to calm down, because no matter where the hand would come from, caution would be required in any case. The patient clenched her teeth in fear. The hero raised his hand and asked if she was ready. Frowning, the girl said that they should forget about it, because she no longer needed a doctor. The doctor raised 2 fingers and noted that this would not do, because the teacher had said that everyone who came to this store should receive help. Smiling, the young man explained that otherwise she would have to leave something more than money here. Crying, the patient asked to pull her hand out of the upper part. She was already sitting on a chair. Standing above her, the doctor asked her to open her mouth wider. The patient began to bare her teeth. The young man, covering his mouth with his hand, could not understand what kind of smell was coming from her. Immediately after, the guy took a tool from the table. The girl looked at it. This tool was inserted into her mouth. The doctor raised his fist higher. Immediately after, the young man began to push it into her mouth. Tears gushed from the patient's eyes. The hero, with his mouth open, asked her not to move because it was almost the end. Holding his hand in her stomach, the guy received a notification about receiving hair, ears, meat and a comb. Suddenly, he touched the hand and realized that he had found it. Immediately after, the healer began to take it out. Tears flowed from the girl's mouth. The protagonist poured clean water on his hand. Throwing it on the table, the guy said that night the patient unknowingly ate her doll's hand, because hunger took hold of her, and the doll remained silent and did not wake her up, and therefore in the future she needs to be more careful and not eat strange things that her stomach cannot digest. The guy reached for the thread. Putting it into the needle, the young man asked her if the price of 30 coins would be suitable for her to sew on the doll's hand. The patient, with her mouth wide open, said that she agreed, but the toy screamed that she did not need it. The girl took the doll with both hands when the doctor asked her to hold it while the arm was being sewn on. The patient, with her mouth wide open, answered affirmatively. A reflection of the needle appeared in her eyes when the doctor said that they were starting. The young man brought his hand to the place that needed to be sewn up. Immediately after, a red thread began to pierce the doll's flesh, and the hero received experience in healing for this. The thread curled around him. The doll, with her mouth wide open, screamed loudly. The young man immediately cut the thread with scissors. The toy was lying on the table. The protagonist, holding a vessel with a certain substance in his hands, explained that a little of this potion should be applied to the wounds once a day. Then the young man opened the vessel, saying that in less than a week the doll's wounds would heal. This purple substance surrounded the wound. The doll screamed again, with her mouth wide open. She immediately jumped on the girl. The young man, smiling, said that the medicine cost 10 coins, stitching up the wound cost 30, and the potion would cost 70 coins, and the final price was 110 coins. The patient began to take the instrument out of her mouth. She put it on the table. Then she showed a clenched fist. Showing the money, the guest said that she only had 20 coins. The guy, taking up the knife, explained that this was 90 coins less than what they owed. The doctor held the knife in front of her face when she said that she would return the rest later. Smiling, the hero noted that he could return it as it was for free. The girl's eyes opened wider. Holding out more money, she screamed that she had 10 more coins, then the doctor replied that they were still 80 short. The girl, opening her mouth wide, screamed that she could buy the medicine later, and the young man noted that in that case she would owe another 20. The patient, her eyes wide open, asked if she could return the money later and be in debt, but the doctor explained that this was a small business and there could be no debts. Sitting down next to her, Lennon offered her the following, namely, she would leave him one eye, the potion that she had been given, but her debt would still be 40 coins. The girl, covering her eye with her hand, asked if she could pay in another way. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, noted that he himself was setting the price. The patient looked down. Raising her dress, she asked if she could pay with her body. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, did not understand what was happening. The young man, looking at her, asked again. Exhaling, the doctor explained that he did not accept such payment and only needed her right eye and she could calm down, because the eye would be returned after the debt was paid. The girl, putting her hand in her eye, agreed, but the doll asked her not to do this. The eye immediately fell into a certain vessel and a notification appeared about receiving a rare item and also that the healer was generously rewarded. Smiling, the guy said that he was done. Bowing, the doctor noted that they were waiting for them again in the bloody saw shop and would always be ready to provide any services. The girl, covering her bloody eye, screamed that this was a damned shop and they would never return to it. They ran away and the doll screamed that she needed to find her mother. The guy, looking to the side, tried to understand what had happened to her. Looking at the received things, the hero also received a notification that he had completed the task and received the doll's gratitude for it, her confusion and also a special reward, and to top it all off, the hair of an unknown woman, ears and a comb. Frowning, the young man understood that if he was not mistaken, then this girl had definitely done something terrible. After throwing the coins into his wallet, the protagonist decided to talk to her the next time she came to their shop. Looking at the coins, the doctor realized that for completing all the tasks, he managed to get a lot of skull coins, which are the main currency in the world of fear, thanks to which you can survive here. Walking somewhere, the doctor also remembered that for these 2 years he was unable to go beyond the store and could not find a proper use for this money. The protagonist went somewhere, knowing that it is not scary to keep a lot of money, because he will never have the opportunity to use it anyway. Suddenly, another monster appeared in front of him, who was also the owner of a certain store. His eyes were wide open. Above them was this lamp, and the young man greeted the guest in their store and asked about what kind of help he could provide. Remembering his knife, the guy knew that due to the effect of the light from the lamp, ordinary monsters do not dare to attack first, because even if they take a risk, he will have the opportunity to attack them with magical light at any time. The monster's mouth was open. The doctor, also with his mouth open, understood that the light of the lamp would not cope with a monster of this level, since there are no rules for such in this world. The monster went inside, saying that the damn old woman knocked out his eye because of some trifle. Immediately after, the patient sat down on a chair. Turning her head, the pig asked where the guy's boss was, since he needed him to buy an eye from him in exchange for a good catch from hunting. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, explained that the teacher was currently away and had also received a task in which he needed to help the fat man pick out a suitable eyeball. The monster, with his mouth open, asked again. The doctor silently looked at him, having received a notification that the chance of danger was 89%. They looked at each other. The pig raised her hand, allowing the doctor to do it himself, and the young man realized that fortunately he had not lied about the teacher's departure. Taking the flask in his hand, the doctor knew that otherwise the patient would have suspected the lie and would have definitely attacked. Having put down the flasks with eyes, the hero said that they had human eyes, pig eyes, death eyes, bad eyes, and a bloody doll, the prices of which varied from eye to eye, and asked which one the patient wanted. The guest looked at the flasks. The monster, opening his mouth, noted that the doctor's eye would suit him. The guy, pointing to his face, asked again and also received a notification about increasing the danger to 91%. The guest, pointing his finger at the protagonist, asked if he would sell him this eye. The young man raised 2 fingers. The monster opened his mouth wide. The guy stuck 2 fingers into his eye. He immediately took it out, receiving a notification about the loss of connection with the owner's body due to the absence of an organ. Showing the eye, the doctor explained that it would cost 200 skeleton coins for one piece, and if the product did not suit the patient, there would be no refund. The guest's eyes opened wide. The pig, grinning, understood that this was simply impossible. Remembering that old woman, the monster knew that it was unbearably painful for him when she removed his eye, and this man tore out his eye without changing his face. The young man, holding the eye in his hand, received a notification about the danger being reduced to 50%. The monster, opening his mouth, realized that the doctor was not a person at all, and apparently the owner of the store turned him into a monster. Turning away, the pig said that she did not need his eye, since he needed his own and therefore they could not help him in any way, and then a notification appeared about the danger being reduced to 45%. The young man began to put the eye back in place. Having put it back, the doctor explained that they had an eye for such a patient. The monster, with his mouth open, asked again. The protagonist, holding the organ in his hand, asked if it was the same eye. The guest, looking at him, asked where he got it from. The young man, wiping the blood from his face, explained that this morning he had met a kind grandmother who decided to give him such a toy. The fat man, with his eyes wide open, remembered that the scavenger was a real monster that could even deprive him of his head, but she had really given the eye to an ordinary apprentice. The guy looked at the patient, having received a notification about the decrease in the demon's health and also about the decrease in the chance of danger to 20%. The monster, with his mouth open, asked how he could offer this eye to him if the old woman had given it to the doctor. The young man, raising 2 fingers, explained that she had not given it to him, but sold it, and its price was 200 skeleton coins. Pouring money on the table, the guest said that he would buy it, and realized that he was not at all afraid of the old woman's wrath. The guy, raising his hand, said that they had agreed in this case and asked where he wanted to have his eye inserted, here or on the operating table. The pig, frowning, answered that she wanted to do the procedure here, because she knew that no one would dare to lie under the knife of the pharmacist from the alley of the wandering spirit. The hero, taking a test tube in his hand, asked him to hold his head straight and not move, and also noted that if it hurt, he could scream here. The monster, opening his mouth, asked if he was joking, because how could such a creature be afraid of pain? The protagonist held a large blade in his hands. His gaze was lowered downwards. The doctor was heating the blade of the knife over the flame of a candle. Suddenly the pig put his head on the table. Trembling with fear, the demon could not understand why he needed a knife if he just needed to put the eye back in place. Taking a special blade, the guy explained that his eye was covered in blood clots and small stones and asked to give him the opportunity to clean this dirt, and added that he also had nothing to worry about, because for him this service would be absolutely free. The demon, raising his head, asked him to wait. Suddenly, the doctor pressed his head to the table with his hand. Swings of the knife were accompanied by the appearance of splashes of blood and also an increase in knife skill. The doctor, wiping sweat from his face, said that they were almost finished and also thought that it was strange that the knife skill had increased, but not the experience of performing operations. Taking the eye, the young man explained that he was now going to insert it. Looking at the patient, the guy asked him not to move, because otherwise the organ would be inserted backwards. Examining the demon, the hero realized that he forgot to use anesthesia and seemed to have forgotten about it back when he was sewing up the doll. Smiling, the protagonist realized that it no longer mattered. Suddenly, the monster opened his eye. A test tube appeared in front of his eyes. The young man, holding it in his hands, asked if he had lost consciousness and immediately explained that it was a special glue that would hold his eye, which also prevented it from falling out, and together with special restorative drops, guaranteed a 95% success rate. The patient, looking at him, told him to shut up and get to work because he no longer had the strength to be in this place. The protagonist, grinning, said that he would let him go as soon as possible. Immediately after, the doctor began to insert the eye into place. Taking a tool in his hand, the hero asked to trust him, because he was a top-level professional and immediately received a notification about the demon's health being reduced by 20 units. The monster, opening his whole eye wider, asked why he needed a hammer. The young man, holding a hammer in his hand, asked the guest not to move, because this was the final part of the operation and if the hammer broke, he would have to pay much more. Blood spattered again. Grinning, the pharmacist asked him to be patient. The demon, with his mouth wide open, screamed in pain. The guy, looking at the hammer, said that everything was ready. Suddenly, the young man looked down, saying that something was wrong. The monster, lying in front of him, asked what happened, and the doctor replied that he had installed the eye backwards. The patient, with his mouth wide open, asked again. Suddenly, the hero plunged his fingers into his eye again. Immediately after, the doctor took out the organ. Taking the hammer again, the guy said that this was just a small medical error, and therefore everything would be fixed for free, while the pig screamed that she was very scared and could no longer be near a person. The protagonist swung the hammer again, receiving numerous notifications about the demon's decreasing health level. Raising his trembling hand, the monster asked him to stop. The young man, gritting his teeth, told him not to move, because as a doctor, he needed to be responsible for his health. Lowering the hammer, the boy said that he needed to be sure that each of his patients would remain safe and sound. The hero was sitting at the table and suddenly received a notification about the successful completion of the task and also that for some unknown reason, the feeling of gratitude in the pig-headed demon during the operation turned into strong fear and therefore the doctor received the fear of this demon in the amount of 50 pieces. Striking his finger on the table, the boy explained that he needed to take these drugs twice a day, one of which was taken internally and the other externally. Standing in front of the patient, the hero said that his vision would be completely restored in 2 days. Smiling, the young man noted that he should pay him 546 coins, and if there were no problems, then he should just sign and leave an imprint of his hand on the contract. The boy took his hand and dipped it in blood, saying that he would help him. Immediately after, the doctor stamped the seal with a bloody finger. The patient placed a bag of money on the table. Covering his eye with his hand, the demon asked if he could leave. The young man, with his mouth open, answered affirmatively. Looking at the monster's stomach, the doctor suddenly received a new task related to his other stomach and also a notification of a possible reward for it. The pharmacist, looking ahead, asked him to wait. The demon immediately stopped. Without turning around, the monster asked what had happened this time, and the doctor replied that he had simply seen something inside him. Raising his hand, the guy explained that he had noticed another problem and therefore advised him to stay to conduct another diagnosis, and the guest screamed that he was deceiving him. Frowning, the demon screamed that he disliked being lied to the most. The hero, looking ahead, said that he was a doctor and could not lie to patients. Looking the monster in the face, the young man explained that if he had discovered the problem but had not spoken about it, it would have meant a medical error. The hero extended his hand somewhere. The pig, sitting down on a chair, said that this time he would trust him, but if he deceived him, he would never be forgiven. The protagonist placed his fingers on the monster's hand, asking him to be quieter, because he needed to measure his pulse. The guy, closing his eyes, measured his pulse, gaining experience in healing. The demon frowned. Suddenly, the young man squeezed his eyes tightly. The monster's eyes opened a little wider. The doctor, still keeping his eyes closed, uttered some thoughtful sounds. With his eyes wide open, the pig asked if there really was a problem. The guy, rubbing his chin, noted that such a problem is not too big, but not small either, and it all depends on how you treat it. The patient, opening his eyes, inquired about this problem. The young man, raising his hand, said that it was an ectopic pregnancy. A gust of wind blew through the room, and the patient stared at the protagonist with wide eyes. An awkward silence ensued. After which the pig yelled that he was a male and could not have an ectopic pregnancy. Linen, grabbed by the chest, tensely explained that he understood this from his pulse, and he was never wrong, and offered to take care of it. The patient shook the guy in the air and reminded him that he was a man, he did not have a uterus, to which he replied that that was why he said it was an ectopic pregnancy, since the absence of a uterus did not improve the situation. A serious sex change operation and hormonal pills were needed. Throwing the pharmacist back into the chair, the pig demanded that he shut up, not letting him finish. The sick monster snorted with displeasure. The young man looked at the guest with curiosity and asked what he was thinking about, and in response heard that they wanted to cut him into pieces. The hero took a sheet of paper from the table and asked whether the patient had recently felt bloating and pain in the stomach, dryness and vomiting, loss of appetite, whether there was bleeding there. The pig jumped to his feet again and demanded to explain how he could have it there if he did not have it. But Linen continued to calmly fill out the sheet, continuing to clarify about other symptoms, whether the patient felt anything else. The monster looked away and replied that his stomach just hurt. There was nothing wrong with that. Hadn't the man himself ever eaten unhealthy food? And when asked when it started, he replied that it was a month ago. The pharmacist raised his eyebrows, wondering if his guest ate junk food every day, and asked out loud when he had last mated and if he had any bad habits in his life. The pig's face twisted when he heard the next question. How much experience did he have with different pigs or other strange creatures? The young man had to shield himself with his hand from the drops of saliva when the patient asked if he would risk asking about it again, and agreed to drop this question, moving on to the next one. The young man's smile became sarcastic when he asked what the guest felt during the last mating, something like a strong pain from a rupture. The monster grabbed the hero by the neck, and roared that he had endured this for too long, and demanded to explain what a rupture with strong pain was. While the guest shook Linen, he asked him to calm down, because it was just a treatment process, and all this was for his own good. The pig began to foam when the guy asked if he wanted to end his life, being seriously ill. The patient let the pharmacist go, and agreed to give him one last chance, while he was gaining experience of peace. The young man leaned forward, coughed, and noted that, based on what the monster said, conception occurred in an unconventional way. The hero rubbed his throat, and suggested that most likely the guest ate something that contributed to this. Linen pointed his finger at the pig, and added that this thing could distort its internal structure, which indirectly led to pregnancy. The patient looked at the guy with displeasure, and clarified what he meant. The pharmacist rose to his feet, and suggested that the monster had recently had problems with food. No matter how much he ate, he was still hungry, and he was surprised by this knowledge. The young man put a basin of water on the table, continuing to list the black circles under the eyes, pale face, cold hands. All these symptoms indicated that an evil spirit was parasitizing inside his patient. The hero took out an ugly bottle and, pouring out its contents, explained that it was a magic potion. While the pig watched the creepy effects, Linen asked him to dip his hand into the liquid. The guy looked at the guest carefully as he explained that this would help them find out if there was an evil spirit inside the monster. The guest looked at the pharmacist suspiciously, but decided that it was safe enough. First, he stuck the tip of his finger into the liquid. And when the patient dipped his entire palm, his body began to emit a creepy smoke. With a scream, the monster pulled his hand out of the basin. The silhouette of a creepy muzzle appeared above the patient's head. The pig grabbed his stomach. The monster squeezed the skin on his belly, feeling like something was breaking out. The young man swung the frying pan. There was a loud blow. The protagonist put so much force that the guest flew off his chair. Linen threw the weapon on the floor. The patient somehow came to his senses and asked what just happened. The guy looked at the patient seriously and said that according to the initial diagnosis, it was a parasitic ectopic pregnancy, but the fetus inside him was not yet fully formed. The pharmacist smiled and added that the pig was lucky to meet him. The monster hugged the young man by the leg and began to apologize for his overly aggressive behavior, asking him not to take it to heart. The guest burst into tears, begging for mercy and to help him, to save him. The hero rubbed his chin, thinking that if this was a real struggle between the entity and the evil spirit, then there was nothing terrible in it. But the evil spirit was growing inside the patient. Was there a way to fight it? Linen frowned when he mentally faced the choice: stop trying or try to fix everything. The pig raised a finger when the guy asked him to remember if he ate something unusual for him, and answered that a month ago he ate a child on the street. The monster scratched his cheek, adding that at the time he had been eating everything and not getting full, so he did not consider it eaten. The pharmacist went back to filling out the form, and the guest explained that he usually only ate pork and human remains. The young man turned around and said that he would have to look inside the patient, asked him to follow him, and he specified where. The pig's face distorted with fear when the hero replied that he was going to the operating room. The guest looked at Linen in fear. Soon the patient was lying on the table in the terrible room. A scarlet light shone directly on the guest, and he asked the doctor if he was sure that this was so necessary, and if the diagnosis was correct. The boy was sharpening a knife when he replied that the only way to find out if there was an evil spirit in the monster was to open his stomach. The pharmacist ran the blade over the stone, and added that if they found it and cut it out, they could get rid of it, but there was a risk of error. The pig's eyes reflected horror, and he threatened to cut the young man himself. The guest glanced at the ceiling. What he saw there horrified him even more. The patient's face reflected panic. He said that he used to slaughter pigs, but now he himself was under the knife. It was a fucking disaster. The protagonist dipped the knife in water, and the monster begged him to stop hesitating and start already, and heard in response that he definitely would. Pulling on his gloves, Lennon asked if the patient was ready, and in response to his uncertainty, asked him to wait a minute. He rushed to the table. The guy drew a cross on the pig's belly. Then he raised the dagger over him and asked again if he was ready, and the monster hastened to agree. The pharmacist pressed a button, and the guest's limbs were chained. The patient looked at the young man with displeasure and asked him to be careful. The hero ran his fingers along the blade, asked them not to scream, and explained that these handcuffs were needed to keep the pig from moving and not interfering with the operation. The monster looked tensely at Lennon and asked if he had operated on anyone before him, to which he heard the answer that he had seen his teacher kill a pig and thought it looked like an operation. The guy ran his finger along the blade of the knife again, and asked the guest to calm down and be confident in his surgical skills. The patient began to twitch and screamed that he was not ready now. The pharmacist squinted and was indignant that he had already sharpened the knife, and the pig said no, wasn't he afraid that his belly would grow and then the evil spirit would crawl out. The young man swung the instruments, declaring that they had to do it today. Lightning flashed over the roof of the hut. While the hero was performing the operation, his experience with the knife was rising. The monster opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Lennon. He held something creepy in his hands, congratulating him on the successful operation. The father and daughter were safe. The creepy creature turned out to be an unformed blood baby that was supposed to absorb the soul, flesh and blood of the owner in order to turn him into real evil. The patient looked down at the wound in his stomach and demanded to stitch it up. Turning away, the guy said that now, of course, was not the best time to talk about it, but he forgot to warn him. The pharmacist took a piece of paper and said that the cost of the operation was 300 coins, but since he was doing it for the first time, he would make a discount of 20%, a total of 240. But the pig continued to hysterically demand to be stitched up. The young man threw up his hands and added that the guest would have to pay another 40 coins. He could do this with hemp, wool or cotton thread, steel wire. The hero tried to thread the needle, when the monster, at his request, chose hemp thread. As Lennon continued, the monster continued to scream to be stitched up, and he asked to be patient for a little while. The needle sparkled in the boy's hands as his sewing skills increased. The pharmacist cut the thread and declared that everything was ready. Then he sprinkled healing balm on top. With a smile, the young man once again congratulated the patient on the successful operation. The bloody baby tried to open the jar, while the hero added that his guest's daughter was fine. Although she was an evil spirit, they could try to raise her. The pig threw gold at the doctor and ran away, and when he shouted that he had forgotten the child, he shouted that he did not need it, let him take it for himself. Lennon rushed after him, shouting that he was only a pharmacist here, he did not deal with children. The guy picked up the terrible baby and added that the guest could not just leave the one he gave birth to. Looking out into the street, the pharmacist begged the monster to take his daughter, promising to give him anesthesia next time. The young man sighed tiredly, looking after the running patient. After which he looked at the baby and asked what he should do now. The protagonist returned to the house, muttering that he could only leave the child here temporarily, because when the teacher returned, he would cut him into pieces and eat him with wine. The baby squealed. Lennon was putting drops in his eyes, muttering that it was good that none of them got into his eyes, otherwise he would have serious problems with his vision. The guy glanced at the notification about improving his skills in surprise. The pharmacist thought about the last sentence. Was he embittered? He was so kind and responsible to his patients, and he was told that his methods were perverted. There was nothing objective and fair in these words. The young man clicked on the status window, muttering that he had 4 special points, and he could spend them on improving his physical condition, because if he wanted to survive in this chaotic world and continue working as a doctor, his body must be strong enough. The protagonist's figure was engulfed in light. He looked at the appearing press, noting that the body really became stronger. But then Lennon noticed that his pet was trying to eat the baby. The guy pulled the little one out of the fish's mouth, because he had completely forgotten about it, and did not know what to do. The pharmacist's attention was drawn to the fact that the child had a second level, because only recently it was at the initial level of development. The young man looked in surprise at the window of the dropped quest, and could not believe that there was such a variety of quests, although the first 3 tasks, which consisted of helping the bloody baby, were too difficult. The hero thought, figuring out loud that he would first choose the 4th, but the reward for it had not yet been determined, and did not understand what was meant by analysis. Lennon fell into a chair, deciding that this was probably a very generous reward. After all, the choice he had just made showed his responsibility. Suddenly the little one began to squeak, and the guy's face became confused for a moment. The pharmacist hit himself on the forehead when he realized that he had completely forgotten to feed the baby. He put the baby in a jar and asked him to stay here, behave well, and he would go on business. The creepy child watched the young man leave. Opening a hatch near the house, the hero muttered that if the system had not reminded him of the baby, he would have forgotten about him completely. The hatch cover fell to the ground. A terrible howl came from inside. Linen looked down gloomily into the darkness. Linen poured the solution into the hole. He straightened his hunched back. The system reported receiving 10 skull coins. The baby's favor decreased. The doctor thoughtfully looked into the darkness and said that he did not fully understand what kind of child this was, because in 2 years of his stay here, the teacher had not told him anything about children like this. He returned to the hut, deciding that it was better not to ask the teacher anything, otherwise he could become food for this baby. The creature inside wriggled on the floor. The guy looked at the tentacle monster with fear. His health was decreasing from fear. He wiped his forehead and decided that the system was right. If he left everything as it was, then this bloody baby would distort his true appearance even more. He clenched his teeth, sweat ran down his face, and his health decreased by another 30 units. If he did nothing, then the pig-headed one simply would not recognize his daughter. He would be the first here who would not be able to stand a minute next to her because she was becoming uglier. He immediately tied the monster to the table. His fingers barely touched the face, on which a smile surfaced. He decided to skip everything and just change the child. Plastic surgery on the face. Otherwise the whole street and everything on it would seem ugly because of it. The doctor carefully approached and touched one of the tentacles. He waved off the blow and angrily said that he was telling the truth and asked the patient not to move. The doctor began to fiddle with the baby's body. His fear grew. The first step was done. The next would be fixing her face. The ugly mouth twisted under the gloves. The fear grew. The hero smiled contentedly. The work went more and more smoothly. He turned to the darkness and saw a disfigured man in bandages. He greeted and said, "Welcome to the Bloodsaw Pharmacy." The system showed the characteristics of the burning spirit. Tears flowed from the ugly eye sockets. The voice said that he wanted to change his face. The doctor pointed to the side. He received a new task to help the ghost. He suggested going inside and waiting until he finished the job. Linen smiled and noted how surprising it was that this ghost also needed plastic surgery. Why not help him? He promised that the ghost would be able to see excellent surgical skills. The monster looked at the man in bewilderment. He asked not to worry, because although he had no experience in plastic surgery, he had an excellent skill in clay modeling. The doctor worked and pointed his hand to the side, telling that kneading clay for figurines is not the same as kneading dough. Clay is harder and stronger, and it is not too dry and not too wet. Kneading clay is a good test of hand endurance. The ghost froze in bewilderment. The baby's sense of fear increased. Young hands dug into his body. The guy raised the body with tentacles above himself and slammed it on the table, starting to stretch. The visitor opened his terrible mouth in horror. His health immediately decreased. Linen diligently kneaded and changed the baby's body. The guest came closer and loudly declared that nothing in this store inspires confidence. His mental state immediately decreased. He slowly pointed his finger, getting ready to ask something. His hand froze over the baby's porridge. The doctor told him that he was so ugly that he was going to replace his face with a normal one. He just had to do it. The flaming ghost noticed that his methods of work were really amazing. He screamed in horror. The demonic doctor smiled ominously when the ghost realized that he would be treated in the same way. Suddenly, a stream of yellow pus shot at him. The doctor immediately apologized. He pressed too hard. The stream hit the ugly ghost's face. He shuddered and thought about how the baby's face had just exploded. The man literally crushed it with his bare hands. He imagined Linen tearing off his hand. The ghost's fear level increased. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he would go get the tools for now, and that the visitor should wait a little. The ghost grabbed his head. The doctor was too scary a person. His mental state was melting before his eyes. He dared to come here for treatment only because the crazy owner left. But who knew that another crazy person was replacing him? The baby began to wriggle again. The ghost thought that next time he would not suffer the fate of this baby. The red eye stared into the dark passage, hearing the sounds of a chainsaw and not understanding why it was here. The body involuntarily turned to the passage. An ominous aura spread across the room. The eyes of the burning freak trembled and watered. He saw a man with a saw that he raised above his head. The ghost looked at an ordinary guy, but his mental state was melting before his eyes. Linen stared at him in confusion, not knowing what to ask. He smiled and showed a knife, apologizing for the wait. The visitor grabbed his head and screamed. His state was melting before his eyes. He turned around, ran and started calling for help. The doctor looked at him with a sad look, not understanding what was going on here. He just went to sharpen the knife. Why was he leaving? He went to the operating table. The system reported the failure of the mission with the burning ghost. How dare she say that he was extremely scared? Because he did nothing to scare him. He was polite and smiled sweetly. Shouldn't he be extremely happy? The hero looked down and decided that he needed to deal with the bloody baby first. After a while, he was sitting in a cloud of black smoke and smiling. Everything was ready. In front of him on the table was a very beautiful human girl. Linen smiled, remembering that before the transition to another world, he was the best in the class in sculpting and drawing, because before he could not even think that he would need it somewhere. The girl smiled, a third eye opened on her forehead. The doctor was completely distorted. He immediately plunged the knife into the opened eye. His figure loomed over the girl menacingly. The hero declared that there was no place for eyes here, because he had worked so hard to mold her face, so he should take care of it and not let anyone ruin it, otherwise she would have to blame him for another operation. The embarrassed girl wiped away her tears, her fear was growing rapidly. The guy looked at her in surprise and noted that he could complete quests, even those that the system had not mentioned. He looked at the strands of hair remaining on his hand. They could help him a lot in self-defense, but there were only 5 of them, so he would have to save them for now until a serious fight. While Linen was thinking, the girl pulled a tentacle out of her back. The man turned around abruptly, and the child immediately put everything away. The doctor hesitantly scratched his head and asked if he had imagined it. He turned to the exit and noted that it was almost midnight, so it was time to close the store. The man approached the creepy door and noted that in order to distinguish between day and night in this dark world, you need to look at the light from the soul lamp. Closer to midnight its light dims, and during the day it burns brightly. The hand touched the lamp. Consider that night has already come, because it was almost not burning. An unfamiliar figure appeared in the passage. Lightning struck around it. Now was the same time when every monster is in an excited state, and if you do not hide within the walls of the store, he could attack. Linen looked around in fear, realizing that he would simply be torn to pieces, but the system showed a description of the unknown person in front of him. The guy looked ahead in surprise. In 2 years here he met a person for the first time. The stranger stood motionless in front of the entrance, being very strong and incredibly powerful. A glow appeared near his head. The man came closer and hoarsely said that he needed treatment, a combat potion and a potion that restores strength. The system reported receiving a dangerous task. Having carefully thought everything over, because the punishment for failure to do so was death, the hero suggested going inside. The demon hunter picked up the bottle. He looked at the doctor. He thought that this alley was teeming with monsters and did not expect to meet a creature of her race in this world. He pulled the bottle to his mouth, not understanding how the hero survived. Linen smiled and noted that he was also very glad to meet a human. He asked to tell him what injury he needed to heal. The hunter drank the potion. The hero noted that fortunately, they were of the same race, because if he were a monster, it would have easily hacked him to pieces. The man suddenly stood up, threw off his cloak. He slammed his hand on the table. His entire shoulder was covered in purple and smoked black. The flesh rose and made a slight hissing sound. Linen was covered in sweat from this sight. The system completed the preliminary stage of the patient's diagnosis and reported a problem. The doctor leaned closer and began to carefully examine the hunter's injury. He bowed his head and asked if it was a black butterfly. The man smiled and noticed that the young man even knew about it, which meant he underestimated him. The hunter gritted his teeth. Earlier he was almost killed by an evil spirit in red robes with this disgusting poison. He looked at the embarrassed boy and proudly declared how good it was that his body would quickly return to good shape after the treatment, and next time he would definitely not miss it. Linen promised that he would cure him. He himself understood that the patient would kill him if he did not cure him. He coughed into his fist, quietly asking the system what a black butterfly was. The system showed him an image and explained that the black butterfly is a heterogeneous body in the dark world, which is completely saturated with indignation and an aura of death. For the victim's body it is destructive and aggressive towards other processes in the body. If an ordinary creature is infected with the poison of the black butterfly, then for some time the entire body of the victim will turn into pus. For the initial treatment it is necessary to scrape off the dead skin from the bone. Murechina raised his hand and looked questioningly at the young man, who said that an operation should be performed on the outside of the hand. He asked if he had enough skills for this. Linen took out 2 large knives and asked not to worry, because he has rich experience, although he only performed 2 operations, but his last patient highly appreciated his skills. The hunter froze in surprise with a flask at his mouth and asked dumbfoundedly, "How is it 2 times?" He looked away with displeasure and asked if there were other pharmacies nearby. The guy lowered the knives and answered that it seemed not to be, and even if there were, his teacher probably dealt with them. He smiled and proudly declared that his teacher would not allow another pharmacy to exist here. The gray-haired man looked at him suspiciously. At that moment, the shoulder began to move and hiss. The hunter slammed his hand on the table and ordered to operate. Linen began to sharpen the knives and said that he was starting. At that moment, the man looked around the gloomy room with a bunch of weapons. He decided that this place did not look like a pharmacy, and the stench in this place reminded him more of a butcher's shop than a pharmacy. He looked more and more warily at the young guy with knives. He had lost 1 health. Linen came closer and asked if the patient would need anesthesia. The hunter took a sip and replied that it could only affect his nervous reflexes. He loudly declared that real men do not need anesthesia. Then a huge cleaver pierced his shoulder. The guy noted that this was very good, because he had never given anesthesia to a person. The man turned around and asked if this was really going to happen. The doctor calmly replied that he would just try to choose a knife first. Would it really hurt? The patient turned away abruptly and told him to continue. In fact, it hurt. But he knew that the kid wouldn't dare screw up, because if he was hurt, it would mean. But then another knife stabbed in, and he was pinned to the table. The gray-haired guy turned around and furiously asked what the hell he was doing. Linen calmly rolled a whole cart of weapons to the table and said that they needed to find a good-sized tool, and these 2 knives would act as backup options. The indignant patient screamed, "How dare he stick some spare pieces of iron into him?" The guy took out both knives and asked him not to worry, because this was just an equipment check. He should understand that an incorrectly selected tool could harm him during the operation. Linen leaned towards him with a crazy smile and said that in any case, the part of the hand that held the knives would still be cut out, so he shouldn't worry, because as a doctor he had to make sure that the knives were a good fit for his meat. The demon hunter looked forward with difficulty. He agreed that the hero's words made sense. He was a real professional. But was manipulation really necessary? Why did he feel like the hero was deceiving him? His healthy hand reached for the gun. He threateningly ordered the young man to get to work, because if he fussed, he would shoot him right now. A bowl of hot iron was placed on the table. The doctor picked up the handle with iron tongs. The hero heated the knives over the fire, disinfecting them, telling them along the way that the black butterfly's venom was too aggressive and could cause poisoning, and in order for the venom not to penetrate into other tissues during the cutting out of the dead parts, the venom from the instruments had to be destroyed with fire. The blades of the knives sank into the coals. The man understood what was happening, but the way it was done confused him. He asked if the hero had performed a similar operation. He answered that in the old days they cut the wool of pigs in this way and cut off the remains with a hot knife. An image of a dead pig appeared in his head. The patient looked angrily at the doctor, not understanding what he was talking about. Linen slammed the lid on the table and said that he was ready to begin the operation. He warned that it might hurt a little further. He should just be patient. Gray-haired looked forward and shouted that he could put up with such methods. But was this disinfection? And why was this all starting to resemble cooking? The hero smiled madly and asked not to worry, because he put on a kitchen apron just in case, so that the poisoned blood would not harm him, and the eaten plates were needed to store his cut-off flesh, in order to then prepare a means for enhanced muscle growth in accordance with the lost ones. The warrior looked at him in horror, realizing that he would never have set foot here if he knew everything, but after thinking it over a bit, he ordered the operation. The hero slowly approached him, smiled and said that he was starting. The red-hot knife pierced the rotten flesh. The surgical experience began to pump up. The first pieces of poisonous flesh fell into the plates. The man growled, clenching his teeth. Sweat and tears flowed down his face. It was very painful, to death. The pain of cuts, the pain of burns, and even the pain of a blow to the head cannot be compared with this. The mad doctor cut him up like a pig. His pain was varied in sensations, multi-layered like meat on a bone. The patient screamed and writhed. Calm Linen offered to anesthetize him again, but he screamed that he did not feel a bit of pain. The hero pointed his finger at him and asked him to relax his hand. The fingers of his healthy hand were already clinging to the antique wood table. It was very expensive. The man blushed and trembled. His fingers were clinging even tighter. The man screamed that he just liked scratching the wood and there was nothing wrong with that. Was he really going to stop him? After that he promised to pay double. He turned to the doctor and told him to cut, otherwise he would chop off his hand if he didn't shut up. The guy smiled and said that he was just waiting for a few words from the guest, after which he was going to continue. Suddenly he rested his hand on his sore shoulder. He raised the knife, and out of fear the hunter began to ask him to wait. But the meat was already being cut like paper. The man screamed and banged his fist on the table. He ordered him to stop immediately. The doctor continued working and only asked why the patient was causing so many problems. He was not satisfied with either fast or slow work and, in addition, he refused anesthesia. Teeth creaked from the strain. His own flesh flew before his eyes. He promised to dismember the hero alive. He turned and demanded that he not mess around and cut everything out at once. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked, "Was this all a one-time deal?" The hunter shuddered. The doctor froze in bewilderment. The man calmed down a little and asked, what was he talking about? Linen thrust the knife near the patient's face. He just wanted to say that working with the knife would not take much time, but if he did not stop moving, he would hit the aorta and he would be finished. He was a doctor after all, and for him his patients were his children, and he would never let them die because of his treatment. The hero leaned towards the man's face and said that he understood that it hurt, so they could still go back to anesthesia. The demon hunter closed his eyes and slammed his fist on the table, ordering him to continue working and promised that his foot would never be here again. Linen took the shining knife and asked him not to worry, because after the operation he would still be grateful to his knife. After a while, the man, in tears, looked at the mountain of flesh cut off from him. His eyes were spinning from the loss of blood. He looked in horror at the butcher in front of him. The butcher handed him a plate of fried meat from his hand and ordered him to eat. The visions began to blur. Linen sprayed alcohol on his hand. The man suddenly jumped up and screamed. The doctor smiled contentedly and said that the cleaning was finished. The hunter began to slowly get up and asked to let him leave. A stream of sweat was pouring down his face. The doctor asked him to wait. He turned around, looked in the mirror at the protruding bone. The guy said that there was one more important step to complete. The man turned and asked. The young man broke into a smile and said that this was a special step and he could relax a little, so he offered to look at his bone. The hunter looked in bewilderment at the heart cut out in the middle of his bone. The hunter's mental state immediately dropped by 20 units. The man, pointing to his hand, screamed a question about what the hell the doctor did to him. The hero, grinning, asked if the patient was feeling better, because he really had no relief. The hunter, opening his mouth wide, shouted that there could be no relief. Immediately after, the killer raised his revolver. The protagonist stuck the tip right into the barrel. The guy, letting go of the handle, explained that he was trying to save the guest and do everything so that he did not die and asked if he was too capricious. Frowning, the young man explained that even if he wanted to kill him, he should wait until the end of the treatment. Looking at the man, the doctor said that he could not allow his patient to give up halfway. The hunter, grabbing the knife, shouted that he should not dare to deceive him, because otherwise he would be killed. Shooting at the ceiling, the patient shouted that he should get down to business right now and finish the operation. Some creature fell on his head. A screen appeared and from behind it came a question about what the doctor was doing. The man, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether he wanted to continue the operation, because what was the point of tying him up, but the hero answered that it was not about that, because he was simply afraid that the patient would not be able to resist the pain and would therefore raise his hand and shoot him, and added that it did not matter if he had to die, but if the operation did not continue, then this would be the biggest failure in his medical life. Therefore, in order to prevent this, he had to tie up the guest. The hunter, grinning, explained that if he were afraid of pain, he would have killed him right then, and there was no need for him to do this, and also asked whether he really thought that several chains could hold him down. Looking back, the patient said that the young man was extremely naive. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. The doctor was doing something with his bone with a knife. Suddenly tears gushed from his eyes. The protagonist continued to do something inside the wound. The man, his eyes wide open, screamed a question about how this was even possible, and why he felt like he was being hit with an uppercut 1,000 times a second. The guy explained that he was simply scraping off dead skin and reminded him that the guest had said that he was not afraid of pain. The hunter, still sobbing, screamed that he was scraping his skin alive. The guy asked if he had mentioned this procedure before. Continuing to do something with him, the doctor asked him to be patient with him, because a real man is not afraid of pain and he just needs to clench his teeth harder, and then he will feel better. The patient begged him to stop because of the unbearable pain. Closing his eyes, the guest begged him to inject him with anesthesia, because it is difficult for him to endure. The young man, wielding knives, explained that there was no point in using it now, because his body simply would not accept it, and also added that he was holding up well and should continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, the man freed his hand, breaking the shackles. The hunter, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he no longer trusted the doctor. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The opponent took out his revolver, saying that he would no longer believe his words. The protagonist abruptly grabbed his hand. Immediately after, the guy knocked the gun out of his hands. The young man stuck the barrel in the patient's mouth. The guy, opening his mouth, asked to try again. Frowning, the pharmacist explained that if he did not cooperate with him, he would be killed with one shot. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, understood that he had tried so hard to save him and heal his wounds, and in return he wanted to kill the doctor, while the patient asked to let him go, since this would not happen again. The guy lowered the barrel and explained that if he said he wouldn't, then he couldn't do it anymore. Taking the chainsaw, the young man explained that otherwise his reputation as a doctor would be ruined and added that he wouldn't grovel before him anymore and would take the whole process into his hands. The hunter opened his mouth wide in fear and immediately a notification appeared about his mental state worsening. The man raised his hand and asked what he was doing, and the doctor said that the patient's bones were too hard and it would take a long time to scrape off all the dead tissue, so short pain was better than long pain. The doctor swung the chainsaw, saying that they needed to use this big guy to cut off all the excess in one go. The hunter, crying, asked him to stop. A store appeared and heartbreaking screams were coming from it. A girl entered the shop. Smiling, she asked if there was anyone here, because she wanted to buy a few bottles of a restorative potion. Suddenly, a hand reached out to her. The limb grabbed her leg. The man's hand trembled as he begged her for help. The spirit opened one of the doors. The hunter, his mouth wide open, screamed for her to help him. The young man, his mouth slightly open, greeted the new customer and asked if she had come to pick up her potions. Grinning, the guy asked her to wait a little, because her potions would be brought right after she was finished with this patient. The girl grabbed her head with her hands. The hero watched her go, receiving numerous notifications about his increasing popularity on the Alley of Wandering Souls. Holding the saw in his hands, the protagonist did not understand how he could say that he was scaring the clients, because the doctor always smiled at the patients and was also friendly, because the main goal was comfort and realized that this stupid system should not be given such humiliating achievements to such people. Immediately after, the doctor turned to the patient. Continuing to do something with him, the pharmacist asked if he was going to run away, given that the operation was not yet over. The man left hollows on the floor with his fingers. The guy blew on the bone. Lowering the saw, the young man said that he had finally finished and completely removed the poison that had penetrated the bones. Smiling, the doctor also explained that all that was left was to regenerate the purified flesh and blood lost during the operation, and after that the shoulder would be completely healthy. The hero, putting his hand on the patient, called out to him. The protagonist shook his hands, trying to wait for some kind of answer, and also received a notification that his actions caused the demon hunter to lose his combat abilities, for which the healer was awarded the achievement Pain Inflictor. The man's eyes were closed. Opening them, the hunter asked where he was. The guy, smiling, asked if he had finally woken up. Immediately after, the patient began shooting from a pistol. The young man stood by the wall, arms outstretched. The hero, looking at him, asked him to calm down and not to be nervous, because his wound had already been healed. Pushing the saw away with his foot, the protagonist suggested that he forget all their old conflicts. The man, looking to the side, realized that he no longer felt the emptiness from scraping flesh, and there was no tearing sensation from the toxin of the black butterfly, and all those terrible sensations now seemed like a bad dream. Looking at the doctor, the hunter asked if she was right to cope with it so quickly. The doctor answered affirmatively and explained that the poison had been removed from the damaged muscles and bones, and therefore all that remained was to start the regeneration of muscles and blood in the body. Taking the jar in his hands, the guy also added that he was using the best regeneration potion in this store especially for such a client, and also noted that it was good that he was in good health, since most of his muscles and blood had already been restored thanks to this. The young man, pointing with his finger, said that even such a small area still could not grow back enough, and therefore it would be good to sow a small amount of flesh of another creature to this place, and asked him not to worry about it, since the troubles had already been taken care of. The man asked about someone else's flesh. The patient, opening his mouth wide, asked if it was pork. Grabbing the doctor by the clothes, the hunter asked why on earth he had sewn pig meat into him. The doctor said that although the operation had not gone as well as expected, the result was still excellent. The pharmacist, opening his mouth slightly, also explained that if any problems with this prosthesis arose, the client could always come here for a free consultation, and wished him a good secondary use. The man frowned and asked again about the secondary use, and also inquired whether he really thought that he had simply rendered him another favor. And then notifications began to appear that the man's mood had become extremely unstable, and also that the crisis level had begun to rise. The young man, with his mouth wide open, shouted that although there had been some minor problems during the operation, but compared to the fact that several mistakes had been made, this was nothing, and if you remember what the client's body would have turned into because of the black butterfly's poison, then the current result was simply excellent. Looking at the patient, the protagonist said that in the dark world, the most important thing was life, and then a message appeared about the crisis level increasing to 99%. The man was still holding him by the robe, but suddenly notifications began to appear about receiving the experience of pacification and also about the crisis level decreasing. The hunter, standing in front of the guy, said that he was right, because in this world there really was nothing better than life. Smiling, the patient also noted that everything happened as expected from a creature of the same race, and apparently it is possible to live in this dark world until now is an amazing thing, and added that you realize this only after torture. The man, grabbing him by the robe again, asked him if he really thought that he was being praised, and also asked if he had performed operations before. The young man, raising several fingers, swore that he had done a cesarean section before him, as a result of which both father and daughter were completely fine. The hunter, still looking at him, did not understand how he dared to remove the poison of a black butterfly from his bones after a cesarean section, but realized that although it sounded like complete nonsense, he managed to heal these wounds. Suddenly the man's mouth opened slightly. Immediately after, the patient opened it wide. Frowning, the client screamed that he did not want anyone to know that he had lost consciousness. The guy, holding up 3 fingers, asked him not to worry, because the confidentiality of clients is the key to their reputation, and also received a notification about lowering the crisis level to 10%. The man, taking his coat, asked how much money he now needs to pay, and added that he will never come to this stupid store again, because everything is too expensive. The doctor, smiling, explained that there is no need to pay, because the operation was carried out at his expense, and in the future the man should just visit this small store more often, understanding that first he needs to do a favor for this demon hunter, and then, perhaps, he will be able to use this person as a money tree, and also received a notification about the successful completion of the task. The man, putting his hand on the shoulder, said that the doctor should not think that his flattery will make him forget about what happened during the operation, even if they are of the same race, and added that he has always been a loner, and would never have taken such a brat as the pharmacist with him. Putting on his hat, the patient also noted that he advised the young man not to stay here for long, because as a human, he had no chance of surviving here, and he simply risked becoming lunch for the monster. The hero, standing in front of him, asked how he could leave this world then, because he had no idea how he had gotten here and also knew nothing about the outside world except for this door. The hunter, opening his mouth, noted that there were many like the doctor who had gotten here from different worlds, but most of them had already been swallowed up by this world. Standing in front of him, the client also said that the very bottom here was the city of sin and added that if he wanted to leave this world, then the fastest way would be death. Raising his revolver, the man noted that besides death, there was another way, which was that a person needed to become stronger, enough to have the opportunity to escape. The young man, looking down, asked if this meant that he was destined to stay here until the end of his days. Looking at him, the hero explained that every time he had to meet a monster, he was overcome by the fear of death and asked whether monsters were afraid of the client. The man, looking at him, said that he did not want unnecessary words and explained that in fact he respected a fair exchange, and since he had healed his wounds, so he had the opportunity to treat him less badly, since he did not take money. Spreading his arms, the hunter explained that he could look at his things and choose one and take it for himself. The young man knelt down on one knee. Rubbing his chin, the hero tried to decide what to choose. The protagonist glanced at the revolvers, realizing that they looked good and also received a message from the system with a full description of this weapon. Immediately after, the guy reached out to them with his hands. The man grabbed his hand. Grinning, the hunter noted that he really had a keen eye, because he immediately managed to notice the best thing he had. The hero, also smiling, explained that the weapon really looked great. Raising his hand, the patient answered affirmatively and asked if the guy would like to see who it belonged to. The protagonist asked if he had killed demons with it, but the client answered negatively, saying that he had never killed monsters with it. Suddenly, the man threw the weapon. Immediately after, the hunter began shooting. The doctor's mouth dropped open in fear. Immediately after, the healer turned his gaze to several holes near his head. The man, blowing on the barrel, explained that this weapon was the best, but it had an extremely serious flaw, which the young man should have noticed by now. The same one asked about the human outline. The hunter, looking away, noted that he really said it beautifully about the human outline, but explained that these two weapons were once cursed and no matter what angle you shoot from, the bullet will definitely not hit the target. Spinning the gun in his hand, the client said that he usually used this weapon to pretend to be dangerous, and it was simply incapable of doing anything else. The guy smiled. Turning away, the hero said that in that case he did not want them. Suddenly, several shots flew right next to him. The patient, smiling, explained that he was the very person who paid the most attention to justice and reliability, and since he had chosen this weapon, he had no right to refuse it, and to do otherwise would mean that the doctor looked down on the hunter and added that he was giving him another chance, and he should either take it or leave. The young man, slightly raising his hands, said that he wanted, understanding that he wanted him to put the gun away as soon as possible. Putting the weapon on the table, the man said that for a long time he could not voluntarily get rid of this weapon because of the curse, but now the healer would take it upon himself, and this was a real relief. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked what he meant. Imagining this weapon in his hands, the patient explained that he was unable to get rid of this gun because of the curse. Bowing his head, the hunter remembered the deal and explained that only representatives of the human race could show such a keen desire to get it, but these revolvers can only be transferred through honest trade. Smiling, the client explained that there are so few people in this world and therefore it is not easy to find someone to unload this weapon on, and the hero asked if he had deliberately deceived him. The man, raising a finger, explained that he had rushed him before the operation no less than the hunter was now and therefore they were even, and also added that since the doctor had done him such a favor, he would be told something very important. A notification immediately appeared about increasing the hunter's favor by 20 units. Frowning, the client said that under no circumstances should he make noise tonight or turn on the light, and especially not open the door to anyone, since they had extremely suspicious creatures living here. The young man, opening his mouth, asked if it was some kind of monster. Wrapping himself in a cloak, the hunter explained that it was better for him not to know. Turning into a black cocoon, the man said that if the doctor lived until tomorrow, they might see each other again. Holding the gun in his hand, the guy realized that the last patient said the same thing as the teacher, and he would have to be more careful tonight. Looking out the window, the young man realized that there was still half an hour until nightfall and no normal being should come at such a time. Crossing his legs, the hero also remembered that the pharmacist's level had increased and at this rate of growth, it would not be long before it would become very difficult to cope with him. Pointing the gun at the bloody child of the evil spirit, the protagonist said that this was just what was needed to try the gun, and see if it really did not hit. The bullet flew right over the girl's head and a notification immediately appeared about the child's fear level increasing by 10 units. The young man, blowing on the barrel, noted that this weapon really did not hit, and apparently the curse was true. The protagonist fired a few more shots at the child, increasing his fear by another 30 units. A door appeared. The young man immediately turned around. The doctor ran towards it. Immediately after, the boy removed the lamp. The hero immediately slammed the door. There was a boarded-up window behind him, and the boy realized that as soon as the light of the soul lamp went out, and the sky was covered in darkness, this night would be the greatest test. Frowning, the pharmacist knew that anyone could break into his shelter and immediately received a notification about a new task in which he had to survive until the next night. A bed appeared. The boy, lying under the blanket, realized that nothing terrible was happening at the moment. Looking at the door, the doctor hoped that this evening would pass peacefully. Looking around the room, the boy knew that it was already midnight. The front door appeared and screams came from behind it that it was the teacher and that an evil spirit was chasing him. The boy jumped up and couldn't understand if it was really his teacher who had returned so early. Approaching the door, the protagonist heard a shout for him to go faster, otherwise the teacher would die. The doctor was already reaching for the handle. Suddenly, the hero stopped. Swinging his knife, the doctor shouted that no one could help him outside and that he was already doomed to die. Blood spurted from the hole in the door. The young man looked at the blade. Holding the weapon, the boy listened to the question from behind the door about whether he hadn't even checked who was there and had stuck the knife in. The protagonist, opening his mouth, explained that if he had to be outside, his teacher would have stabbed him without hesitation for talking to him, and besides, the teacher would never have returned at this time, so the guest could not be him. The pharmacist attacked the door with a knife again, thinking that the stranger had left. The boy continued to look at the door. The young man immediately leaned his head against it. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. Immediately after, a hand made a hole in the door and a notification appeared about a decrease in mental state by 10 units. The hand began to scratch the door. The hero stabbed it with a knife and immediately heard a scream that the creature would eat him and that it wanted to tear the person into pieces and chew slowly. Suddenly, several more hands crawled out of the door. They grabbed the young man and a scream was heard that the monster would eat him. The guy picked up the thread on his wrist. Suddenly, something appeared from one hand. These threads began to curl around one of them. Immediately, the hair of the evil spirit spread over all the limbs. This thread penetrated through the door. It went deeper. The hero watched this. Immediately, the young man reached out with his hand to the threads. The doctor grabbed them and began to pull. Holding them in his hand, the guy knew that this ghost simply could not be stronger than him, and therefore he should succeed. Suddenly, the fingers began to squirm. Immediately, the arms began to droop. They all dropped, and the young man thought that the monster was dead. The protagonist took the blade in his hand again. Piercing through one of the holes, the young man understood that he needed to strike a few more times just in case. Standing in front of the door, the hero received a notification about the successful killing of the bloodthirsty ghost, but he could not believe that it had died so easily. The young man took something from the wall, saying that as soon as night fell, monsters began to come to the store doors, and who knows what else could be hiding behind them. Taking a mop in his hands, the guy knew that he would not be able to sleep that day. Using the tool, the hero wiped the blood from the floor. His gaze was directed downwards when suddenly a warning notification began to appear in front of him, since monsters of the maximum evil level were now approaching him and therefore the danger level was 100%. The young man, looking at the door, did not understand how they could be of the maximum evil level. Looking at his hands, the boy thought that this could be the big guy that the demon hunter had told him about, who was supposed to appear that night. The hero leaned his back against the door. His hand was shaking a little. Suddenly, they started to be pulled back. The last limb remained in the door. The boy immediately cut it off with a knife. Something started to penetrate the room. The boy covered his nose. The protagonist turned his head slightly. A certain eye appeared there. This eye was wide open. Suddenly, the pupil looked straight at the boy. The doctor's eyes widened. A bright red pupil was visible through a small hole. The doctor, putting his hand on his chest, thought about the fact that this monster had an extremely loud heartbeat. Sweat appeared on his face after thinking about the guest apparently licking his door. Imagining a certain girl, the hero thought that the sound of licking the door seemed so cute to him, because it looked like a little Lolita licking something, and not a monster. The pharmacist, looking at the huge tongue, realized that this could not be cute at all, and he should take his words back and immediately received a notification about the decrease in mental state by 40 units. The young man was still looking at this huge tongue. Suddenly it touched the guy's shoulder. Immediately after, the tongue touched his face. The creature licked the doctor's face, and his mental state immediately decreased by 50 units. Suddenly, even more tongues began to crawl through the holes. The protagonist, closing his eyes, understood that he simply should not panic and needed to achieve absolute calm, because otherwise the monster would definitely eat him. The creature licked his cheek again, and words were heard from behind the door that he needed a doctor. The hero suddenly opened his eyes, listening to the words that the monster had a toothache and the doctor should open the door. The guy glanced to the side, assuming that the monster behind the door did not come to eat him, but to meet with the doctor. The young man opened his mouth and said that their store was closed at night, and he was not allowed to break these rules. His tongue lifted slightly, and he could hear the words that if he did not help, he would be killed. The doctor immediately reached for the door handle. Bowing, the hero asked the guest to go through. In front of him was some huge creature, and the pharmacist immediately received a notification about a decrease in mental state by 40 units. Standing up straight, the guy apologized and asked how he could help the patient. The monster, opening its mouth, said that it had a severe toothache and if the doctor did not cure it, it would be eaten. The young man, closing his eyes, received another notification about a decrease in mental state by 10 units. Smiling, the doctor explained that he would definitely be able to cure the toothache, because it was nothing and the client did not need to worry. Looking at the monster, the guy understood that he needed to calm down, because even despite all the ugliness, it was still his patient, so he should continue. Coming closer, the hero asked which tooth hurt. The patient answered that it was the back molars of the upper jaw. Then the doctor asked him to open his mouth wider, because then he would be able to understand what the problem was. Immediately after that, the doctor climbed inside the monster's mouth. The young man put his hand on his tongue. Once in the mouth, the protagonist received a notification about the start of a new task, in which he had to cure this patient's tooth, and also noticed that there was no penalty for failure and thought that it was funny, because if he failed, he would definitely be eaten. Closing his legs, the guy said that he could hardly see without light and realized that he now had to spend his energy on unnecessary thoughts and play hard to get. The monster's eyes looked in different directions. Suddenly, it began to get one of the eyes with its tentacles. The patient took his eye in a tentacle. The young man, with his mouth wide open, looked at this. Looking at the guests, the guy realized that the contents of the patient's body were very diverse and also received notifications about a decrease in mental state by 10 units. The protagonist put his hand to his face. The guy looked somewhere ahead. The doctor lowered his hand slightly, while a system notification appeared that this spear, which had fallen into the dark world from another dimension, contained sacred blessings and had a strong deterrent effect on evil spirits and demons. Staring at the spear, the young man said that he had found it. Opening his mouth, the dark-haired man said that this spear, like a witch's weapon, was not of this world. After all, this sacred object brought pain and torment to the patient, after which he heard someone say that if he did not pull out the spear, he would be devoured. Continuing to look at everything in front of him, the pharmacist thought that the fragments of these bodies belonged to different doctors. Apparently, before the monster appeared at the door of the house, it visited many other pharmacies. Folding his hands into a lock, the surgeon realized that those dead doctors were once monsters who were unable to touch this spear directly, so they could not do anything to cure him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that, unlike the others, he was a human. Touching the spear, Lennon realized that the divine power should not hurt him. The monster opened its eye wider. Sighing, the doctor thought that this was his chance. A second later, he grabbed the handle of the spear with his whole hand. Trying to pull the weapon, the protagonist shouted that he was pulling. Closing one eye, the young man thought that he hoped he could pull the spear out, otherwise he would end up here like his colleagues. As the tip of the spear appeared out, the guy thought that he almost pulled it out. The man put even more effort into pulling the spear out, until someone said that there was only a little left. In an instant, the doctor was scared. Watching the surgeon, the monster asked what he was doing there and ordered him to help him. The monster opened its eye even wider. The tentacles tried to touch the eye. A second later, the eye was already in the mouth of the abomination. The pharmacist grabbed the tentacles. The protagonist was still trying to get the thing he needed. Covered from all sides by the tentacles, the boy repeated the phrase 1, 2, 3, pull. Repeating the phrase again, Lennon blushed. The tip of the spear came out completely. The surgeon continued to pull the object. A second later, he fell to the ground. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that he succeeded, while a new system message appeared that the goodwill towards the boy had increased by 20. The eye stared at the young man. Without moving, the monster said that it hurt. Looking at its wound, the monster again said that it was still in great pain and added that if the doctor did not cure it, it would eat it. The monster, opening its mouth, said that it would eat the protagonist, to which he asked not to worry, because it would definitely help, and also thought that if you do not pay attention to the frightening appearance, then this monster is not much different from his other patients. Lennon extended his index finger, deciding that he needed to show him his kind heart, and it would definitely work, after which he said that he should wait a little while, and keep his mouth open and not move. A moment later, the protagonist left the room. The guy opened the box with the medicine. Suddenly, the young man jumped into the monster's mouth. The doctor was standing next to the patient's tooth. Noticing a crack, the healer muttered that it seemed to him that the power of the holy spear remained in the tooth, and therefore the patient still felt pain, and in order to completely cure the tooth, it was necessary to deliver the separation apparatus to the root of the tooth. The doctor, having taken out the medicine, thought that the bleeding was severe. Biting his lips, the pharmacist wondered how to stop it properly. The surgeon thoughtfully raised one eyebrow. Lennon abruptly grabbed the tentacle and asked the patient how much he liked it. Smiling, the protagonist said that he really needed it to relieve him of pain. A moment later, the protagonist stuck the knife into the monster's limb. The monster opened its jaw in pain and screamed loudly. The head of the evil spirit fell to the ground. Suddenly, many tentacles appeared. The red limbs rushed towards the guy. It was visible how the young man stuck a syringe into the patient's appendage. Extending his finger, the doctor wanted to use the light. Clenching his jaw, the doctor asked him what he was staring at, and then added that he should be quicker. Suddenly, the pharmacist lifted one of the limbs. A second later, the surgeon stuck the terminal appendage into the monster's tooth. It seemed like the tentacle was stuck inside the tooth, and at the same time, the doctor realized that he could not do it because it was too narrow to get through. Scratching the back of his head, Lennon thought that it must be inserted tightly and deeply, after which he wondered if there was some kind of tool. Many bones were visible, and the protagonist muttered that he found a tool. A moment later, the protagonist inserted the bone into the tentacle. The guy began to hammer the limb with the skull. Part of the bone head broke off. The patient's eyes suddenly bulged. The young man clenched his fist furiously and exclaimed that he should be patient, because he was going to put more effort into his treatment. Closing one eye, the monster said that it hurt, and at that moment the doctor shouted that he should hold on, because they had almost reached the root, and it would be easier later. Through tears, the monster asked to do it quickly. A tentacle was visible inside the tooth. Opening his mouth wide, the doctor said that he was finally done. The evil spirit bared its teeth in pain. Suddenly, the patient's pupils dilated. The monster joyfully opened its jaw. The monster noted that it no longer hurt, to which the surgeon, smiling, said that the medicine had finally worked, and all that was left was to check his teeth. Raising his palms, the pharmacist said that he had enough of laughing, because his whole body was itching. The system wrote that his trust had increased by 20 points, after which Lennon, turning his gaze to the side, asked if they could buy him an electric drill like his teacher, and also added that he also needed to buy protective glasses for this operating room. Suddenly, a tool appeared in the protagonist's hand. Putting on protective glasses, the protagonist decided to begin. Biting his lips, the guy explained that his upper tooth was damaged by divine power, and if he did not get rid of the sacred power in the tooth, then after the action of the drugs it would continue to cause him unbearable pain. Continuing to saw the tooth, the young man said that first he would help clean the tooth, and then fill it well and secure it with steel, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that his trust had increased by 20 points. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked to give him a bucket. The tentacle brought the container to him. Opening his jaw, the doctor exclaimed that they should pour water. The doctor could be seen placing his palms on the patient's tooth. The assistants brought the pharmacist the necessary instruments. Suddenly, part of the monster's jaw began to shine brightly from cleanliness. The monster asked if anything else was needed, and then the surgeon, lowering his eyebrows, replied that he also really needed steel to put it on top of the filling. But he was afraid that he did not have enough of it, and if he wanted to buy this material, then he should do it at least tomorrow. Having stuck the protagonist into its mouth, the evil spirit said that it would get steel. It seemed like the patient was running through the forest, and at the same time the protagonist asked where he was dragging him. A thick smoke was visible in the distance. After some time, the monster approached a high door. The guy peered through the fangs of the monster. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked if these gates he was talking about were made of steel, after which he added that it seemed to him that it was iron, not steel. Suddenly the mouth of the evil spirit began to shine brightly. The patient broke through the door with a purple beam. There was a steel puppet in the smoke, and the system wrote about its characteristics. The doctor held the monster's lips. A huge puppet stood in front of the doctor. Looking ahead in fear, the doctor thought that it was an actinic golem, and one of these monsters had already come to their store and almost destroyed him, and the teacher had been fighting with it for a long time. It seemed as if the teacher parried the golem. A moment later, the steel monster stretched out its palm. The patient suddenly stuck out his tongue. The pharmacist's eyes widened in surprise. A second later, the monster jumped up. The steel puppet looked attentively at the evil spirit. Suddenly, a bright beam hit the huge robot. Lennon raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The protagonist opened his jaw and muttered that it was outrageous, and then wondered if they had the same levels, adding that there was too much of a difference between them. Golems were visible through the haze, and the patient asked if one was enough, to which the protagonist shouted that one would be enough. Holding a saw in his hand, the guy said that all that was left was to give the steel the right shape, and then he would be able to help. A moment later, the monster's jaw sparkled with cleanliness. Examining the monster's mouth, the young man said that it was perfect. The client said that it looked good, and he was pleased, while the healer wiped his forehead, and the system also reported that he had completed the mission, and his reward was 1,000 skull coins. The evil spirit, lowering its gaze, noted that it would not eat the doctor, because he was cool, after which he thanked him for the praise, because his words motivated him to continue practicing medicine. The AI wrote that the favorability had increased by 40 points, and at that very moment the surgeon, with his eyes closed, asked the patient if he would like to use their new dental service, and then thought that it was not easy to win over a monster of that level, and therefore he needed to do everything to make him their regular customer. Opening his mouth, the client asked again about the dental service, to which he received the answer that it was long-term maintenance of his teeth and a health check in their pharmacy, and he could also be the first to try this exclusive service, and if he was satisfied, he could apply and become a regular customer of their store. Raising his hands, Lennon exclaimed that they would do the first teeth cleaning absolutely free. Suddenly the system reported that he had a new task, namely, he needed to take care of his teeth, and the reward for the task was 50 skull coins, as well as 50 points to favor, and at the same time the main character, rushing into the monster's mouth, asked to wait a minute. Suddenly, many limbs flew out of the monster's mouth, and the artificial intelligence wrote about receiving many body parts. Suddenly, a bucket of black liquid appeared. The client asked what it was, and the protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, explained that this dark slime creature could produce a large amount of antiseptic and refreshing foam, and in combination with special whitening agents, it could keep his teeth clean and bright, and his breath fresh. Looking down, the patient rejoiced, and at that moment, favor increased by 20 points. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy said that the definition of toothpaste from the dark world was complete, and they could start brushing their teeth. A moment later, the young man jumped into the mouth of the evil spirit. It was visible how the doctor was brushing the client's teeth. The patient, raising his eyebrows, said that he was getting better. Opening his mouth, the healer asked if he wanted to help too. Holding the bucket of black liquid, the doctor said that he should take one in each hand. It seemed as if the tentacles began to clean the monster's teeth. Raising his head, the pharmacist explained how to clean, and then added that it was also necessary to remove dirt between the teeth to prevent the spread of infection. Soap bubbles were very near the limbs, and at the same time the system wrote that favorability had increased by 20 points. With a heavy sigh, Lennon suggested looking at how the condition of the teeth had changed compared to what it was before. The patient clenched his jaw contentedly, after which the artificial intelligence reported that he had completed the task. Extending his index finger, the protagonist clarified whether he was satisfied with the service rendered. Opening his mouth, the client answered positively. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, asked if he would like to become a lifelong member of their store, so that he could come to them at any time and treat his teeth for free. The monster, smiling happily, answered that he wanted to. Holding a notepad in his hand, the boy said that this was great, then asked the patient to give his name, explaining that he needed to register it in their system, and the next time he came, he would be able to get a gold membership card and a small gift made especially for him, and the monster clarified about the name. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that this is what others call him, to which the evil spirit said that he did not have a name. Contentedly closing his eyes, the doctor asked if he could choose one for him, and then said that then he would call him Tiny. Opening his jaw, the client repeated his new name. Licking the doctor, the monster exclaimed that he liked the name and thanked the surgeon, and he noted that it was not worth thanking, and at the same time, the system wrote that he gave the name to the monster of the highest rank Tiny, and also became the first person in the dark world to give a name to a monster of the highest rank. The monster said that he was a lucky baby, after which the pharmacist, waving his hand, said that he should take his time and come to them more often. Lennon's face was calm. A moment later, the protagonist turned around on the spot. The protagonist abruptly closed the door. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy said that he survived only thanks to his charm skills, otherwise he might not have survived that night. Through the sweat on his face, the young man added that that demon hunter must have been tracking high-level monsters, but he had never seen this monster in the Alley of Wandering Souls before, and this gives him an idea. A small hut appeared in the dark forest, and the doctor thought that in the area where the Alley of Wandering Souls is located, other, more dangerous and powerful sounds should be heard. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked the system to open the panel, after which his characteristics appeared. The surgeon waved his hand. Sitting at the table, the pharmacist said that he had as many as 8 special awards, and then added that he was definitely not a master of combat now, and therefore he needed to increase his endurance and dexterity, which would be very useful in the future. Looking at the girl, Lennon said that intelligence simply increases understanding in certain processes, and therefore at the moment, increasing the level of intelligence is not very useful. Extending his index finger, the protagonist decided to forget about intelligence and improve his physical fitness, because saving his life is the primary task. Poking at the screen, the protagonist noted that he remembered that before he named the higher monster, he received a new, special skill. Smiling, the guy exclaimed that this is it, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote about the ability to remove the curse. Snatching the gun from the child's hand, the young man said that if he can erase the curse from this weapon, then he will really have a legendary weapon of all time. The doctor opened his mouth wide and shouted that the curse had been lifted, and the system reported that he had used the curse removal ability, and that he could only do so in 12 hours. The doctor stood up from the table, and at that very moment the artificial intelligence explained that he had obtained the power of the cursed river. Raising the corners of his lips, the surgeon said that he had succeeded, and although he would only be able to use the power in 24 hours, this weapon would definitely help him out in an emergency. Suddenly, the doctor fired his gun, saying that he was going crazy. The bullet was visible as it flew past the bottle. Opening his jaw, Lennon asked the system if the ability he had received was fake, and added that he had erased the curse, but could not understand why the hit percentage was so low. The artificial intelligence reported that the protagonist had hit the target 0 times, after which he sadly lowered his gaze. Approaching the window, the protagonist thought that if he really wanted to use this weapon in a real fight, he would have to train a lot to learn how to control it. Putting the bottle on the windowsill, the boy muttered that after all, only with hard work can an iron rod be sharpened into a needle. A second later, the young man fired a pistol, adding that he must understand that he cannot become the best shooter overnight. It was visible how the bullets pierced the wooden window. The doctor clenched his jaw sharply. A red light was shining from the small holes, and the doctor asked who it was and who had sneaked into the territory. The system reported that he had hit 75 objects in the room, and at that very moment the doctor leaned a board against the holes. A second later, the pharmacist lowered his head. The surgeon began to hit the wood with a sledgehammer. Then, Lennon, running away, wondered if he had dared to draw attention to himself, and now he was trying to hide. The protagonist noticed a bed in the room. A moment later, the protagonist jumped onto the mattress. Wrapping himself in a blanket, the boy realized that he had hit the target. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence reported that he had completed the task of a sleepless night, and also successfully survived the first stressful night after waking up the system and experienced interesting events, after which the young man put his palm on his head. The doctor looked down and noticed several notifications that said that he had successfully reached level 6 and opened the daily trading exchange system, which was updated every day, and now he could exchange his accumulated money for the goods he was interested in, and after passing level 10 he would be able to choose another field of activity for his first shift at work. Suddenly, tentacles appeared under the blanket. The doctor fired his gun sharply. The girl's eyes widened in fear, and the system explained who the bloody child had failed to infect him. Opening his mouth, the surgeon said that she had tried to infect him again, and it was no wonder that last night he felt like something wanted to penetrate his body, and was also surprised that he had actually slept with an octopus all night. Lennon lay on the bed with his legs tucked up. Poking at the screen, the protagonist inquired how much this child had grown overnight. A moment later, the girl's characteristics appeared, from which the protagonist thoughtfully raised his eyebrows. Raising his head, the boy read the notice, which said that since the fear of the bloody evil spirit baby in front of him had reached 1,321 units, and its taming level had exceeded 200, he was launching a special task, and then said that it meant that this baby could be changed. But these feelings were very annoying to him, and also wondered if they could stop them right away. Biting his lips, the young man thought that before the formation he was covered in fear and resentment, and at the same moment added that it was worth the risk, otherwise a disaster, and the artificial intelligence reported that the target was an evil spirit, the huge resentment in whose body would constantly change its appearance and gradually turn into an extremely evil creature. And the owner would be assigned huge evil characteristics. Taking the little monster by the head, the doctor muttered that it seemed to him that he should have suppressed her resentment with fear much earlier, before the formation, and this is really a big disaster. Grabbing the child's tentacles, the doctor said that he would completely transform her today, and at the same time, the blood child's fear increased by 20 points. Looking down, the surgeon exclaimed that he was a prankster for growing so many strange tentacles without his consent, and the child's fear continued to increase. Clenching his jaw, the pharmacist asked to let him do another facelift. Suddenly, the small monster turned into a cute girl, after which the system wrote that he had completed the complete transformation of the child of the blood of the evil spirit and had a positive effect on her internal development. Touching the child's ear, Lennon said that he was a genius for being able to make a suitable ear from animal skin, and also asked if it was super cute. Leaning over to the girl, the protagonist asked her to hold her face in this position, otherwise she would break it. A moment later, the protagonist looked forward in surprise. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence reported new characteristics of the bloody child, and the guy, touching his face, thought about whether he would like to further adjust the character and direction of growth, because the characteristics he saw were not at all pleasing. Grinning menacingly, the young man said that he should just allow him to do this. It was visible how the doctor crossed his arms. Suddenly, a cute girl and her characteristics appeared. The doctor, standing next to her, asked the system if it was possible to adjust all of her characteristics, after which he added that he could only change half of her evil appearance, to which he received the answer that the first stage of development was not enough, and he could adjust only 2 characteristics. Leaning towards the child, the surgeon said that he would have to wait until she reached a new level, but then 3 negative characteristics would disappear and she would become an ideal girl. Poking at the screen, the pharmacist said that that was all for now, and he needed to prepare for the next patient. The AI said that he had completed the task and the bloody child had grown up, and at the same time, Lennon was shooting his gun. The protagonist could be seen sweeping the floor, and his experience in housework was increasing. The protagonist hung a small lantern on the wall. Smiling slightly, the guy muttered that he didn't know how it would happen yet, but he was already looking forward to opening the exchange system, and then asked the system to open the exchange function. Blushing, the young man thought that all the attributes were produced by the system, and their quality was high, and therefore he was waiting impatiently. A girl in a black dress and a dog-like creature appeared. The AI said that the shopping mall interface had opened, causing the doctor to open his mouth in bewilderment. Angrily clenching his fists, the doctor asked what this was, and did they really think he needed this junk, after which he exclaimed that they should not joke like that and update the range of goods. The system explained that this function was not yet open, so he should wait, because it would be automatically updated at 5 o'clock every day, and then the surgeon opened his jaw with displeasure. Sitting down on the chair, Lennon thought that this exchange center was at least diverse, but it did not live up to his expectations, but in any case, it could be considered an additional way to purchase goods. Extending his index finger, the protagonist decided to buy toxic slime, because in the future, he could simply make a potion out of it. Looking at the screen, the protagonist noticed a doll of a lucky cat that brings good luck, after which he wondered what use it was. Looking up, the guy said that he felt like he would be very lucky if he bought it for himself. The young man thoughtfully grabbed his chin. A moment later, the lucky cat appeared, and the doctor exclaimed that he bought it, and now there is something to send as a gift, and the system also reported that 200 skull coins were spent. The doctor opened his mouth and thought about baby diapers. Looking at the girl, the pharmacist thought that he might need them. Smiling contentedly, the doctor decided to buy them. Suddenly, the surgeon happily raised the corners of his lips, and at that very moment, the artificial intelligence wrote about the formula for a flesh growth potion. Looking down, Lennon said that it looked good. Running his finger across the screen, the protagonist said that there was even blood demon meat for sale, and it was also worth buying, after which he spent 600 skull coins. Holding a paper in his hand, the protagonist said that this was the formula for a flesh growth potion, and added that the system rewarded him with a critical hit potion yesterday, and now, having all the necessary ingredients, he can make 2 potions. Approaching the table, the guy was glad that today was the day he managed to buy so many raw materials for his potions. Opening the box, the young man added that he had made a lot of money yesterday selling Croce's small teeth, just in time to exchange them for something valuable. Suddenly, an old woman appeared and asked if she had some trash, and then the system reported a new task. Holding a large bag, the doctor replied that he had some, and the old woman asked if so much extra junk had accumulated today. Smiling, the doctor asked if she wanted him to help her load it all into the cart, to which he received a positive answer, and the artificial intelligence wrote that he had completed the task. Suddenly, the old woman, her eyes bulging, asked if this was a top-level aura. Scratching his head, the doctor said that just last night he had treated a tooth for a top-ranking monster, and this was what he had cleaned out of that monster's mouth. The scavenger raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had been in the mouth of a high-ranking monster, and if he had eaten him, and muttered that she had previously thought that he was an ordinary human child, but how dare he do such a thing. The druggist raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction and asked what she was afraid of, since he had simply cured a patient, which was his job, and then added that no matter who visited their drugstore, they would treat him like everyone else. The old woman, with her mouth slightly open, remarked that he was indeed a brave guy then, and at the same time informed him that 3 soul hunters had been hanging around here last night, and they clearly did not have the best intentions, and the one he had helped was probably the smallest of the 3, and she advised him to stay away from them. Bloody footprints appeared on the ground, and the old lady said that last night, all the monsters in Slaughter Alley, Evil Soul Street, and the neighboring Shadow Soul Alley had been killed. The scavenger lowered his gaze and added that the 15 tall monsters and demonic spirits had almost been completely destroyed, and the bounty hunter he had met yesterday had supposedly wanted to treat a toothache, but in reality, he wanted to feed in their Wandering Soul Alley. With sweat on his face, Lennon listened, and it seemed that it was thanks to him that they had avoided the disaster in Wandering Soul Alley. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and explained that he thought that the client from yesterday was quite harmless and cute, and that he couldn't be that evil. The old woman looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The old woman opened her mouth wide and screamed how he even thought of calling him cute, after which the guy replied that he was really cute, and the system also wrote that he left a deep and lasting impression on the scavenger's heart. Putting his hand in his cloak, the scavenger said that in the dark world you can't meet anyone normal, especially someone who looks normal, but the guy gave her too much this time and it would take a long time to digest it. Taking out the red organ, the old woman said that she had picked it up recently, and let her take it, because it might come in handy. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, and at that very moment the system reported that his mental state had decreased by 10 units, and also wrote down the characteristics of the faceless demon's heart. The demon's heart seemed to be pulsating. The old woman, holding it in her hand, noted that if he wanted to kill someone, he should just think about it, and the heart would torture the unfortunate with the most cruel methods, and then he would find true happiness. Lowering his eyebrows, the doctor thought that the old woman could not give something normal, because just by looking at what it was doing, you could understand that this heart was a real killer. Standing near the bushes, the scavenger said goodbye to the doctor, and he muttered that she would come to them every day, and therefore it was worth considering her as an NPS for subsequent exchange in the future. Noticing 2 horses, the surgeon realized that a delivery had arrived. Picking up a small bag, Lennon said that, as usual, the warehouse was full of goods. After some time, the protagonist returned to his room. The protagonist threw the bag on the ground. Then someone knocked on the door, causing the guy to turn his head and say that someone had arrived. The young man greeted her with an open mouth. Suddenly, the doctor frowned menacingly. A dark aura circled around the small lantern. The girl, holding a plate in her hand, noted that business was booming, and at that very moment, the system reported that it was an evil spirit in bloody clothes. The pharmacist, raising his eyebrows, asked if she had any ailment that required urgent treatment. The evil spirit, smiling slightly, replied that nothing was bothering her, and then added that she had moved to their street this morning and was now going to visit her neighbors. Licking its lips, the demonic entity said that he should not greet it so formally. Lowering the gun, Lennon greeted her again. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that for monsters whose strength level cannot be determined, influencing the psyche would be useless. Looking at the girl, the protagonist offered her a seat, to which she thanked him, after which he muttered that if she really had bad intentions, then it was impossible to stop her now, and therefore it was better to continue the conversation in a friendly atmosphere. Suddenly, the system reported a new mission in which it was necessary to survive, and then the guy, raising his eyebrows, wondered if the task was the same as last night. The woman smiled slyly, and the young man wondered if it was possible that the woman in front of him was as dangerous as a high-ranking monster. Extending his index finger, the evil spirit clarified with the doctor why he did not look like the local residents. The demonist's eyes glowed green, and she asked if he was afraid of being eaten by dissatisfied patients. It was visible how the doctor and the girl were sitting at the table. The pharmacist raised the corners of his lips and replied that he was still a little scared, but his direct duty as a doctor was to treat patients and protect their health, and he must take his patients seriously, which was the main principle of a doctor. A moment later, the evil spirit rose. The demonic entity, placing her hand on the surgeon's shoulder, asked about those who were not him, after which he clarified whether the patient was his. Bringing her face closer to the doctor's ear, the girl replied that this was exactly so, and it was as if she had come to eat him, and at the same time, the danger level rose to 61%. Turning her head, Lennon explained that this was impossible, because she was very beautiful, which meant that her heart must be just as beautiful, and also added that she was an amazing and elegant lady, and it seemed that she was as refined and graceful as a nobleman during a meal. The woman raised her eyebrows, noting that he was very eloquent, and the danger level dropped to 56%. Grabbing her chin, the evil spirit asked if he really thought she was very beautiful, to which he received a positive answer. Baring her teeth, the demoness clarified that even if she was, many tentacles stuck out of her mouth, and she asked if he still thought she was beautiful, and the system also reported that the protagonist's mental state had decreased by 30 units. The protagonist opened his jaw in shock, and the girl again asked if she was still beautiful, and at that moment the danger level rose to 90%. The tentacles quickly approached the guy, and the woman clarified if she really was beautiful, and then the danger level rose to 99%. Suddenly, the young man calmly extended his index finger. It was visible how the doctor was kissing the girl. The doctor touched the evil spirit's chin. The demoness blushed sharply. Looking forward, the woman asked what he had done, and the danger level dropped to 50%. Raising his fist to his mouth, the pharmacist apologized and said that she had suddenly approached him, and suddenly realized that he really wanted to kiss her, and again apologized for his rudeness, adding that she simply completely matched his ideal type of girl. Standing in front of the surgeon, the girl asked again if he had said that she was his type, to which she received the answer that it was true, because he was crazy about slime girls with good teeth and tentacles. Touching the woman's tentacles, Lennon said that this was especially true for a girl like her, who was truly the white moonlight of his heart. It was seen that the protagonist continued to hold the limbs of the evil spirit, and he thought that she felt very calm when she showed her beautiful, fake face, but was too excited to reveal her terrible face to him, and then added that something was wrong with this guy. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion. The demoness, grinning evilly, asked what happened, and didn't he like toothy slug girls, and at the same moment muttered that he was really scared, and maybe it was all a pretense, and also the danger level increased to 70%. The guy, stroking the girl's tentacles, said that she was very beautiful, and asked how she could think that she had some kind of mouth defect, and then offered to give her a first-class oral care. The woman's eyes widened in confusion. The evil spirit in bloody clothes held a mirror in her hand, and Lennon asked her to look into it, after which he asked if it was true that her smile had changed greatly. Pressing his fist to his chest, the protagonist was silent. Placing his palm on the girl's shoulder, the protagonist called out to the beauty, to which she responded indignantly. The entity's cheeks turned red from embarrassment, and she asked the healer again, when suddenly he asked how she felt and whether she was satisfied with the service rendered, to which she replied that everything was fine. Looking away, The woman thought about how everything happened completely differently than she imagined in her head, and did not understand whether a normal person should have reacted like this. Confusedly lowering her eyebrows, the entity wondered if this guy should have screamed in horror and fear, and then run away as fast as he could. It seemed as if all 4 of the doctor's limbs were tied with tight ropes. Turning her head towards the pharmacist, the evil spirit in bloody clothes thought that he was not scared at all, but on the contrary, with a calm face, offered to clean her mouth. Suddenly, the girl tightly closed her eyes. A moment later, a terrifying cut appeared in the middle of her face. Raising her hand, the entity asked not to confuse her consciousness, because she came here on business, and then asked if this guy had operated on the pig-headed demon yesterday. A system notification appeared that the danger level had increased to 71, and Lennon put his fist to his chin and clarified whether something had happened, at the same time thinking that this could not be, because she could not have been sent to him by the pig-headed demon, who was thirsty for revenge. Waving all her fingers in turn, the woman asked if it was true that the doctor had performed an operation on his stomach and pulled a child out of him. Imagining the silhouette of the bloody baby, the protagonist clenched his jaw and asked to be allowed to ask who she was. Suddenly, nasty worms appeared from the mouth of the evil spirit, and she declared that she was the mother of this child. Frightened, the protagonist put his palms in front of him and advised her to calm down, after which he clarified how such a beautiful lady could look at this pig-headed demon, and even if she was a mother, then shouldn't she have given birth to this child in order to become one? Clenching her fist tightly, the evil spirit in bloody clothes told the doctor not to act like a fool, because that pig should have told him that he ate one of his tentacles a month ago, and then added that unfortunately this offspring was part of what fell out of her, and it should have already acquired its true form. Bringing a finger closer to his face, the apothecary began to talk about why this madam came here. Sticking a sharp tongue through her fangs, the entity noted that she did this to take her child. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if it was true that he should have already turned into a true dark monster, because she was looking forward to it. Horrifying worms scattered over the head of the undead, who screamed that her child had such qualities as murder, malice, resentment, and evil, and all of them would make any person happy, and he would definitely become a skilled hunter who brings troubles and nightmares to everyone. The doctor spread his fingers anxiously and noted that it was a matter of opinion, when suddenly the system reported that the danger level had increased first to 81, and then to 91. The guy's eyes reflected glare of light, and he thought that he was finished, because this entity would kill him if it saw what her child really looked like. It seemed like a little girl was walking around the room with her eyes closed. Pressing his back against the cabinet, the pharmacist exclaimed that he was asking the madam to wait, because she could not be sure that this was her child, and then stated that if he wanted to take it, the pig-headed demon must come here and give his consent. Grinning viciously, the evil spirit in bloody clothes asked Lennon again, and then screamed that this was wonderful, and that she would make him give this consent. Suddenly, the demoness's bright eyes bulged. A ghostly silhouette was visible between her jaws. A light pig skull appeared on the floor. Wearily lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that the pig-headed demon had been eaten by this woman, when suddenly the system reported that the hero's mental state had decreased by 40 units. The girl attacked the doctor with the help of terrible worms and screamed that he would give her the child right now, and then she would perhaps spare him. The pharmacist smiled in confusion and exclaimed that of course he would give it to her, but her expectations might not justify themselves. The cloth that covered the passage to another room began to flutter in the air. Grinning maliciously, the evil spirit in bloody clothes screamed that it was her child and asked to let her look at it, and when the doctor warned her that she needed to stop and not look for now, she asked if these were unexpected turns or a game of evil fate. With her eyes wide open, the girl screamed that there were a lot of interesting things here. Monstrous monsters crawled across the floor. The entity's claws clung to the walls. Suddenly the undead appeared in the room where the little girl was sitting. Gritting her teeth, the woman remained silent. The child looked at her with wide eyes in bewilderment. A slight grin appeared on the child's face. Pointing her finger in front of her, the evil spirit in bloody clothes asked who she was, to which Lennon replied that this girl was born of the pig-headed demon, and that she was his daughter, after which he asked if she was cute. At that very moment, the girl's pupils visibly narrowed, and she remained silent. The little girl reached out her hands to the entity's face, and the entity thought that she could not believe it, because this could not be her daughter. A moment later, the woman began to tear one of the worms on her head in half. The child, frightened, spread her legs in front of the monster. Suddenly, the monster began to envelop the child's leg. The little girl began to tap her foot on the floor to get rid of the unwanted guest. Opening her mouth wide, the demoness screamed that this was indeed her daughter, but did not understand what the doctor had done to her. The woman transformed into a human and held her fingers to her mouth. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in alarm and wondered what was wrong with her, when suddenly the system reported that the formation of the evil spirit blood child had been completed, and it had managed to change the original form and adjust the child's outlook on life and values to match the owner's previous settings. The AI reported that the evil spirit blood child was in its infancy stage and showed its characteristics, and the protagonist put his fingers to his chin and said that her appearance had definitely changed compared to before, and she also had a strong sense of tameness and fear. Suddenly, the doctor raised one eyebrow as he came up with an idea. The pharmacist shouted that she needed to stand at attention, to which the little girl's eyes bulged. At the same time, the child put her legs together and pressed her arms to her body. Putting his fists on his hips, the doctor told her to turn to the left, and then fell silent. Smiling broadly, the boy thought about how obedient she was, and suggested that it was her obedience that was draining her strength, then noted that she was developing a sense of duty and pride as she grew older. The pharmacist looked away with a bright eye, realizing that this was not very good for the patients. Leaning down, the young man mentally said that they were trying to find the best way to satisfy the customers. Gritting his teeth in alarm, the doctor called out to the madam. The surgeon declared that her daughter was actually completely healthy, when suddenly dark veins appeared on the woman's white eye. Holding the little girl in his arms, Lennon muttered that if she was sure that this was her child, she could be adopted. Touching the child's cheek with his fingertip, the protagonist said that the baby could call her mother, after which she repeated this. The three heroes' pupils bulged and abruptly fell silent. The child closed her eyelids. At that moment, the little girl reached out to kiss the bloody-clad evil spirit on the cheek. A notification appeared that the mental state had decreased by 20 units, when suddenly the entity stuck out its tongue and screamed that this was impossible, because it could not be her daughter. She grabbed her head with her hands and complained that she had the power of 1,000 evil spirits, and that she herself was made of countless anger and hatred, after which she added that her daughter must be more perverted and disgusting than her mother. Pointing her finger at the child, the woman screamed that only innocence was visible in her, and something definitely terrible, like purity, was in her eyes. Streams of dark magic enveloped the demonist's body, while she screamed that this was a nightmare, and her daughter remained silent. Sticking her tongue out of her mouth, the girl suddenly declared that this was an illusion. Black energy flew towards the little girl, and her mother screamed that this could just be an illusion. Grabbing the child with both hands, the entity screamed that it was just like her transforming into a beautiful woman to lure and prey, and that was how it should be, and that underneath that innocent exterior was an evil and vile soul. The sweet girl began to touch her mother's face with her palms, when suddenly a notification appeared that the mental state had decreased by 20 points. Opening her mouth wide, the demoness began to scream loudly. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, Lennon called out to his client. Falling to the floor, the woman exclaimed that usually her offspring were evil spirits that were her evil extensions, and they had to transform into perverted creatures, while the protagonist wondered if she was okay. Lowering her lower lip, the evil spirit in bloody clothes declared that it was him. Sticking out terrifying worms from her mouth, the entity asked what kind of tricks this was, and it turned out that the danger level had reached 91%. Opening her fang jaws, the monster screamed that the doctor was a corpse. The protagonist tried to push the child away, grabbing him under the shoulders with both hands. The little girl's eyes widened in delight. At the same moment, she reached out with her tongue to the face of her terrible mother. The demoness lowered the corners of her mouth in bewilderment. The eyes on the monster's hand began to glow brightly. The doctor held the child forward, and his mother muttered for him to stay away, when suddenly a notification appeared that the danger level had dropped to 51%. Banging her head on the wooden shutters, the woman screamed that this was simply impossible, and that she could not be her daughter, and the artificial intelligence reported that the hero had launched the evil mother mission, in which he must force the grieving mother to accept the fact that the bloody child is her daughter and eliminate the negative attitude towards him. The protagonist, slightly lowering his eyelids, thought about the fact that this system really considered it necessary to foist all sorts of strange tasks on them, but he did not understand whether this evil spirit could get rid of anger, although in fact this was only possible with the help of this child. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. Pressing the tip of his finger against the child's cheek, the doctor asked if the woman was happy that she had such a beautiful and healthy daughter. Spreading her claws, the entity sighed heavily and asked to be allowed to ask if the doctor would be happy if he saw his own child growing up as a ghost. The apothecary asked why he shouldn't be happy, to which the girl smirked and remained silent. Lennon's eyes seemed to glow brightly, and the evil spirit in bloody clothes remembered that this man was one of those perverts who were interested in scary evil spirits like her, and the three would say that they would certainly be happy if their children grew up like ghosts. At that moment, the entity tilted its head down. Pressing her palms to her knees, the woman noted that the doctor would be happy to look like a ghost, when she suddenly asked if he would still be happy if his daughter looked like her. The child's eyes widened in surprise, when the pharmacist suddenly asked if his daughter would look like that. Closing his eyes next to her face, the protagonist exclaimed that she was cute and would be the happiest if that were the case, to which the demoness screamed that he could eat as cute as this ghost, and that was wrong. Putting her hand out to the side, the evil spirit in bloody clothes told them to stop this circus, after which she added that this doctor did this to her daughter, so she would never forgive him, and then decided to drop the question for now and ask permission to just ask him a question. At the same second, Linen raised the ends of his eyebrows in amazement, and asked if she really wanted her child to become an evil perverted monster with tentacles. Squinting, the protagonist asked her how she herself thought about whether she would like an evil creature that immediately attacks as soon as it sees her or prefers a cute child who says the word mom when they meet. The little girl called out to her mother, her eyes widening in delight. The worms crawled near the woman's face, and the system reported that the pacification experience had increased by 2 units. Squinting contentedly, the doctor asked whether it was true that she herself wanted the child to be kind and bright both externally and internally, after which he added that she was an evil spirit, and due to the shackles of tradition, had never dared to admit it to herself. The enraged woman released her tentacles right into the pharmacist's face, and screamed that she was asking him to stop this nonsense. At that very second, the surgeon tried to protect the child, pushing her aside. The child screamed, her eyes widening in amazement. The demoness fell to her knees and remained silent. The guy closed his lips and mentally said that everything was ready and that he already understood how to fight her. Raising the corners of his eyebrows, Linen said that in fact, deep down, the interlocutor agreed with what he said. The protagonist offered to tell her again about the unpleasant smell, to which the evil spirit in bloody clothes frowned and cried out that she could not stand cleanliness. Grinning, the protagonist noted that the madam could not hide it from him, after which he clarified whether she could not see it. The entity widened her eyes, and the doctor said that when she was in human form, she acted more confidently, and then said that he especially noticed her eyes, which were full of the charm of a beautiful girl. Approaching the demoness face, the pharmacist explained that she could not pretend, because this feeling filled her heart, when he suddenly clarified whether it was true that she also had a perfect face and body. The girl's round green eyes reflected the light. Clenching her jaw tightly, the interlocutor began to complain, when suddenly the doctor interrupted her and asked her not to be angry, but to listen to him until the end. Taking a step in the opposite direction from the evil spirit in bloody clothes, the pharmacist said that earlier she said that she catches and kills prey using charms. But this is a dark world and there are very few creatures like people in it, after which he added that one beautiful appearance is not enough, to which she remained silent in bewilderment. Putting his thumb up in front of himself, the guy explained that both of her faces could charm him, so he would not mention it. Confusedly lowering the corners of his mouth, the surgeon explained that in this way she really does not need to turn into a beauty to lure prey, and then added that she does this because she strives for beauty with all her heart. The evil spirit in bloody clothes kept silent with her hands on her hips, when suddenly the system reported that the danger level was 41%. Putting his finger to the girl's neck, Linen suggested that although the madam was indeed an evil spirit, such an entity that seeks beauty should not be ugly, and then added that she was definitely not a broken evil monster, as she had said earlier, and the artificial intelligence reported that the danger level had dropped to 31%. Stroking the woman's head with his palm, the protagonist noted that, for example, in his eyes she was very beautiful not only externally, but also internally, and radiated this light of a mother, after which he exclaimed that this incredible light of the heart, which is more humane than himself. The danger level dropped to 20%, when suddenly the protagonist turned back and suggested that the entity look at the fact that such a small child had hatched from the fragments of the evil spirit that she exuded. The protagonist asked her if she saw the truth about goodness and beauty in her heart, to which she widened her eyes in confusion, and the doctor decided that this was very good, and that he would take advantage of the victory. The system reported that the degree of crisis had been reduced to 0%, and the bloody evil spirit was now kind to the hero, after which the pharmacist raised his fingers and said that she, like a child, wanted to know why all the other evil spirits were distorted and destroyed, but he was the only one with a beautiful face and charming eyes. When he suddenly asked her if she really thought that such a small person could really turn the evil spirit, who, according to her, was broken, into such a cute and beautiful child, after which he cried out that he himself would not believe it. A notification appeared that the speech experience, ignoring skills and eloquence experience had increased by 1 unit, and the entity extended its palm forward and tried to object. The doctor pointed his index finger and exclaimed that the beautiful lady should take care of this child, because it was the most precious gift that was given to her from above, and then asked her to think about whether there was anyone in this world who would not like such a cute baby. A moment later, the pharmacist held the little girl out towards her mother. At that very moment, the evil spirit in bloody clothes put her palm to her temple. Smiling broadly, the doctor asked her opinion, to which she muttered that she thought there was some truth in his words. The system reported that the survival task was completed and told about the rewards received, to which the pharmacist winked with one eye and exclaimed that everything was done. Suddenly, the little girl threw herself into her mother's arms. The green eyes of the evil spirit in bloody clothes sparkled, and she thought about how she had never felt like this before, and what it meant to be a mother, because it was obvious that she should hate feelings like warmth and joy, but for some reason she enjoyed them. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist asked if the woman immediately felt a surge of joy and happiness, to which she replied that she was completely unusual. The protagonist explained that this was normal, because mothers are often perplexed the first time, after which he added that it was just like the first time you make love, you will feel embarrassed for the same reason, to which the entity frowned anxiously and remained silent. Suddenly, the girl began to turn her head from side to side. Gritting her teeth, the evil spirit exclaimed that she was a lively brat, but told him not to think that just a few words could change the fact that her child was the reason she would not be interested. Licking her upper lip with her tongue, the woman said that she now lived next door to him, and someday she would become interested again, after which she would sneak up on him at night and eat him. With her eyes wide with delight, the child exclaimed that it was true. Mother and daughter brought their faces close to each other and stuck out their tongues. Approaching the front door, the evil spirit in bloody clothes cried out that he needed to go, wait, and then see everything, to which he replied that she should not rush, because he was waiting for the next time. Sitting down on the table, Lennon sighed with relief and said that it was finally safe. Looking down slightly, the protagonist suggested that he still needed to improve his skills, and then added that otherwise, if he were to get into such a situation again, he might not be as lucky as he was now. It seemed as if the dark entity had spread its claws over the doctor's face, and he thought about the fact that this woman had said that she would come to him again, so she couldn't say exactly when she would get the idea to pounce on him. At that very second, the pharmacist lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. Turning his head towards the window, the doctor remembered that his teacher would return that evening, and then everyone would be safe. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the pharmacist noticed that he had previously been given a special reward. A notification about the contagious aura skill appeared, when suddenly Lennon spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that he wanted to learn it. A moment later, the protagonist frowned angrily. The protagonist headed towards the exit of the room. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his head up. The Black Knight appeared in front of his face, and the artificial intelligence notified him of its characteristics. The iron lantern emitted a bright light. Looking at the monster in the doorway, the doctor thought that this was another werewolf, and judging by the clothes and skills, it definitely belongs to the category of elite bosses. The guest said that he needed fairly strong combat weapons, to which the pharmacist dropped his jaw in bewilderment. Grasping the cloth bag with his fingers, the Death Knight said that this was a reward, and it should be enough. The system reported a new task in which he needed to prepare a powerful combat potion for the Black Knight, after which a grin appeared on Lennon's face, and he exclaimed that the guest should come in, because he had come to the right place, and in the entire Wandering Souls Alley, the most effective drugs are only in the Bloody Sauce store. The man asked if this was the only pharmacy in the area, to which the protagonist, reaching his hands to the top shelf, replied that all the others had closed because they did worse. With a wide smile, the protagonist asked the guest what kind of auxiliary potion he needed, and then added that their store had all kinds of medicines and a variety of categories, so his satisfaction was absolutely guaranteed. Taking a flask of green liquid in his hands, the doctor gave an example that this strength potion was a hit in their store, and it could significantly increase his attack power, and then offered to try it. The Death Knight's eyes instantly turned red. At the same second, the werewolf began to pour the contents of the container into his mouth. A moment later, the man frowned menacingly and remained silent. With his mouth wide open, the guest shouted that it was useless, because the increase in his combat abilities with this potion was almost insignificant, and then clarified whether the pharmacist was teasing him. The system reported that the danger level had increased to 10%, when suddenly the surgeon pressed his body against the shelf with medicines and asked the interlocutor to calm down, because he still had excellent medicines that were carefully prepared by the teacher, after which he noted that the danger value had increased, and if he could not satisfy it with a potion, then he would probably attack. Extending a flask of purple liquid, Lennon suggested that he try it, and this time he was absolutely guaranteed to be satisfied. The AI notified that the rage potion could greatly improve all-round abilities and cause the target to fall into a state of rage, when suddenly the Black Knight snatched the container from the doctor's hand. Opening his jaw, the werewolf began to drink the contents of the test tube. Looking away, Lennon thought that this was good, and this time the effect should satisfy him. Slamming his palm on the table, the Death Knight shouted that it was still not enough for him. The evil man cried out that this potion could only be useful for weak creatures, but for him these effects meant nothing, to which the protagonist lowered his chin and asked to wait a little while to look for something else. Suddenly the danger level increased to 20%, and the protagonist exclaimed for the guest to try it, to which he furiously opened his mouth and declared that it was garbage. The system reported that the danger level had increased again, while the doctor offered the Black Knight another potion, to which he wrinkled his forehead and said that it would only help with hemorrhoids. The danger level increased again, and the pharmacist held out a new medicine in his hand, which should be perfect, but received an answer that this one still did not work. Flexing his fists, the werewolf suggested that this store did not have a better medicine than a potion for hemorrhoids, after which he added that the pharmacist was wasting his time. The danger level reached a critical value, when suddenly the guy stood still, pressing his hands to his body. Alarmed, his eyes widened, the surgeon realized that the guest was going to do this. The Black Knight grabbed the hilt of his sword with his fingers, while the danger level reached almost 100%. Spreading his palms out to the sides, Linen asked the man to wait, because they still had one more potion left in the store, so he thought that it would definitely satisfy his requirements. But he needed a little time, because the potion had to be prepared on the spot. The werewolf's eyes glowed bright red, and he was surprised by what he heard. Raising his fist, the protagonist exclaimed that if he was disappointed, he had the right to kill him right there and then, to which he remained silent. Bowing his head forward, the Death Knight paused, and the danger level sharply dropped to 5%. The werewolf rested his sword on the floor and said that he was giving him half an hour to finish it, but if he could not find a way to satisfy him, there would be problems. The man frowned angrily and declared that he would definitely kill him. The protagonist lowered his jaw in fear, and the system showed the characteristics of the critical strike potion. Standing in front of the table in the lab, the doctor noted that he now needed to step over death, and then added that he hoped that this formula would be able to satisfy the client. Pouring out body parts from the bag, the pharmacist said that fortunately, the materials that were bought in the morning were just ready for use, after which he continued that the most difficult to access was the biological tissue at the root level, because it was obtained at night when he treated the teeth of a bounty hunter. Squinting, the doctor thought about the fact that although his level of medical perfection was not very high, but under the mentorship of the teacher for 2 years, his skills had improved significantly. It seemed like Mentor Lennon was sorting through flasks with liquids in his hands. Frowning angrily, the protagonist exclaimed that he was starting work. Taking a small stick in his hands, the protagonist decided to grind the powder first, after which the system reported that the hero had ground the medicinal powder and received 1 unit of processing experience. Stirring the contents of a large vat, the healer said that he then needed to extract the pulp and clean the mucus, when suddenly a notification appeared that he had managed to extract the pulp of a burst fruit and extract the mucus, which increased the processing experience. Throwing white fangs into the cauldron, the surgeon explained that after this he needed to add the wings of a black bat and the fangs of a tarantula. A moment later, Lennon began to stir the contents of the container with a stick. The ingredients inside the vat began to sink into the liquid, and the system reported that the hero had managed to improve the critical strike potion. Putting several filled flasks on the table, the protagonist said that the guest had been waiting for a long time, but this was his special critical strike potion. Grinning viciously, the Black Knight asked the doctor if he was sure that this was the best potion they had, and then explained that he was assessing the situation sensibly, so if he failed to please him, he would be killed. The surgeon, lowering the corners of his lips, exclaimed that he absolutely guaranteed his satisfaction, and then thought about whether he would be able to overcome this threshold depended on the effect of the potion. At that very moment, the Death Knight opened the flask with the potion. Looking up, the man cried out that the contents smelled good. Squinting, the werewolf did not understand why the strength in his body began to grow just from the smell. The menacing monster began to pour the potion into his mouth. Lennon, standing in front of the guest, was silent. Suddenly, the evil spirit threw the flask down, causing the shards to fly apart. Clenching his fist tightly, the Black Knight thought about power. Smiling widely, the werewolf realized that he clearly felt that the power of his entire body was practically screaming. A silhouette of a dancer appeared in front of him, and he assumed that it was like a wild woman dancing inside him, and every cell of his body was trembling. Grinning, the protagonist mentally said that the effect of this potion was not bad. Suddenly, the clothes on the warrior's body were torn, and he began to scream loudly. Veins were visible on the werewolf's arm, and he asked for more to drink. Swinging his fists from side to side, the monster made loud sounds. The pharmacist grabbed the table with his palms while his guest shouted that this was a very strong medicine, and he had wandered around hell for many years. But he had never tried a potion that could increase combat power so much, so it was too wonderful. With his pupils bulging, the man wondered what kind of potion it was that had such an explosive effect, and the system reported that the danger level had decreased to 0%. Lennon brought his fingers to his mouth, coughed, and began to tell his story. Gritting his teeth while smiling, the protagonist exclaimed that this was their special critical damage potion, and then added that he definitely deserved to have such a potion. Raising his fists, the werewolf shouted that he did not expect that such a strong potion actually existed in a place where birds shit, because with its help he would be able to crush this demon hunter. Scratching his head, the pharmacist muttered that although the effect of this potion is very strong, but as a responsible seller, he wants to remind you of something. Making a gesture with his fingers, the surgeon explained that this potion has minor side effects, and however, the specific type of side effects has yet to be studied. Frowning angrily, the Black Knight asked the doctor again. Showing off his muscles, the man cried out that you need to look at his exploding body and terrifying strength, and now he is not even afraid of death, not to mention the side effects. The door to the room swung open with the wind. The knight's hair began to fly to the sides. The protagonist raised the corners of his eyebrows in fear. The werewolf's skull was almost bald. Smiling widely, the man told the fool to look at what a perfect muscle he has. The alarmed protagonist took a breath of air. Pointing his finger forward, the guy tried to say what happened to the Death Knight. The healer lowered his chin and said that it seemed like the side effects were making themselves felt, to which the guest cried out that he hadn't felt it at all. The young man smiled in confusion and asked about touching his head. At that moment, the Black Knight reached his fingers towards his skull. The werewolf began to slap his head with his palm. Suddenly, his pupils visibly narrowed in bewilderment. With their eyes bulging, the interlocutors were silent. The hair fell on the floor and the man muttered about his hair on the ground and that it was the side effect the seller had mentioned, but he could still hear the sound. The spotlight fell on the heroes, who were saying nothing to each other. With his mouth wide open, the monster screamed that he would kill him, to which Lennon asked if the guest had ever told him that he wasn't afraid of death, and why he was worried about such a small side effect. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the Death Knight cried out that he had not been told that the baldness effect was possible. Frowning, the protagonist said that although the undead was now bald, he had enormous strength. Bringing two fingers closer to each other, the protagonist objected that this was a small price to pay for such power, to which the interlocutor remained silent. Wrinkling his forehead, the man said that he had always been a fighter who pursued great strength, but he really did not expect this. Clenching his jaws tightly, the werewolf was indignant that his image of a long-haired knight had now disappeared, and now the Black Knight would be without beautiful white hair, but the effect of this potion was truly amazing, because the speed of strength growth almost doubled after drinking it, and this is excellent. Suddenly, the evil spirit touched the doctor's white coat with his fingers. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the monster wondered what it meant to go bald, and what baldness meant compared to gaining such incredible power. The undead's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size. Dropping his jaw, the Death Knight shouted that he had come to terms with going bald, but he didn't understand why his head still blinked like a light bulb, and whose other heads had been turned into flashlights that still blinked. Lennon put his fingers to his forehead, asking his guest to calm down, and suggested that this was also one of the side effects, and then asked if the addition of several special effects emphasized his uniqueness. The werewolf squeezed his eyes tightly shut. Slapping his face with his palm, the man asked how much it cost. Raising his finger, the protagonist stated that it cost 1,000 skull coins, and it was definitely worth the money, then asked how many more of these potions he needed, and including the bottle that he had drunk, there were only 10 of them. Slamming his palm on the table, the man said that he wanted everything. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy said that there could be side effects, and then asked if there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the healer spread his fingers wide in front of his face. Grabbing the young man by the clothes, the werewolf shouted that his head now looked like this, and then asked if the doctor thought that he was still afraid of going bald, when he suddenly screamed that all the potions needed to be collected for him, and if he dared to argue, he would die. The iron lamp illuminated the bald skull of the undead. Waving his hand from side to side, the protagonist thanked the guest for the purchase and asked him to come again. The werewolf advanced into the distance, and the apothecary cried out that if he needed such a medicine next time, he could give a discount of 1%. The Black Knight was seen riding on a horse. Suddenly, the werewolf jumped down. The Death Knight, opening his jaw, said that he had come, and thought that he was too timid to fight, and would not dare to come. Then it seemed like a man holding a gun in his hand. The monster bared his teeth menacingly. The shooter, frowning angrily, told the Black Knight that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The Black Knight and the hunter stood opposite each other. Grabbing his sword, the guard said that today he would be the hunter. Okeros, pouring mana into the sword, laughed, saying that 10 years ago he could not do this, and now nothing will change. He desperately ran here to die from his sword. The guard uncorked the lid of the potion. He drank the contents of the potion. Throwing aside the flask, the dead man said to approach. Okeros, frowning, said that now a strong impulse emanates from him, but even his magic potion is useless. Grinning widely, he said that no matter how many medicines there are, the gap between them is insurmountable, but seeing his persistence, he is willing to give him a chance. The hunter frowned sharply. Okeros noticed that the enemy's helmet was shining. It seemed that there was some strange sound effect. The helmet was shining brightly. The hunter gritted his teeth and said that he seemed to have prepared some powerful hidden weapon so that he could deal with him. The dead man opened his mouth and said that the Knights of Hell never used hidden weapons, like rats. The man stared at the gleam with his mouth open. He pointed his finger at him, saying that he shouldn't dare say that he didn't hide anything in his helmet, and he had just heard a sound right in his helmet. The guard hit his head and said that he just needed to know that it wasn't it. The hunter began to circle around the enemy, proposing various options. The dead man clenched his fist and screamed, denying all options. Okeros had to cover his eyes because of the bright light. Taking off his helmet and showing his bald head, the guard said that this was just a small price to pay for defeating him, although he was now bald, but at least he had become stronger. The warrior swung his sword and said that according to this human child, his critical strike was already ripe for him to deliver, and that day would be his funeral. The bright light made Okeros cover his face with his hand. The guard delivered his blow. The huge sword destroyed a small stone mound. There was a loud knock on the door. The protagonist parted his lips and greeted the guest. The wounded Okaros stood in the doorway. Linen, surprised, asked where the new wounds came from after only a day. The man, entering, said that he needed to stop talking nonsense and hurry up to heal him. Then the system reported the launch of the quest to heal the hunter. Sitting on a stool, the man said that he met one loser, but they had not fought much with him before. It was unknown what kind of medicine the guard was taking, but suddenly he became very strong. Okaros slammed the table and said that this guy was cutting people with knives in his hands with his critical damage. He raised his hand and said that he was especially bothered by that bald head that flashed wildly every time he was about to attack. It blinded him, and he couldn't attack at all. The guardian must have enchanted his forehead with sacred attributes. When the protagonist turned around, the man said that he seemed to have drunk that pink potion. When he found out who gave him that cursed potion, he would kill and burn them. The young man looked back, realizing that the Black Knight had bought the potion to deal with that hunter, so now he was in danger again. Smiling, Linen mentally said that it was very good that he didn't suspect him, otherwise he would have had to hurry. Turning around, the guy said with a smile on his face that there were several bottles of recovery potion, one of which cost 200 skull coins. After using it, guaranteed that he would be alive and well. The hunter, taking the vessel in his hand, noticed a pink potion. He immediately frowned, realizing that the knight had drunk exactly the same bottle of potion. Then he greedily drank that potion. The protagonist screamed in shock. The man, grabbing him, said that he knew how to pretend innocence, but he could not even imagine that he had given that potion to the bald knight. Linen, raising his hand, asked what kind of medicine it was. The hunter screamed, saying that he saw how that bald loser knocked over a bottle of potion before the decisive fight with him. Now exactly the same bottle was lying on his table. The guy asked him if he was talking about the Black Knight on horseback, smiling nervously. The young man smiled and said that this customer came to his shop to buy a batch of potions. He rewarded him so generously, giving him 10,000 skull coins. Okaros frowned, asking what kind of medicines they were. The protagonist, looking at the man who grabbed him, realized that he had an opportunity to make money. Coins would fall from the sky. Raising his hand, the young man said that their shop had started selling a critical potion. It would help him deal critical damage, and this is an indispensable choice for killing. The man, frowning, asked the young man why he was helping the dark creature kill its own kind. Extending a finger, Linen asked him not to jump to conclusions. Besides, he did not know that the Dark Knight was going to kill him. Extending a second finger, he said that this guard came to him to buy things and spend a lot of money, so he could not refuse him. Extending a third finger, he said that he could buy the potion and kill him calmly. Okaros gritted his teeth and asked if he couldn't treat others the way he wanted to be treated. The man let go of the boy, realizing that this traitor was clearly trying to trick him, but he didn't see any other way to deal with the Black Knight. He grinned and asked how much the potion cost. The protagonist, extending 2 fingers, said that the price per unit was 2,000. Since he was of the same race and a regular customer, he would give him a 20% discount. The barrel of the revolver was at the boy's forehead. Okaros, smiling, said that he could also kill him and rob the store. Linen fell to his knees, saying that they were blood relatives of the same race. They say that he relies on his parents at home and hopes for his brothers when leaving the nest. Such a relationship between them is better than parents. The boy started crying and said that his words about killing hurt his heart too much. Okaros screamed when he heard him saying that he would not kill him, so he should lower his hand. Linen immediately stopped crying and let go of his hand. Holding out a bag of money, Okaros told him to stop talking nonsense. Then he asked how much the bald loser bought the potions for and how much he would sell them to him for. The protagonist smiled widely. Putting the potions on the table, he said that there were 10 bottles of critical potion plus the healing potion that he had just given to treat wounds, a total of 16,900 coins from him, but rounding them up would make 17,000. The man carefully examined the contents of the potion. Linen bowed to Okaros, saying goodbye to him. Then the system informed him that the mission to treat the hunter had been completed. The protagonist, taking the coin in his hand, said that he had earned it too easily. As he walked back into the house, the boy remembered that one of the medicines made people go bald, so he should start a hair transplant business. The events take us to another part of hell. A guard of hell was riding a horse. Looking around, he said that the demon hunter was seriously injured and could not run far. Looking out one of the alleys, the dead man said that if he killed him, he could greatly improve his combat rating in the dark world, and after all, hundreds of years have passed, so he would not miss this chance. Someone's figure appeared behind him. The knight immediately turned around. The dead man frowned when he saw his target. A bright light emanated from the figure in front of him. The rays of the sun reflected off the head. The bald Okaros frowned. The dead man's mouth opened in shock. The two bald rivals stared at each other. Taking out his blade from its sheath, Okaros said that they could now continue their battle. The dead man frowned even more. The man rubbed his bald head, saying that he had become bald, but at the same time he had become stronger. He should not think that only he could become bald, Now he would stand aside, because he was better. The dead man's bald head glowed brightly. Then he said that they had returned to their original positions, but compared to him, he was shining brighter. Suddenly, all of the hunter's muscles bulged. Then he said that it was his light that was shining brighter and blinked much more often than his. Bowing his head, the guardian said that his glow was still brighter. Okeros frowned. The guardian of hell also frowned. They turned into reflections and rushed towards each other. A moment later, their blades crossed. Grinning widely, the guardian said that he had become bald, but even so he was not on par with him, so he would give in to him, allowing himself to be copied. The two opponents moved around the battlefield, arguing all the time. The protagonist touched the system panel when the system congratulated him on getting an achievement. Lannon smiled when he saw that his level had increased to 6. The system also opened a new function, vision. Vision was a product of the dark world, the vision area intersecting with the dark world and the mirror world stretched for millions of years. While the creature was within the dark world, it could enter the system through the vision stone. Lannon is able to exchange information with others. After dying from monsters in the vision, he will be thrown out of there, but it will not cause much damage to the real body. The young man rubbed his chin, saying that according to the description, it looks like a conscious world in a virtual network. Looking at the panel, the guy asked if he did not need to use the introduction stone to enter the system. The system responded saying that the system successfully entered his data. The cost of entering this system is 500 skull coins. The protagonist heard it and screamed, saying that it was expensive. Poking at the skill icon, he still decided to check. The flow of mana passed him. The young man's body began to dissolve. Soon only part of his face remained. Lannon moved into the void. A lonely monster hovered above him. Looking around, the guy studied the world. The system informed him about the successful completion of the check. Looking at the monster's eye, the protagonist realized that the Supreme Will might be somehow connected to the eyes above his head. Maybe it's the god of vision of this dark world. Looking at the panel, he asked the system how it was connected to this Supreme Will. It answered by saying that they were not connected in any way. Seeing the price that the system asked, Lannon looked at his hand and said that there were many mysteries in this world. Looking at the silhouettes in front of him, the protagonist realized that he could recognize everyone by simply paying the system. Looking into the distance, the guy said that there was no one at the borders. Apparently, it was divided into regions. According to the system, there were 900 cities here, probably a large territory. It must include information about the Alley of Souls. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when the system said that he could request information about the battles near the Alley of Wandering Souls, where the Demon Hunter and the Black Knight were currently fighting. The young man looked at the silhouettes in front of him. He tapped the panel and asked what it could be. The guy pressed the accept button. As soon as the coins were debited from his account, Lannon's surroundings changed. Now the guy could look at the alley through the veil. He saw two bright flashes colliding in battle. Seeing the warriors crossing blades, Lannon asked why they were fighting again. The system panel popped up in front of him. A certain commentator began to describe the fight. In an instant the number of viewers exceeded 2,000, and 5,000 likes were collected. The young man frowned, not understanding what was happening. Smiling, the guy mentally said, if he can establish his own store here and develop a business, it will be much more convenient for him to sell medicines and potions. He frowned again, saying that he was not the only one who could enter the vision, his teacher too. But then why didn't he use this method of advertising? Lannon touched his seal. His eyebrows rose in surprise when he saw that there were also regional broadcasts. In the chat, many were writing, discussing the protagonist's pharmacy. Many were timidly saying not to go there. The protagonist did not stop frowning, looking at the chat. Poking at the panel, he said that he must immediately refute the rumors, otherwise it will have a bad effect on the store's reputation. Suddenly, he stopped, seeing the blood spirit icon. He clicked on her icon. On her channel, a photo of her daughter was posted. Many were puzzled by this. Next, she posted her tentacle. The ghost, seeing this, said that when he went into that store yesterday morning, this doctor was sitting and tinkering with something. It was unclear whether it was her daughter. Under two photos of limbs, the evil queen demanded to tell all the details. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that now she knows everything. He clicked on the exit button. Lannon's mouth opened, as if struck by electricity. He straightened up with a scream. Lannon immediately went to close the door, realizing that a guest might come to him. As he was about to close the door, the woman's hand stopped him. The spirit smiled, asking the guy why he was closing so early. Was he afraid of something? The young man covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he was not feeling very well, so he wanted to close the store early and rest. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she said that she initially wanted to thank him for caring for her daughter. The protagonist stepped back, sensing danger. Abruptly moving to him, the girl said that he should accept her gratitude, even though it was not needed. Lannon looked at his feet, sensing danger. Sweat began to actively flow down his face. The danger level reached 90%. Suddenly, an old woman entered the drugstore, asking if he was already closing. The girl frowned when she saw her. The old woman smiled, looking at the spirit. The protagonist, smiling broadly, said that he was a little unwell, so he wanted to close early today and rest. She responded by saying that she had grown old, and no one treated her like an old woman. But what he gave her today, maybe there was something else that had not been used for many days. The boy approached her, saying that he had just collected something that might interest her. He could show her something right now. The young man handed the scavenger the long hair of the demon hunter and the dark knight. The old woman stopped smiling, saying that when she crossed that alley, she saw two strangers fighting. Her eyes hurt from their blinking. It turned out that his eyes had gone bald. Raising her pupils, the old woman said that she never thought that people who had recently appeared in their alley would establish such connections, and he was a serious young man. This time she would not take anything, but would he mind if she took a short rest in his store? Hugging the guest, the young man said that he would be only glad. The guy sighed, mentally saying that, fortunately, the old woman had come in time, otherwise his life would have been in danger. While the old woman was nearby, the spirit would not be able to harm him. The scavenger, looking at the woman, asked who it was. The young man, pointing at her, introduced her as a patient and part-time neighbor who had recently moved in. Adjusting her hat, the evil spirit said that since he was busy, she would leave him. In the evening she planned to cook a delicious dinner, and would very much like to invite him. Opening her mouth, the blonde said that she hoped that he would not refuse her. At that moment the system gave the young man a task. Lannon smiled nervously. He waved after the woman who was leaving. When she left, Lannon sighed, saying that he hoped that he would never see her again. The old woman, smiling, asked to give her a snack. Then she said that he did not need to do anything that could provoke the ghosts to go against him. Otherwise they would haunt him until the end of time. The guy, hearing her words, thanked her. Waving her hand, the scavenger said that it was a small thing. If not for him, their alley would have ceased to exist long ago. Turning around, she said that the old woman could help him only once. Starting to leave, the old woman said that what happened to him next was none of her business. So Lannon was left alone. This time he managed to avoid trouble, but next time he might not be lucky. The guy looked at his watch, hoping that the teacher would return this evening. The lamp lit up. Walking around the room, the protagonist realized that the teacher would not return today, and it would soon be night. Looking outside, the young man said that he had only two options. The first was to stay in the store and survive, or, if luck turned away from him, like last night, he would meet his death. Of course, Lannon could go to dinner with the woman in red, but this was more creepy, because the space outside the pharmacy was immersed in darkness. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he needed to calm down. Then he opened his eyes. Having collected mana in a sphere, the young man decided to first turn to the chats and look for information. In one of the chats, a ghost asked the Queen of Spirits if she had already killed that person. She answered, saying that he was lucky, because a scavenger was passing by. The skeleton, hearing this, advised him to be careful with her. Suddenly, two messages appeared in the chat, the Queen of Evil Spirits asking Lannon if he was here. The boy closed his mouth and immediately closed the chat. He smiled nervously, saying that it was all over. Now he had to go to this banquet, even if he didn't want to. Having calmed down, the boy said that he couldn't hide from danger, so he had to take the initiative and attack first. He took the revolver. Having fully equipped himself, the pharmacist left the house. His foot stepped into the darkness. The boy's foot froze. A storm of ghosts raged right in front of him. The boy gritted his teeth, seeing their eyes. Summoning the system panel, he stared at it. The protagonist rubbed his chin. Walking in the middle of the darkness, he said that if a person was physically unable to resist the darkness, then he could always outwit it. The boy walked away from his house. Soon he found himself near the house of the Queen of Evil Spirits. The boy's lips trembled. He touched the door. Entering inside, the boy announced his arrival. Lannon walked down a dark corridor. He picked up his lamp. There were chains and bodies everywhere. The dried bodies of the dead hung upside down. The protagonist's eyes widened. He poked the dead man in the face, saying that he was not as handsome as he was. The boy calmly walked between the corpses. Soon he saw a table in front of him. Approaching it, he began to look around, trying to find Madame. Lannon was alone in the room. The young man put the lamp on the table. The queen, looking in the mirror, saw him, and how many spectators were watching her. Holding a glass of wine in her hand, she said that the doctor had finally looked in on them. Now they should wait and admire the spectacle. The bloody doll, looking at the seated Lannon, said that killing him now was not the best idea. After all, he was a student of the bloody saw, and he could finish them all off. The ghost replied, saying that their queen could not be afraid of the saw. The woman, raising her hat, said that it would be too easy to simply kill this boy. It would be better to break his spirit, and then calmly enjoy his face distorted with fear. Touching her daughter's crib, the queen said that she would return the horror that he had done to her daughter. She snapped her fingers and made the worms move. Taking one of the monsters in her arms, she told him to look at what she had come up with. The woman squeezed and pulled the monster sharply. The protagonist yawned. The chains suddenly began to move. Lannon opened his eyes sharply. Many chains dropped. The dead people bound by the chains began to rise. The protagonist shook his head, saying that he had simply imagined it all. The boy did not move. He turned his head sharply. Looking at the approaching dead people, he said that he thought he had not imagined anything. The boy jumped up from his place. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then the young man opened them. The corpse extended its hand to him. Lannon frowned. He tried to simply watch and not make any sudden movements. As soon as he turned away for a second, these creatures in front of him would come and devour him. The young man opened his eyes wide. Now he couldn't even blink. His eyes started to water. Suddenly, his eyes closed. The boy immediately opened them. Lannon screamed in horror at the sight of the monster in front of him. While the young man was trying to come to his senses, many in the chat were mocking and rejoicing at his reaction. The queen, baring her teeth, said that this was just the beginning. Suddenly, she abruptly stopped smiling. The protagonist stuck his hands in the dead man's mouth. From among his teeth, he pulled out a gold tooth. The young man smiled contentedly, looking at it. Then he patted the dead man on the shoulder, saying that he didn't expect him to have such good teeth. While Lannon was smiling, looking at the corpse, the ghost in the chat was saying that gold was very valuable in the human world, like their skull coins. The boy ducked. Looking at the second mummy, he realized that they had a lot of strength. The protagonist took the dagger in his hand. All 4 spectators froze in shock. The blade rushed towards the mummy. Lannon pierced the dead man's bottom with the blade. The spirit queen was horrified. The protagonist continued to stick the dagger in one place. Soon the mummy fell to the floor. The protagonist carefully approached the second mummy. He swung to strike. The young man stabbed the blade into the corpse. The spectators were terrified to see this. Lannon smiled, asking who was next. The spirit queen clenched her jaw. Looking at the mirror, she ordered the young man to be killed and removed the restraints. The mummies' bodies began to move. One of them opened its mouth. The protagonist raised the blade. Then he ran towards the mummies. Lannon moved among the mummies. He stabbed each of his enemies with his blade. Blood spurted from the monster's wounds. The queen slapped herself in the face. The protagonist ran to the exit. Looking at the corpses of the mummies, the ghost skull and others tried to understand how this even happened. Continuing to look at the corpses, the ghost heard a familiar voice. Lannon knocked down the door. Holding the sword in front of him, the young man shouted, saying, "Don't you dare scare him." He was starting to lose his patience. The monsters froze, looking at him. The crowd gaped. The eyes of the monsters were wide open. The protagonist, holding a chainsaw, began to cut the corpses. The queen, looking at the mirror, watched him. The guy frowned. The fear level of the bloody doll in front of him increased rapidly. Holding a chainsaw in his hand, Lannon said that so many experience points were added in vain, and creatures with these names. The young man shrugged. He threw the corpses out the window. Then he looked at the flask. The protagonist poured himself some wine. Lannon, sitting in a chair, began to drink it. The ghosts were infuriated by the soft smile on the guy's face. The queen smiled and said that this doctor was still a weak little man. She squeezed the worm again, saying that since he was not afraid of the corpses, they should come up with something more sophisticated. The guy raised his glass of wine and frowned. He turned around abruptly, asking what kind of tricks those were. The protagonist saw a painting behind him. The woman in the painting looked like the Queen of Spirits. The doctor approached her and asked where an oil painting from the world of people came from. Lannon carefully examined the object in front of him. The darkness approached his feet. The woman's eyes sparkled. The protagonist parted his lips, and at that moment someone's hand touched his shoulder. The guy turned around abruptly. The ghost opened her mouth. The young man smiled calmly, looking at the ghost. The viewers who saw this started writing in the chat, saying that this kind of illusory ghost is the most terrifying. The queen agreed, saying that even she would be a little scared. Adjusting her hair, the blonde said that the guy was already so scared that he could not move. Lannon, smiling, greeted the ghost, calling her a beauty. The demons gaped in shock. Even the queen herself opened her mouth in amazement. The demons froze with their mouths open in shock. The young man, grabbing the ghost by the hand, said that he knew that this was just a show, and she was just an extra hired by the evil queen, so they cannot waste time and have a good meal together. Pulling back the chair, the guy told her to sit here. He, confused, turned around. The guy swung his hand. With one blow, Lannon tore off the girl's head. One of the demons frowned and was taken aback. Even some of the strongest demons could not keep their mouths closed. Seeing the boy flexing his hand, the ghost said that something was wrong, for the blow must have been too powerful to lose one's head from one blow. The protagonist grabbed the head. He raised it. Turning the head towards himself, the young man said that she should not scare people like that, because he could be a good girl. The ghost, opening her mouth, asked if he could really touch her. The boy, taking a flask with a potion in his hand, said that he was a pharmacist, and dealing with evil spirits was his job. How in her opinion could he operate on ghosts without knowing how to touch them? The girl silently stared at the boy. He grabbed her hand and introduced himself, asking her name. The queen grabbed her head, saying that this guy was too good. The more this illusion, the more he suits her appetite. The ghost opened her mouth again. Her eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, her brain burst out of her skull. The protagonist looked at her silently, not showing fear. The young man smiled, touched by her actions. The ghost had to run away from the lovesick guy. He managed to grab her hand. Holding her hands, Lannon said that he knew that she wanted to scare him, but she was not good enough at it, so he should show her what real horror was. The protagonist brought the girl's hand to her chest. When her hand touched her chest, he said that she would soon feel something warm, something that still had blood flowing through it. Smiling, he said that she was holding his heart, which was what she was touching now. The demon's eyes bulged. Some gaped in horror. The protagonist, standing still, felt their horror. He brought his face closer to the girl's face, saying that they should gradually pinch each other's hearts. This allows the target to clearly feel the fear that grips the heart. The ghost was horrified when the young man said that after all this they should make sure that the partner was watching, and saw how her hand slowly pulled the heart out of her chest. Soon the heart was on the girl's hand. She frowned, looking at it. The demons raised their eyebrows. Some of them froze, waiting for what would happen next. The Queen of Spirits jerked her whole body. Lannon parted his lips. The girl clenched her fist. The protagonist screamed sharply and raised his hand, frightening the ghost. The queen shuddered with fear. The demons also jerked, frightened by what they saw. Thus, the demons living in the network began to worsen their mental state. The protagonist, taking his heart, said not to worry, because this heart belongs to the great demon. It is not his, but he carries it with him. Lannon extended his finger and winked, saying that it was all brilliant. First it was necessary to strain the mind of the interlocutor, and then create scary effects. This would allow her opponents to break themselves and their spirit. The girl, falling to her knees, told the guy to get out. Lannon, paying attention to the system panel, realized that he had managed to scare many. The young man frowned, assuming that people were watching this as a reality show. In the chat, the Bloody Doll said that they needed to stop the live broadcast. The Skull Demon disagreed, saying that they could still win. The queen herself frowned. She wanted to fool the guy, but it turned out the opposite. The woman gritted her teeth, saying that at this point their live broadcast ended, she would personally go and kill this bastard. She looked at the mirror. Looking at the face in the mirror, she realized something. Soon the artifact turned off, stopped working. The protagonist stood in front of the painting. The chat was in chaos. The Bloody Doll asked not to take everything to heart. The Skull Demon, agreeing with her, told the queen to just cut off the boy with one blow. The blonde touched the mirror. Suddenly, she took on her demonic form. Blood dripped onto the floor, flowing through the boards. Drops of blood began to fall down. The Queen of Spirits, using blood, formed in another place. Grinning widely, she said that she had endured for too long, but today it will happen. The woman raised her hands. The ghost girl, pointing to the door, said that the guy said that he could not wait to meet her anymore, so he wanted to come in person. He had just walked out the door to find himself in the backyard. The queen's grin widened. Her body dissolved and rushed towards the passage. Soon she found herself in her garden, calling the protagonist. Lannon's figure flashed in the window. The blonde frowned, realizing that the impudent fellow was in her bedroom. She jumped. Having flown through the window, the blonde said that he was banned from going straight to hell. The woman froze, seeing her daughter in the arms of the guy. She frowned sharply. Stretching her tentacles towards him, she demanded that he let her daughter go. The protagonist, smiling calmly, said that she was demonstrating her hospitality in a very impolite manner, since she herself invited him to dinner. While the tentacles were wriggling, the blonde told the young man not to pretend to be kind, after everything he had done to her daughter. Clenching her fists and retracting her limbs, she said that he was to blame, but she still couldn't stop saying that her daughter was a reflection of her kindness, so she wanted to tear him to pieces. The boy raised his hand and said that he didn't care what she knew, but he had no intention of fooling her. Lightning struck in the clouds. The ghost and the man froze, looking away. Lannon stroked his head and said that the lightning struck so hard, right as he spoke, that should be enough to prove the truth of his words. The woman crossed her arms over her chest. Sitting down on the bed, the boy said that he admitted that it was his mistake, but she should understand that he did not wish her harm. Coming closer to the doctor, the queen told him not to make up excuses. He would see how long he could make things up as he went along. The boy responded by saying that if he had not corrected one thing in her, then perhaps the pig-headed demon would not have recognized her as his daughter, and would have rejected her. Lannon raised his hand and said that there was another reason why his words were true. The protagonist smiled weakly and said that he was scared to death. He was afraid that when her child completely turned into a good creature, she would kill him, because she was supposed to become an evil spirit. The queen opened her mouth and said that this was a reasonable explanation. She was her daughter after all. Lannon said that he wanted to use his knowledge and experience. He needed to see if he could make her more suitable for her requirements. The woman, twitching her tentacles, asked if he really wanted to practice his abilities on her child's face. The young man raised his hand. Scratching the back of his head, he said that he wanted a relationship with a cute girl. The Ghost Queen's eyes bulged. Waving his hands, the protagonist said that it was just a joke and should not be taken to heart. The tentacles rushed forward. The protagonist screamed, saying that he had a reason. The young man covered his face with his hands. The ghost, standing in front of him, asked what his reason was. Her pupils sparkled. The doctor, moving the tentacle away, said that he was a simple doctor and many of his patients were kind to him, and they became friends. Raising his hand, he said that these people would be very angry and upset if she killed him, then they would start to take revenge. Smiling, the guy said that the example was two bald men who still fight to the death. The queen frowned, asking if this witcher and the knight were really his friends. Did he really think that she would believe him? The guy carefully pulled his hand to his belt. Taking out two pistols, he said that whether to believe him or not was her business, but she probably understood everything from his weapon. The girl's pupils sparkled. She recognized the witcher's revolver. Opening her mouth, she asked where he got it from. The young man, twirling the revolver, said that they became friends and he gave it to him. Pointing his gun at her, he said that since the hunter had left the territory of the Alley of Wandering Souls, it would not take him long to get here. Okero sneezed. Then the protagonist put his hand into his cloak. A hair appeared in his hand. The queen, seeing the hair in his hand, asked what it was. The guy, smiling, said that it was a sign of their friendship with Uncle Hay. His hair with Gertie is the longest and coolest in the whole world. Lannon, holding out his hand, said that today, when he got his hair cut by his uncle, he said that there was a dark seal on him, troubles could haunt him, so he gave him this. Extending his finger, Lannon said that if any evil spirit dared to harm him, Uncle would feel it. Touching his head, the guy asked if there was a person who would dare to cut the hair of another who cares so much about his reputation. The guardian of hell sneezed. The Queen of Spirits frowned. She had fought both of them and knew that they were great fighters. According to them, if one of them had really shaved his head, he would have been dead long ago. Now it was clear why the guy in front of her, being so weak, was so confident. There were two warriors behind him, and very strong ones at that. The protagonist, looking at the girl in front of him, realized that she seemed to be bluffing. The tentacles began to wriggle again. Pointing at him, she said that the Witcher and the guard were always enemies. Even a friend of an enemy is his enemy. They cannot be his friends. The young man gaped and froze. The girl opened her mouth, asking if he really thought she could be deceived so easily. He closed his eyes, saying that she probably didn't know something. Raising her eyelids, she said that they might seem like sworn enemies, but in fact they were a couple of lovers who loved each other to death. The blonde's jaw dropped. The two combatants sneezed at the same time. They immediately jumped apart. Pointing his sword at the enemy, Okero said that he was the one who constantly cursed him and remembered him, making him sneeze. Gritting his teeth, the guard said that he would say this nonsense to others, and he himself slandered and mocked him in his thoughts. A moment later, they collided, turning into a flash. The protagonist, sitting down in a chair, said that they should not talk about them. It was better to discuss his teacher, his wandering soul in this alley, how many he sawed with his chainsaw, and he is his only student and heir. Turning his head, he said that there is also a scavenger. In their alley she loves him so much that she always treated him like her own grandson. The girl, looking at the boy in front of her, realized how she screwed up, although she wanted to cut him into pieces, but she should not underestimate his friends. Lannon frowned, realizing that she was discouraged by his last statement. Taking the stone in his hand, he asked if she had ever seen this. The Queen of Ghosts froze, realizing that it was a fragment of a tooth from one of the ghost hunters. She was horrified, remembering how she barely managed to escape from one of the jaws. The boy chuckled. Holding the piece in his hand, he said that she should know. Yesterday, many living beings died near the alley, but why did she think only the Alley of Wandering Souls escaped this fate? Opening her mouth, the blonde asked why this happened. The protagonist, smiling, said that one of the hunters was his friend. One day, a monarch with great power appeared in the world of darkness. During his reign, his subjects were well dressed and fed, and his soldiers wore armor worth millions. One day, the noble monarch insulted a monster of the highest rank by intending to subjugate it. The monster could not stand such humiliation and in one day destroyed all the creatures in the monarch's territory, leaving only ruins and bones from the once glorious kingdom. When the crown on the Lord's head fell, a new law was created in this dark world. The Spirit Queen frowned. Looking at the smiling youth in front of her, she said that perhaps he could deal with those he had just mentioned, but if this displeased the bounty hunters, she would die. They would find her and kill her in the most brutal way, even if she escaped to the upper world. Her grin widened. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the boy said that although he was weak, his connections with other beings were still very strong. Beaming, the young man said that neighbors should take care of each other, help each other in difficult situations and warm each other on cold nights. Besides, she was so beautiful and wise as an older sister. The queen frowned, seeing this smile, as if he was telling her that she herself wanted to sleep with him, but could not. Suddenly, even being frowning, she began to laugh. Her grin widened, as did her laughter. The blonde turned around abruptly. Turning around again, she said that close neighbors are not as good as relatives. Now they should get along well in the future. The queen's face returned to normal, for now she can restrain herself, but as soon as she gets the chance, she wanted to kill the guy. The girl in the protagonist's arms waved her hands in joy while he said that he did not intend to lie to her, but what he said earlier was a third lie. But all this is not to fool her, because he sees in her qualities that are not in other spirits. The lady tilted her head and was puzzled, but in her mind she said that the bastard was deceiving her. Suddenly, her face turned red when Lannon called her beautiful. Raising his hand, he said that her room was very nice and unlike those cold and nasty rooms in the dungeon. It was obvious that she carefully arranged her bedroom. The queen shook her head, saying that it happened by accident. Pointing at the room, the boy said that whether it was the walls, the bed, or the table and chairs, they all gave off a feeling of freshness and lightness that other evil spirits had never experienced. Touching the vase, he said that it was very difficult for this beautiful lily to survive in the dark world. It was only blooming like this thanks to her care. Blushing slightly, the girl said not to talk nonsense. The protagonist smiled. His attack training level had reached 50. Looking at the flower, he asked if she remembered that she couldn't stand her daughter's cute appearance. Rubbing his chin, he said that he wanted to ask her something. Pointing at the girl, he asked what happened to her outfit. She had just knitted this dress and vest. The dress on the girl's body had changed to another. The woman, stretching out her hand, said to refute his words. Lannon, closing his eyes, said that her child was just so cute that she wanted to kiss and hug him. Stepping forward, he said that in fact, there is nothing terrible about the fact that every mother wants to be close to her daughter and spend all her time with her. Coming closer, the protagonist said that the same applies to her, even though she is an evil spirit. But in her heart there is real human love. He thinks that if she lived in the human world, she would be the sweetest girl. The queen's face slightly blushed. She bowed her head, mentally saying that she seems to never be able to forget human life. If she had not died then, she would have remained an ordinary girl in the human world, would have gotten married, would have children, and then they would live a happy life with the person she loves. But the mirror of reality fell. The shards scattered, the evil spirit is already dead, she is just an evil spirit with a disgusting and ugly face. She was forced to accept the appearance of an evil spirit and let the hatred fill her from within. The hope for humanity is already buried deep in her heart. Looking at the smiling young man, she mentally said that she never thought that the secret she had buried for years would be discovered so easily by him. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of the young man. His task related to the evil spirit was completed. His lips stretched into a smile on their own. Reaching out his hand to her, he said that it seemed that she did not like the way she looked when she turned into an evil spirit, and yet he could make her human forever. The blonde, smiling slightly, said that he should not think that since he had corrected her daughter's appearance, it meant that he would be able to influence her. Putting her daughter on the floor, she said that her daughter was just a baby and then the curse of the evil spirit had not yet formed in her body, so he was able to set her brain straight. Suddenly, her eyes shone. Her hand trembled. Her limbs began to mutate. Soon, the girl's entire body was transformed into a monster. A hand burst out of the back of her head. The girl opened her mouth and said that this was her true form. He could probably barely stand on his feet now. The girl began to cry. Her mother, who had taken on her true form, said that the curse, pain and resentment made her what she was now. He could not change everything with a simple scalpel. The protagonist, finding himself in the arms of the spirit, realized that the ugliness of this spirit was too great. Closing his eyes, he said that it was a setup. Raising his eyelids, he said that he knew what to do. The young man turned his head and smiled. Touching her, he said not to move, and the system immediately reported the beginning of the curse diagnostics. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would use a time-limited ability to remove the curse. The system asked him if he wanted to switch the ability. The guy parted his lips. A bright light enveloped the space. Souls and dark energy began to burst out of the queen's body. Soon her body completely dissolved. The girl's body appeared on the floor. A pair of artifacts appeared in the protagonist's hand, and the system informed him that the curse had been successfully removed. The girl raised her head. She opened her mouth in amazement. Water was streaming down her body. The protagonist stared at her legs. Lannon crouched down in front of her. Touching her face, the girl said that it was simply impossible. Covering her chest, she asked if he had really removed the curse from her. The guy answered by saying that he had never deceived his patients. The couple froze, looking at each other. The queen suddenly jumped with joy. She began to jump around the entire room. Lannon froze in confusion, holding the girl in his arms. He did not understand if this girl had really been cured. It seemed that she had become even crazier. After some time, the child joyfully raised her hands. The system reported that the user had completed the first stage of the task and received rewards. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had been waiting for her for more than half an hour, and wondered why his favor continued to grow steadily. Someone approached him from behind and apologized for keeping him waiting. The girl folded her hands in front of her, and explained that she had taken a long time to change. Blushing with embarrassment, Linen replied that everything was fine and wondered if it was the same person. Sitting down next to him, the woman said that she was very ashamed of all her terrible deeds and once again apologized. The guy said that there was nothing terrible about it, and that neighbors should live in peace and understand each other. Awkwardly turning away, the evil spirit admitted that she blamed herself for this and was surprised that the young man helped and freed her from the curse. The pharmacist raised his index finger and explained that he helped lift the curse only temporarily, not forever, and that the effect would only last 24 hours, after which she would return to the same as before. The girl raised her eyebrows and realized that she only had a day. The doctor frowned and confirmed this. The pharmacist allowed the client to come to him every day to remove the curse. The woman smiled broadly and asked if she could always come here. Raising his thumb up, the protagonist promised to give her a 20% discount and thought about how he managed to not only reduce the level of danger, but also get a constant source of income. The evil spirit brought her hands to her face and asked if she really had to pay for it. Extending his hand to her and closing his eyes, Linen explained that to get rid of the curse, you need to spend a lot of strength and energy. But in any case it will not cost much, and offered several free sessions and a discount on subsequent sessions. The girl frowned in disappointment and asked how much it would cost. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The young man looked at the visitor in surprise and asked if such a powerful person really had no money at all. The woman replied that in fact she did not have money because it was useless. The evil spirit approached the pharmacist and stated that she could always just eat the enemy and get what she wanted. The pharmacist smiled awkwardly and offered to trade his services for other things, such as organs, herbs, cursed items, anything as long as his price was right. The girl grinned slyly. She leaned too close to the healer and asked how much he thought her body was worth. The pharmacist's cheeks flushed brightly. The woman twirled the strap of her dress coquettishly. The evil spirit ran up to the protagonist. Linen raised his hand in front of him and asked her to stop. Her lips glistened. The customer asked if he hadn't called her sister before and said she really liked that title. The guy stated that they did not accept physical payment. The customer put her hand on his shoulder and asked if they did not accept anything of value. Her cheeks flushed. The girl asked if the pharmacist did not think she was valuable enough. Gritting his teeth, the young man wondered what he should do, since he was only a teenager, and he realized that he was not ready for this and that this experienced woman scared him. The pharmacist looked at her chest and realized that he would lose not only money but also his safety if this continued. The evil spirit leaned towards his cheek and asked him not to delay. The doctor closed his eyes from overexertion. The pharmacist grabbed the client by the shoulders. The protagonist pushed her away from himself and said that he could not do this. The visitor raised her hand and asked if he had never kissed a member of the opposite sex. Linen looked away when the girl realized that no one had even held his hand. The system reported that the user had been seriously insulted. The woman scratched her chin thoughtfully. She put her hand on the boy's cheek and offered to teach him everything he needed to know. The stars were shining in the sky. Dead trees were growing nearby. A burning lantern was hanging next to the door. The young man was sitting on his bed. The system congratulated him on achieving wonderful first experience. The evil spirit put on stockings and asked him not to forget that she would come to him tomorrow evening to receive proper treatment. The client touched his shoulder and said that she would be happy to teach him new, more powerful knowledge in gratitude for freeing him from the curse. The pharmacist immediately ran out of the house. The visitor folded her arms across her chest and watched him go. The doctor frowned sadly as the status window appeared. The pharmacist opened his mouth in anger and expressed outrage at being considered a psychopath with a twisted heart who seduced good women and made them pay for it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought about how, despite this being his first time, it had been cruelly taken away from him. Linen leaned back in his chair and began to breathe heavily. The boy clicked on the status window and was glad that he had completely returned to normal and was strong enough to survive this night. Sitting at the table, the young man noticed that 3 days had passed and his teacher had not returned yet, and assumed that something might have happened. The pharmacist clicked on the Event Horizon button and spent 500 skull coins to get the latest news. Green smoke and a huge eye with tentacles appeared above his head. The doctor looked at the chat in surprise, where people were trying to get an answer from the evil queen about the man who bullied her daughter. The girl veiledly told about the previous evening, squinting her eyes in displeasure. The pharmacist wondered how she could say this out loud, and was indignant at the fact that in the Event Horizon, news spread at the speed of light. The protagonist scratched his head and wanted to get down to business. The system asked if the user wanted to spend a few skull coins to write a message. Linen put his hand to his chin and noticed that this regional channel was very similar to the Alley of Wandering Souls, so the teacher could not be here. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if he really had the right to publish his news in the World Channel without his mentor's permission. The young man pressed the corresponding button. The pharmacist frowned and realized that he would have to narrow the search a little to find something interesting. The system posted his news in the channel. Looking at the giant eye, the pharmacist thought that many of the settings in this channel were similar to online games, and assumed that he could find answers to all his questions and even find out news from the human world. The doctor looked away when he heard some noise. A magic circle appeared in front of him and a request to accept the agreement. The seal in the form of a six-pointed star lit up. A demon stood on the rock. The world channel was a bridge that connected the dark dimension with the rest of the world. The monster was enveloped in purple energy. Creatures in other worlds could make a contract with creatures of the dark dimension through sacrifices. Black fire rushed upward. After signing the contract, creatures from the dark world could go to any other world in the form of a demon messenger. The pharmacist poked at the video and realized that he could contact the rest of the world. Smiling, the protagonist wanted to take this chance to return to his world, and asked the system to send him a contract now. Lennon frowned in frustration when the notification suggested that he did not have enough rights to conclude a world contract. The boy sighed heavily and concluded that he would have to constantly increase his level and authority to get the necessary rights, and realized that he needed to put this idea aside for a while. An icon of a trading zone appeared on the system window. The young man found it interesting and decided to look there. The pharmacist found himself in a city full of shops. Multicolored lights and signs were burning everywhere. In the open jaw, a stone was hovering in the air, which could be bought for 11 coins. A bright spotlight illuminated an anatomical heart. This store offered services for the restoration and modeling of limbs, and also sold high-class organs. Lady Fox was chained to a stone. She was also sold on the slave market. Walking down the street, the doctor decided that everything looked exactly like in online games, and wondered if traveling through such worlds does not cause addiction in a person, like the internet. The pharmacist looked at his hand and noticed that it even had similar functions. The protagonist put his finger on the button and wanted to open an online store here. The system asked him to repeat the operation. Lennon opened his mouth in amazement, and wondered what this could mean. The guy clenched his fist and used the teleport on the Bloody Saw Pharmacy. The young man found himself in front of the doors of the establishment, and realized that the teacher had already opened a store here. The pharmacist pushed the door. There was nothing behind it. Authorization was not detected. The system suggested that the doctor try again. Scratching his chin, the pharmacist assumed that he needed to enter a password, and remembered that the teacher never told him about the password. Authorization was failed. The protagonist pressed the button and decided that he just needed to make a guess about what would be correct in accordance with the teacher's preferences. Access was denied. Lennon frowned with displeasure. The system once again gave an error. The guy squinted in frustration. The young man pressed the keyboard and entered the words me, love and dill. The pharmacist smiled widely when the access was successfully obtained, and stated that he knew his mentor well. Entering the store, the doctor saw that the layout of the store was almost identical to the real one. Even the products were completely identical, and assumed that there was a scheduled maintenance. The pharmacist looked at the system window in confusion, and realized that this was the interface of the reception desk of their store. After reading the prices of the services, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise because it was very expensive, and wondered if the income of the real store was not enough to cover the teacher's expenses. Lennon clicked on the store log. The system reported that maintaining cleanliness and order cost 500 skull coins per day, and the remaining capital of the store was 4,000 coins. The guy frowned and read that selling monster organs was the main source of income for the teacher. The mentor's eyes lit up. The young man found it no wonder that he returned with a couple of bags every time and went to his operating room, and concluded that the pharmacy was just a cover for the illegal sale of organs. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The pharmacist thought about how these monsters that were legendary were very strong, but still could not resist his teacher. The doctor imagined his comrade cutting down the monsters with a saw, and mentally called him very strong. The pharmacist gritted his teeth and read about how Juquan was approached by his old friend from the Mage Association and invited him to the Tower of the Hang to investigate the strange things that had been happening there lately. The protagonist frowned tensely and realized that this was the reason for his mentor's departure, because this message was written 3 days ago. Spirits were flying around him. Lennon assumed that his teacher used to be a member of the organization mentioned in the letter. Lennon shook his head and thought that there should be no surprises and that he had nothing to worry about because the butcher was invited by his old friend. The boy looked up and asked the system to take him back. Sitting at the table, the young man realized that he now knew about such a new wide platform and decided that the main thing now was to make money and make a name for himself. The pharmacist approached the door and thought that in order to prosper on such a popular platform, he needed to have a good enough product. Standing at the alchemy table, the healer realized that he could open a large market for goods in the real world with unique recipes, and then he would be able to use the money he received to further increase his authority on the platform. Holding the potion in his hands, the pharmacist wanted to go to the world channel as soon as possible and return to his world. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and decided that it was time to get rich. An advertisement for Fatal Blow potions appeared above the building. The system reported that the user spent 1,000 skull coins on it. Lennon rubbed his hands and began to wait for customers to come. A fallen leaf flew past the door. Having clicked on the system window, the guy thought that in half an hour there would be no free space here from visitors, and realized that the main thing is not to spend any more money. 2 hours passed, the young man walked back and forth around the house. The pharmacist sat down in the corner with the cobwebs. 3 hours passed. With his mouth wide open, the doctor was indignant that he spent 5,000 coins to have the ad scrolled 5 times in a row, and decided to show everyone how trade is conducted in the human world. The pharmacist clicked on the system window many times. Fireworks appeared in front of the building. The girl on the banner squeezed her chest and invited the client to click here. The main character grinned and advertised a new remedy that makes a sick man fatter and stronger, after which a real nightmare began in the chat. Lennon waved his hand and said that everything is ready. The guy confidently frowned. Several beams of light fell on the clearing in front of the building. Monsters of all stripes gathered in one place. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion as customers began to come to him one after another. Residents of the dark dimension crowded around the pharmacy, wanting to buy high-quality potions and make even the evil queen convulse with fear. Entering the shop, the monsters asked to sell them as many bottles of this miracle cure as possible. The pharmacist narrowed his eyes in displeasure and concluded that even here the people were very simple. The healer thoughtfully scratched his chin and decided that this was an excellent chance to make money off of them. The locals stared at the seller, trying to get closer to him to quickly buy the magic potion. Scratching the back of his head, the pharmacist felt very irritated and said that there were currently only 30 bottles of the decoction in the shop, 10 of which were already reserved for regular customers. The protagonist smiled broadly and wondered what he should do in such a situation. The man handed him a bag of gold and offered 4,000 skull coins for 1 bottle. The skeleton placed a chest on the counter and said that he was ready to buy all 30 bottles for 5,000 each. The people who crowded into the store began to gradually raise their bids. Lennon extended his hands to the bags of gold and asked the visitors not to argue and to make purchases wisely, because making money is not that easy. Sitting surrounded by gold coins, the guy thought that conscience knows nothing when he has knowledge of marketing techniques. The young man confidently frowned and thought that he was not deceiving his customers at all, because these potions actually increase combat power, just not in the accepted sense. The pharmacist pressed his tattoo and remembered that he needed to get back to one important matter. A bright fire appeared under his feet. The healer decided to sell the potions cheaper this time, so as not to deceive his customers. At this time, dark clouds thickened over the army. The young elf held a spear in his hands. Dozens of red eyes looked at him from the darkness. The man frowned sternly. The soldier approached him and informed him that the royal court's supplies had arrived. The box contained many healing and strength potions. The warrior added that there were also 5 bottles of Fatal Blow potion, which can increase a person's combat power more than twice. The commander took the elixir in his hand and asked if it had any side effects. The swordsman replied that there should be none. The monsters crawled out from their hiding place. The captain looked forward resolutely. The giant insects rushed forward. The spearmen raised their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. The soldiers gritted their teeth and entered into battle with the monsters. Watching the battle from the side, the elf realized that there were too many opponents and concluded that he did not have enough strength to break through to the rear and kill the progenitor mother. The man opened the vial with his teeth and decided that it was time to use the secret weapon. The warrior drank the red liquid in one gulp. His body was enveloped in purple energy. The commander opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The people turned around as a giant beam of light fell on the battlefield. A bald spot shone on the captain's head. He grinned and declared that he had become stronger. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what had happened to his hair. Suddenly, the same waves of energy began to appear everywhere. The soldier raised his arms and showed off his biceps. His comrade tensed his chest and shoulders. The warrior closed his eyes and showed off his muscles. The elf showed everyone his pumped-up back. The man's mouth dropped open in amazement, and he asked why they were all bald. The commander raised his spear in front of him and ordered everyone to join the fight. The monster's body was cut into pieces. A huge worm crawled out of the ground. It had giant fangs. The bald muscleman flew forward and tore the enemy to shreds. They landed behind the slain monster. The news anchor folded her hands on the table and reported that strange events had been happening in many areas of Sin City lately, and that they were all connected to baldness. A bald child stood on a monster. The news said that he went mad from the magic potion, and the power that overwhelmed him disrupted the work of many organs in his body. The moon shone above the ship. The ghost fleet that crashed in the silent sea was saved. The monster opened its mouth when it saw the vampire. A werewolf suffered from the attack of his comrade. Purple smoke rose in front of the protagonist. The system reported that his popularity in the City of Sins increased. Lennon frowned and wondered what was going on. The boy added powder to the cauldron and thought about adding a piece of the bounty hunter's tooth after mixing completely. The young man took the potion in his hands and realized that he could become rich thanks to it. It turned out that this elixir can heal injuries and even regenerate broken limbs. The pharmacist looked at the door when there was a knock on it. The doctor approached the exit. He squinted in confusion. The black moth, who appeared at the door, said that she needed an operation and promised to pay well. The pharmacist pointed to a chair and asked her to come inside. The fairy grabbed her severed hand. The girl blushed and explained that her hand was eaten by a monster and that it needed to be cured right away. The woman pointed to the stump and asked if the merchant could help her. The system reported the activation of a new quest. The protagonist asked her not to worry, because the Bloodsaw Pharmacy was the best in the entire Alley of Wandering Souls. The client smiled and asked if there was a chance that someone would be turned to ash and forced to return the medicine. Linen frowned in displeasure when the black moth asked if he really didn't want to drug her, tie her up and hide her in the attic for indecent behavior. The heroes looked at each other in confusion. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and gave a clear negative answer. The fairy smiled broadly and agreed, her favorability increasing. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered why this had happened. The pharmacist turned to the customer and asked why she had just asked such a strange question. The girl gritted her teeth and explained that when she moved, the elders had warned her that the creatures here were truly evil, and that many of her kind had been deceived and turned into toys of bad people. The woman closed her eyes and asked if the merchant was lying to her. The healer wiped her bloody hand and said no. The customer took a sip from the bottle. The pharmacist was indignant that she had begun to trust him after only a few phrases, and decided that she was too easily deceived. The protagonist wrung out the rag and asked if her kind was really going to migrate and leave this place forever. The black moth turned to him and said that such secret information should not leak to the circle of unfriendly creatures, so that they could not be traced. Linen frowned and called himself very friendly. Looking sadly ahead, the fairy decided to trust him and told him that they actually wanted to settle in the mountains north of the Hellfire Plains, where there was water and food, because it would be enough for their tribe to prosper. The girl raised her eyebrows and admitted that she was afraid that bad people would find out about this and their entire clan would come to an end. The guy assumed that his visitor must be a real warrior. The woman furrowed her brows decisively. The client raised her sword and called herself a powerful knight who had gone through hundreds of trials, a ranger of great territories, and a light that penetrated the world of darkness. The young man stared at her in bewilderment as her wound began to bleed again. Yaya closed one eye and suggested that she was not helping him at all. The pharmacist wondered how she had managed to live to her age. The doctor frowned and asked how she ended up in the south if she was going to the Hellfire Plain. The black moth closed her eyes and asked him not to say such nonsense, and explained that she had been heading north all this time and had never deviated from the direction. The pharmacist asked where north was, and the fairy pointed ahead. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that it was the south side. The girl asked what that meant. Raising her hand, the woman said that the commander-in-chief would never lead his tribe in the wrong direction, and added that they had already walked 2,000 kilometers and that all this time her intuition told her that everything was correct. Linen asked if they always acted on intuition. The knight raised her index finger and replied that everyone in her tribe did so. The boy asked how far the starting point was from the one they wanted to migrate to. The ranger spread her fingers and replied that there were 500 kilometers between them. The boy reminded him that they had already walked 2,000 kilometers. Yaya's eyes widened in surprise and confirmed this. The pharmacist put his hand on the table and asked why their 500-kilometer journey took 2,000 kilometers, but they still had not arrived. The black moth looked at her hand and called it very strange. The doctor decided that such creatures insulted the whole world with their existence. The pharmacist opened the drawer of the table. Taking out a compass, the protagonist explained that this device would not let her get lost, and offered to buy it for 200 skull coins. The fairy's mouth opened in amazement. She stretched out her hands to the compass and asked how to use it. Linen replied that it was a very mysterious instrument that helps determine the direction. The boy smiled and added that the arrow of this compass always points to the south. The girl smiled broadly and thanked the merchant for such a generous offer. The woman began to examine the compass with interest. The young man felt awkward from such manipulations. The system reported receiving an achievement. The pharmacist put his hand on the knight's shoulder and said that he would like to warn her about something, as a friend. Frowning, the healer said that those who call themselves good are not necessarily so, and those who promise not to lie can actually deceive, and asked the client not to eat what they give her and not to go to anyone's house. Scratching her head, the ranger thanked him for the advice and explained that she would not remember it anyway at the right moment. The pharmacist sighed heavily and suggested that she must have many methods of defense and life-saving, since she was still alive. The protagonist pointed to her hand and asked where such a wound came from. Yaya answered that she was bitten by a giant. Smiling awkwardly, the black moth explained that the difference in strength between them was too great, adding that the monster would have bitten off her head instead of her arm if she hadn't dodged. Linen pressed his lips together tensely and asked the client to remove her armor because he needed to conduct another round of examination to prevent infection. The fairy put her hand to her chest and declared that a true knight would never take off his armor in front of strangers. The boy said that he couldn't even give anesthesia in such a case. The girl frowned sternly and refused the anesthesia because it would affect her reaction time, and a little pain was nothing compared to her strength. The woman nodded when the boy asked if she was sure of her decision. The pharmacist picked up the scalpels and called her the second brave person he had ever met here. There were surgical instruments on the cart. The knight's legs were shackled. Her hands were also shackled. The ranger blushed and said that they could start whenever they wanted. Holding a knife in his hands, the doctor asked her to scream if it hurt too much. Yaya repeated that she was not going to scream because pain was nothing. The pharmacist swung the knife. The black moth tensely pursed her lips. Tears appeared in her eyes. The fairy screamed. The girl asked why the surgeon was hurting her so much by holding her hand. The protagonist replied that this was only the first and smallest cut. Linen took out a vial of green liquid and suggested using anesthesia. The woman rolled her eyes and said that her pain tolerance was top-notch and her endurance was perfect. The guy swung the knife again. The knight opened her mouth wide and asked him not to press the knife so hard. The young man looked down and reminded her that she had the maximum level of pain resistance. The ranger closed her eyes and confirmed this and was indignant that each cut went beyond the maximum pain level. The heroes cast a shadow on the floor. Yaya asked for help and screamed that she was about to be torn apart. The pharmacist asked her to be patient for at least a little while longer. The black moth frowned angrily and promised to kill him right now. The healer took the hollow test tube in his hand. It ended up in the fairy's mouth. The pharmacist brought the knife to her hand and said that everything would be ready soon, so she only had to wait a little longer. The protagonist swung his hand. His knife skills had improved. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheeks. Linen swung his dagger and declared that it was over. The system had awarded him experience points. The severed hand was bandaged. The boy took the test tube out of the customer's mouth. The young man smiled and said that the first stage of the operation was complete and that they were now ready to proceed to the next stage. The handcuffs on the woman's wrists came undone. The knight put her hand to her head and said that it was just awful. The pharmacist assured her that this was a normal reaction. The ranger pointed at him and called him the first man who had caused her so much pain. The doctor's eyes widened in shock. Yaya pointed to the test tube and added that no one had ever put something so disgusting in her mouth. The pharmacist explained that it was necessary to prevent her from biting off her tongue. The black moth looked down in embarrassment and promised to never forget what the merchant had done for her. The protagonist's mouth dropped in amazement when he learned that even this could increase his favor. Holding a test tube, Linen said that the next step was to regenerate the severed limb. The fairy placed her hand on her chest. The boy hoped that she had enough money to pay for his services, and decided to give her a discount for her pitiful appearance. The girl looked away and said that the clan had given her all of their savings before they left the house. The woman put her hand into her breastplate. She took out a bag. Her once large breasts were gone. The boy gaped in shock and asked if they had been fake all along. The knight took out gold coins and declared that they were real. The pharmacist took the money and realized that there must be several hundred skull coins in this huge bag. The ranger smiled and asked if that would be enough. The healer smiled widely and confirmed it. Yaya's armor began to shine. The pharmacist realized that he had completely misjudged her situation due to the abundance of deceptive factors. The protagonist walked up to the shelves and asked the client to wait while he restored her limb. Taking out a flask, Linen explained that this was the last remedy for limb growth that he had left, and thought about the fact that it most likely had a side effect that the system warned about. The black moth clenched her fist and asked if this medicine would really work for her. The fairy looked at the flask with fear, from which the spirit flew out. The girl drank its contents in one gulp. Green burp came out of her mouth. Shrugging her shoulders, the woman said that due to her special constitution, she was very resistant to all types of medicine, and added that neither the poisoning potion nor the restoration potion worked on her. The guy frowned and asked why she came here then. The knight replied that she wanted to try at least something and was counting on her being given a prosthesis. The young man looked at the medicine and thought that he almost never encountered immunity to potions. His hand trembled. The pharmacist found it no wonder that the ranger managed to live to his age. The doctor frowned sternly and realized that this was the only formula the system gave him, so it must be different from other drugs. The pharmacist pointed at the client and declared that his potion would definitely work. Yaya picked up the stump and said that she would not pay if it did not work. The protagonist poured the green liquid on her severed hand. The bandages fell to the floor. The black moth's hand began to grow back. Linen looked at the green glow in surprise. The fairy's eyes widened in amazement and asked the merchant to make a prosthesis if the potion did not have any effect. Suddenly, the girl looked to the side. The skin around the wound began to stretch forward. Following it, the bone began to regenerate. The woman looked down in fear and shouted that the potion worked. The regrown muscles were covered with new skin. The boy smiled widely and noticed that her physique did not slow down the potion's work. The knight said that she did not expect anything else from such a capable person. The boy raised his hand and asked her not to fall in love with him. The pharmacist sat at the table and asked the client to describe her feelings. The ranger replied that she felt a crunch, pain, numbness in her whole body. Yaya raised her index finger and added that she felt much better and that she felt like she was growing 2 more arms. The doctor rolled his eyes and wondered what this could mean. A tentacle appeared behind the black moth. The pharmacist's mental state decreased by 10 notches. The tentacle touched the cheek of the mistress. The fairy asked the doctor not to lick her and said that it was too awkward, despite how wonderful he was. The girl continued to say that it was too ticklish. The protagonist raised his hand and asked her to open her eyes. The woman opened her eyelids and asked who licked her face then. The knight looked at the tentacle in confusion. The ranger opened her mouth in shock. The lights were on in the windows at night. Linen's mental state dropped again. Yaya's eyes widened in horror, and she exclaimed. The black moth fell to the floor and asked what it was. The guy asked her not to move and promised to help her. The fairy closed her eyes and screamed that they were crawling all over her body. The young man realized that something very strange was happening. The pharmacist grabbed the tentacle and smiled widely. Suddenly, the doctor frowned tensely. The girl was indignant that she had grown extra limbs on her shoulders. The pharmacist put her on the table and swung his cleaver. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. It cut off the tentacle. The woman rolled her eyes as if she was ready to lose consciousness right then. The tip of the tentacle began to wiggle. The knight pointed at it and shouted that it was still moving. The protagonist dropped the severed limb to the ground and stepped on it. The boys raised their eyebrows and began to breathe heavily. The tentacle was crushed. The ranger turned to the doctor and asked why it grew on his shoulder. Linen told her not to worry because it was a small side effect of the medicine. Frowning, Yaya asked what kind of potion it was that made tentacles grow and said that it was not an elixir of regeneration, but of mutation. The boy said that mutations can be useful from time to time. The young man pointed to his restored arm and explained that a little more of the potion would be enough to cure it completely. The black moth asked if she would have to come here again. The pharmacist asked her to remain calm and promised to cut off everything that would grow along with her hand. The doctor smiled confidently and said that the client should trust him if she wanted to get her severed hand back. The fairy looked down in disappointment and agreed. The pharmacist poured the rest of the potion on her hand. At that moment, a tail appeared from under the girl's clothes. The protagonist cut it off at that moment. The woman felt that strange feeling again, and her whole body was covered with tentacles. A swing of the knife threw the severed limbs into the air. Wings appeared behind the client's back. The knight suggested that they could be left because they were very beautiful. Traces of dagger swings appeared in the air. The severed wings fell to the ground. At night, the light was on in the pharmacy. The ranger asked why the doctor cut off her wings. Linen apologized for this and said that he did it by accident. 10 minutes later, Yaya was lying on the bed. The system congratulated the user on successfully completing the broken limb quest. The black butterfly rose from the bed and again felt new limbs growing all over her body. Holding a bag in his hands, the guy explained that they cut off everything unnecessary, and the treatment itself was successful this time. The fairy asked if she needed to pay for additional services for cutting off limbs. The young man sat down next to her and answered negatively. The pharmacist smiled and offered to give all these tentacles as a souvenir. Lowering her head, the girl thanked him and asked if she could leave. The doctor confirmed this and asked the client to leave a good review to get a discount on the next appointment. Suddenly, the pharmacist raised his hand and asked her to stop. The woman looked back and asked what he needed. Holding a cleaver in his hands, the protagonist remembered that last time he did not have to cut anything off, and asked if the visitor felt any changes in her body. The ranger put her hands to her chest and replied that she did not notice anything. Linen thoughtfully scratched her chin. The knight headed for the exit. The guy assumed that this potion did not cause mutations in other people, and thanked the client for her cooperation. The young man sat down at the desk and thought that the test version of the potion showed good results, so the next step should be selling this potion in an online store. His foot hit something. The pharmacist winced and looked down. In front of him lay a bag of gold. The healer assumed that the visitor dropped it during the operation and forgot to take it. The pharmacist rolled his eyes and remembered that her breasts were large at the time of farewell. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and concluded that the potion did change her body, and the lie became reality. Linen ran out into the street with a bag of money and decided to stop the client and cut off her surplus. There was no one on the street anymore. The boy frowned sadly, realizing that he had made a serious mistake and had not fulfilled his duties in good faith, and thought that he should find a way to contact her through the world channel and apologize properly. The boy picked up the lantern. Walking down the corridor, the pharmacist noticed that the soul light was fading, and realized that he needed to take a break. The doctor looked down tensely. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth. The pharmacist wiped his chin with a glove. Traces of blood appeared on the floor. It was dripping from the ceiling. The Night of Blood event had begun. The system prompted the user to do everything possible to survive until dawn. The parchment with hieroglyphs was burned. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and assumed that the teacher had used some kind of spell to warn him about this. Linen took out a vial of red liquid. Then he placed a human heart on the table. The boy took a revolver. In his other hand was a hunting knife. The young man put the lantern aside. The pharmacist looked out the window and thought that the reward for this quest would be much greater than the day the high-ranking monster appeared, so this evening would be much more dangerous. Dozens of red eyes stared at him. The doctor concluded that the teacher warned him so that he could leave in time. The pharmacist climbed out the window and decided that he should spend the night in the house of the bloody evil spirit. The protagonist ran down the street with a lantern in his hands. Suddenly, Linen's mouth opened in shock. Fire monsters with evil faces appeared in the air. The stars were shining in the sky. The system reported that the danger level had increased to 100%. The guy clenched his teeth tensely. The young man continued to run forward without looking back. A purple light illuminated the pharmacy building. The pharmacist rushed inside and slammed the door behind him. Leaning against it, the doctor thought that this time he would not be able to get out, because something dangerous was heading straight for him. The pharmacist frowned and realized that he had to do everything to save himself if he couldn't escape. The protagonist crept up to the doorway. The door closed. Linen turned the handle. There was a huge lock on it. The guy opened his mouth in horror. Something knocked down the front door. A cloud of red smoke cast a shadow that looked like a horned demon. The young man hid around the corner, holding a knife and a gun in his hands. There was a burning lantern on the table. Its flame wavered in the wind. The pharmacist flinched when he heard a crash behind the door. Vials with medicines fell and broke. The system reported the loss of money. Gritting his teeth, the doctor realized that someone had broken the display case, and was outraged that all his beloved money was going away for nothing. The pharmacist frowned furiously and wanted to find a way to turn the situation to his advantage instead of sitting there and waiting for death. His hands were enveloped in blue flames. The protagonist asked the system to transfer the curse from the bloody spirit to his hunting revolver. The gun began to glow. Linen realized that this way the evil spirit would become what it was before, and he would have a chance to survive. The guy crept up to the door. The young man frowned tensely. The pharmacist leaned against the wall and assumed that the monster noticed him as soon as he activated his power. The doctor pointed the revolver at the door. A flash flashed in the barrel. The pharmacist kept his hand outstretched, but the noise behind the door stopped. The protagonist lowered the weapon and decided that the enemy was heading for the backyard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand appeared. It pierced Linen's chest through and through. The guy opened his eyes wide and wondered what that was. The young man fell to his knees and choked on blood. It was like a whirlpool had formed in his chest. Blood flowed from the pharmacist's mouth in an endless stream. The doctor squinted in displeasure. Red smoke appeared from behind the door. The pharmacist clenched his teeth and began to breathe heavily. A black silhouette appeared in front of him. A giant monster with many eyes appeared in the room. Tentacles wrapped around the protagonist's legs. Small appendages with eyes burst out of them. Sharp claws dug into the doctor's thighs. Linen turned around in horror and realized that the monster was eating his flesh. The Earthwalker's eye filled with blood and lit up. Its tentacles were covered in red lightning. The system began to cleanse the body. A real explosion sounded at the guy's feet. The young man grabbed his bloody shirt. The giant opened his red eyes wide and ordered his subordinates to eliminate the object completely. The tentacles rushed forward. The pharmacist's eyes widened in fear. His heart began to beat wildly. The doctor began to shoot back at the monsters. The bullet approached the eye of the ground walker. The monster began to stomp in displeasure, destroying the ground around it. The pharmacist pulled his cloak over his head. The beast struck the ground with a tentacle, and a crack appeared there. Its eyes darted from side to side. The system issued a recommendation to kill the object as quickly as possible. Holding his wound, the protagonist entered the office. Linen sat down next to the barrels and began to breathe heavily. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that he had been too arrogant, and decided that the last few days had been very lucky for him, but he almost forgot that he was in a world that could kill him at any moment. His pants were stained with hot blood. The young man swung his knife. Linen noticed with annoyance, this was a side effect of the potion for the growth of flesh and blood. His body underwent a level mutation, when huge tentacles grew from the hero's back. He frowned, his eyes glowed red. The status window announced that the body had undergone level 2 changes, and a hole had appeared on the back of the protagonist's neck. A red eye appeared in this hole. A board fell to the ground. The walker took a step forward. All of its tentacles, with small toothy mouths, were moving furiously in space. The shadow of the pharmacist rushed up the stairs, past the monster, while it was trying to find the enemy. Its tentacle mouths with eyes from afar spread around the walker itself. Insatiable limbs rushed to attack the target. There was a blow, stones flew to the sides. The walker looked at the pharmacist in a bloody cloak. The protagonist froze under the wooden ceiling, holding on with his flesh tentacles, and pointed a gun at the monster. The protagonist bared his teeth contentedly, warning the monster of its end. The guy rushed, furiously shooting at the defending monster. Linen, with the blade in his hand, happily noticed that the sacred bullets had a strong effect on the walker, and decided to take the opportunity to finish off the monster. At that moment, the bullets that hit the monster went slightly deeper into it, without tearing the flesh. The next moment, the flesh opened up, throwing the projectiles aside, and vertical eyes appeared from the holes. The healer tensed, not expecting such a turn of events. He rushed past the angry monster, unable to notice the hero in the bloody cloak. The guy was reflected in the red eyes of the walker. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in horror, because the skin began to peel off his face. The pharmacist fell to his knees, holding his face pierced with pain with his hand. Red energy gradually appeared in front of the frozen hero. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up, his flesh tentacles shot out to the sides, breaking through the wooden ceiling. Linen poured the elixir on his damaged face. The damage on his skin evaporated, and the tentacles were covered with spikes. He noticed that this was really cool, because at first he relied on good magic items that could save him, but since he was only at level 9, he could not quickly replenish his strength for a strong pinpoint strike. The guy, gritting his teeth, looked around and noticed that in this situation, this big guy would immediately track him down and catch him. Looking at the big-eyed monster through the vertical eye on his neck, he decided that if he fought with him now, he would simply die. Looking back, the protagonist, with a blade in his hand, lost the monster, wondering if it had disappeared, but realized that the walker was simply blocking its scent. Suddenly, a huge clawed paw of the monster appeared above the doctor. The young man jumped off the ground to dodge the attack. After that, the guy stood with his feet on the ground again. Gritting his teeth, the hero did not understand how this was possible, because could he really not become as invisible in a cloak as the evil spirit, and why the enemy could still harm him. The monster's hand reached out to him again. The protagonist fell to the ground. Immediately, this hand hit the floor. Looking around, the doctor did not understand why this opponent also began to hide underground, and how he managed to find him at all. Opening the test tube, the doctor thought that all this was starting to remind him of gambling. Immediately after, the contents of the test tube were poured onto his hand. Suddenly, some eyes appeared. They crawled out from the back of the neck and a notification appeared that the user's body had undergone a second-tier mutation. The guy's eyes glowed bright pink. Looking at the creature, the young man realized that the giant hand was also an evil spirit and was watching him, and that is why the monster had the opportunity to harm him. Suddenly, the hero's mouth opened wide. Looking at the ground covered with eyes, the doctor assumed that he was trapped and apparently he would not be able to get rid of this enemy. Frowning, the doctor knew that at the moment he would not be able to attack in camouflage mode, but this giant hand could, and therefore the situation was extremely dire. Jumping somewhere, the guy realized that he would have to rely on luck. The monster hit something with its hand. The young man landed in one of the rooms. After that, his cloak began to tighten into his hand. The pharmacist was doing something with test tubes. Immediately behind him, an enemy limb appeared. The guy threw something at him. Suddenly, some pink fragments appeared after the blow. The protagonist stabbed something with a knife. Smiling, the doctor said that the potion of evil appearance still worked. This limb was glowing with a bright pink light. The guy suddenly rushed to another table. Pressing his hand with his foot, the doctor asked if he wanted to run away and explained that he cannot do this, because now is the time of suffering. The doctor raised the blade behind his head. Suddenly, something grabbed him by the spine. The doctor, opening his mouth, realized that this hand belonged to a black moth and immediately remembered that she told him that her hand was bitten off by a giant. Looking at the huge monster, the hero thought that it could be that very giant. The young man, looking down, thought that the potion of exposure really did not work, which is impossible, because the effect of the potion does not end so quickly, and assumed that after the monster swallowed the hand of the black moth fairy, it developed resistance to drugs. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, could not understand what to do, because you can't hide or run from this enemy, and you can't even use a potion, and is he really destined to die here? Suddenly, the young man's mouth opened wide in pain. Turning around, the doctor realized that he still had one chance. The monster was still holding onto his spine. Blood spurted from the guy's back. The hero cut the monster's limb with his hand. Suddenly, the doctor fell to the floor. Immediately after, the young man fell through the ceiling of one of the rooms. The guy put his hand in his bosom. With it, the hero grabbed the heart of a faceless demon. The monster's eyes were looking at one point. The guy, grinning, said that it was time for them to have some fun. The protagonist inserted this heart into one of the enemy's eyes. Suddenly, something black appeared around him. The monster, with his mouth wide open, did not understand what was happening. Some rays began to hit him. The monster immediately looked down. The young man was already right next to him. Holding the heart in his hands, the guy was trying to figure out if his plan would work. Looking at the monster, the hero received a notification that the cursed heart was infected with an unknown virus, and because of this, the divine resistance program failed. Smiling, the guy exclaimed that he finally succeeded. The monster was still looking somewhere. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the notifications about the start of urgent emergency repairs, immediately after which the countdown began. Holding the knife in front of him, the protagonist shouted that he still could not get rid of the enemy, but now he was in a weakened state, and therefore he had a chance. Immediately after, the hero looked at the heart. Opening his mouth wide, the doctor realized that the side effect of using the heart curse had begun, and it was sucking his blood non-stop. Falling to his knees, the doctor realized that everything was of course, because too much blood had flowed out and due to the spinal injury, it was difficult for him to even move. The hero immediately put his hand in his pocket. After that, the healer began to drink some potion, realizing that he needed to regain his strength, no matter what form of mutation he would have to accept. Suddenly, some energy began to emanate from him. Something appeared from his eye and a notification appeared that the user's body had undergone a third-level mutation, and therefore an analysis of the current state of the body began, and also received a message that only 1/3 of the consciousness was currently turned on. The young man, looking at his heart, did not understand why he could only control himself by 31%, because of this he would have to make a lot of effort. Suddenly, something from the eye sank its teeth into the heart. It continued to gnaw at the heart. The hero, bowing his head, realized that the brain and heart were fighting for his life and this could only happen in a dark world, but thanks to the fact that they both fought for each other, the strengthening potion was able to quickly restore his body. Grabbing the knife, the young man said that there was very little left, and then a message appeared that the restoration of the body was complete and the mutation began to capture all the tissues of the body. His pupils suddenly became larger. Standing in front of the enemy, the doctor received a message that the battle had begun. The monster's eyes suddenly opened wider. Immediately after, some lasers began to hit the ground. Something began to appear in the monster's eye again. The hero, looking to the side, received a notification that the object had transformed into an evil spirit and therefore the blind vision mode was activated, and then he realized that this was not the right time, because the body had not yet fully recovered, and the head and heart continued to fight, but this monster could overtake him at any moment, and therefore this was the end. Suddenly a girl appeared and the young man realized that the smoke began to dissipate, and the air smelled of fruits and pancakes. The guy immediately looked to the side. The girl, holding a child in her arms, asked if they had really gotten to the pharmacy. The guest, coming closer, noted that he looked much more attractive today and asked if he was involved in arranging strange masquerades. The young man asked her not to take it to heart and asked her to tell him why she had not come to him earlier, because she really did not understand that the curse had returned. The girl, putting her finger on his lips, asked if he had already wanted to repeat yesterday's, but the doctor answered negatively. The guest, smirking, explained that it was only a joke and of course it was clear to her that the curse had returned. But at that moment she was unconscious and added that she now had a daughter, and she, as a mother, needed to go and buy her a favorite children's drink. Looking somewhere, the spirit noted that apparently the healer really got into trouble and asked if he needed the help of his older sister. The young man, folding his hands in front of him, answered affirmatively and explained that he was being pursued by a monster, and if she managed to get rid of him, then all her orders would be at his expense for 5 months. The girl, raising one eyebrow, said that she was not interested. The hero, opening his eyes wider, offered her 10 months of free orders and also asked if she wanted to order for free for the rest of her life. The guest, squinting, answered that she was not interested. The monster's legs appeared. The hero immediately turned around, having received a notification that the enemy's danger level had begun to increase. Again folding his hands in front of him, the guy shouted at her to name her price and ask for whatever she wanted. The spirit, licking her lips, said that she was trying to remember when he treated her with respect. Smiling, the girl explained that he needed to beg her, kneel, tiptoe in front of her and say that he was ready to obey her, and then maybe she would help him with the problem. The young man, slightly opening his mouth, asked if this was flirting, and the interlocutor answered that she would not flirt with him at such a moment. Immediately after, the doctor looked away. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the healer said that it was time for him to go, and they would meet sometime later if he managed to survive. The girl turned to him. There was a smile on her face. Suddenly, some limbs grabbed him. The guy's mouth immediately opened wide. Immediately after that, something approached his face. The spirit, pressing him to her chest, said that he was extremely cute, and it was hard for her to believe that he was really so strong, courageous and handsome, and added that she adored such strong guys, from whom the power of motherly wisdom immediately emanated, and immediately the hero received notifications about the increase in the favor of the evil spirit by 20 units. The young man, opening his mouth, asked what she was doing. The girl, baring her teeth, answered that she was helping him. Suddenly, something began to burst out of her back. Her attacks were directed straight at the enemy. The monster was still looking at them. They were standing in front of him. The guest, raising her hand, laughed loudly. The monster's gaze was directed downwards. The hero grabbed his daughter. The young man, looking out from behind the stone, asked her to be careful, because the paws of this enemy can pierce hard objects and corrode them regardless of the material, and no poisons have any effect on him. Suddenly the girl soared into the air. The monster followed her with his eyes as the spirit screamed that it would kill him. Suddenly the monster looked down. It began to bend. The guy, with his mouth open, screamed that he was too fast and moved faster than last night, and also noted that the girl's combat tactics were truly beautiful. Raising his fist, The hero screamed that she was simply an amazing woman and also very beautiful with perfectly sharp nails and seductive tentacles, and in general perfection itself, and immediately a notification appeared about an increase in the level of favor of the evil spirit by 2 units. The monster looked somewhere down. It suddenly began to reflect some kind of cage, and the hero received a system message that the threat level exceeded the 2nd level. The monster's gaze was still directed somewhere. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes wider. Some kind of glow began to emanate from the enemy's pupil. A kind of ray immediately appeared. The young man, covering the girl, understood that many people had already tried to kill him, but he was still aimed at the doctor. Suddenly, something red began to appear in front of the guy. The girl blocked them. Immediately, an explosion was heard in the air and a notification appeared that the highest priority had changed to killing. The monster's eye opened even wider. The tentacles were heading straight for the girl. She suddenly surrounded her daughter and the protagonist with her body. Immediately, some spikes appeared from under the ground. The spirit grabbed the monster. These limbs were gnawing at his flesh. The guest, sticking out her tongue, screamed for the opponent to finally die. Immediately, 2 beams hit the enemy's eye. Immediately after, the young man crushed something on the ground. Grinning, the guy noted that apparently they managed to deal with that monster. Suddenly, many eyes appeared on the ground. They were heading straight for him. The girl made a serious expression. Immediately after, she attacked these eyes on the ground. They all began to scatter. The hero, looking down, asked if the monster had made a mistake, because it all looked like she had fallen in love with him. The young man started shooting at them with a pistol. Running away, the protagonist shouted that it was time for them to get out, and since the revolver only had 6 bullets, it needed to be constantly reloaded and therefore was extremely useless, but beautiful. Drinking the elixir, the guy said that they didn't have time, and he needed to turn into a monster and save the others. Suddenly his mouth opened. Another limb appeared from behind his back. The protagonist immediately stopped with his feet. There was a grin on his face. On the ground, those eyes were still crawling. The hero's eyes were wide open. The girl was eating those eyes. The young man, in the air, shouted that it was not in vain that he had to fight lower-ranking monsters, and the girl was shouting that he should be braver. Her head was heading somewhere when she was shouting that while they were dealing with the lower-ranking monsters, she would have to deal with this big guy. The creature was surrounded by bright glowing beams. Immediately, only scraps of the monster's limbs remained in the air. Immediately after, something pierced its eye. The beam was heading straight for some monster, when the hero said that he apparently found this weak spot of its blood and flesh, and as soon as they managed to destroy it, it would immediately turn into a pile of garbage. Suddenly, the creature opened its eyes. The monster was immediately covered in multiple lightning bolts, and a notification appeared that the offensive generation had begun, and therefore the activation of measures to destroy evil spirits was taking place. The girl, looking forward, did not understand what was happening, and then another message appeared that the connection between the monsters was being broken. The spirit was heading straight for the enemy. Suddenly, her eyes opened wider. Something grabbed her. The hero, looking up, asked how she felt. Immediately something golden struck next to him. The girl, appearing in the reflection, asked if he was in too much of a hurry, and apparently he really cared about her. More and more black hands began to appear in her reflection. The hero cried out about it. Almost completely disappearing, the assistant said that this was not surprising, because before the creature attacked only him, and ignored her, it was getting used to it and collecting combat data of the girl, taking her apart and examining her. The hero extended his hand when she said that this was an extremely strong opponent. The young man, opening his mouth, asked what was happening. Suddenly, a certain eye appeared. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, said that these tentacles were now fighting Madam, and immediately notifications appeared about an increase in the danger level to 80%. The eye suddenly became larger and a message appeared that the danger level was equal to 99%. This limb headed straight for him. Immediately after, she struck nearby. The young man, smiling, exclaimed that the girl was still alive. Another tentacle appeared, and its words were heard that they should quickly approach her. 2 tentacles were heading towards this eye. The hero jumped away from one of them. Bleeding, the doctor said that this was just a nightmare, because who would have thought that the monster would be stronger than her? Watching the battle of the tentacles, the healer tried to understand what to do, because even if he stayed, he would be of no use, because in this case, death would definitely await him. The doctor, gritting his teeth, realized that he could not leave, because the lady was in danger because of him, and he would be the last coward if he left her here alone. Standing on the ground, the young man understood that he definitely needed to think of something and find a way to save the girl. The protagonist opened a hatch. Immediately after, the hero looked in there and asked the baby to wake up. Only a certain glow was visible there. The healer, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he knew that his pet hated him because he had to eat expired potions every day, but now was not the time to sort things out, because a monster was hunting the pharmacy, and that's why they needed his help. Below, only some kind of glow was still visible, and a notification appeared about the decrease in the pet's favor level. Suddenly, something began to appear from there. The tentacles grew longer and longer. The hero looked up, not understanding what was happening. A huge creature called a baby appeared above him. The monster, with his mouth wide open, said something. They, standing in front of each other, began to argue about something, as a result of which the baby's favor level decreased by another 10 units. Suddenly, some kind of blows sounded in the distance. The young man, pointing his finger there, shouted that they should leave these disputes for later, because now his friend was struggling with that creature with all his might, and they were just wasting time, and they should stick together and figure out how to deal with such an enemy. The monster, standing in front of him, said that he understood everything. The hero, pointing somewhere with his hand, explained that they needed to go there, and if the kid helped them, then he would be given the best potions for the next 2 months. The monster began to move its tongue. Immediately after, some kind of cocoon appeared. They quickly ran along the ground and the doctor shouted that the girl should not worry, because she would soon be saved. Suddenly, tentacles appeared in front of them. The guy, holding a knife in front of him, shouted that they were sitting on top. Sitting on the monster, the young man did not understand what had happened. The tentacles were reaching straight for the kid, when the doctor shouted a question about what he was doing at all, because why did the pets start running away from the battlefield? The doctor, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he would give him a subscription for a 3-month course of effective potions. One of the enemy's limbs was already heading towards them. The kid immediately attacked it with his tongue. Suddenly, something pierced the monster from behind. The hero, standing on it, noted that it was a good fellow. Many limbs were reaching towards them again. They surrounded the kid. That bloody cocoon appeared again. They were trapped by those limbs. The boy looked back. The kid suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted something about the toilet. The protagonist immediately jumped off him. Looking to the side, the pharmacist realized that he had no strength and could not think of anything else. Running up to a certain sphere, the doctor knew that now he was the only one who could save her, and he should face the fear face to face. This sphere also had an eye. Suddenly, the boy snatched something. This eye looked straight at him. The hero put on that cloak and continued to run. His hand reached forward. Touching the eye, the boy realized that his hand had bumped into something. The boy found himself inside the creature. Immediately after, he began to make his way further. Suddenly, the doctor looked down and realized what he had found. There was a hand sticking out. Pulling her out, the young man asked her not to worry, because now she would be saved. Part of her scalp was missing. The protagonist suddenly frowned. The hero pulled out the remains of her body and poured some potion. He held it in his hands. Suddenly, something appeared behind him. The guy immediately turned around. Then the hero put his hand in his bosom. In his hand was some kind of thread. It came from the baby's cocoon, and it was also tied to his tongue. The doctor, opening his mouth wide, shouted for him to start pulling. They rose into the air. In front of him was this big eye. Suddenly, the thread broke and a notification about the loss of contact with the baby appeared. The young man began to be consumed. Gritting his teeth, the guy knew that there was only a little left. His hand was shaking. Falling into the darkness, the hero remembered that even if he tried very hard, this world would still swallow him up. With his mouth slightly open, the young man thought about how difficult it was to live a long life in this world and meet someone close in spirit, and also tried to understand whether a life that had just begun could end so quickly. Showing his middle finger, the healer realized that if he was doomed to die, he would not leave this world so easily, because he still had one important step to take. Blood spurted from his hand. The young man began to drink this blood. A grin appeared on his face and a notification appeared that the user's body had undergone a 3rd level mutation, as well as several more notifications about increasing the mutation level to the 6th. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked what it was. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide. Some formless creature appeared. A tongue was reaching for it. This creature had many eyes. Suddenly, something burst out of it. It was some kind of limb. The girl was also hanging on it. Immediately, she was lowered to the ground. Frowning, the spirit tried to understand what had happened. There were many faces of the protagonist on the tentacle. A hole appeared in the monster's eye. Something fell to the ground. This substance suddenly had a face. It immediately turned into another face of the young man, and immediately notifications appeared about the decrease in the kid's mental state by 50 units, and about the decrease in the mental state of the evil spirit by 40 units. The 2 limbs came closer. They began to transform into something. A dragon's head immediately appeared. The monster began to breathe fire at the young man. The hero was still standing in place, receiving notifications that the 1st and 2nd unknown mutations had self-destructed. Suddenly, something burst out of the enemy's eye again. The girl, opening her mouth, called out to him and immediately activated the ghostly vision. Looking at the opponent, the spirit did not understand how this happened, because Linen's body was not visible because he was overgrown with flesh and the distorted, defiled body had now become the embodiment of trouble. The monster was looking somewhere with a big eye, when suddenly a notification appeared about the suspension of mutation and the emergency start of the restructuring of flesh and blood. The girl's mouth opened wider after the message that the host's body was being devoured by mutation and there was a risk of death. Suddenly a bright flash appeared. The assistant raised her hand to her eyes. These flashes came from the enemy's eye. The girl, raising her fist, asked if the young man heard anything. He laughed. Frowning, she asked if this was the hero's voice, because why was it so similar to the voice of her evil spirit? Because really the part that connected them with the guy was disconnected and became an evil spirit. The monster, opening its mouth, laughed loudly. Suddenly something else appeared. It began to fall to the ground. Immediately, this eye appeared. The eye was shining brightly. The girl, with her mouth wide open, assumed that the protagonist had turned into a puppet of their enemy. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the eye. The spirit's face was still serious. A certain tower was visible. Something exploded at its base. There was some kind of device below, and immediately a message appeared that the monster created from flesh and blood was destroyed by 98%. A certain man was standing next to the flask and words were heard that they had lost contact with the third-type monsters, that they had been sent to fight the blood saw and as a result, the backlash wave had burned their control base. The man, slamming his hand on the table, asked if they were joking, because their third-type puppets were the strongest hunters in the Demon Association, not counting the highest-ranking creatures and creatures with the power equal to the king. The master's eye was shining when he said that those traitors who did not want to return to the association were strong, but they also essentially died at the hands of the third-type monsters, so his puppets had to cope with the blood saw. They were all standing in front of this flask. The man, without showing his face, explained that he knew the blood saw, because it was that man and 4 other members from other councils who once dominated the dark world and all the monsters, but his current puppets, woven from flesh and blood, surpassed their brothers and therefore their enemy is not able to interfere with such excellent work. They were also standing in front of the flask when the master ordered them to find the coordinates where the third-type monster turned off the connection in order to send a whole column of monsters there, because his third and fourth-type puppets would go to a given place, and their task was to collect as much information as possible about the place and the blood saw. The girl, pulling out the protagonist, asked how he felt. The guy fell to the ground. The spirit, taking him on his back, noted that he didn't even seem to have any fractures and tried to understand what had happened to him. Walking towards the house, she said that first they should return to the shelter. The guy's hand was hanging. Suddenly, a tongue appeared from it. Immediately, the limb began to disappear. The young man opened his eyes and immediately received a notification about the successful completion of the task outside the drugstore. Getting up, the doctor noted that it was already dawn, and it was time for him to get up. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. Looking around, the doctor realized that this was a woman's bedroom, but he couldn't understand how he ended up here at all, because surely the monster hadn't swallowed him then. The girlfriend, entering the room, asked if he was awake. The guy, with his mouth open, turned to her and asked how she had survived at all. The girl suddenly grabbed his clothes. Coming closer, she asked about his condition and well-being and also about whether there were any changes in his body. Hugging him, the spirit also explained that he had slept for 2 whole days and probably did not remember anything and asked him to be calm, because everything would be told. The young man asked what time it was. A chandelier appeared and a question was heard about whether the monster had died. The hero, holding a glass in his hands, explained that a huge number of evil organisms were growing inside the body, dismembering the creature from the inside. Drinking something, the friend answered affirmatively and added that after that she pulled him out of the body of that monster and thought that it was beyond the power of an ordinary person to kill such a strong monster, and this guy was beginning to surprise her more and more. The protagonist, frowning, knew that all this happened because of the regeneration potion, and it was because of its excessive use that the body went out of control, and at the moment when his consciousness switched off, the mutated body dismembered that monster. Still holding the glass in his hands, the healer tried to understand how the enemy could recover at all, and where this monster came from, and why he wanted to kill him. Having risen, the young man asked about what happened to that monster. The girl answered that she brought it here and left it in the backyard and also noted that it seemed to her that there was definitely something inexplicable in that big guy. The guy, opening his mouth, said that he wanted to look at him, thinking that if he was not mistaken, then the solution lies in the teacher and perhaps it will be possible to solve it thanks to this monster. They went outside. Putting his hand on the flesh, the doctor asked if he had to be in such a form, and his friend answered affirmatively and explained that this was all that was left of his mutation and added that he had transformed so much that she was even overcome with fear. The protagonist, looking down, realized that if this was so, then the power of his mutated organism was still inside. Imagining his hands behind him, the young man knew that even though he looked normal now, perhaps a hidden mutation had appeared inside him. Opening his mouth, the doctor decided to make sure and glanced at the window with the characteristics. Looking somewhere, the hero asked the system to immediately tell them where the mutation was, and immediately a task appeared in which he had to find the mutation himself, because otherwise it would absorb the host's body and the process would become irreversible. Gritting his teeth in anger, the protagonist did not understand why the system gave him this task, because he simply asked about his mutated body, and then a message came that he needed to solve this issue on his own. The doctor opened his mouth wide in anger. Waving his hand, the guy said that she was just a bastard, but the system sent him a message that she should not be cursed, because she was simply providing help and the young man should try to solve this issue on his own. The hero, opening his mouth, apologized and explained that he had an urgent matter that needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Immediately after, the young man began to leave. After the guy went the other way. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he took this flesh to make medicine from it, and they should see each other later. A pharmacy appeared. The hero lit the lantern of souls. Immediately after, the doctor began to go down. A burning candle appeared and the young man remembered that the teacher had many different books that wrote in detail about diseases and medicines. Looking at one of the books, the guy read about malignant cell mutations caused by radiation exposure, about 100 curses that lead to physiological distortions, as well as the history of the mutant Lolita and her tentacles, a guide with 35 practical ways to calculate evil spirits. Slamming the book shut, the guy realized that almost all the changes in his body can be determined by 4 reasons. Imagining his body, the doctor knew that the mutation was still in the incubation period and perhaps when it awakened, he would be waiting for death. The second sign was that mutants are uncontrollable, since they have their own will. Then the young man imagined himself surrounded by many eyes and realized that the third sign was that the creature that connected him with the cells of the mutation was probably stronger than him, and he would definitely not be able to defeat it on his own. Raising his hand, the doctor knew that the fourth fact was that the system helped him survive when he was unconscious and a notification with a list of his system's skills immediately appeared. Some rays began to hit his body. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that everything worked. Raising his hands, the protagonist realized that his body had changed and all his organs seemed to have changed their structure as well as flesh, blood, and even cells. He was able to feel that every part of his body had become larger and stronger than before. Suddenly, something began to appear. Some cells appeared. The young man, closing his eyes, realized that he had done everything wrong, because he did not have time to indulge in strange memories, because he needed to find a way to contain the mutants. Something struck these cells. Frowning, the hero tried to understand that if the lower monster was eaten by mutants, then where would such a quantity of flesh be stored? Because his body was weakened and could not accommodate so much flesh and blood and he could not feel any invasions or deviations in the body at all and assumed that it was all about the mutant that settled in his body and influenced its functioning. Looking around, the protagonist realized that thanks to this, his body was like a mutant, because it could easily accommodate any amount of foreign blood and flesh, and if a mutant can influence the functioning of his body, then this means that he also has the ability to influence the intruder. On the flask it was written that it was dichlorvos. The young man looked at it, thinking about something. Then the guy opened it. Suddenly the hero began to drink this liquid. Falling to the floor, the hero said that it was just wonderful and immediately received a notification that his body was dying, as it had received an abnormal amount of toxic substances. The protagonist, baring his teeth, asked how it tasted to the mutant, because it was definitely the best chemical he had ever managed to make in his entire life, and from it the parasite would definitely receive a lot of radiation and meet his death in dirt and pain, and also ordered him to get out of the body if he wanted to live. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that there was no reaction to this. Running away somewhere, the guy shouted that the monster would still wait for him. The young man ran into a certain room with chemicals. His gaze was directed somewhere. With one movement, the doctor opened all the flasks. Bright skulls appeared from them. The hero threw the table over his head, drinking the chemicals. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked if it was good for the monster, because for him it was only a minor pain, and if the parasite couldn't stand it, then he should get lost, and a notification also appeared that the user's body was receiving an abnormal amount of toxic substances, which caused severe itching, skin rashes, and also gave birth to a terrible virus. The young man closed his mouth. Raising his fists, the doctor shouted that the mutant had made him completely crazy. The doctor poured something into a huge vat. After that, the guy poured the liquid into flasks and received a notification that he had been able to improve the potion for spreading the plague, for strengthening the weak state of health, and for spreading the virus, and said that the potion was ready, but so that its power did not disappear, it needed to be washed down with something. Immediately after, the doctor reached for something and said that it was the teacher's old wine, which he would need to drink along with the potion. Smiling widely, the protagonist decided to take a sip of poison and then a sip of wine. The hero poured poison into his mouth and received a notification that his health was dropping by 1 level and that he would die in 20 minutes. Then the boy drank another potion and received a message that his condition had stabilized for a short time. The young man drank the red potion again. After that, the protagonist drank poison, receiving a notification that it was destroying his main organs and that he would die in 15 minutes. The boy, sitting on a chair, said that he felt itching, burning, chills and fever, and that this was enough to destroy an ordinary person. Taking a watch in his hand, the young man understood that now everything depended on his willpower, because he only needed to hold out for 20 minutes, and if the vile creature did not leave his body, then this time was wasted. Having pressed the button on the watch, the hero knew that he was starting the first round. The healer, crossing his arms over his chest, was trembling. Suddenly the young man drank another potion and a notification appeared that he had taken the antidote, and the toxins in his body were neutralized. His eyes were wide open. The boy immediately broke the flask. His hand was reaching for something else. There was some kind of black bundle in it. Immediately after, the doctor threw this thing into the vat. The hero began to pour the potion into flasks. The protagonist had already begun to drink the contents of one of them. The doctor began to fall on his back. The young man grabbed the cauldron with his hand. Throwing something else in there, the boy said that it was not enough for him and therefore he needed more. The doctor was sitting on the chair again. Something was dripping from his hand and he could be heard saying that he needed more and more. Foam appeared at his mouth. Suddenly, the boy stuck out his tongue. Jumping up, the young man continued to say that he needed even more. Suddenly, a tongue appeared from his hand and a notification appeared that the creature's fear level had increased by 10 units. The hero looked at this limb. The young man took the flask with his other hand. The creature began to climb back. The doctor opened another flask and several messages appeared about the mutant's growing fear level. Bringing the flask to his face, the guy said that he had done what he had always wanted. His hand suddenly reached for the table when the monster said that he needed a withdrawal medicine and also that he did not understand what was happening to him, and it was extremely difficult for him to believe it. The hand took another flask. After that, the green liquid was poured into the hole in the hand. The young man took another potion with his other hand. The creature, sticking out its tongue, said that it was time for them to begin, because apparently the carrier was very addicted to poisons. It poured 3 flasks into itself at a time, saying that it could not stop, because if it lost, then everything would be over. The hero also continued to drink various poisons. The hand, falling to the floor, said that apparently everything was over, because the constant drinking of poison and antidote gave him a feeling of jumping between life and death, and continued endlessly. The young man's mouth was open when the hand said that apparently everything was fine with him. The guy sat with his head bowed when someone said that he needed more. The creature, stretching out its hand to the table, said that the antidote had run out, but he needed to drink it, because the hero drank poison like wine. The hero was still reaching somewhere, saying something about medicine. His hand was already right in front of the poison. Suddenly the young man's body collapsed to the floor. Rua also fell. She began to reach for the table again. The creature took the flask in its hand. Immediately after it opened it. At the same time, the recovery potion began to pour into the hole in the hand. The protagonist was still sitting in the center of the room. A hand appeared in front of his eyes. The guy, rubbing his head, remembered that he managed to pump this mutant with a potion and immediately a notification appeared about receiving a new achievement related to medicines and poisons. Grinning, the young man said that he saw that his body parts moved on their own, but he could not remember what it was at all. Suddenly, the hero looked down when he heard a certain voice. The hand, opening its mouth, said that death had finally befallen it, and then a message from the system appeared describing this abnormal mutation. The young man silently looked at his hand, when suddenly a notification appeared about the deterioration of his mental state by 10 units, and about the deterioration of the mental state of his left hand by 9 units. The hand, opening its mouth wide, screamed that it would devour him. The hero said that he finally remembered that his left hand had changed and noted that it saved him by not letting him drink more poisons. The monster, opening its mouth, called the doctor an idiot, because if he wanted to die, then he did not necessarily have to take someone else with him. The protagonist screamed that it was terrible and asked him to leave the body, because then everything would be fine with him. Looking at the sharp teeth of his left hand, the guy noticed that it had enormous strength, and he should think of something. Opening his mouth, the hero used the achievement of mutation from flesh and blood. Suddenly his body was covered with some kind of glow. The hand, smiling, asked if the guy really thought that he would be able to subdue it, and added that all people are extremely stupid, because they themselves are looking for problems. The hero clenched his teeth when the hand told him that he should stop talking nonsense, because he shouldn't think that he has power over the hand. The hand began to stretch out when the doctor said that they would fight to the end and that the strongest would be chosen today. The protagonist, frowning, ordered the monster to come out, since it was so brave, because he had no fear of him. Sticking out his tongue, the monster ordered the guy not to touch it. The young man grabbed the mutant's tongue with his teeth. The guy was walking somewhere. With his other hand, the hero reached for the knife. He immediately grabbed it. Immediately after, the doctor swung it to strike, saying that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he still had his right hand. The blade was already flying in the direction of the hand. Suddenly, the left hand blocked the blow with a scalpel and said that they should make each other suffer. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, screamed that he would chop it up and add each piece to a sample of a new medicine. the monster said that he could try and use the power of the flower. They fought, and the healer said that he was giving the monster one last chance to leave the body on his own, otherwise he would die. The hand screamed that it should have said so itself, and he should just let it eat his head and then he would be able to free himself. A window was visible. The silhouette in the window was fighting with himself when the guy asked if they really had nothing else to discuss. The mutant screamed that no one would talk to him. Their fight was still visible through the window. The ground on the street appeared. Suddenly, knives flew out of the young man's right hand. The young man's mouth was wide open when the monster said that it would finally kill him. The hero's back arched slightly. The young man fell to the ground and the mutant screamed that he should give up, since he could not win this fight. Noticing a certain flask, the pharmacist realized that it was left in the backyard after the fight with the mutants. There was still something poured into this flask. The scalpel was already at the young man's face when the monster asked if he really still thought that he would be able to get rid of the mutant, because he was just an idiot who would not be able to achieve what he wanted. Suddenly, something began to appear from the guy's face when he used bloody cannibalism. Red hands reached for the flask. The hand was still holding the scalpel. Suddenly, 2 red hands began to pour liquid directly into the mutant's mouth and notifications appeared that his fear level had increased by 20 units, and the young man said that he could finally get rid of him. The monster, sticking out his tongue, asked what he was doing. The protagonist, putting his hand on his forehead, noted that he apparently succeeded. Suddenly, his eyes closed and a notification appeared that the state of his body had changed, as mild chemical poisoning had occurred. Immediately poison sprayed from his mouth. The hero's eyes opened wider when a message appeared stating that the state of his body had changed, as mild poisoning had changed to severe poisoning. The monster, sticking out its tongue, said that it did not matter that his body now belonged to more than just him, because if he was poisoned, they would both die. The baby appeared. The pet moved. The monster noticed some strange liquid. It licked it. Raising its head, the monster said something and a notification appeared stating that the favor level had decreased by 20 units. This poison flowed from the protagonist's mouth straight into the baby's house. The mutant, grabbing a silver knife, said that he would kill him, because how dare he feed him these chemicals, and it was time for him to finish off the young man. The monster had already brought the knife to his back. Poison was already flowing from both of their mouths and a notification appeared stating that the baby's anger had increased by 10 units. They were still sitting by this hatch when the mutant said that he should wait a little longer, and then he would definitely be able to kill the host. Lying on the ground, the guy asked for a truce, because he needed to wait a little, since he needed rest. The mutant agreed with him and explained that he had completely lost all appetite, and he should eat the young man later. The hero lay on his back. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked if they could live peacefully for now and inquired about the monster's opinion on this matter. The hand, opening its mouth, answered that it liked this proposal. Opening its mouth, the hero noted that in fact this battle had already lost all meaning. The mutant agreed with him and explained that in the end they would both lose in this situation. The protagonist said that there were 2 consciousnesses in one body and in principle this could be tolerated. The interlocutor again agreed with him. Smiling, the young man laughed along with the mutant. Suddenly his gaze turned to the side. The hand also bared its teeth. They started fighting again and the hero shouted that he knew that she wanted to attack him again, and it was good that he managed to react in time, because it seemed to him that the opponent would not be so impudent. The monster shouted that it was obvious, because the hero was going to kill him at a convenient moment, and he just needed to take advantage of the situation to kill the healer. And suddenly someone asked if there was anyone in the store, and immediately after that a task appeared in which it was necessary to identify the patient's disease. Walking to the house, the hero shouted that if it were not for the client, he would have cut her out by the roots. The monster shouted the opposite. They continued waving knives when the guy said that he was already on his way and the client only had to wait a minute. There was a monster with a sheep's head standing there, and the young man greeted him. The goat frowned with displeasure. Sharpening the knives, the main character greeted him. Smiling, Lennon introduced himself as the main one here and asked what brought him here. The monster squinted and said he was not from around here and wanted to see how good the doctors were. The boy looked around and introduced himself as a great doctor and expressed confidence that he could help him no matter what was ailing him. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked his mutation to calm down for a moment because they had a customer. The pharmacist waved his knives and complained that his hands were only getting more energetic. Leaning against the wall, the monster decided that something was wrong because this did not look like a regular pharmacy, and said that he would come here another time. Suddenly, a meat cleaver appeared in the air. A moment later, it pierced the wall above the beast's head, its mental state immediately falling. The doctor grabbed the thrown dagger. Smiling awkwardly, the pharmacist apologized and asked if his guest was too scared. The goat opened its mouth in horror and said that everything was fine and wondered what was happening to its hand. The man slowly walked past the protagonist when he asked him not to be shy. The pharmacy was in disarray. The monster did not understand why everything was broken and assumed that there had been a massacre with local bandits. Lennon took a step forward. Smiling, The guy explained that the store was in poor condition, as they had recently renovated it, and promised that this place would definitely leave a pleasant impression on the guest. The monster looked at the cracked table and wondered why the scratches looked like there had been a fight. The young man was sharpening knives right above his head. The beast assumed that he was a real psychopath and hoped that he was not going to stab him. Swallowing nervously, the goat asked if he could step out for a moment, and explained that he had entered the pharmacy on the wrong side. The man stood up and raised his hand. The pharmacist asked if the customer didn't want to be treated by him. The doctor frowned confidently and asked what he didn't like. The monster replied that there was no problem, adding that the customer was God, and God always had the right to choose. The pharmacist narrowed his eyes slyly and confirmed his words about the customer being always right. In the eyes of the monster, the protagonist bared his fangs and promised to stab him. The beast grabbed his head and realized that this was a black magic shop and that its owner would certainly cripple him if anything went wrong. His eyes filled with blood, the goat thought about the owner of this place being so ruthless that he was cutting himself, and wondered if this was really an alley of wandering souls. The man rolled his eyes and asked why he needed 2 knives, suggesting that the owner was practicing some kind of fighting skills. Linen grinned maliciously and said that he just wanted to cut off his left hand. It grew in size. The monster asked what was wrong with it. The guy explained that he could not give all the details, but his hand could even eat a person. The young man frowned and promised that his visitor was in no danger, so there was no point in worrying. The monster clenched its teeth in fear and wondered if the hand was really capable of eating a person. The beast pointed to the side and, wanting to find a way to get out of here, said that he should go to the pharmacy later. Looking back, the pharmacist asked him to stay and promised to examine him and make a diagnosis. When his foot was in the drawer, instruments fell out. The goat shrugged his trembling shoulders and suggested that the merchant was simply looking for a murder weapon, but the doctor said that he needed to find a stethoscope. The door slammed shut and the man wished him well. The monster froze when the pharmacist shouted that no one would let him escape from here. The monster's eyes widened and he tried to justify himself by saying that he just wanted to take a short walk. He smiled when the protagonist said that he had many good friends in this alley, and said that he would ask his neighbor's sister to kill the monster. The beast frowned and assumed that this was his last warning. The goat grabbed the knife. The man hid it behind his back and decided to get close to the merchant and catch him off guard. The monster swung the dagger and wished death on Linen. Suddenly, his eyes became round with fear when the boy shouted that he would chop him into pieces. The monster hid the weapon behind his back again. The boy looked around and said that he had finally found a stethoscope. The pharmacist asked how the patient was feeling. The beast trembled and replied that everything was fine. The knife pierced his backside. The doctor decided to listen to his lungs. The hero sat down at the table, and the goat put a stethoscope to his chest. Gritting his teeth in fear, the man asked if the doctor really felt that something was wrong, and thought that they wanted to make shashlik out of him. Frowning, the pharmacist noticed that his heartbeat was slow, and suggested that the client had recently experienced severe shock. The monster opened his mouth in confusion and realized that the doctor could not even imagine what horror he had to endure. The monster sadly frowned and asked how serious it was. The protagonist saw dark circles under his eyes, a faded color of the eyes and a crimson tint of the mouth, which are signs of poisoning. The beast rose to its feet and said that this could not be. Linen explained that if the poisoning was accompanied by severe shock, in which there was a constant outflow of blood, then its consequences could be very dangerous. The guy frowned and asked if the client had visited places with a lot of toxic fumes, or maybe someone had attacked him. The goat replied that he had recently been in a swamp. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the young man realized that he had simply been scratched by branches in the swamp, and this was treated with simple therapy, and concluded that he had taken it too seriously. The pharmacist raised a knife and asked if the hand still wanted to attack him from behind. The doctor turned to the visitor and explained that he had been scratched not by an ordinary branch, but by a vine of a human type. Introducing a plant with a human face, the pharmacist explained that it was very poisonous and usually hid underground, waiting for a convenient opportunity to attack, and added that its effect was not fatal. The goat opened its mouth in fear and asked what to do if poisoned. The protagonist smiled and said that he needed to calm down so that his heart did not beat too fast, and so that his blood pressure did not rise. The man put his hand to his chest and tried to even out his breathing. At that moment, a huge hand attacked Linen. The monster's eyes widened in fear, its mental state decreased. The guy opened his palm and explained that if the poison had already spread, its body would begin to emit a strange smell, because usually evil creatures are haunted by an acute desire to eat someone. Holding back his fangs, the young man said that his patient could rest easy, since there were no evil creatures in their pharmacy. The hand stuck out its tongue and licked the monster. The pharmacist grabbed him with his hand and added that if the creature was overcome by his desires, then bloodletting would need to be done immediately to avoid risks. Raising his hand, the healer asked the client to wait and said that in order to be cured, he needed to drink a lot of water and recovery potions, and also use bloodletting to reduce the accumulation of poison in the body. The beast took the knife out of his body. The pharmacist smiled awkwardly and said that it was inappropriate to use it now. The goat opened its mouth in fear. The monster rolled its eyes and asked why it was impossible to say this earlier. The protagonist pointed at it and asked why he was in such a hurry that he did not even want to listen to him. The monster said that his health was more important to him than running away. The beast pointed to his wound and asked the doctor to help him stop the bleeding. Linen kicked him and asked him not to worry about anything. The goat fell to the floor and asked the doctor to relieve him of this pain, because he did not want to be treated here anymore. The boy smiled broadly and asked him not to refuse treatment, and reminded him that their pharmacy was the only one in the area and that the poison in his body would soon begin to destroy him. The man pointed at him and shouted that there were many villages and towns in the area, so there must be other pharmacies. There were bottles with heads on the shelves. The boy said that there used to be several of them, but they all disappeared after their appearance. The monster's eyes widened in horror. Bowing low, the monster asked for forgiveness and began to beg not to kill him, because he had elderly parents and a 2-year-old child at home. The palm licked away his tears. The pharmacist said that he had no reason to worry and promised to make sure that the client left here completely healthy. The doctor stepped aside and removed his hand from him. The pharmacist looked at the potions and explained that the poison would not kill the patient immediately anyway, because its effect was slow. The protagonist poured the liquid into the flask and said that it was quite easy to get rid of it if you choose the right treatment. Linen drew the liquid into a syringe and hoped that the visitor would not mind a small injection that would help him regain his vitality. The guy warned that it was not painful at all. The beast opened its mouth in shock and asked where the doctor was going to put it. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked him to turn his back. The goat's face was covered in cold sweat. The pharmacist took the boot that had been stopping the bleeding until that moment. The scream coming from the pharmacy could be heard even on the street. The doctor put a bandage on the injection site. Standing next to the client, the pharmacist asked if he felt any effect and explained that he used a special drug that his teacher had specially developed to fight poisons. The man looked back and replied that the feeling of weakness and drowsiness had significantly decreased, and the strange smell that emanated from his body had disappeared. The monster frowned tensely and suggested that he had been wrong in his hypothesis, and that this was not a black magic shop but an ordinary pharmacy. The monster folded his hands behind his back and asked the doctor to deal with him first, and then with his hand. The protagonist tried to restrain his wrist and said that their pharmacy, Bloodsaw, had always adhered to the principle that the customer was a god. The beast put his hand to his chest and said that his words sounded soothing. The goat scratched his head and asked what would happen if he had no money. Linen picked up his cleaver and asked what that meant. The man, horrified, took out bags of coins and immediately shouted that he had money. Pointing to the bags, the guy asked the client not to joke like that anymore and said that his heart almost stopped from fear. The monster smiled and said that, according to his feelings, all the toxins had already been eliminated from his body. The boy took out the coins and told him that his teacher had once made poisons, so he knew how toxic they could be, and that their pharmacy was the only one in the world that had a cure for the vine's poison. The monster suggested that those who stumbled upon the vine in distant lands might die, and the pharmacist tied up the bag and told him not to worry about it, because such a poison only existed in the nearby areas. Raising his fist to his chin, the beast wondered if this vine only grew in this area, and felt that everything was happening for a reason. The doctor fed the money to the fish and said that the client had only given him 1,700 coins, and that he needed to pay another 400. The goat sat down at the table and replied that he only had 300 coins. The man reached under his cloak to find the missing money. The monster frowned in displeasure and trembled from overexertion. His face was covered in cold sweat. The pharmacist placed the document on the table and said that it was okay that he didn't have enough coins. Grinning, the protagonist said that the patient could pay in kind and offered to see what body parts would be suitable for this. The tablet showed how much and what it cost. Linen asked what body part the client was willing to give in exchange. The guy sharpened the knives and offered to exchange his eyes, warning that they could be bought back. The monster, opening its mouth in horror, asked him to wait a second and said that it had something else that could be used to pay for the services. The beast placed a fragment of a silver skull on the table and told him that he had found it a few days ago while walking around the city. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that such material was often used by the Demon Association to create biological weapons. The pharmacist asked where the visitor had found it. The goat scratched its head and replied that the fragment was lying on the western hill, about 100 kilometers from here. The man opened a whole bag of bones and explained that there had once been a fight at this place. The monster looked up and asked if he could pay with this. The doctor showed him the OK sign and agreed. The monster quickly ran out of the store, saying goodbye to the owner. The pharmacist introduced the creepy monster and thought about it. The protagonist hit his palm and asked it to wake up. The mutant stuck out its tongue. Linen reminded that they had a truce and said that there were more important things to do than fight. The monster immediately tried to swallow it. The guy grabbed his hand, trying not to move. The palm let go and asked why he was still hiding. The young man frowned and replied that he had drunk too many chemicals, which clouded his mind a little. The pharmacist puffed out his cheeks and said that the hand would not dare to eat him. The monster bared its teeth furiously and shouted that it would eat him right now. The monster stuck out its huge tongue and said that it was not too late to beg for forgiveness and mercy. Looking away, the doctor yawned and asked the hand to dangle less and eat him quickly if it wanted to. The mutant licked his lips and asked if he really wasn't scared. The pharmacist closed one eye and reminded him that the palm would die with him because it couldn't exist alone. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked if they weren't partners. The monster closed its mouth. Suddenly baring its teeth, the monster denied this and explained that it was simply afraid of getting infected with something if it bit off his head, but that didn't mean that the owner wouldn't be eaten. Lennon smiled and asked him to do it later. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked why they didn't stop arguing. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise when the system asked the user not to let the mutant suspect him of trying to get rid of the parasite. The pharmacist gaped in shock and wondered if the beast inside him would be able to live on its own if it killed the host. A hand flew up to him and asked what he was doing. The doctor scratched his chin and said that they should call a truce because if someone got hurt during the fight, it would affect both of them. The monster pursed its lips in displeasure and expressed its desire to survive. The pharmacist took out the fragments and told him that the monster that appeared last night was a creation of the Demon Association, and his teacher used to be one of the members of this organization. There were empty bottles on the table. The protagonist realized that his mentor had a serious conflict with this association, and the monster came here to destroy the pharmacy. Lennon approached the table and assumed that the association forces had infiltrated the area and that they should have been informed of what had happened here after the massacre yesterday. The boy frowned and said that if his guess was correct, another battle would soon overtake them. The youth turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure when the mutant asked how this concerned him. The pharmacist raised his hand and declared that he would not be able to stay away, because they were one. Stroking his wrist, the healer asked the parasite to calm down and explained that they must trust each other. Raising two fingers, the palm agreed that they should help each other and stated that it needed to eat those who came here, and its owner needed to refrain from using chemicals. The pharmacist smiled slyly and agreed to these conditions. The protagonist approached the remains of the monster and wondered where his revolver and bone knife were. The hand sighed heavily. Lennon wondered where he should look for his weapon. The boy brought his hand to his mouth on the palm. The monster bit the demonic tentacle. It trembled. The young man realized that the stomach of the monster was too deep. Closing his eyes, the pharmacist thought that the mutant was growing very quickly, and realized that his internal organs had already formed. A long arm penetrated the esophagus. It turned out that the monster had swallowed the flesh of yesterday's monster. The weapon, stained with mucus, was on the floor. A black aura emanated from the rotten meat. The doctor took the revolver and was glad that there was no damage on it. Squinting slyly, the pharmacist assumed that there were a lot of different things in the monster's stomach, and wondered why he did not take advantage of this opportunity and get something else. The demonic hands reached for his left palm. They burst into the mutant's mouth. On the floor were the pupil of the demon and the broken arm of the dragon. The tentacles penetrated even deeper into the monster's mouth. The protagonist raised his gun and fired several times. The monster hit him in the face and said that it had no shame at all. Lennon opened his eyes in horror and shouted that he had misunderstood him. The guy reminded him that they were going to cooperate. The mutant made an obscene gesture and asked the owner not to put anything strange in his mouth anymore. The young man pointed to the remains and said that he was just trying to find his things that his palm had swallowed last night. The monster pursed his lips in displeasure and asked why his stomach was now so empty. The heroes began to fight with knives again. The pharmacist was indignant that they did not want to listen to him. Suddenly, the doctor raised his eyebrows in surprise when the system launched a mission called Sleepless Night, during which the user had to survive the invasion of hunters. The pharmacist looked away tensely. The protagonist looked out the window and asked the monster to be quiet. The giant insects approached the doors of the pharmacy. Red energy enveloped the kerosene lantern. The flame went out. The beast's eyes sparkled. The huge monsters ran forward. One of them looked down furiously. There were rotting remains on the ground. Lennon frowned sternly and said that it would be difficult for them to cope with the invasion. The mutant asked where the smell of fried legs was coming from. The guy raised his gun and explained that they would better set up an ambush, because they would definitely lose in a direct attack. The young man asked his comrade to sit on the door frame and attack if anyone entered. Swizwa pointed to the door and asked the owner not to think about the fact that they had a good relationship with him. The mutant rose to the ceiling and promised to devour its owner next time. The hand spread its fingers and declared that it would remain in its place. The pharmacist frowned sternly. There were some sounds behind the boarded-up door. The doctor brought the revolver closer to himself. The parasite trembled. The door opened and purple energy leaked into the room. The doctor opened his mouth wide and ordered his friend to attack. The palm grew in size. It hung over the two silhouettes that entered. The pharmacist asked her not to relax and shouted that he would fire a few more shots. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and heard a familiar voice. Zwizwa ate the uninvited guests. Linen raised his hand and asked him to stop. The queen fell to her knees and said that she felt as if she was having a nightmare. The guy turned to her and asked what brought her here. The girl looked down and explained that she was very worried about him and thought that something had happened. The young man stared at her, puzzled, wondering if the customer was really that worried about him. The woman approached him and told him that she had almost been eaten on her way here. The pharmacist smiled broadly and introduced the customer to the mutant that had eaten the remains of yesterday's guest. The hand bit his finger, and the healer tried to free himself from its tenacious grip. The pharmacist grabbed his wrist and explained that people who create these monsters had arrived on their street yesterday, so it was now very dangerous here. A giant claw crashed into the wooden floor. The heroes looked around. They immediately jumped up from their seats. The boys rose into the air and prepared for battle. Dark energy oozed across the floor. The girl looked at the mutated palm in amazement. The bloody child licked it. Then the spirit smiled. The parasite licked it back. They looked at each other, their favor increased. Swizwa licked the ghost again. The protagonist frowned and asked them to stop doing that. An ominous shadow appeared on the threshold. Scanning the area began. Suddenly, 2 lasers appeared from the darkness. Linen realized that he could no longer hide. The guy frowned tensely. The young man jumped back. He took out a revolver and fired. An explosion was heard in front of the monster's muzzle. Faces appeared on the monster's belly. The pharmacist ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The hunters spread their paws, shrouded in purple energy. The healer jumped back to avoid their sharp claws. The mutant opened his mouth wide and asked if he really wanted to die. The hunter bared his fangs angrily. The pharmacist realized that these individuals were much stronger than yesterday's guest. The spiders were approaching him. The hand noticed that they were moving rather clumsily and advised the owner to simply dodge their attacks. The protagonist jumped up and dodged a sheaf of lightning. Linen gritted his teeth when they hit him in the head. The queen ran up to him and stuck out her long tongue. The blood spirit entered the fight and asked her friend not to worry about it. The guy jumped to the side when the monster hit the ground with its claw. The youth shouted that his knife was stuck in the floor. Swizwa rushed forward and asked the owner not to teach him what to do. The mutant grabbed the weapon that was sticking out of the boards. The monster opened its mouth and began to analyze the target. An energy tornado appeared in the room. The long arm deflected all the fragments flying at its owner. The pharmacist raised his gun and fired several shots. The bullets crashed into the vortex, but nothing happened. The parasite bared its fangs and asked its master to grant it. 2 bright lightning bolts appeared in the air. They turned into a real flame. Waves of energy pierced the tornado one after another. At this time, the chthonic creatures were sitting in front of huge monitors. The man squinted suspiciously and asked if the hunters they sent to the alley had contacted. The robot put his hand to his chest and reported that they had established a signal with the group and could take control of them at any time. The vice president of the Demonic Association looked up and asked to establish a digital signal to see the entire alley of wandering souls. A queen with long claws appeared on the screen. The villain opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was really the same bloody ghost. The girl grinned maliciously. She was considered a celebrity in the City of Sins and always killed only at her own discretion. The villain frowned and decided that even she would not be able to kill a monster of the 3rd type. The flesh above his head opened its eyes. A knife flashed in the pharmacist's long hand. Looking at the screen, the man said that this could not be. The protagonist raised the witch's revolver. The vice president looked at him from under his brows and concluded that this man was able to force the spirit to fight on his side, which meant that there was something in him. Imagining his comrades being pierced by bullets, the villain remembered that over the past few days, dozens of elders, who were the dominant force in the association, were killed or absorbed by the darkness. Juquan was holding a chainsaw in his hands. The villain realized that this artifact was made from the tissue of a giant elephant, and one of the fragments was in the Alley of Wandering Souls. Standing in the center of the glowing symbol, the Lord thought that he had specially sent his best monsters there, but the fragment was nowhere to be found, and decided to take full responsibility for the failure of the mission. The man took a chip out of his head and ordered his subordinates to prepare to send new monsters. A transmitter was hidden in his brain. The vice president said that there should be no mistake this time. Lightning flashed in the air. Information synchronization and identity verification began. The villain closed his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The protagonist looked away tensely when the system reported that the danger level had increased. The hunter's eyes emitted a purple light. Linen gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for them. The guy rushed to run from the approaching monster. Swizwa stuck out his long tongue. The monster swung its sharp claws. One of them cut off the tip of the mutant's tongue. The hand blamed the owner for this. The young man frowned menacingly and asked if it would be possible to recover. The parasite's tongue grew back and became like new. The beast's claw appeared right in front of the pharmacist's eyes. The doctor parried the attack with a dagger. The spider continued to swing its paws. The pharmacist grinned angrily and felt that the enemy's movements had changed. The monster's crazy eyes widened. Swizwa swung his dagger. The protagonist noticed that the enemy had become calm and unperturbed, and concluded that they could only attack, waiting for a miracle to happen. The mutant parried the blow with the handle of the knife and asked the owner to help him. Linen opened fire, while the hand continued to block the attacks. The parasite rose above his head to prevent the hunter from hitting him. The guy frowned sternly and asked his friend to show all his abilities that helped them defeat several similar enemies yesterday. The young man arched his back. Zwizwa said that he planned to kill the opponents as soon as possible, so he needed to loosen his jaws. A claw pierced the ground right in front of the heroes. The pharmacist put his hand in his pocket and decided to create a chance for victory. The doctor took out the eye focus, a cursed item that can dissolve everything that falls into its field of vision. The pharmacist grabbed his left eyeball. The protagonist took it out of the eye socket. Linen then lowered it into the flask of liquid. In its place appeared the cursed artifact. The boy spread his arms as the focusing pupil sparkled. The mutant gritted his teeth and asked if its owner had gone mad to merge with the monster's eye. The boy covered his face with his hand and asked him not to interfere. A red aura enveloped the pharmacist's body. The body of the monster standing in front of him turned to dust. The doctor's new eye emitted a huge amount of red energy. An explosion was heard in the room. The man opened his mouth in amazement and asked how this was even possible. Smirking, the vice president assumed that the queen had something to do with this man anyway and wanted to teach him a lesson. The villain gritted his teeth and declared that this doctor must die. The hunter reflected the fireball with his claw. The beast's limb heated up to the limit. The spider began to furiously wave its paws. Zwizwa opened his mouth wide and asked the owner to leave it to him. The mutant stuck out his tongue and began to suck in everything in sight. Gusts of wind blew out the windows and doors of the pharmacy. They surrounded the monster from all sides. The focusing pupil sparkled. The monster's eyes widened in fear. The doctor grinned maliciously and shouted that he would block all of its limbs. The hunter froze in place and opened his mouth in horror. His limbs began to tremble. The skin on his face began to melt. A green aura enveloped the beast. The pharmacist lifted a white sheet and declared that the enemies would not be able to restore health. Under it lay a fiery dragon woven from biopolymer fabric. The spider's bloodshot eyes widened. The reptile rose above the protagonist's head and opened its mouth. Its eyes lit up. A powerful fiery explosion occurred in the pharmacy. Flames enveloped the monster from head to toe. A fire started in the forest as well. Ashes rose high into the air. The walls of the Demon Association building cracked. The system automatically stopped the regeneration of the Type 3 monster cells. The cable was disconnected. The knight ran to the leader and asked what they should do now. The man gritted his teeth and was indignant that someone used his own weapon against him. The vice president waved his hand and struck. The soldier standing behind him said that he underestimated the enemy, thinking that he could kill him with a normal weapon, and explained that he did not know that his left hand was capable of handling biological weapons. Frowning, the villain thought that this could not be an ordinary person, and assumed that this was a new type of biological weapon that was invented in the Bloodsaw. The villain smirked, as expected from the best fighter in this dark world, and realized that this defeat only made him more excited. The knight raised his hand and reported that the first and second hunters had been destroyed by the evil spirit. The lord said that he would send his main weapon there, and asked if they had managed to find the bloody saw. The warrior turned down the corners of his lips and replied that Juquan had presumably gone to the doll yard because they were on good terms with the doll lady. The man clenched his fist and said that it sounded very interesting. The queen stood in the middle of the fire. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked away. The heroes went outside, where the fire was raging. The woman put the protagonist's hand on her shoulder and asked if he was okay. Black liquid was flowing out of his eye socket. Linen replied that everything was fine. The guy took out the focusing pupil from the eye socket. Then he took his eye out of the bottle and put it back in place. The young man poured a special liquid on it and complained of pain. Smiling, the pharmacist was glad that everything was resolved and asked if his client was hurt. The spirit smiled back and was surprised that this man cared about her so much. The heroes looked at each other. Zwizwa said that this one tasted quite good. The mutant sucked in the smoke from the fire and said that a real feast was about to begin. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise when the system reported that he had managed to complete the Sleepless Night mission and awarded him 2 legendary artifacts and a skill. The pharmacist frowned and asked to reveal information about new items. His pupils narrowed in surprise since he was now able to switch to a new profession. The protagonist smiled broadly and was happy with the opportunity that had opened up. The queen turned to him and explained that the combination of mechanical and biological weapons was very similar to the Demon Association. Linen assumed that they were looking for some information and stated that more trouble would await them in the future. The girl crossed her arms and wondered how her comrade could anger such a powerful organization if he did not leave the alley of wandering souls. The boy frowned sadly and said that it had something to do with his teacher, but for now he had no way to contact him to understand what was happening. Butterflies were flying over the forest. The young man suggested that the guests return home and rest, because another battle awaited them tomorrow. Someone was watching the heroes from behind the trees. The monster had 3 glowing eyes. In the evening, the pharmacist was lying in his bed. Rolling his eyes and imagining the battle, the doctor decided that the person they were fighting was a member of the Demon Association and that he was unstoppable. The pharmacist closed his eyes and realized that he had to contact his teacher as soon as possible, and asked the system to send him to another dimension. A cluster of purple energy appeared in the darkness. A giant red eye appeared above the city. The protagonist opened the chat window and noticed that Juquan had not responded to his last message. The system window displayed a news item about how the Alley of Wandering Souls had once again seen a massive monster invasion, which was the fault of the Demon Association. Frowning, Lennon said that this couldn't be true, and wondered if all the information about their battle had been made public. The boy clicked on the window. A video of the battle and a chat with enthusiastic comments appeared. The young man scratched his chin and assumed that someone else was still on the street at that time. The pharmacist frowned sternly, remembering that there was a video of 2 bald warriors fighting, and assumed that they were filmed by the same person. The video said that 3,000 people had watched it. Smiling, the doctor realized that if watching a video costs 30 coins, then the author received 90,000 for it, and wondered if there could be an industry in this world that specializes in exchanging information. The pharmacist pressed the screen several times and decided to find the person who recorded the video in order to find his mentor. The protagonist opened the user page and used the transmission system. A cluster of energy appeared in the darkness. Lennon found himself in a tiny room. There was a burning lantern on the table. A man in a red robe stood next to him. The stranger clasped his hands and asked the guest what brought him here. Sitting at the table, the guy asked if information was sold here. The scout confirmed this and said that he was researching Zone 900. The young man was reflected in his eyes. The monster said that he could provide all the valuable information for a fee. The pharmacist looked around and noticed that it was quite cool here. The monster opened its mouth and explained that this was a parallel information network and that they were in a separate network space. The informant raised his hand and asked the visitor to ask a question. The healer explained that their deal depended on him having the appropriate sources of information. The apothecary frowned and asked if the bloodhound knew the exact location of the blood saw. The candle flame rose in front of his face. The man pointed at the guest and stated that it would cost 50 coins of black metal. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and asked what this meant. The scout widened his eyes and explained that information about this object had sharply increased in demand and the price had increased 50-fold because this person was being tracked in real time. Lennon asked with a tense expression who else was looking for his teacher and concluded that he was in a dangerous situation. Looking at the monster, the boy asked how he could quickly contact a specific creature over a long distance. The monster bared its fangs and replied that the methods depended on the distance, so the price started at 100 skull coins and ended at 100,000 coins of black metal. The young man paid 100 skull coins. The informant looked down and said that the fastest way to contact someone over a long distance was the mirror world, which was superimposed on the black dimension. The pharmacist looked at him in confusion. The doctor frowned with displeasure and asked what he should do with this information. The man said that he simply answered the question posed. The pharmacist pointed his finger at him angrily and asked if this data was worth hundreds of coins. The scout reminded that the client himself chose the cheapest method. Clenching his fist, the protagonist concluded that it was all about the cost, and decided to pay 1 coin of black metal. Putting the document on the table, the monster offered the visitor to hire a personal courier to deliver letters over long distances, and added that they had their own company that did this. The paper showed the resumes of various couriers. Lennon scratched his chin and decided that the Turtle King was the most reliable of them all, so he chose it. Looking up at him, the monster reserved a spot in the delivery queue and warned him that the courier's speed was 1 meter per hour. The informant's eyes widened and he explained that this was a very fast speed for such a breed, and that this turtle had held the record for walking competitions in their organization for many years. Clutching his head in horror, the boy realized that he had wasted 1,000 coins and assumed that he had ended up in the shop of a real charlatan. The young man closed his eyes and tried to calm down. The pharmacist frowned and asked if they had anything more reliable. The man leaned forward and replied that he currently had access to only 4 types of couriers. The doctor narrowed his eyes in displeasure and tried to count everything in his head. The pharmacist raised an eyebrow and asked if the Turtle King was reliable, but slow. The scout widened his bloodshot eyes and confirmed it. The protagonist raised another eyebrow and wondered if the jumper was fast but could die at any moment. The monster squinted and confirmed it. Lennon raised 2 fingers and asked him to book these 2 couriers. The monster's eyes shone. Blue light illuminated the torn canvas. The monster asked the client to indicate his address in the dark world and promised to send everything as soon as possible. In front of the guy was a piece of paper and a pen. The informant said that they needed to sign a contract. The man showed the place for the signature and said that they do not disclose the buyer's information, so he had nothing to worry about. The young man took the pen and decided to write the address of a neighbor, so that he would not be deceived. At that moment, the document disappeared in a bright light. The scout lowered his head and asked the visitor to pay 2,600 skull coins for the delivery. The pharmacist asked if he had not already paid 1,000. Sitting opposite him, the monster explained that this was a fee for a consultation, and now it was necessary to pay for the courier's services. The healer, enveloped in fire, thought that there was only deception all around. The monster put his hand to his chest and asked the client to wait 2 hours before the documents would be in his hands. The door was visible from the open mouth. The pharmacist scratched his head and realized that Zwizwa was still sleeping. The mutant was dozing on the pillow. The protagonist put on his jacket and thought that he would have finished off the parasite long ago if it had not been useful. Linen went outside. Someone's eyes were glowing in the ruined house. The guy crept into the hole in the wall. The young man sat down on the balcony and began to wait for the couriers. The pharmacist called a red button in front of him and wanted to see what the system had sent him. A sword appeared on the screen. It immediately materialized in the doctor's hand. Its blade was enveloped in red lightning. It turned out to be a legendary item that never wears out. The pharmacist stared at the weapon in confusion and wondered if it was really a surgical scalpel. Squinting slyly, the doctor concluded that this sword was more suitable for chopping meat, and decided to keep it in case he had to defend himself. Suddenly, 2 books appeared in his hands, both on surgery and diagnostics. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that these were props for switching professions, and was upset that the book on diagnostics was more suitable for conscientious doctors than for him. Its cover disappeared into thin air. Linen frowned sadly and looked forward. Linen looked at the notification of receiving the random diagnosis skill in surprise. The youth closed his eyes and thought out loud that it was so wonderful to be able to detect diseases in a second. But then he added with a grin that detecting diseases and treating them was simply an endless stream of money. The next moment, the protagonist's eyes widened as his inner demon and angel began to argue over this. At this moment, the boy turned his attention to the diagnoses of his Zwizwa, learning that he suffered from an upset stomach, a phobia of chemicals, addiction, and a gene mutation. A sly smile appeared on the pharmacist's face. It seemed incredible that he could recognize all diseases with one glance. This passive ability was the best skill for a doctor. Squinting, Linen asked out loud, "How about trying to use an active skill?" But then he closed his eyes, deciding that the mutant had been with him all this time. He couldn't just use him as a test subject. The youth's gaze darkened when he remembered how the mouth in his palm called him names, beat him, and even tried to eat him several times. With an evil grin, the hero laughed, and said that he would make him suffer. The moment the guy used the skill, his eyes widened. Zwizwa stuck out his tongue and said that his head hurt so much, and he felt a little nauseous. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Maybe he ate something wrong, although he was not sure about it, but in fact it was morning sickness. The pharmacist even looked at the mutant with pity when he pursed his lips. After which he simply threw up. With a satisfied face, watching the mouth in his palm vomit a rainbow, Linen promised to kill him another time. But then he swallowed. With shock in his eyes, the hero covered his mouth with his hand, and wondered out loud why he was also sick. The young man's pupils narrowed. He completely forgot that he and Zwizwa had one body for two. It was his own fault. The mutant was breathing heavily. The pharmacist opened the bottle. He held back his vomiting when he reminded him that he had asked him not to eat all of this, since there was a lot of it, and added that now he needed to drink the medicine and rest. The mouth raised the carrier's hand and clarified that he was not sucking up to him, and let him not think that he would say thank you. He would still eat it when the opportunity arose. But when the guy turned the flask over, a notification about the favor of the left hand appeared. Pouring the medicine into the mouth in his palm, Linen demanded to stop talking nonsense and drink slowly, after which the system reported that the left hand still hated him, but still felt gratitude. The young man tiredly closed his eyes. But a sudden rustle caught his attention. Someone was rustling below. The protagonist looked down and saw a courier who reported receiving the parcel. The pharmacist jumped down to open the box. But the ghost hair flew up, and he clarified whether he was Mr. Xuan Mu. The guy calmly replied that he was. The messenger came close to Linen to confirm his identity, and said that there was no problem. The ghost opened his own skull and pulled out a box. Handing the hero the parcel, the courier asked him to sign for receipt. The young man opened the box, the lid of which creaked. Inside were several scrolls of summons and instructions for them. The messenger handed the pharmacist a feather as a pen. The guy took it and immediately learned that he had senile rheumatism, poisoning, and an intra-abdominal cyst. Linen frowned at the ghost, who asked him to sign faster so that he could return to his life. The hero pointed at the courier and said that he had recently started to suffer from stomach pain and chills. And clenching his teeth, he added that when the ghost walked, his knees hurt, his skin crawled, and looking at his reflection in the mirror made him want to cry. The messenger tensed up, not understanding how this man knew about this. The guest went into combat mode and asked what the young man was doing. Frowning, the ghost thought that he had met some kind of unbalanced pursuer. The pharmacist rubbed his chin with his fingers and told the courier that he did not have long to live. The guest panicked. The guy patted the ghost on the shoulder and asked him not to worry, so he expressed confidence that he would live until the morning, because he met a professional who could see his illnesses without even touching him. Linen promised not to lie, but the courier's illness was very serious, and if he did not start treatment, he would be paralyzed and die, even after healing and regular visits to the doctor. The consequences would haunt him for the rest of his life. The hero raised his open palms when the ghost asked if he could help him, and answered that of course, they were destined to meet, and he would do everything possible to save him. The young man grinned. He led the guest to his pharmacy, promising that he would not take much. The pharmacist rummaged through the drawers, while the ghost thought about life. With a confused face, the courier thought that he just came to give a parcel, but ended up at a doctor's appointment. The courier looked around, while mentally adding that the man had seen his ailments at a glance. Maybe he was a miracle doctor. It was hard to believe, like a messenger, like a gift from above. At that moment, Linen asked the patient to lift his leg. The guest, who did not understand anything, did as he was asked. And the protagonist hit the ghost's knee with a hammer with all his might. The courier screamed, and the system reported that the ghost's mental state was falling. While the patient was holding his leg, the young man asked if it hurt, and in response he heard that it was 10 times more painful than before. The pharmacist frowned and said that he understood the pain. It turned out that the root of the disease was here. His guest suffered from old rheumatism, provoked by poison. If this continues, sooner or later he will simply lie down, to which the ghost noted that there had never been such severe pain before, and decided that he had simply bruised himself. The confused patient asked if he had hit the man hard, and in response he heard that he had not. Pointing his finger at the courier, the boy suggested that he take a look. Since it hurt so much, it was clear without blows that the disease was coming from the bone itself. The upset ghost objected that everything was not so bad. But the dissatisfied Linen shouted that it was simply ridiculous. Did the courier know how many patients brought themselves to death only because of such a negligent attitude towards themselves? The hero asked if he could imagine what it was like when the disease was eating away at his entire body. The young man circled around the stunned guest, continuing to say that maybe at first he would not feel it, just like an ant crawling on his body. The ghost trembled when the pharmacist added that the pain would then increase, like from a knife cutting flesh. The boy tore a blister off the patient's face, continuing to tell him that one cut, then another, and the tumor would become like a meatball. Touch it, and it would explode. With panic on his face, the patient began to ask for help to cure him now, and he would do everything he said, just let him shut up. Linen put a box in the courier's palm, explaining that it was a special bloodsucker patch for tendons. It had to be used one at a time 3 times a day. Then they gave him another box and a prescription, saying that it was the best option for treating rheumatism. 2 kilograms of medicine had to be boiled and drunk once a day for a week. Next, a jar with a food supplement appeared in the ghost's hands, which the hero advised taking in the morning if he felt weak. Lastly, the young man gave the guest a drug for a good appetite and kidneys. The guest could hardly hold this whole stack, and expressed doubt that there were too many drugs for him. The pharmacist squinted and said that these were drugs only for his old rheumatism. There were other diseases that he did not tell him about. The courier looked at the guy with bewilderment, not believing that there was more. Linen sat down on a chair and asked the patient if he had been feeling chills all over his body for the past few days, and if the cold was coming from inside, from his stomach and all over his body, to which he replied that it was not, and asked how he had even seen it. The protagonist leaned back and announced that, according to his initial analysis, the ghost had probably been poisoned, and with a malignant poison, which meant that this lesion had caused a malignant cyst to appear in his stomach, but he could not believe it. The young man turned around abruptly. He clutched his knife in his hands and said that the presence of a cyst there could be checked simply by cutting into his stomach. The ghost watched the pharmacist and asked if he thought the scalpel in his hand was too big. The guy looked at his reflection in the blade of the knife and asked the courier not to worry. Because he was a professional in his field, the bigger the knife, the better. Linen raised the blade over the guest's stomach, offering to begin. But he stretched out his hands and asked him to wait. Glancing sideways at the patient, the hero asked what was going on. The ghost looked down and asked if they were really going to do everything without anesthesia. While the young man was scratching his head in confusion, admitting that he had completely forgotten about it, the guest could not understand how he could forget about it. While the pharmacist was rummaging through the drawers, the courier muttered that it looked like the man didn't even know how to give anesthesia, which seemed suspicious to him, since he was clearly a professional doctor. When the happy guy announced that he had found what he was looking for, the patient breathed a sigh of relief. True, Linen immediately added that the drug had expired. The hero turned to the ghost with a smile and asked if he could wait. The courier's face distorted with horror, and he objected that he would never do it. The hammer on his knee was already hurting him, and he would die from the pain. The young man scratched his chin, and when the guest asked what they were going to do, he replied that there was another way, but he wasn't sure they would want to try it. The patient's eyes widened when the pharmacist announced physical anesthesia. The pharmacist grabbed a chair, and at that moment the system reported that he had found an approach to the ghost. The guy hit the courier on the head with a piece of furniture with all his might. And when he passed out, laughing, Linen began the operation. Arching his eyebrows, the hero asked him to calm down. While the young man was busy with the patient, the system managed to throw him some bonuses to his skills. Soon the ghost left the operating room, grumbling about physical anesthesia, and not believing that his cyst had been removed. The pharmacist handed the guest a package, saying that he had indeed removed the cyst, but the poison remained. It needed to be neutralized, and this was a new potion that he had prepared for him. It needed to be taken on time, for a week, then he could stop taking the medicine. The courier took what was offered, after which he thanked the guy, wishing his family great happiness, to which he replied that there was no need for gratitude, he had fulfilled his duty, and the patient only had to pay the cost of this treatment in the amount of 3,000 skull coins. The ghost poured a handful of coins onto the table and thanked Linen again. The courier handed the hero the delivery documents, reminding him to sign. The young man opened the box and asked to wait a minute, but for some reason the system began to pour out diagnoses. The pharmacist looked into the box in confusion, wondering why his passive skill had suddenly worked. He took a hair out of the box. The guy frowned at it. The ghost noticed the delay and asked if there were any problems with the goods, and Linen replied that there were no problems, but asked if anyone had touched the hair. The confused guest said that this could not be. His owner sent everything one by one, personally packed it, no one else could touch them. The hero answered with a smile that he knew, and thought to himself that this was the same intelligence agent. It seemed that he suffered from various diseases, so it was not surprising that he was constantly in the center of vision to do reconnaissance. The young man signed the document, after which he wrote a whole message below for the owner of the hair about what he managed to find out, and insistently invited him for an examination. With a nervous smile, the pharmacist mentally added that he had already been deceived several times, so this time he would have to thank him well. The guy gave the paper to the courier, who thanked him for fulfilling his responsibility, and Linen asked to pass the document to the owner. He was very pleased with this package. The guest ran his eyes over the message, and was horrified that the man diagnosed his master with a bunch of dangerous diseases from just one hair. After which the ghost hurried away, fearing that the main character would find more diseases on him. The young man waved his hand after him, thanking him and wanting to meet again. After these words, the courier ran away from the ill-fated house. The pharmacist dipped his pen into a bottle of ink, deciding to get back to work. He composed the letter in silence for a while. The boy reread Xiaoxiao's message once more, and decided that all that was left was to deliver it. Linen put the letter in an envelope. Then he took one of the scrolls that had been delivered to him. Unrolling the scroll, the hero muttered that, after all, this was the most powerful person he knew, perhaps she could help find his teacher. The young man bit his finger. Then he poured his blood onto the seal on the scroll. The pharmacist had to close his eyes from the bright flash of light. The boy looked at the result in shock. A beast of darkness appeared in front of him. All had stuck out their tongues. Next came the king of rotten turtles, lazily looking at the summoner. Linen looked tensely at the summoned ones and clarified whether they were his courier. The beast only howled. And the turtle gave a voice. Very slowly. The protagonist waited patiently for him to finish. The young man looked extremely tired when the courier finished. He thought he was going to die now. The pharmacist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he handed over the envelope and asked if he had heard correctly from the turtle's superiors that he could determine the location of the delivery target by smell. The positive answer was pronounced for a very long time. The guy's eye twitched. Handing the artifact to the courier, Linen said that his name was Tiny, asked him to remember the smell, and not to forget to deliver the letter for him as soon as possible. The king promised to do everything and took the letter. Slowly turned around. A compartment for letters opened in his shell. The hero could not stand it and snatched the letter from the courier's mouth. He threw the envelope into the box and slammed it shut. The turtle smiled in response, after which she also slowly walked to the exit, which made the young man hit himself on the forehead. The pharmacist turned to the beast, whose work he knew about, and also heard that he was the fastest courier in the world. The dog suddenly disappeared. Then he appeared with some kind of stone in his teeth. The guy held out his hand. In the received light source, Linen recognized a fragment of a meteorite. The hero raised his eyebrows, clarifying whether the courier had just made a journey into the darkness, and in response he heard a confirmation. The young man smiled, admitting that this was not bad for the fastest courier. He stroked the dog's head, and it actively wagged its tail. But then the pharmacist pointed his finger at the frightened dog, shouting that it had cracked its skull. You need to be more careful when going somewhere. If the couriers were killed right at the gate, he would have to pay for their funerals even before the letter was delivered. Turning around, the guy thought that under no circumstances, this pair of dragons and phoenix chicks could not be trusted. Rubbing his chin, Linen thought about how to involve both of them in the delivery. With one hand, the protagonist grabbed the beast of darkness. With the other, he caught the king of the rotten turtles. After which he used the fusion evolution on them. The result was some kind of dark rotting turtle with two heads. The young man threw the hammer over his shoulder, and explained that when crossing, both the speed of the beast and the protection of the Turtle King's shell were taken into account. Although it will affect the speed of the beast, at least he will not have to worry about them being killed on the road. Stroking the head of the turtle, the pharmacist said that it is responsible for protecting the dog of darkness and the letters. Then he stroked the dog's head, and added that he is responsible for delivering the turtle to its destination. And with a smile, he expressed confidence that their unification will breathe life into the world of delivery. The guy stretched out his hand and told the creepy courier to go. The mutant ran out of the house while the heads argued with each other. Lennon returned to the table and decided that it was time to write a letter to the teacher. The text turned out to be long. A tear spilled onto the parchment. Wiping his eyes, the protagonist expressed confidence that he had written such a touching letter. He himself burst into tears. The teacher would read it and would definitely come to the rescue. After which he took another scroll. The seal flared with magical light. And then the dog and the turtle appeared again. The beast of darkness introduced himself immediately, and the reptile began to speak very slowly. The young man immediately grabbed them, without listening to the end of their line. And as before, he connected the stunned couriers. The pharmacist sent a new messenger, shouting at the end that he was counting on them. The turtle was clearly not happy with such speed. But soon they, too, disappeared around the bend in the road. The guy looked after them, muttering that now it seemed to him that it was not too late. Meanwhile, elsewhere, crowds of monsters were filing in. Enormous heads looked down at them from the shadows. The monsters knelt before them. The Ghost King raised his glass and declared that he was very flattered that the Death Titan had accepted his brother's invitation to come to the meeting. The Titan heads looked at him, while the ghost thanked them and offered to drink to them. The monsters watched as food was brought to them. Enormous pieces of roast meat were dropped into giant wooden wine glasses. The host of the evening extended his hand, asking his guests to make themselves at home. And he emptied his glass first. The little one took a sip from hers too. Then she smiled, flashing her snow-white teeth. The bright flash was visible even from outside the castle. The servants were forced to cover their faces with their hands. The uncle gave his niece a thumbs up, noting the magnificent shine. He had not thought that she would become so refined and glamorous. The mother of the baby was noticeably nervous when she explained that they had found one doctor. And gritting her teeth, the witch added that he had managed to please her daughter. The king looked at his son-in-law with concern, asking what shape the older brother was in now. The Titan glanced sideways at her husband with concern, and replied that he had not wanted this. His head had been cut off then. It was malice and a curse that allowed him to exist in this dark world. After which the witch burst into laughter, because the subject of the discussion was always thinking about how to kill. The Titan looked at his wife with anger. He blamed the evil bitch for his curse, while she continued to laugh. The Titan began to tear the skin off her face, squealing that this useless god could not defeat others, only take it all out on his woman. Waves of dark magic spread throughout the hall when the mustachioed one demanded silence and threatened death. The Titan frowned when he heard his wife say that if it weren't for the curse, he would have dried up completely. Out of helplessness, the monster smashed the wall with his tentacle, and said nothing more. The witch glanced sideways at her husband, and with a grin, she said that her weirdo had gone crazy again. At this time, the one-legged man offered his brother and his family to stay with him for a few days. As their younger brother, he was obliged to give them plenty of fresh food every day to maintain good health. At this time, the little one picked up one of the servants. With a wide smile, the little one asked to immediately get her a mirror. The servants immediately carried out the order. At first, the young monster looked at her reflection in surprise. Then she smiled broadly, examining her teeth. Squinting, her uncle noticed that his niece paid too much attention to her teeth. If she liked it that way, he could call his dentist and make him brush her teeth every day. Then the king's attention was drawn to a sudden sound. The ghost activated the magic in his palm, indignant that some scoundrel dared to encroach on his territory. But it was only a leet courier. The witch looked over her son-in-law's shoulder and asked what was going on. He frowned and replied that it was a courier of darkness, probably to him. Taking the letter, the king asked to look first, but it was not for him. The ruler turned to the servants, asking if there was anyone among them whose name was Little Xiao Xiao. But then Tiny approached her uncle and said that this was her name. The ghost involuntarily smiled and was surprised that her name was Xiao Xiao. He smiled at the girl. Then he looked at his confused daughter-in-law with a laugh and asked if she had chosen this name herself. The witch looked surprised. She did not even know that her daughter had such a name. Tiny was not happy that her uncle treated this with mockery. Kissing her daughter on the cheek, the witch noticed that she liked the name and promised to call her Xiao Xiao from now on. The king continued reading the letter with displeasure. He believed that a monster of the highest order was not worthy of being called by the name of a pet, and he became interested in who wrote this letter. The girl at this time looked at herself in the mirror and said that she did not recognize the name. The witch smiled when she heard from her son-in-law that this letter was for her daughter, and asked who wrote it. Scratching his head, the ghost replied that it was signed by a certain Linen. The eyes of the young titan lit up. She admitted that she had been waiting for this letter, to which her uncle could not believe that some stranger was waiting for his niece with impatience, but decided to read it. True, he immediately frowned and clarified that she really wanted him to do this. But the little girl with glowing eyes asked to do so. The ruler arched an eyebrow, not understanding what he had just read. Tiny's parents visibly tensed up. The girl's eyes lit up again when the uncle read the first lines to dear little Xiao Xiao, and asked him to continue. But the ghost's face became tense. He was not sure if he should continue. But the titans did not take their eyes off his brother, so he then announced that the letter was from his niece's personal doctor. The king read that Tiny had recently become his first lifetime client, which made the doctor feel extremely happy. Sweat poured down his face when he read that the author of the letter found his niece a friendly and sweet girl. The looks of the older titans did not bode well. The monster became even more nervous when he read that the sender had been thinking about her ever since the young monster left, waiting for a meeting day and night, and even tossing and turning in his sleep. Panic also appeared on the faces of the servants when the master read that the doctor had lost a lot of weight. The face of the little one reflected delight, and she said that she had also lost a couple of kilograms, to which the uncle thought that she was very naive. This guy from the letter had not lost weight, he had flirted with her, and did not want to read further, since he could not be responsible for the consequences. But the expressions on the faces of his brother and sister-in-law did not let him stop. Gloomy, the ghost read the line about a wonderful night. The next moment, the monster panicked when the girl's father began to threaten death. The king pointed his finger at the letter, shouting that this is how it is written here. But the girl smiled, admitting that the night really was wonderful, and asked to continue. The father looked at his daughter with bewilderment, noticing what a happy expression she had on her face. The witch raised her eyebrows, shocked that her daughter turned out to be so grown up. Both heads hung over the poor ghost. The confused king continued reading the love lines, and he himself thought that this scoundrel Linen wrote this letter on purpose so that he would read it to his niece, and in front of her parents. With each new line, the titans became more and more angry, and they themselves wanted to know the continuation. When his daughter was called a ray of light, the monster hit the crowd of servants with his limb. The younger one, who barely stood on his feet, read the letter in one breath to the end, where an invitation to a date sounded. The looks of both parents became dumbfounded. The ghost looked at them no less shocked. The adults looked at each other, not understanding what all this meant. But the little one looked truly happy, called the doctor a prankster. Then she snatched the letter from her uncle's hand. Under the dumbfounded looks of her parents, the young monster ran away, saying that their daughter was going to eat at the holiday. The heroes watched as Xiao Xiao ran out of the house. The man gaped in shock, outraged that someone would declare their intention to kidnap their daughter in front of a top-level ancient god, and wondered who the hell that was. The girl's parents loomed over him menacingly. The elf trembled in fear. He smiled awkwardly and assumed that their daughter was old enough to decide for herself what to do. The head opened its mouth angrily and began to swing its tentacles. The woman stroked his hair to console him. The monster tried to run after his daughter, but his wife held him back. Suddenly, cracks appeared above her. The girl desperately clung to her husband's tentacles. The man frowned angrily and asked not to stop him. Suddenly, the monster crashed into the wall. The house was destroyed, a roar was heard. A bloody moon shone above the castle. Spiders approached the rose garden. The gate was open. Standing in a cloud of dust, the hunter ordered the third wave to be prepared and made a request to attack. His red eyes lit up. A purple aura enveloped the beast's legs, and the team was given permission to attack. The monsters ran up to the thorny vines. They rushed forward over the stones. The corpses of their brethren lay near the rotunda. The monster opened its mouth wide and ordered the others to cross the courtyard at once and kill the bloodsaw. The vines began to wriggle. They rushed forward. The plants approached the advancing mutants. The hunter cut the vine that was trying to grab him with one swing of his claw. The spiders continued to pound the ground with their sharp paws. The beast's bloodshot eyes widened and reported that they had broken through to the third zone and that there were 500 meters left to the target. In a cloud of smoke stood a girl with an umbrella in her hands. The woman frowned tensely. The monsters, shrouded in an ominous aura, appeared in her field of vision. The monster frowned angrily and began searching for information about the target in the database. The doll smiled when the enemy called her one of the strongest. The mutant looked ahead menacingly and ordered his comrades to begin the attack as soon as possible. The spiders pounced on the lone puppet. Blood splashed in the darkness. The hunters approached the target closely, wanting to attack it. The beast bared its fangs furiously. Its sharp claws were in front of the black moon's face. In that same second, the monster's bodies were tied with thin threads. The monster opened its mouth and began to repeat that its body had been suspended. The girl closed her eyes and raised her hand. The threads were tied around her fingers. The mutant turned around in fear. A wave of energy pierced his head. The woman began to spin in a dance. She deftly flicked her fingers. Another blow wounded the spider's chest. The doll looked away. Sharp threads tore the bodies of the hunters to shreds. The severed head flew into the air. Numerous roses appeared around the puppet. The bound beast cast a disdainful glance at her. The black moon touched his chin. The girl bowed her head and stared at the enemy. The monster opened its mouth in horror and widened its eyes. The threads cut off his head. The woman said that all the enemies at the northern gate were destroyed in 59 seconds. Standing surrounded by corpses, the doll heard that all the enemies on the southern side and in the northwestern area were also destroyed. Red smoke enveloped the tower. Someone asked where the puppet got such high productivity from, and suggested that the engineer replaced all its parts. The black moon looked away and noticed something strange. A courier appeared from the rift. The monster hung on the red threads and said that he had a letter. There were many dolls hanging in the room. Juquan was walking back and forth in the workshop. The man hit one of the blanks with a hammer. There was a white sheet hanging behind him. Holding an envelope in her hands, the girl said that he had received a letter. The butcher looked back and asked who it was from. The woman reached for the mug on the saucer. She sat down in the chair and said that it was brought by a courier of darkness. The doll took a sip. The puppet frowned and asked if the comrade knew someone named Linen. The teacher's eyes lit up, and he asked how that was possible. The mentor turned around and told him that this was his adopted child. Bloodsaw took the envelope. He took out a letter from it. Squinting, the scarecrow read that his student was on his last legs, and asked if this was a suicide note. Juquan slammed his fist on the ground and promised to kill all the villains from the association. Black Moon watched him tensely, holding a cup of tea in her hands. Looking up, the man said that it was time for him to go and promised to return and repay the lady for her help and kindness. The butcher clenched his fist angrily and lowered his head. Suddenly, a red thread entangled his hand. The teacher pulled it away, but the threads bound his entire body. The mentor looked back and asked what it meant. Looking at her hand, the girl said that there were still plenty of hunters outside and his wounds were not yet healed, and asked how she could send her friend to certain death. Scarecrow turned away and said that he would rather chop everyone up himself than sit here and wait. Taking a step forward, Bloodsaw cut the threads and promised to make the Demon Association pay with his blood. The woman frowned sternly and asked why the man, who was always distinguished by his calm, was so furious. The doll lowered her gaze and asked what was in the letter. The note was lying on the table. Red threads were wrapped around it. The puppet took the letter in its hand. Suddenly, Black Moon's eyes widened in shock. Juquan imagined the main character, who had lost an arm and an eye, writing that he couldn't survive here alone. Ink rolled down the pen onto the paper. The man remembered how he had grabbed Linen's head. Now the boy was writing in the letter that he couldn't take care of the store and apologized for it. The butcher gave the boy a thumbs up as he threw the ingredients into the cauldron. The pharmacist placed his pen on the table. Before he fell headfirst onto the table, the healer asked his teacher to burn 3 sticks of incense for him. Tears streamed down the pharmacist's cheeks, hoping that his mentor would miss him. Scarecrow grabbed his head and realized that he should have sent him to safety much earlier. Bloodsaw, waving his fist furiously, was outraged that the Demon Association had killed his disciple and promised to destroy them. Juquan strode menacingly towards the exit. The threads bound him. The girl asked her friend to calm down for a minute and suggested that there was something wrong with this letter. The man extended his hand and said that it could not be a fake, because it was definitely his disciple's handwriting. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if her friend had ever seen a dying person who would put so many dots after each sentence. The doll frowned and sighed heavily. The puppet put her hand to her head and asked if a person who was bleeding could write such a tearful letter. The butcher's eyes widened in surprise. The teacher turned around and looked at the lady. The Black Moon hit him on the head. The girl turned the letter over. On the back side was an image of the main character with crosses instead of eyes. The woman smiled. The teacher's eyes were emitting red smoke. The doll crossed his arms over his chest. The scarecrow asked if his student was really just making fun of him. The doll held out an eye to him and offered to look at something. Bloodsaw frowned tensely. Black Moon placed her eye on his palm. Juquan looked at him puzzled. The girl decided to take him to this server and help him find out the truth. System windows began to shine in front of the spotlight. The heroes found themselves in front of the tower gate. The man with glowing eyes said that he still felt like something had happened to his student. The woman explained that this square could represent the Alley of Wandering Souls and that thanks to it they could make sure that he was okay. The doll hit her comrade on the head and offered him to go to the regional channel and see for himself. The butcher pressed the blue button. A bright light lit up his face. A chat window appeared in front of him, where people were discussing what was happening in the Alley of Wandering Souls. The teacher clicked on the notification and asked what happened and found out that someone worse than the Demon Association itself had come to the Alley of Wandering Souls. The teacher pressed the button and spent 100 skull coins. The video of Xiao Xiao opened. Scarecrow's eyes widened in shock when he saw his disciple. The puppet looked at the video in amazement. Bloodsaw said that he was right about his friend having problems. Black Moon tried to stop him, but Juquan disintegrated into red particles. A red whirlpool shone in the sky. The man promised to help his comrade and asked him not to worry about anything. The tentacle crawled towards the protagonist. It poked Linen in the cheek. The guy immediately raised his gun and asked the guest not to move. The tentacle dodged the shot. The youth fell back onto the pillow and fell asleep. The pharmacist's brow furrowed in tension as the system reported that he had shot the bounty hunter. The doctor got up from the bed. The pharmacist went to the window and called out to his girlfriend. There was a gaping hole in Xiaoxiao's forehead. The doctor took out the bullet and apologized to her. The girl with shining eyes asked if this was really a greeting. The doctor smiled and confirmed it. The protagonist stuck a huge bandage on his ally's forehead. The head smiled widely and asked if her teeth weren't beautiful. Linen closed his eyes and confirmed that her teeth were in excellent condition and invited her to come inside for an examination. The light was on in the window of the pharmacy. Looking through the telescope, the man grinned viciously. The elf frowned and asked what was going on here. The woman looked through the telescope and called the guy pretty cute. The telescope fell to the ground. The head frowned and asked what it meant. The monster tore out a tree by the roots and screamed. The monster rushed forward and promised to kill the villain. The wife grabbed him with her tentacles. Squinting angrily, she asked her husband to calm down and explained that they were just talking. Smoke came out of the furious hunter's nostrils. He pushed away his wife's tentacle. The man took the telescope and declared that this young man would not dare touch his daughter even with a finger. A drugstore was visible ahead. The head with glowing eyes was indignant that they had entered the house and that now he could not see anything. The woman grabbed him and reminded him that they had not come here to fight, but to gather information. The monster gritted his teeth and became angry that the pharmacist had dragged his daughter away. The elf handed him an earphone and asked him to calm down. The monster put the equipment on his ear. Lightning sparkled around her, and she could hear the doctor suggesting a complex procedure that involved many formalities. Xiao Xiao was scared because his instruments penetrated very deeply and caused strange sensations. The shocked father's eyes turned bloodshot. Squinting, his wife assumed that he had misunderstood everything and asked him to remain calm. Her head tilted towards the earpiece. The pharmacist asked the patient not to be nervous and reassured her that everyone had their first time. A scream was heard from the sparkling earpiece. The parents' eyes widened in horror when their daughter declared that the doctor had reached the most sensitive point and complained that it hurt. The tentacles hit the ground with force. The man rushed forward in rage. The huntress clenched her teeth in displeasure. The monster frowned menacingly and shouted that he would kill the scoundrel who had deceived his daughter and forced her to do something terrible. The woman squinted and said that this was some kind of misunderstanding, because their daughter had no body. The earphone fell to the ground. The girl said that she was no longer in pain. The protagonist called himself an experienced doctor and asked her not to move so that he could examine her carefully. The elf sat down next to the earphone. Linen explained that he would have to use a light, since it was very deep. The commander grinned and concluded that it was very funny. The child looked at the doctor with shining eyes. The guy brought a flashlight to her. A huge amount of sulfur had accumulated in the ear. The young man got down from the stairs and said that he saw everything he needed. The pharmacist picked up some kind of bag. The doctor took a special brush and explained that he would simply clean the ear with a special potion, and then everything would be fine. The pharmacist poured a white liquid directly into the auricle. The doctor asked if everything was okay. Xiao Xiao replied that she was comfortable. Bubbles were rising around. The protagonist said that he needed to speed up. Linen was cleaning the dirt with a brush. The sulfur accumulation flowed out along with the medicine. The girl felt how she felt better. Yellow liquid splashed in all directions. The guy jumped to the ground. Holding a brush in his hands, the young man asked how the patient felt. The girl replied that she began to hear much better. Smiling, the young man said that they had just started the treatment, and explained that you need to take care of all parts of the body to be healthy. The child looked at him happily. The pharmacist suggested to continue. The Golans looked at the earpiece in shock. The doctor began to brush the client's teeth. The heroes raised their eyebrows in amazement when the head said that everything was slippery and that her cheeks were swollen. The pharmacist wiped the drool with a rag and said that this was necessary for skin nutrition and beauty. The heroes opened their mouths in horror. The protagonist began to wash the monster's face with a sponge. Her parents frowned tensely. The woman realized that her daughter had really grown up, and was surprised that the doctor could do this for 2 hours already. The elf clenched his fists in displeasure. His admiration increased. Linen put cucumbers on Xiao Xiao's face and looked away in confusion. Someone took a step forward. There was a sign on the building that said Blood Moon Pharmacy. The vice president of the Demon Association pursed his lips in displeasure. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He continued on his way. The hunter followed him. The monster's huge eye widened. Suddenly, the villain stopped. With a smirk, the villain said that they were finally there, and hoped that the enemy had not yet escaped, because otherwise, he would be very bored. Suddenly, the Lord's eyes widened. The vice president raised his head and promised to catch Linen, cut her into pieces and send her to his lab, and decided that the boy should be happy that he personally came to do it. The young man wiped the girl's face with a rag. The pharmacist looked back as the system launched a special mission and asked him to survive, or at least keep his body in better condition. A cluster of ominous aura appeared in front of him. Someone's face could be discerned in it. The doctor imagined himself lying in a coffin and wondered what he should do if even the system did not believe in him. The pharmacist frowned and was glad that he had already thought of a defense plan. The child smiled widely and asked if he had anything to eat. Giving a thumbs up, the doctor said that he ordered takeout and that it had already been delivered, and hoped that his treats would please the client. The hunters followed their leader. The vice president raised his hand and ordered them to stop. A silhouette of a man was visible ahead. The protagonist frowned tensely. Linen bowed, greeted the guest, and said that he had been waiting for a long time to meet him. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he knew that they would come here and did not run away. The boy grinned and asked if the enemy knew that he was here and still dared to come. The advertising banner showed news from the Alley of Wandering Souls, where the danger level was increased to the highest. The city residents widened their eyes in fear. The screen showed the ugly creations of the association. Someone asked why they sent so many monsters to the alley. The young man frowned resolutely. The commentators remembered him. Standing on the cliff, the one-horned king noticed that there were many monsters from the association there, and that they were looking for a meeting with this human child. The heroes looked through the telescope. The woman asked if the pharmacist was in danger. Closing one eye, the elf saw that it was actually the demon association, and wondered if the doctor knew about their arrival in advance. Suddenly, the commander's eyes widened and realized that the pharmacist had tricked his niece into coming to Bloodsaw to deal with the villains. Xiao Xiao bared her fangs. The captain raised one eyebrow in confusion. The heroes stood opposite each other. The vice president asked if the doctor knew that they would return. The protagonist confirmed this and suggested that the association would not admit defeat and would not leave him alone until the very end. The man frowned and asked if he thought he could win. Linen raised his eyebrows and said that he could not be sure of anything. The villain grinned and asked why he came here then. The system warned that the danger level had reached 100%. The boy's cape fluttered in the wind. The young man looked up and said that he was just pretending to be tough, just like the association. The villain stared at him sternly and said nothing. The locals gaped in shock. The lord clenched his fist tensely. Gritting his teeth, the vice president asked how the doctor dared to say such a thing and suggested that it was a conspiracy against him. The pharmacist raised his hand and said that if someone was faced with an impossible situation and was wondering what to do, the worst thing to do was to retreat. The doctor pointed his finger at the enemy and said that now that they had 3 bombs and 2 kings in their hands, they should tease each other until the very end to make a good card combination. A mad grin appeared on his face. The pharmacist confidently knitted his eyebrows and asked what his parents would say. The man clenched his teeth angrily. The locals watched the events unfold through the screen. The boar raised his hoof and asked if this man was really looking for death. The rooster could not believe that such a brave man had appeared on the Alley of Wandering Souls. Raising his hand to his mouth, the protagonist yawned and declared that he would go back to bed, since his opponent did not make a single move and nothing happened. The villain frowned angrily and asked how he dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Pointing his finger at him, the villain asked if he really had no abilities and ordered his henchmen to activate the top-level biological weapon. The giant ground walker stepped forward. Its eye lit up, the system activated the combat mode and locked on the target. A vortex of bright energy swirled around it. The lord clenched his fist and said that the enemy would not be able to resist his third-level dolls, which were the best combat weapons in this world. The vice president opened his mouth wide and shouted that even the top-level creatures would not be able to break him. A stream of powerful energy rained down on the field. Xiao Xiao fell to the ground and smiled widely. A series of powerful explosions rang out. 2 eyes fell to the ground. They rolled to the feet of their creator. The man stuck out his tongue in horror. The girl ate the ground walker. A bright light illuminated the city. Everyone wondered what was going to happen. The protagonist scratched his nose and apologized. Linen looked up and asked what his opponent just said. Looking at the screen, people assumed that the bounty hunter came to the alley to meet the doctor. The rooster said that it was now a top-tier monster. The child showed his teeth and was happy about how much delicious meat there was. The protagonist smiled and asked her not to worry because no one would take this food away from her. Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue as the hunters approached her. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and wondered how it was possible for her to be a top-tier one. Linen picked up the torn eye from the ground. The boy looked at it and asked if he could do such difficult things if he was not a professional. The boy hit his eye with his eye. Standing next to the huge head, the pharmacist reminded him that he had 2 kings with 3 bombs in his pocket, and was surprised that his enemy had not escaped yet. The girl ate the remains of the Earth Walker. The torn monster widened its eyes and said that it could not start the hunt. The child licked its lips happily. The system recommended that it escape immediately. The villain opened its mouth in shock. The lord looked back and ordered his henchmen to leave. The vice president walked away, raising dust behind him. The frightened spiders ran away. Pointing at them, The doctor asked the patient to eat as much as she wanted and promised to show her a place where there was a lot of such food. Xiao Xiao blushed, and her eyes sparkled. The girl chased after the hunters. She grabbed one of the monsters with her tentacles. The monster opened its mouth in horror. The child bit off half of it. The giant head threw several spiders into its mouth, and said that it was incredibly delicious. Watching it through the broadcast, the locals could not believe that they had witnessed the devouring of top-tier monsters. The man pointed at the screen in fear. He raised one eyebrow in confusion and recalled how 3 bounty hunters ate several of these creatures. The octopus frowned and said that the alley of wandering souls remained untouched back then. The pharmacist raised his hand and asked his friend to take her time and eat more slowly. The protagonist frowned sternly and was indignant that the enemies were running and could not wait to be eaten. Xiao Xiao picked up Linen and placed him on top of her head. The girl then ran forward. The child jumped high into the air. The giant head landed right in front of the spiders. The mutant began to swallow them one by one. The monster ran back and forth, preventing the hunters from escaping, and the boy directed it. The locals looked at the screen in horror and decided that they couldn't be ordinary friends if a top-level monster let the doctor ride it. People's mouths dropped open in shock and decided that this was the first person in history who was allowed to do this. The young man grabbed the tentacle to hold on, and the system awarded him the Iron Knight achievement. Gritting his teeth, the pharmacist said that they were just friends and asked if it was normal for friends to give each other rides. A huge spider jumped on him from behind. The doctor shot it with a pistol. Xiao Xiao grabbed the prey with her long tongue. The girl bit the hunter with her sharp teeth. The pharmacist smiled and asked her to start eating. The child smiled widely and agreed. The knight raised his sword and shield. The protagonist fired a pistol in different directions. The ogre hugged his girlfriend. Suddenly, a crowd of monsters ran past them. A huge head rushed after them. The local resident looked at his crushed lover in horror. Linen confidently knitted his eyebrows and asked if his patient had eaten enough. The monster grinned and answered negatively. Xiao Xiao ran after the vice president. The man rushed forward, leaving only dust behind him. The villain gritted his teeth and asked what kind of B-grade joke this was. There were many signals on the radar. Putting his hand to the earpiece, the villain asked why higher-level beings would go to this alley and contacted the association. The Lord opened his mouth wide in order to determine his geolocation, activate the Void Grotto, and pull him out of here. Suddenly, he was shot. A tentacle knocked the vice president off his feet. His body crashed into a stone wall. The man put his hand to the scar on his face. The huge head came close to him and smiled slyly. The earphone was lying on the ground. Someone reported that the device for jumping in space was activated and asked what was going on there. The demonic hand picked up the earphone. The guy looked at it and asked if his enemy really wanted to escape. Frowning menacingly, the villain said that he called for reinforcements and that the main troops would soon arrive, and advised the enemy to leave here. The young man smiled nervously when the voice said that the villain could retreat at any moment. The Lord's eyes widened in shock. Putting his hand to his chest, the pharmacist noticed that his patient was not full yet, and promised to order her more food. The doctor tensed his fingers and said that he would cause a bloody catastrophe. Smiling, the pharmacist requested reinforcements, and said that he needed all his military might to surround and suppress the enemy. The vice president opened his mouth wide and asked what he was doing. The robot pressed a button and announced that the assassination squad was about to enter the battle. A siren sounded, red lights illuminated the room. Dozens of glowing eyes appeared. The commander announced that an order had been issued to mobilize the squad and requested support from the army. The man raised his hand and asked the enemy not to approach him. The villain frowned tensely and shouted that his comrades would be devoured if they arrived at the scene. Glowing cracks appeared in the sky. Winged monsters flew out of them. They looked like ants on a stick. The armored insects rushed forward. There were boiled crayfish on the tray. Xiao Xiao smiled happily. The big-eyed monsters were shrouded in a bloody aura. They could have made excellent soup. The mutant army headed towards the enemy. The girl licked her lips. The protagonist ordered her to attack. A smile shone on his face. The child caught the flying eye. She snapped her jaws shut and swallowed it. Smirking, Linen promised to reward his minions for sending all of the Demon Association's supplies to the battlefield. The robot smiled and said that it was an honor to serve the vice president. The boy asked him to send more troops. The machine's mouth dropped open in surprise and promised to contact other areas to mobilize forces immediately. The boy saw several more portals appear in the sky. The pharmacist looked away and said that he would promote his employee 3 times in rank. The doctor smiled when the robot said that they would like to protect him and follow him forever. The machine frowned. The pharmacist explained that they would talk about rewards and achievements later, because now they needed to be on guard. The protagonist blew on the barrel of his gun and suggested that the enemy would connect to local information channels to try to deceive them. Linen confidently looked away and asked his subordinate to pay attention to details. The association employee looked sternly ahead and asked the commander not to worry about anything, because this was not the first time they had encountered this. The robot narrowed his eyes when the guy asked him not to relax. Several portals appeared in front of the vice president. Gritting his teeth, the man ordered that no more troops be sent here and promised to tear to pieces whoever did this. A monster appeared next to him. The villain grabbed him by the tentacle. He connected the cable to the monster. The villain opened his mouth wide and shouted that someone was impersonating him and sending false orders. The machines frowned when the Lord asked them not to send troops to the facility anymore. The association employees looked at each other. Smirks appeared on their faces. Clenching his fist, the robot said that the imposter had managed to learn the voice of their leader well, and added that if he had not been quick-witted, he would have managed to deceive him. The vice president opened his mouth in shock when he heard laughter. The man scowled furiously, gave his ID number, and asked his henchmen to send their boss here right away. The machine put its feet up on the dashboard and said that an ID number wasn't that hard to fake. His friend laughed and asked why he needed their boss. The employee scratched his nose and said that he had downloaded a collection of different voices, so such tricks wouldn't work on him. The villain trembled with irritation. A fountain of blood burst from his mouth. Xiao Xiao jumped into the air and opened her mouth. The villain fell to the ground. The system congratulated the user for getting a special achievement, defeating the enemy without a fight. The monsters watched the events with the help of telescopes. Raising her eyebrows, the woman decided that their daughter had found herself a great guy and called her lucky. The man bared his teeth and promised to blow up everything there. The hunter crossed his tentacles, and the elf realized that this was the same man who was treating his niece to snacks. The one-horned king frowned and explained that he wanted her to deal with all the threats herself. The girl looked through the telescope and declared that it was just food that did not pose any threat. Saliva flowed from the mouth of the huge head at the mere thought of delicious food. The commander lowered the telescope and opened his mouth in confusion. Raising one eyebrow, he remembered that this was not surprising and praised the protagonist for deciding to establish a good relationship with his niece first. Xiao Xiao waved her tentacles. In the observation room, there was a capsule connected to the pipes. The fighters were invited to the Abyss jump zone and asked to prepare to engage in battle at any moment. Bubbles covered the man's face. The president's eyes widened. The villain leaned against the glass and asked why the troops were moving so quickly. His subordinates knelt before him. The robot looked down and reported that Amstam was facing a terrible threat this time and needed urgent support from the army. The villain narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of threat it was. The monster looked away. The protagonist looked at the earpiece. A voice asked the Lord to explain why he was mobilizing the entire army. Linen opened his mouth in surprise and wondered who would dare to speak so rudely to the vice president. The guy smiled slyly and assumed that he was dealing with the real boss. The young man swallowed. Closing his eyes, the pharmacist reported that they had encountered great trouble and promised to tell everyone about it as soon as everything became calm. The doctor lifted his chin smugly. Suddenly, the pharmacist looked down in confusion. A voice came from the earpiece in his hand, exposing him and declaring that it was not Amstam. Lightning flashed in the sky above the city. The president scowled angrily, outraged that someone had wasted so many of his soldiers and ordered him to be placed in the damn gears. The robot raised his hand in fear and promised to do everything right now. Squinting, the man concluded that Amstam had met an unfortunate fate and decided that he was not someone who could be simply killed. A red aura enveloped his body. The villain wondered who was behind the vice president's double. The insect's eyes sparkled. Looking at the bugs, the protagonist wondered why they had stopped so abruptly and started watching him. Linen pursed his lips tensely and asked if the main boss was really going to take any action. The guy waved his hand at the camera. The villain was outraged that his deputy had died at the hands of a human child. Xiao Xiao grabbed the monster with her tongue. The president frowned menacingly and asked what the top-level monster was doing here. The man narrowed his eyes and assumed that the enemy was using him to challenge him to a fight. The capsule was enveloped in bright energy. The villain wished to capture the top-level being and use him as a driver. Golden chains appeared in front of the flying eyes. The giant monster opened its fanged mouth. The robot approached the capsule. The villain asked to depressurize his body number 2 and open the flap. The machine raised one eyebrow in confusion and asked what he was going to do. The president frowned furiously and said that he wanted to meet the enemy in person. Sitting on the huge head, the young man asked if she had enjoyed it. The girl replied that she wanted more meat. The pharmacist looked at the sky and said that the main course would soon arrive. A pillar of bright light fell from the sky. It flew over the city and crashed into the ground. A clawed paw stepped forward. The insects were crushed. In the cloud of smoke and dust, someone's eye flashed. The god hunter stepped forward and grabbed the bug. The child looked at him in amazement. The healer gritted his teeth. The system reported that the danger level had reached 100% and asked him to leave. The giant opened his mouth in anger. The pharmacist wondered if this was the president of the Demon Association. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled. She called the enemy very tasty. The protagonist frowned and asked her to get out of the way. The monster swung his hand. A powerful blow threw the girl far back. The furious father's eyes were bloodshot. Standing in a cloud of dust, Linen asked if his patient was okay. The child bared her teeth and asked if she was hit by her own food. Suddenly, her tooth fell out. The bounty hunter looked at it in surprise. The fawn sank into the ground in front of her. The giant head started crying. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and was upset that her favorite tooth was gone. The boy stroked her and said that it was nothing to worry about and promised to help it grow back when they had time. Her parents saw a huge cloud of smoke ahead. The elf opened his mouth in fear and asked them not to worry so much. The man narrowed his eyes angrily. The woman clenched her teeth and was indignant that someone would dare to hit her daughter. The heads hung over the one-horned king and were angry at him for trying to calm them down. The headhunters jumped into the air and wished death on their enemy. The girl continued to cry. The boy promised to buy her a beautiful denture. The giant took a step forward. The pharmacist realized that things were bad for them. The monster pointed at him and said that today he would die. The doctor waved his hand and expressed outrage at the president of the Demon Association for mocking an innocent child, calling him a disgrace to society. The pharmacist raised his gun, and a fire lit up around it. The protagonist frowned menacingly and decided to teach his opponent a lesson. The monster lowered its head and asked what it meant. The villain narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked if a simple man who managed to defeat a demon with lower-level creatures really thought he was invincible. Linen pointed the gun at him, and the villain asked if he was really going to challenge him with this toy in his hands. A bullet flew out of the barrel. It pierced the villain's forehead. The guy fired a few more shots. Watching him through the screen, the locals concluded that the doctor had gone crazy to decide to fight such a creature. The president opened his mouth in fury. The giant put his hand to the wound and asked if the enemy couldn't tell the difference between them. The boy grinned and said he could see everything perfectly. The pharmacist reloaded his revolver and explained that he was not happy to see his patient being bullied. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and began to cry again. The doctor smiled and said that everything would be fine. The system reported that the girl considered him a worthy person and a close friend. The child tensely pursed his lips. The local resident's eyes widened in shock and asked why a person would protect a higher-level creature. The villain opened his mouth wide and called it very interesting. Closing his eyes, the villain concluded that his enemy was an excellent worm, and declared that he would not be able to leave here alive in any case. Spreading his arms, the monster explained that his body had a power that surpassed that of a king, and said that no one could defeat him. The president stuck out his tongue and added that even this huge head was nothing compared to him. Raising his gun, the protagonist reminded him that he could easily gain his trust and asked if he thought he couldn't summon several more powerful creatures. The mutant army rushed forward and left their leader behind. The villain pointed his finger forward, directing them. The bounty hunters flew forward, engulfed in flames. When they landed, a huge explosion was heard on the battlefield. The man loomed over the giant. Linen smiled and asked if his enemy wasn't going to attack. The giant head stared at the villain with fury. The locals gaped in horror and realized that this was the same family that had destroyed several establishments in the area. The demon frowned in displeasure and said that this couldn't be. Under the gaze of the top-tier monsters, the president wondered if a child could summon them here. Xiao Xiao smiled and asked what they were doing here. The guy confidently raised his eyebrows and concluded that everything was now under control. The young man remembered the old man's smiling face and explained that there were 3 high-level monsters in the vicinity of the Alley of Wandering Souls, and the girl was the smallest of them. The bounty hunters were standing on top of the cliff. Even when the heroes were in the pharmacy, the pharmacist guessed that the parents would be worried about their daughter and would definitely come here. Crossing his arms over his chest, the doctor thought about the enemy daring to hit a child in front of her parents, and wondered what would happen next. The woman narrowed her eyes angrily and asked how the villain dared to hit their daughter. The giant trembled and said that there was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the villain looked back. The man frowned furiously and asked the same question. The demon raised his hands and admitted he was wrong. The huge head said that it was clear that he was happy about it. The president shook his head and replied that it was an ordinary duel. The monster grabbed the ugly spider. The giant opened his mouth wide and explained that in their community this was a way to express love and goodwill. The villain waved his hand and added that the more powerful the blow, the stronger the love. The giant chopped off the hunter's head. His face was covered in cold sweat. The eyes of the furious parents lit up. Clutching the corpse of an insect, the villain said that he liked being beaten. The woman slapped him and suggested that in that case he would also like being beaten. The man hit his daughter's offender and decided to express his love for him too. The giant heads began to beat the demon, outraged by the harm he had done to their daughter. All this happened in the middle of a residential area. The sorcerer opened his mouth in shock and asked if this was the power of a higher-level being. The monster opened its mouth in fury and asked if the enemy really thought he could not defeat it. The bounty hunter swung his tentacle. One blow pressed the president into the ground. The girl pinned him down with a tentacle and asked if he still wanted to fight. The man frowned angrily and promised to break all his bones with his teeth. The giant heads began to beat the villain. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought that they came from a higher dimensional world. Xiao Xiao smiled widely. Linen concluded that for this world they were gods. The guy turned around and looked at the puzzled girl. The child licked him. The young man promised to introduce her to his parents and said that they were very nice. The pharmacist waved his hand and decided that after the birth of a daughter, the bounty hunters became friendlier. The doctor watched as they tore the demon to pieces. They swallowed different parts of the giant's body. A drop of blood stained the pharmacist's cheek. He realized that he was wrong about them. The monster punched the glass. The villain fell out of the broken capsule. The villain looked up and gritted his teeth. The association staff immediately ran up to him. The robot looked down and asked what happened. The villain opened his mouth wide and ordered all troops to stop what they were doing and activate the zero-level defense plan and emergency evacuation plan. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock. The machine frowned and asked if it was really worth it. The demon extended his hand forward and said that they should do it now. The fighters scattered in different directions, red lights lit up, and a voice ordered all association members to return to their posts. A dense forest was visible. Juquan was seen running quickly. The protagonist's teacher was breaking red tentacles. Looking down, Bloodsaw said that he should be patient for a while, because he would come to the rescue soon. Blood stains appeared on his clothes. A moment later, the teacher raised his head. A puppet parried behind him. The mentor's eyes glowed red and he asked if the zero-level plan would be activated, and the puppet asked in return what the matter was. The girl lowered her eyebrows and asked about the zero-level plan. Juquan raised his hand and replied that when the Demon Association was created, he and several of its old members had implanted an emergency signal source into it. The protagonist's teacher turned his head and added that when a mass threat arose, the signal would warn them, and in order to be prepared and save the council members, they created the zero-level plan. Black Moon frowned seriously and asked if that meant the Demon Association was under attack. Bloodsaw looked at his interlocutor and exclaimed that he thought so, and at the same time added that it was impossible. The puppet crossed its arms and asked who dared to attack their base. The mentor lowered his eyebrows and said that he did not know and that they had to speed up and also go along the Alley of Wandering Souls because there would be a road leading to the tower. A tall building appeared and they could hear that it was very good that they had found it. Suddenly, the Titan, baring his teeth angrily, exclaimed that this naughty girl had scared him and he was still angry. The witch, clenching her jaw, said that she could not believe what he wanted to do after hitting her daughter and therefore she would devour him. Suddenly, Tiny, noticing his parents, turned to them. The monster, smiling happily, asked how they had ended up there, to which he received the answer that he should go to them and let them see where she had been hurt. While licking his daughter, the high-ranking monster said that he and his father were very scared and thought that their baby had been kidnapped, and she explained that she had not been kidnapped and ate a lot of delicious things. Through the sweat on his face, Lennon thought that this woman had just meant him. Raising his palms, the protagonist muttered that although he had taken advantage of Xiao Xiao, they were still friends, and he was also her attending physician, and hoped that the second elder would not object. Crossing his fingers, the protagonist realized that something was wrong here, and then wondered why he always felt like the second elder wanted to kill him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he realized that the second elder simply did not understand him and was trying to defend himself, but as long as he was sincere in his actions, everything would be fine. The young man dropped his hands abruptly and exclaimed that he was just a simple dentist and nurse, and his name was Lennon, and he lived in the Alley of Wandering Souls, and he was 17 years old, unmarried, had a home, both parents were dead, and he also had some savings, and then asked to contact his aunt and uncle. The high-ranking monsters looked at him in confusion. The man lowered his gaze and asked if he was an orphan and if his relatives were busy, and at the same time the system reported that the danger level had reached 99%. Clenching his jaw, the doctor wondered what was going on, because he seemed to have explained everything, but the danger level was rising. Touching the doctor with his tentacles, Titan said that he was not bad, and also an adult and very experienced. The woman, looking at the doctor, said that she was deceived, and her girl was comfortable with him. The pharmacist, with his lips bulging, asked what was going on here, and whether they admired him or wanted to kill him, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that his mental state level was seriously declining, and the current mental state was approaching zero, and therefore he should immediately stabilize his mind. The surgeon's pupils suddenly turned white. The system congratulated the protagonist on his achievement many times, to which he, standing on Xiao Xiao's head, wondered if the system was still giving him some incomprehensible achievements, and whether they were trying to make him happier by giving him 10 happiness points, and then, hearing that the doctor was giving her a ride, and she was really very happy, he whispered that he should not say anything else, because he was only heating up the situation. Opening his mouth, the high-ranking monster said that he was waiting to be eaten, because he hit his daughter after they ate this guy, and also clarified why they didn't chat in private. Lennon, with his mouth slightly open in fear, thought that he was finished, because they did not understand anything at all. Titan, looking at the witch, said that she had not yet eaten her fill, and therefore he would take her to eat more. A second later, the monsters rushed from their place. It was visible how the ground began to crack. Iron claws suddenly appeared. Several metal hands burst out from under the ground, and it was heard that the crisis action plan had been launched, and full activation had also begun. Red flesh appeared. The mechanical monster made of blood and flesh rose up, and at the same time, full activation of positions and the main defense mechanism took place, and military position number 12 was completely exposed, and then a combat situation was declared. A purple flash appeared in the sky. Juquan, raising his head, exclaimed that the basic training had been activated, and then asked what this heart eater was trying to do, and how dared to activate this creation. The doll, squeezing her fingers, was surprised by its large size. The teacher's eyes glowed red, and he clarified that it was large and huge. Looking back, the girl explained that she was just curious about what it was. Wiping his fingers on his apron, Bloodsoul explained that this was the best result of their Demon Association's research, as well as the first generation of military weapons built on the model of a saw. Squinting, the mentor added that this was a collection of almost all of the Demon Association's advanced technologies, and all of these materials were not taken from the Dark World. The puppet, turning its gaze to the side, listened attentively that these materials were from another technological civilization. Black Moon, opening her mouth, asked again about another civilization. Juquan's back appeared, and he replied that she knew that the Demon Association was a huge organization specializing in machines and the transformation of alien flesh. 2 tanks were visible, and it was heard that they had spent many years for their technology to reach the pinnacle of the Dark World, and therefore realized that they would never be able to make a real breakthrough in their technology. Red monsters walked on the ground, and at that moment, the protagonist's teacher added that they were lucky one day and found material from the upper world underground. The monster's huge eye appeared. The evil spirit parried in midair, and Bloodsaw said that it was a perfect combination of flesh, blood, and technology, which had the highest level of civilization and technology, and from their information obtained at the time, the strength of the material during the full period was even higher than that of the supreme beings. The man clenched his jaw viciously, and then the mentor pointed out that due to all the terrible discoveries, this Colossus plan was stopped by the old president. The old man sharply extended his index finger and ordered everyone to join the battle. A white haze appeared in front of him. Juquan's eyes glowed red, and he added that after that, the Colossus pieces were stored by each of the elders who led the project, and the project itself was postponed. Lowering his hand, the protagonist's teacher said that after that heart-eating bastard came to power, Yuan cancelled all the decrees of the previous president. Looking down, Bloodsoul exclaimed that he had decided that this project should be resumed. The puppet crossed its arms and asked what the combat power of this trial material was and whether it was comparable to the real Colossus. The mentor narrowed his eyes and replied that it was created taking into account some of the principles of the Colossus theory. Juquan frowned sharply and said that if it was a question of destructive power, it was comparable to high-level monsters. The robot tapped the keyboard and informed the captain that the combat troops were fully activated and all processes were proceeding according to plan. Suddenly, the machine turned its head. The monster opened its mouth and said that this was good and wonderful. The soldier extended his hand and ordered them to retreat. Opening his mouth wide, the soldier shouted what was going on and why the captain had activated Colossus number 12. The monster clenched its jaw and explained that they were being attacked by 3 high-level creatures. The man was very surprised through the sweat on his face, and his partner asked what kind of idiot decided to provoke them, and whether he was mentally ill. Suddenly, the Demon Association president looked to the side and asked what was going on. The big boss extended his finger and shouted that they should not stand there and immediately transfer all the research materials from the tower, as well as all the weapons. The military man turned around abruptly and obeyed the order. The captain opened his mouth and said that although he had full confidence in Colossus number 12, he still needed to have a plan B, and even if they could not win, they would have to find time to transmit the data without any obstacles. Raising his hand, the robot reported that huge monsters were rapidly approaching. The Demon Association president looked ahead in confusion. The big boss squinted and said that it was time. Bright lightning appeared above the tall tower. Juquan looked to the side abruptly. Suddenly, a joyful Xiao Xiao appeared. Noticing the monster in the sky, the protagonist's teacher asked if they were monster hunters. Holding a saw in his hand, the mentor noted that they were simply crazy. How could they provoke such monsters? The puppet, turning his gaze to the side, asked why he was so worried, and did not it benefit him to destroy the association. Bloodsaw, looking down, replied that this was a mind devourer, and did not think about the association at all, and if he stayed here, he would be buried with them. Raising his head, Juquan added that these bounty hunters were still not strong enough, and they did not pose much of a threat to the Colossus plan. Suddenly, the witch flew over the protagonist's teacher. The woman looked at her daughter with satisfaction. Stunned, opening his jaw, Bloodsaw clarified that there was only one of him here, and then exclaimed that this was all one body. Through sweat on his face, the mentor said that even with this, it was possible to create a Colossus, and at least there was enough time to transmit the information to the association. A moment later, it seemed like Titan parried in midair. The man lowered his eyebrows menacingly. Juquan's expression was frightened. Suddenly, the high-ranking monsters rushed from the spot. Clutching his head, the protagonist's teacher exclaimed that there were 3 of them and did not understand what was happening here, and also added that one of them had incredible strength, and at the same time, the system wrote that his mental state had decreased by 10 units. The doll, holding a telescope in her hand, asked if he thought the association could win this battle. The blood-stained mentor appeared, and he replied that the battle was lost and the association was finished, and they needed to go to the Alley of Wandering Souls. With her mouth slightly open, the girl noticed that something was wrong here, because someone was riding on the head of one of the hunters. Bloodsaw turned around abruptly. Juquan angrily grabbed the telescope. Closing one eye, the protagonist's teacher asked if it was a human, and what kind of rat was sitting on the hunter's head. Linen was seen smiling contentedly. Looking at the protagonist's face, Bloody Saw said that it was true, because someone was sitting on the hunter's head. The mentor's jaw dropped in great surprise, and he asked if it was his student. Closing his eyes, the guy explained something, to which Xiao Xiao noted that she liked it. Suddenly, the young man puffed out his cheeks. A second later, the doctor spat out blood. An inscription appeared from the red spots, namely whether it was he who was sitting on the monster's head. Joyfully raising his eyebrows, the doctor exclaimed that the teacher was fine and somewhere nearby. Opening his mouth wide, the doctor shouted that he was alive, and then asked what was wrong with him and when he would return, because he was afraid to be alone. The higher-ranking monsters sharply turned their heads. Juquan and the doll hid behind a huge fong. Through the sweat on his face, the teacher said that the one sitting on the top-level monster was his protege, and the system also congratulated him on receiving the achievement, which required scaring the teacher unconscious. The surgeon turned his gaze to the side, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that scaring the teacher unconscious was a special achievement that could be obtained if he scared his teacher in any way. Xiao Xiao asked what happened and whether his teacher was here, to which Linen, scratching the back of his head, answered positively. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, wondered where this achievement came from and when he scared the teacher. Sticking out his tongue, the witch said that they were done. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that this was some kind of joke. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. A mechanical monster of flesh and blood appeared, and the system reported its characteristics. The young man smiled widely, and at that moment the artificial intelligence wrote that he had encountered the first marvelous creation, and therefore the illustration system was activated. And now he could use the illustration system to record any creature or marvel that he encountered, and he could spend any amount of skull coins to fully analyze the object. Looking at the screen, the doctor asked if this was a graphical analysis, and then whispered that he did not know that there was another system function here. Then the doctor pointed his finger at the image of the monster. A notification appeared above the picture of the monster, which said that the system had detected an unidentified object, and now they were trying to enter its system, and then the artificial intelligence identified the prototype of the Colossus project and added 10 inventory points. The doctor clenched his fists in joy, wondering if this was such a big discovery, and also realized that he could get so many rewards just by looking at the creature of the dark world, and at that moment, the system explained that after starting the graphical analysis, the owner is asked to enter as much information about the discovery as possible. Xiao Xiao smiled contentedly. It was visible how the doctor raised the corners of his lips. An image of a monster appeared on the screen. It seemed like Titan narrowed his eyes sharply. A picture of a high-ranking monster was visible. At the same time, the system showed a portrait of a witch. The pharmacist spread his arms out and exclaimed that he felt like he had encountered something amazing, and Xiao Xiao noticed that he seemed happy. Suddenly, the pharmacist turned around. A bright flash appeared on the high tower, and it was heard that the prototype Colossus had been activated and was entering combat mode, and a target had been detected, and therefore the highest level of defense had been activated. The monster lowered its eyebrows angrily, and at the same time, the Colossus project was fully launched, and then the artificial intelligence reported that it had launched a special mission to escape from the mirage as soon as possible. The witch bit her lips menacingly, and it was said that it was the flesh and blood extracted from the remains of an unidentified object, and combined with the alloy and magical bones obtained from the body of the Colossus. The Demon Association president opened his mouth and said that the wingspan imitated a bone dragon, and used the core of the giant fire monster as the power source, and combined with the healing power of the blood demon, the curse of the descendants of the ancient gods served as a link with complex structures. The captain slammed his fist and shouted why he was fighting him, and told him to get out of his sight. Suddenly, a large cannon appeared. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. A thick smoke was visible. The big boss laughed with his mouth wide open and said that it worked, and the combat power of the number 12 Colossus came from the original prototype Colossus, and even a top-tier monster could not stop it. The Demon Association president looked ahead in confusion. Titan narrowed his eyes and asked the girl how she felt, to which he answered that she was fine, and the strength was still in her, and her body was normal. Xiao Xiao, smiling happily, said that it hurt a little, but she even liked it. Opening his jaw, the top-ranked monster exclaimed that he supported him and would also like a massage. Long tentacles were visible. The monster suddenly attacked the mechanical monster. Bright flashes swirled around the huge evil spirit made of blood and flesh. The man's head quickly waved its limbs, and it was heard that this was the first level of titanium defense. Titan's eyes glowed red, and he shouted that a flying dragon was breaking into battle. It seemed like an octopus was smashing opponents. Suddenly, the mechanical hand opened its claw. A moment later, the top-ranked monster dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Linen's eyes bulged in surprise. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist said that this fight was rated at the highest level, and this was too strange. With her jaw wide open, Xiao Xiao noted that her father was amazing. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and muttered that he thought he would be able to see the battle of the century. But it all happened in a second, and the Xiao Xiao family was truly powerful. A second later, the boy opened his mouth in surprise, and the system reported that the current mission was cancelled and a new mission was launched to clear the battlefield. Looking ahead, the youth realized that the mission was simply to find the fragments, and wondered if this was too easy. Biting his lips, the doctor thought that something was wrong, since a boss-level monster should have appeared by now, and then wondered how there could be no boss in this mission. Then, a cut appeared on the doctor's cheek. A moment later, a red eye was visible inside it. Looking into the distance, the doctor wondered to himself if there was some kind of secret pit. The president of the Demon Association was visible through the hologram. The pharmacist smiled and exclaimed that he had found the big boss. At the same time, the captain opened his mouth in confusion. The tower system reported that the current damage level of the hanging tower was 35%, and according to their data, within 5 minutes the main body of the hanging tower would be completely disabled, after which one of the workers, holding his head, said that the most powerful weapon of their association could not hold out for even 10 minutes, and his partner added that it was all over, and they were all finished. Suddenly, the big boss powerfully kicked. The president of the Demon Association, turning his head, asked why they were panicking, and then ordered them to collect information before they lost their technology, because there was a chance to get everything back with a retaliatory strike. Opening his mouth, the captain added that they should immediately prepare a device for jumping in space, and all members of the association of level 2 and above should prepare for evacuation. The robot, turning around, obeyed the order. The loudspeaker appeared, and it was heard that an object had been detected outside the base, and it was approaching, and therefore the comprehensive defense system was activated, and they needed to prepare to intercept. The big boss squinted in confusion. A joyful Xiao Xiao was visible, and the president of the Demon Association exclaimed that it was him, and could not understand how he could find them. The head of the top-ranked monster was surrounded by many weapons. Then a video camera was visible. The image was of Linen. The protagonist raised his palm to his forehead. The captain, angrily clenching his fist, said that this was all because of him, because if it were not for him, they would not have messed with these 3 top-ranked monsters. Opening his mouth, the big boss added that now he dared to attract his attention by attacking his base, and also did not take him seriously at all, and let him return to his pharmacy. The president of the Demon Association extended his index finger and shouted that they should immediately activate the defense system and prepare to strike, and then aim at this man and kill him. At the same time, the protagonist grinned slyly, and the system reported that the main demon's resentment towards him had increased by 40 points. Sitting on Xiao Xiao's head, the guy said that they needed to get closer and intercept him. The monster licked the corners of its lips with its tongue, and the young man explained that their target was the bastard who dared to attack them. A moment later, the evil spirit smiled contentedly. The top-ranked monster suddenly rushed from its place. Xiao Xiao quickly flew forward. Suddenly, the doctor raised his palms. Gritting his teeth furiously, Linen exclaimed that Zhuozhuo should stop pretending to be asleep because he needed to work, to which he did not respond, and the system reported that his assistant was trying to look like an ordinary left hand and was not afraid of anything, but simply following the will of his heart, so he was trying to pretend to be asleep. With his jaws wide open, the protagonist shouted that they had a boss fight ahead of them, so his partner should wake up and not pretend to be dead, and then asked if he was a coward. The mouth of the entity appeared on his palm, and he wondered who was afraid here, after which he declared that he was not afraid of the sky or the earth, and did not even know how to write the word coward. The eye of the tentacle flashed, and Xiao said that she heard a voice in her hand, when Zhuozhuo suddenly laughed loudly. The assistant wondered if their enemy was just a higher-level creature, when suddenly he cried out that he was not afraid of him, and the doctor closed his lips and asked what had happened, because his partner was shaking. The system reported that the fear level of the creature in the left hand had increased by 20 units, when suddenly the surgeon grinned thoughtfully. Squinting, the protagonist asked if Zhuozhuo had ever heard of a traditional Chinese dish from the left hand, and then noted that it was crispy and very aromatic. Frowning, the doctor said that he should know that his higher-level friend loved this dish the most. His fingers sharply bent, and the evil spirit asked if the owner was threatening him. A notification appeared that the fear of the undead had increased by another 15 units, to which the pharmacist closed his eyes and asked how he could say such a thing, since he had been with him for all of his 17 years, so he could not commit such a shameless act. Opening his jaws, the left palm said, as it was said. Smiling maliciously, the pharmacist said that he would roast it anyway, and then season it with cumin. Star's Wujwa increased by 20 units again, when suddenly beads of sweat began to flow down his hand, and the entity screamed that the guy had gone crazy. Turning his gaze to the left palm, Linen asked to listen to him about how candy was made for obedient children, and medicine for naughty ones. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist asked the monster whether their child was obedient, or not so obedient. Beads of sweat flowed down the fingers of his left hand, and the creature asked if he could not choose. Raising a huge eye to his face, the doctor exclaimed that today the doctor would treat him to a crispy left hand. Having emerged from behind the apothecary, the evil spirit cried out that she was eating candy, because she was a good child, so she could not eat it. The protagonist declared that this was excellent, and then asked him to open his mouth, when suddenly a lollipop flew into the mouth of the palm, and it swallowed it. The assistant said that it was sweet, and the doctor grinned slightly and noted that this was wonderful, because now he could follow him, and if she ate a piece of his flesh, she would guarantee that his bones would remain with him. A notification appeared that Zwujwa's trust had increased by 1 point, and the hero had made some progress in taming his left hand, to which the pharmacist lowered his chin and shouted that this was good, and the decisive battle would begin soon. The palm stretched far forward, while the guy shouted for the system to distribute all the previously obtained inventory points to improve his constitution. Suddenly, bright red lightning flashed through the air. Xiao Xiao frowned angrily. A hologram of the screen appeared, on which all of Linen's characteristics were written. The protagonist clenched his teeth and exclaimed that the system was enough. After all, he was talking about some girls, after which he added that if he were not busy now, he would curse her for 3 days and 3 nights. A moment later, a high-ranking monster and her companion rushed down the empty corridor. Suddenly, the assistant jumped down, causing her tentacles to rise up. At the same moment, multiple laser beams were aimed at the doctor. The girl began to make some sounds, baring her teeth angrily. It seemed like a volley of shots was coming from the barrels of cannons. Xiao Xiao frowned angrily, fending off the attacks with her limbs. Loud sounds of gunshots were heard, and a large black creature appeared in front of the protagonist. Smiling happily, the surgeon asked if Zwujwa could really change shape whenever he wanted. The left hand stuck its tongue out of its mouth and asked what kind of nonsense the owner was talking about, and why didn't he hurry up and kill all the bastards, because they must have seriously injured him, since he was in so much pain. The young man pointed the barrel of the gun forward, when suddenly the system reported that his firearms skill had increased by 2 units. A powerful flame surrounded the military installations. Suddenly, the pharmacist looked away. Riding on top of the high-ranking monster, the doctor shouted for his assistants to continue, while his firearms skill increased again. After a while, the protagonist blew on the smoke coming from the barrel of the gun. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, the doctor exclaimed that that was all, after which a notification appeared congratulating him on achieving the achievement called 100 shots and 100 hits. The door slammed shut with a bang, and bright red eyes were visible on the black floor. Seeing this, the protagonist opened his mouth slightly. Xiao Hao used her long tentacles to disperse the monsters on the ground. The terrifying zombie opened its mouth wide, and loud gunshots could be heard all around. Flesh growths with eyes were visible on the backs of the monsters. An announcement was heard that the goal had been achieved and the order from the higher-ups was being carried out, while the undead weapons were enveloped in streams of energy. Someone screamed that there was gunfire, causing the top-ranked monster to lower the corners of her lips in alarm. Grasping the magic weapon with both hands, the doctor asked if his enemy was playing with fire and seeking death. Energy pulses surrounded the animal's head. The beast's mouth opened very wide. At the same moment, a flurry of flames flew out from there, and the system reported that the hero's ability to survive cataclysms had improved. After the attack, a powerful fiery explosion occurred in the distance. The spider-like monsters ran through the battlefield, and a voice announced that 41% of the body had been lost, and the armor was invalid, so they should prepare to turn on high-temperature resistance mode and transform. Leaping high into the air, Linen shouted that it was too late. Swinging his hand, the protagonist knocked off the monster's head. A message appeared that he had managed to kill a bounty hunter, for which he would be given a reward of 500 base experience points, when suddenly the pharmacist squinted one eye and screamed for Zwujwa to eat it. Sharp fangs appeared around the mouth of the left hand. Clenching its jaws, the high-ranking creature chewed on the monster. The system notified that the hero's left hand had swallowed the hunter, for which he received a reward of 100 friendship points, when suddenly more undead began to appear near the assistant. An eye was visible at the root of a long tooth. Using it as a weapon, Zwujwa began to fight off the spider-like monsters. Grinning, the doctor asked if his assistant could take the form of a sword. Showing a sign with 2 fingers, The left hand explained that as long as it was given a lot of food, it could become anything for him, and then added that it could be a beautiful girl. Linen put his finger on his cheek, thinking that it could be small bags and mushrooms, and then asked if it could turn into something else. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows in concentration, thinking that he needed to find an opportunity to properly study Zuozu's plasticity and potential. The fangs inside Xiaoxiao's mouth were shining brightly, and she was saying that this was a very delicious meal, and the system reported that Xiaoxiao's favor towards Zuozu had decreased, and Zuozu's fear of Xiaoxiao had increased. The left hand slid along the floor closer to the top-ranked monster and said that this was all for her, and no one would take it away, to which the owner remarked that the hand had finally learned to talk politely to others. Turning his head to the right, the doctor exclaimed that it was time for them to leave. The monster girl licked her lips in pleasure. The president of the Demon Association appeared through the smoke, calling the surgeon a bastard and asking if this was the dining hall. The warrior lying on the floor called out to the captain and said that they had prepared all the data, meaning they were ready to make a spatial jump. The leader of the organization, dropping his jaw, noted that it did not matter even if they ate well. The object in his hand emitted a bright glow, and the commander declared that this would be the last meal. At the same time, the president of the Demon Association tightly clenched the object in his fist. A loudspeaker hung near the ceiling, and an announcement was heard that they should prepare to begin the self-destruction of the base. The authentication of the highest authority was successful, the command was sent, and then a countdown of 10 minutes began. Monsters ran along the corridor while the voice said that the countdown to self-destruction was 10 minutes, so all personnel should be evacuated. The soldiers shouted that they needed to run immediately, and the others twisted their faces in fear and did not understand what kind of joke this was and why they were given only 10 minutes to evacuate. The president of the association walked through the cloud of smoke and asked if everyone was ready for the jump in space. Raising a limb to his head, the robot exclaimed that they had everything ready, so they could evacuate at any moment. Standing with both feet on the platform, the captain cried out that the evacuation was beginning, to which the assistant began to carry out the order. Lowering his chin, the president of the association decided that they would live to see how the Colossus was reborn in his hands. Narrowing his eyes, the captain declared that he would make these 3 higher monsters, and that guy pay for everything. Suddenly, sharp fangs came sharply closer to his face. A bead of sweat appeared on the commander's face from anxiety, and he did not understand what was happening. The robot frowned in alarm and shouted that the power supply was overloaded, so he needed to check it immediately. At that very moment, huge tentacles began to crawl out of the wall, and the assistant reported that they were finished, because the power supply room had been destroyed by that monster. The tongue inside the loudspeaker spun from side to side, and the voice shouted that there were less than 6 minutes left until self-destruction. Clutching his head, the president of the Demon Association thought that his opponents were scum. It seemed like Xiaoxiao was rushing forward. Hearing the sounds, the captain raised his fingers in alarm. Smiling widely, the high-ranking monster exclaimed that she had found the boss, and the system reported that a new mission had been launched. Raising his chin, the commander noted that this creature was always very fast. Gripping the handle of his gun with his fingers, Linen explained that it was his own fault for activating the self-destruction mechanism, so he had to take a shortcut. A memory appeared of the protagonist gritting his teeth and saying that although there was very little time left, he would still be able to kill the president of the Demon Association. Frowning angrily, the captain exclaimed that this was good and wonderful, because with the help of a high-level monster, he was really easy to kill, and then added that unfortunately the doctor had overlooked one detail. The pharmacist lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. A red aura surrounded the silhouette of the commander, who shouted that he could also easily kill the enemy. Suddenly, the big boss reached out his hand to Xiaoxiao's mouth. The protagonist clenched his jaw in fear and screamed that they were trying to attack him psychologically. A moment later, his pupils greatly decreased in size. In space, the protagonist saw only black spots on a red background, and at the same time, he asked his brain to wake up. It seemed like the doctor was sitting on the floor with his arm torn off. Black slime was spreading around him on the ground. Small balls of liquid had eyes and smiles on their faces. Many copies of the protagonist were walking around the room. Loud sighs were heard, and disgusting tentacles crawled out of the mouths of the clones. A bright purple glow appeared in front of the president of the Demon Association. His image was greatly distorted while he was talking about how this pervert could actually do it too. Lennon grabbed his gun with his hand. At the same second, the protagonist fired several shots in a row. The captain fell on his back with a crash. The tentacles with eyes pierced his shoulder. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist sighed heavily. Threads of a black substance hung down from his elbow. Suddenly, the liquid transformed into a hand. Opening one eye, the doctor asked how Zhuozhuo was feeling. His jaw opened in his palm, and the assistant said that everything was fine, then added that he was just a little overworked. Running her hand over the doctor's cheek, Xiaoxiao asked if he was injured and if he was in pain, to which he exclaimed happily. Smiling widely, the pharmacist replied that it was nothing to worry about, since fortunately his left hand had managed to save him. The high-ranking monster began to lick her palm and thank her for saving the doctor, to which she noted that no thanks were needed. Approaching the body of the president of the Demon Association, the girl asked if he was dead. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he thought he was not. Zwizwa bent his fingers and cried out that it was impossible, since his head had almost exploded, but he was still alive. Linen lowered the corners of his lips and thought about the fact that Zwizwa was alive because there was no hint in the system on how to kill such creatures. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist said that this guy was very good at mind control, so he thought that he had moved his consciousness to another place the moment he began to die. A red eye appeared on the doctor's cheek, after which he exclaimed that since he couldn't get rid of it the first time, he wouldn't get rid of it the second time either. A silhouette of a monster appeared in a cocoon of flesh and eyes. At the same moment, bright fragments flew everywhere. The sounds of gunshots were heard, when suddenly a new body of the captain appeared, who said that his flesh was too tender, but machines were always powerful. Xiao Xiao instantly broke through the walls on both sides of the corridor, and an announcement could be heard saying that there were 4 minutes left before the base self-destructed, so all personnel needed to be evacuated as soon as possible. Linen frowned angrily, noticing that this monster was huge, and then wondered where it could have gone. A powerful impact mark flew straight towards the face of the top-ranked monster. At the same time, the child's head flew far back. Rising up with the help of its tentacles, the monster became angry. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked about Xiao Xiao's condition, to which she replied that everything was fine, but something had hit her. The association president could be heard admitting that he hadn't even thought that they were still here, then adding that it would save him the trouble of looking for him, and the protagonist frowned angrily. Jumping high into the air, the captain in the other body asked to let him bury the doctor with his hands, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that this was a modified mechanical god of the 71st type, and its characteristics. The pharmacist flexed his fists, and thoughtfully said that it was still unclear who would bury whom. Pointing his finger forward, the doctor exclaimed that he and Xiao Xiao must kill him. Pointing her tentacles towards the enemy, the assistant screamed that if the enemy dared to touch her doctor, she would beat him to death. The Demon Association commander kicked off the monster's limb with one foot. Suddenly, a sphere of magical energy appeared in the middle of the demonic entity's chest. A bright flash of light appeared inside. A shock wave rushed towards the surgeon and his patient. Zwizwa opened his mouth and exclaimed that their opponent had used a mental attack, and this time it was even more powerful than before, so he would not be able to withstand it. Clenching his jaws tightly, the doctor shouted that everyone needed to calm down, because he had a plan. Climbing the monster's face, the pharmacist asked her to open her mouth a little, to which she agreed. A moment later, the monster's fangs snapped shut. Putting a finger to his cheek, the boy said that since his usual techniques were not working, they would come up with new ones. The president of the Demon Association in the body of a mechanical god furrowed his brows in anger. Streams of dark magic leaked out from his back, and he said that it would be as his enemy wanted. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the evil monster rushed forward. Xiao Xiao thoughtfully lowered the corners of her lips. Swinging her tentacles from side to side, the child's head beat her opponent with loud sounds. Gritting his teeth, the pharmacist thought that if the battle dragged on and his assistant was able to defeat him, he would not get out, so they should fight quickly. The youth opened his mouth slightly because he did not understand what was happening, and suddenly a notification appeared that the active detection ability transmitted a random diagnosis report of the target. The evil monster broke through the tentacles with loud cries. The association president lowered his eyebrows, wondering in confusion what was happening and why his vision suddenly became blurry. At the same time, the captain crossed the black swords. With one blow, the tentacles hit the enemy's weapon. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, and suddenly notifications appeared that many diseases were detected in its body. Opening his jaws, the commander in the other body exclaimed that this was impossible. After all, his body was always perfect, so he could not get sick, so there must be some kind of mistake. Suddenly, the mechanical god narrowed his eyes. Between Xiao Xiao's fangs, Linen's silhouette was visible. The protagonist began to laugh with an evil grin. The body of the modified monster was surrounded by bright lightning, and it shouted that the doctor had set it all up. The limb of the protagonist's patient bent outward. At the same time, a powerful stream of light hit the body of the president of the Demon Association. A large crater formed in the ground around him. Closing its eyes, the monster muttered that it lost to a certain person. The boy took one step forward. Standing in front of the child's head, the doctor said that his opponent was too confident in his technique. Raising his eyebrows in disappointment, the pharmacist explained that his random diagnosis technique can determine the effect of a certain technique depending on the target's physique, and the worse it is, the better the effect. So if the opponent had retained a powerful physical body, it would not have been possible to do this. Spreading its arms out to the sides on the sand, the monster noted that even so, the doctor chose technological progress and transplanted the brain into a mechanical shell. The surgeon could be heard saying that, unfortunately, even having a strong body cannot change the fact that the brain is weak, when suddenly a loudspeaker appeared. The voice began the countdown to the self-destruction of the base, to which Linen lowered the corners of his lips and noted that time was running out, so it was time to leave. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around. Rising to his feet, the monster exclaimed that he must kill him, but he was again informed that some diseases had affected his brain. Bringing his fingers closer to each other, the mechanical god said that they were playing 1+1 games, and then exclaimed that the two of them would have fun. Waving his arms up and down, the president of the Demon Association in another body shouted that he wanted to fly. At the same time, Xiao Xiao pushed off the ground, and the system reported that the special task had been completed and a reward had been received. The child's head began to smile widely. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred at the site of the base. The monster's eyes widened in delight, and her doctor thanked the assistants for their hard work and said that they should now take a good rest. A loud roar was heard, and at the same time the heroes watched as the shock waves spread in different directions. Linen began to press his finger on the system screen and exclaimed that he did not even know what good it had brought him this time, after which a notification appeared that the hero had received a scroll of skill enhancement, the effect of which could be strengthened to a maximum of 10th level. Smiling widely, the protagonist cried out that this was an opportunity to return to the past, and this was real magic. Putting his fingers to his chin, the doctor said that if he met such a strong boss in the future, he would simply turn him into a fertilized egg, and now he could do whatever he wanted and always remain invincible. Suddenly, the guy looked down and saw a message that he needed to take into account that he would not be able to change the enemy's strength, and the chance of success was proportional to the target's resistance, so after 1 hour of action, he returned to normal. Dropping his jaw in confusion, the protagonist said that since it did not affect strength, it meant that the transformation would make the fertilized egg simply super invincible, and then this skill would come in handy. At this time, Xiao Xiao ran up to her parents. Smiling widely, her mother was interested in where her daughter had just been. With wide eyes, the child's head exclaimed that she had dealt with all the bad guys. Squinting, the woman admitted that she was very worried, after which she added that she thought she had gone crazy. The father frowned menacingly and did not understand what his wife was worried about, because he just needed to be here and pick up the remains of the Colossus, and then added that he should also eat properly. The parents began to quarrel, and the witch's head exclaimed that her husband himself said that she ate a lot, while the daughter stood aside and supported them. Linen closed his lips and said that this family seemed very close-knit. Suddenly, a body fell to the ground to the side of them. Smoke came out from the armored monster. Raising his leg from the ground, the protagonist thought about the fact that this was the body of the Mind Devourer president made of alloy, and the explosion completely destroyed it. It seemed like the doctor was taking one step forward. Grasping the handle of the knife with his fingers, the surgeon began to cut it up. Grinning, the pharmacist asked if Xiao Xiao could help him develop the body, because he wanted to see the Mind Devourer's brain, to which she agreed. Behind the doctor, the mustache of the child's head's father was visible, who noted that it was time to sort things out, after which he asked to call his daughter, because he did not give his consent to this marriage. The boy frowned in concern and said that he was simply asking his daughter for help. Looking back, the doctor asked the man to wait a second. The boy asked him again about marriage, his pupils bulging. The witch's head moved its tentacles closer to Linen and explained that he should stop pretending, as he and her daughter were probably close. Red veins were visible in Xiao Xiao's father's eyes and he declared that the two were dating. Tears began to flow from the protagonist's eyes and he muttered that he thought they had misunderstood. Suddenly, a huge limb hit the ground next to him, startling him. The doctor began to run away from the tentacles and heard someone telling him that they would help him understand everything about the mind. With an evil grin, the woman admitted that they had misunderstood what he had just said, and then clarified what exactly. The boy put his palm out in front of him and said that there was no misunderstanding, and then thanked his aunt. The witch's head narrowed her eyes and said that he didn't need to thank her, since she was almost a member of their family, not a stranger. The man closed his eyes and thoughtfully said that the boy could consider himself lucky, and his wife exclaimed that Xiao Xiao and her mother were also happy in that case, while his daughter remarked that she and the doctor were now a family. Linen reached out to the brain on the ground and offered it to her. Transparent mucus was dripping from the organ, and the system reported that the hero had used the card of the mechanical god and the demon who devoured hearts. The characteristics of one of the cards were displayed on the screen, and the protagonist at the same time put the item in a small chest and asked to give this gift to the teacher upon returning to the pharmacy, and he should like it. The silhouette of the doctor was visible through the lens. The black moon stood on the cliff edge. Holding the telescope in her hand, the doll admitted that she had never thought that Bloodsaw's apprentice was that good, and added that he knew how to approach higher-level beings. The apothecary's mentor was lying on the ground behind her, and the puppet noted that this guy was much better than that old pervert, so she would not have messed with him if she and her daughter did not have a family curse. Putting a finger to her lips, Black Moon suggested that the apprentice could replace the teacher. The girl's fantasy appeared, about how she and the other dolls were spinning around the pharmacist sitting on the throne. After kicking the mentor off the cliff, The puppet said that they would trick him into coming into the house, and then she would gradually begin to develop a romantic relationship with him, and then she and her daughter would no longer have to be locked in dolls. Folding her hands, Black Moon thought about how wonderful it was, because she had found a good solution to their problem. Looking down, the doll shouted for the trash to be cleared out of here. The streets were enveloped in purple energy. A message said that the association camp had been seriously damaged an hour ago, and that an operation to clean up the members of the organization had begun. The queen frowned and asked how this was possible. In the mirror, the protagonist was sitting on Xiao Xiao's head with a gun in his hand. With a faint smile, the blood spirit remembered that there was some movement outside the window yesterday and concluded that her friend had actually destroyed the demon association. The ghost put her hands on her cheeks and admired Linen for killing such a strong enemy alone. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. The boy was looking for something on the battlefield. The system reported receiving various ingredients. The youth picked up the torn-off eye and said that he had collected almost all the objects. The system awarded him the title of scavenger and experience for collecting trash from the battlefield. The girl reported that they had taken all the essentials. The pharmacist raised his thumb and said that he would use these materials to fill her teeth. The witch smirked and asked if they could talk in private. The doctor's mental state dropped. The doctor looked around in fear and offered to talk in the presence of his patient. The girl turned to her daughter and asked if she would mind if she and the doctor talked in private. The pharmacist closed his eyes and hoped that the child would refuse her. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror when Xiao Xiao replied that she was ready to share her doctor if they needed to discuss dental health. The woman jumped high into the air. The girl was very happy that she brought a new client to her friend. The heroes landed somewhere deep in the forest. Linen trembled with fear. The head approached him and frowned. The guy wondered why she had been looking at him for 20 minutes. The young man smiled awkwardly and suggested that he would have to start the conversation first, but then he might get killed. The pharmacist put his hand to his chest and realized that he had to use his invincible deception skills again. The doctor furrowed his brows sternly and said that he had to apologize. The pharmacist raised his hand and explained that he had asked Xiao Xiao for help to deal with the demon association. The tentacles surrounded him. The protagonist swore that he had no evil intentions, adding that he had immediately wanted to be friends with the girl when he first saw her. The bounty hunter smiled and asked if he really liked her daughter. Linen raised 3 fingers and confirmed it. The boy narrowed his eyes tensely and realized that he would be killed if he answered any differently. The witch leaned towards him and asked if he really didn't care that she was a head with tentacles. The girl frowned and reminded him that he didn't even know who they were. The woman smiled slyly and asked if the doctor was lying. The system reported that the danger level had reached almost 100%. The young man closed his eyes and confirmed it. The pharmacist put his hand to his chest and asked what race, shape, beauty and ugliness were. The doctor scratched his cheek and said that the main thing is the soul. The head opened its mouth in shock. The pharmacist said that there are a lot of beautiful faces, but not so many interesting people. The bounty hunter frowned sadly. The protagonist explained that true love does not look at appearance, but looks for a spark, and added that Xiao Xiao also does not care about the fact that he is human. The witch blushed and concluded that his words were said seriously. The system reported that the infectious charm ability worked. Linen's face lit up. The system reported an increase in favor. The girl closed her eyes and cleared her throat. The guy bowed. Squinting, the woman believed in his sincerity and asked if the doctor was ready to make her daughter happy. Smiling, the young man called himself a professional in this matter and said that he was always ready to help. A strong blush appeared on the cheeks of the huge head. The huntress looked at her family. The pharmacist promised that after he left, they would shine with happiness and remain satisfied. The tentacle wrapped itself around him. The healer widened his eyes in fear. The witch grinned and called him brave enough to say such words. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what personal service the doctor offered her. Scratching the back of his head, the pharmacist replied that he was talking about oral care and asked what she was thinking about. The woman looked at him with confusion. The protagonist began to blame himself for his words. The tentacle shook him back and forth. Xiao Xiao saw her friend fly high into the sky. Linen began to foam at the mouth. The system congratulated him on achieving the human windmill achievement. The boy fell to his knees. The young man looked up and asked what just happened. The huge head closed its eyes and asked him to say fewer words that could be easily misinterpreted. The huntress frowned and suggested that it was a test. The pharmacist opened his mouth in confusion and asked why she was doing this to him. The witch closed her eyes and said that she agreed with him. The doctor asked what she was talking about. Scratching her chin, the girl called him responsible and allowed him to date her daughter, but in order to marry her, he would need her husband's consent. The pharmacist raised an eyebrow and said that they didn't have to rush into marriage and reminded him that they were still in the friendship stage. The woman grinned maliciously and asked what that meant. The tentacle handed the protagonist an earphone, and the huge head offered him to listen to what he had done to her daughter. Linen looked at the equipment in amazement and heard Xiao Xiao screaming, complaining that the doctor had pierced her. The boy's eyes widened in horror. The huntress gave him a wild look and asked if he was really going to deny it. The young man puffed out his cheek and explained that he was simply cleaning the girl's ear at the time. The witch narrowed her eyes slyly and said that she wouldn't believe him anyway. The pharmacist raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't know how to respond to that. The girl raised her tentacles and called herself not so conservative. The doctor put his hand to his chest and explained that he could not allow people to doubt his honesty, much less destroy the child's reputation. Xiao approached him when the pharmacist asked her to answer one question as honestly as possible. The protagonist confidently knitted his brows and asked what they did on the day she came to visit him. Linen grinned and hoped that her words would restore his honor. The girl smiled broadly and told him how the doctor had made her feel very happy. The boy cracked like a stone. The child imagined the doctor cleaning her ears, adding that he had deftly checked everything: ears, mouth, nose, and cheeks. The young man raised his hand and stopped her. The pharmacist opened his mouth in surprise and realized that the patient did not know what ear cleaning was. A tentacle closed his mouth. The woman licked her lips and wished that her daughter would tell her everything herself. The huntress closed her eyes happily and said that she felt very happy when the white liquid got into her ear. The doctor opened his eyes wide and wondered why everything sounded so vulgar. The huge head crawled up to the daughter and asked if she liked this doctor. The answer was affirmative. The witch narrowed her eyes slyly and asked if she wanted to love him even more. Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately sparkled. The girl touched her with her tentacles and asked if they wanted to get married. The pharmacist widened his eyes in horror and tried to say something. The girl imagined the main character riding on top of her head and asked if they could really play with him every day if they got married. The child smiled widely and declared that she wanted to marry him. Linen fell to his knees and wondered if his impeccable reputation was over. The huntress touched her mother's cheek and asked why she was crying. Tears appeared in her eyes too. The huge head started to cry, but the tentacle did not allow the guy to get a word in. The man approached them and realized that no one even asked his opinion on the matter. The tentacle touched Xiao Xiao. A clot of blood flew out of the small wound. The girl looked at it and asked what it was. The witch explained that it was a tradition of their clan, which allows you to conclude an equal contract. Fire rushed in the drop of blood. Concluding a contract meant that two people would officially become partners. The child asked if the doctor wanted to conclude a contract with her. The girl put the tentacle on the boy's head and answered for him. The pharmacist cried with grief. The drop of blood emitted powerful energy. From that moment the contract was considered concluded. A glowing ball floated up to the doctor. The pharmacist touched the hunter's forehead. The system congratulated him on concluding a soul contract. A red aura concentrated in his hand. A cross-shaped mark appeared on the protagonist's forehead, and the system declared him to be the Titan's lover. Linen cried and thought that he had achieved so many things but still felt no joy. Xiao Xiao touched the mark on his forehead and asked if this was what married life was. The woman smiled and explained that it was just a way to get to know each other better. Raising a tentacle, the head explained that only after truly getting to know each other and maintaining feelings could one talk about a real marriage, and added that if they were compatible, this experience would not leave a deep mark. The witch grinned madly and said that the same applied to the boy. The young man clenched his teeth tensely and was indignant at being threatened again. The girl grabbed him and said that they would definitely get along. The child ran into the forest and shouted that the two of them needed to have fun. The girl scratched her chin and agreed. The man frowned in displeasure and asked how long they were going to ignore him. The blood moon was shining in the sky. The pharmacist leaned on his hand and opened his mouth. He looked back as the tentacle approached him. The huntress smiled and asked if the doctor was unhappy. The doctor looked up at the sky and was upset that they had signed a contract without even having the chance to discuss it. The monster looked down sadly and apologized and explained that she thought the doctor wanted to play too. The pharmacist looked back and explained that he didn't mind playing with her, but marriage was a very serious matter. The protagonist frowned in disappointment and explained that they would have to live with each other for the rest of their lives, and that it took a long time to build a relationship, so it couldn't be played with. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened and she said that she didn't understand him. Linen explained that she was too young for that. The girl shook her tentacle and said that she was turning 3,005 years old this year. The boy frowned tensely and asked how that was possible. The boy imagined the falling heads and said that 3,000 years ago they fell from a higher bridge and were cursed. The pharmacist's eyes widened in surprise. The healer raised his hand and realized that the child once had a body. The Titan slammed his tentacle on the ground and was outraged that his wife had simply allowed their daughter to sign a contract without even discussing it with him. The witch frowned and asked what difference it made to him if she liked the man. They began to fight. The man reminded them that their child was only 5 years old. The girl shouted that she was 3,005 years old. The woman pushed his tentacle away and said that they had become like this because of his defeat. The enraged hunter's eyes lit up. In the memory, the monster cut off his head and the world filled with blood. The huntress opened her mouth furiously and asked if he didn't want their daughter to be happy. The giant head jumped on her husband. A powerful aura enveloped him. The monster shouted that he must kill the doctor and protect his child. The stars were shining in the sky. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise and asked if her body could really be restored. Pointing his finger at her, the protagonist confirmed this and asked if she didn't want to try it. The girl smiled happily and agreed. Linen raised his hands and asked her to relax and close her eyes. The child did as he asked. The system activated the past thoughts skill. A flash shone in the guy's hand. The system asked him to set the time. The huntress flew into the air. The young man decided to return her 3,000 years ago to the moment before she was beheaded. Light energy enveloped the giant head. A bright flash illuminated the space. The witch was chasing her angry husband. Xiao Xiao's body, floating in the sky, sparkled. The titan frowned tensely and watched it. His eyes were bloodshot. The girl cried with happiness. The girl came down the stairs and said that she had a body again. The pharmacist opened his mouth in shock. The doctor looked at the giant and asked if she really looked like this 3,000 years ago. The child stretched out her hands to him. The giantess picked up the pharmacist and told him that she now had a body. She closed her eyes and called it a miracle. Her favor increased, and her trust status changed to love. Xiao Xiao tried to lick her lover. The protagonist asked her not to do that. But her tongue still touched her cheek. Linen realized that although her body had changed, her habits remained the same, and he felt that it would only get worse. The titan frowned furiously. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if this was really his daughter. The witch gritted her teeth and asked who it was if not her. The man remembered how he rocked her in his arms and how the girl ran after butterflies. The child smiled and called out to her parents. The giant threw herself into their arms and shouted that she now had a body. The giant heads hugged her and burst into tears. The boy was caught between the tentacles. The young man rolled his eyes and concluded that even high-level monsters could be sentimental. The pharmacist smiled and thought that they were very happy in their previous world. The titan furrowed his brows menacingly when Xiao Xiao kissed the doctor and confessed her love to him. The pharmacist looked away and asked her not to do that in public. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if he had managed to return their daughter's body. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and explained that it was his recently acquired skill called Thoughts of the Past. Blushing in embarrassment, Linen apologized and said that he would definitely wait until their lovely daughter grew up. The parents gave him an angry look and confirmed this. The boy opened his mouth in fear and said that he meant no harm. The hunter frowned furiously and asked if she would really be like this forever. The boy raised his index finger and said that his current limit was only 1 hour. The monster raised its tentacle and realized that it was just an illusion. The titan looked up at the sky and was upset that he was still nostalgic for the past. The man looked sternly at the pharmacist and asked if he could help. The doctor opened his mouth in surprise and asked what exactly he was talking about. The hunter frowned sadly and asked his comrade to change his appearance as well. The witch threw him aside and said that her husband should not ask for something so useless. The pharmacist awkwardly looked up. The girl smiled slyly and admitted that she also had a small request. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear. Linen narrowed his eyes tensely and asked if she also wanted to return to her original appearance. The woman covered her mouth with a tentacle and suggested that it would be interesting. The huntress began to cry and asked if they could start right now. Xiao Xiao brought her friend to her mother. The guy put his hand on her forehead and asked her to relax so that his ability would definitely work. The monster closed her eyes and confirmed her readiness. The system reported that the rejection was 50% and the level of trust was 0. The witch smiled and asked when she would have a body. The level of her rejection increased. The young man frowned and said that his skill would definitely not work like that. The girl pursed her lips and said that she relaxed, but the rejection reached 70%. The pharmacist put his hand on her head and suggested that she wait until she was fully tuned. The healer looked up and thought that she had too many prejudices. The woman took out a watch and said that she had another idea. The huntress began to chatter the watch like a pendulum and said that she had the best hypnosis skill in their clan. Circles appeared before her eyes. The huge head said that this was her beloved and friendly son-in-law, not the scoundrel who had kidnapped her daughter, and that she did not want to dismember and swallow him alive. The apothecary smiled nervously and asked if she really hated him that much. The monster closed her eyelids and announced her readiness to return 4,500 years ago. Streams of blue energy enveloped her. The witch squinted and felt her body change. The girl in the dress and witch's hat brought her hand to her chin. The woman closed her eyes and imagined how 4,000 years ago she had countless admirers who constantly pestered her with their courtship and songs. The huntress raised her hands and said that she was the queen at that time. The monster opened her eyes wide. A mirror appeared in front of her. The sorceress looked at her reflection and realized that this was her original appearance. Suddenly, the mirror broke. The witch tensely clenched her teeth. The system reported that the user had received a new achievement and would now be able to gain experience points for using metamorphoses. The protagonist frowned and asked if it was cute. Xiao Xiao brought her hand to her lips. The girl threw herself into her mother's arms and called her amazing. The girl smiled and asked if that was true. Suddenly, the woman pushed her daughter away and suggested that they discuss something else. The huntress grabbed Linen and was indignant that he had transferred her not 4,000 years ago, but 7,500 years ago. Waving his arms, the guy suggested that the hypnosis was too powerful and said that he had simply overdone it a little and made her younger. The monster gritted her teeth and was angry that the figure that had been in the making for 3,000 years had simply disappeared. The young man looked at her chest and said that it would be much easier for her to have fun now. The sorceress shook the doctor in her hand and called him wrong. The pharmacist opened his mouth in horror and asked where she got such an idea. The witch threw him high into the air. Shi Xiao's eyes widened in amazement. The girl jumped up to catch her lover. Then she landed on her feet. The Titan frowned angrily and asked if his wife had decided to change her appearance too. The girl blushed. The man called her too young and small to be the famous queen. The woman gritted her teeth in displeasure when the huge head suggested that she only used lipstick to rebel. The hunter stroked her cheek and said that he did not think his wife could be so attractive. The giant summoned magic in her hand and pushed him back. The monster tensely closed his eyes. Looking down, the sorceress explained that at least she had a chance to return to her original form, and wished her husband to walk around as a severed head for the rest of his days. The Titan frowned tensely and asked if she really thought he would fail. The witch smirked and suggested that he would fail. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if it was necessary to resort to magic to hypnotize him. The hunter grabbed a huge stone. The tentacles threw it high into the sky. A bright flash appeared among the stars. The protagonist raised his hand to his forehead and shouted that the stone was gone. Xiao Xiao smiled happily and called her father very strong. The head closed his eyes and explained that he had reduced his defenses to a minimum, so now the hypnosis should work. The monster smiled widely and remembered how he was at the peak of his powers 3,000 years ago. The stone, engulfed in flames, fell down. A powerful explosion was heard in the clearing. The heroes were enveloped in a cloud of dust and smoke. The witch frowned and asked if her husband was okay. The monster stuck out his tongue and lost consciousness. The girl began to cry and called out to him. Linen raised his hand and was upset that his father-in-law left this world so early. The girl covered her face with her hand. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and asked why they were crying if the Titan was not dead. The child looked down and explained that the doctor started it. The boy said that he was used to this kind of thing and could not hold back. The giant approached her husband and offered to turn to thoughts from the past. A spark appeared on the tip of her finger. The giant decided to lend her comrade her power. A beam of energy approached the young man's forehead. The pharmacist summoned a bright flash and decided to try it. The doctor narrowed his eyes and was surprised that his mother-in-law decided to help her husband. The pharmacist put his hand forward and decided to return his father-in-law 3,000 years ago. The Titan rose into the air. The system reported that the target succumbed to the effect, as a result of which its thoughts cleared. The witch smiled decisively and asked to return his earlier appearance. The protagonist frowned tensely and said that the man wanted to go 3,000 years ago. The girl grinned slyly and asked him to add another 0 to this number. Linen opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent. The woman crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. The guy clenched his teeth in horror and asked if her husband would definitely not disappear if he were sent 30,000 years ago. The giantess raised a malicious look and said that nothing would happen to him, not even if he were returned several tens of thousands of years ago. The young man frowned and asked if everything would be okay. The giant narrowed her eyes angrily and insisted on her own. A huge fireball appeared in the air. The sorceress opened her crazy eyes and asked the doctor to add another 5,000 years and double it. Energy swirled around the cluster of light. The witch ordered to add another 2,000 years. The fireball increased in size. A dark silhouette was visible inside it. The girl said that it was still not enough. Tears appeared in her eyes. The woman asked the doctor to rewind a little more. Holding his hand in front of him, the healer agreed. Waves of energy began to rush around the ball even faster. A bright light illuminated the nearby mountains. A pillar of energy fell to the ground. The locals looked towards the explosion in fear. Xiao Xiao smiled happily. A burning silhouette appeared in the air. The Titan declared that his strength was returning, and the peak of his capabilities was already taking on his former form. The man frowned angrily and called himself the guardian of the earth and the destroyer of the heavens. A creature more like a worm appeared from a cloud of smoke. The monster trembled and asked where his hands were. The girl looked at him in amazement. The monster asked why his daughter was so big and why even a human child was much bigger than him. The hunter raised one eyebrow in confusion. The Titan puffed out his cheeks and realized that he had turned into a sperm. Spreading his arms, the protagonist explained that he did not want this and blamed his mother-in-law. The giant grabbed her husband. The giantess brought him to her and said that he did not have to strive for youth at all. The man clenched his teeth in anger. The monster, shrouded in a red aura, rushed forward. He pushed his wife, causing her to fall to the ground. The monster narrowed its eyes in displeasure and promised to finish her off. The sorceress lit a fire in her hand. The witch thrust it forward and shouted that she would never have married him if he hadn't pestered her every day. A powerful stream of fire fell on the ground. The hunter got angry and bared his teeth. The Titan pushed his wife in the stomach. Xiao Xiao pointed at her parents and wished them luck. Linen asked if it didn't bother her. The girl looked at him and replied that everything was fine. The child hugged her lover to her chest and told her that her mother and father often got so angry, and that one time their fight was so fierce that they destroyed the entire house. Two opposing energies collided in the sky. The giant cried and thought about how she had been very scared that time that her parents would break up. The next day, the giantess saw them hugging and concluded that the fight had never happened. Xiao Xiao smiled and suggested that this was their way of expressing their love for each other. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and called it a strange expression of concern. The girl smiled broadly and noted that her parents stopped hating the doctor after they got their bodies back. The boy frowned in displeasure when the Titan tried to look under his wife's skirt. The pharmacist burst into tears and was glad that he was finally safe. Extending his hand to the patient, the doctor declared that they had nothing to worry about now and suggested that they clap their hands to celebrate. Their touch created a bright blue light. The mark on the pharmacist's forehead lit up. The giant frowned sadly and said that she still had something to say before leaving. The giantess turned into a ghost and thanked her friend. The protagonist extended his hand to her, upset. Xiu Xiao's body dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a glow. Linen closed his eyes and fell silent. A tentacle touched his hand. Leaning toward her lover, the huge head said that it had become the same again, and asked if it could change again. The guy smiled and confirmed this. The heroes walked toward the horizon, holding hands. The young man concluded that it was easier for him to come to terms with everything that was happening, since he was destined to deal with all sorts of oddities. The witch hit the Titan in the face. Suddenly they stopped, surprised. The appearance of the Titans changed to their original, which could not help but surprise the spouses. Xiao Xiao happily rushed to her family, telling them how happy she was that they had returned. The mother, looking at her father, replied that they were glad about this. The mustachioed Titan, frowning, agreed with this. The witch's head turned to the healer, saying that with his help, she began to feel less irritation. Linen, looking up at the woman, thanked his mother-in-law. He smiled with relief, because favor had grown in, which meant there was a chance to bring their relationship back to normal. Suddenly, tentacles wrapped around the hero, lifting him into the air. Xiu Xiao's father rushed to the side, holding the guy in his limbs, and shouted that he planned to talk to him. The entrance to the cave glowed with a warm light. Titan looked down at the trembling pharmacist sitting in front of the fire with a serious expression. The doctor frowned, glanced at his father-in-law, and thought that after the mother-in-law, it was time to endure the conversation with his father-in-law. Linen folded his palms in supplication. He assured his father-in-law that there was nothing between him and Xiao Xiao. Without his father's approval, he would not lay a finger on the girl. Titan loomed over the boy, asking if he was telling the truth. The frightened doctor began to sweat and tremble, assuring his father-in-law of his sincerity. Besides, he was too small for the girl. The eyes of the Titan King turned bloodshot when he asked if the hero's words were really true, since he had the ability to change the size of the girl's body, and if they were the same size, would the doctor take advantage of the situation? The protagonist scratched his chin when he heard that the blood would definitely flow to the necessary places. Having come to his senses, the pharmacist began waving his arms, shouting that he had never even thought of such a thing. The Titan narrowed his eyes, not trusting the guy, believing that he would deceive. The father-in-law bared his fangs threateningly, ordering the hero to protect his daughter and help her develop, because they both love games, but so that the girl would not forget about her father, in response to which the guy assured that he was not like that at all. The Titan approached the doctor even more cautiously, assuming that he was definitely planning to take advantage of his daughter, walk with her in the park, take a bath, and then wait until she fell asleep. Linen, frightened and squeezed by the Titan's tentacles, convinced him that he did not like this and had never even thought of such a thing. The man abruptly brought the guy closer to his face, continuing to voice his fears that the guy would look for any opportunity to be alone with her daughter. But the protagonist, looking at his interlocutor, said that he did not plan to do anything with her. The father looked angrily at the protagonist, demanding an honest answer as to whether the interlocutor was really not plotting anything. The guy, looking ahead in dismay, confirmed his words. The Titan let the pharmacist go and condescendingly said that he would not eat him today, but let him take it into account, this is only for now. The frightened Linen grimaced in fear, trying to convince his interlocutor that he would protect Xiao Xiao and nothing like that would happen. The Titan calmed down a little, because the issue with Xiao Xiao had been resolved, but there was still one very important matter left. He knitted his eyebrows and said that they needed to discuss the Titans and the world as a whole. The monster of the highest rank, angrily lowering his eyebrows, said that he thought that he knew that they were Titans, a race that could safely be compared to gods. Closing his eyes, the monster added that they used to have a prosperous civilization. Several houses appeared, and the evil spirits said that the war had not yet destroyed everything. Unusual shells were visible. Dark bullets quickly cut through the air, and at the same time, Titans said that their heads were cut off and lowered into the dead zone. Linen, through the sweat on his face, asked again about the dead zone. Looking down, the hunter said that the curse, chaos, resentment, and creatures that should not exist in this world all descended. Frowning menacingly, Father Xiao added that in addition to other garbage, there are also a bunch of different organizations that are eye-catching in the quality of the world. Opening his mouth, the high-ranking monster said that like them, there are many unscrupulous people in the world who came here to do evil. The protagonist sadly lowered his gaze. Sharply raising his eyebrows, the protagonist clarified whether he knew how he could return to his home world. Suddenly, the monster grinned slyly. A moment later, the evil spirit opened its mouth wide and laughed, and exclaimed that it was possible to leave, and that it was only necessary to follow the stars. Frowning angrily, Titan noted that without a guide, nothing would work. Looking down, Father Xiao said that he was afraid that even if he tried thousands or hundreds of millions of times, nothing would work. Opening his mouth, the boy asked if he had also tried to return to his world. Opening his jaw, the hunter answered positively, and then asked a counter-question, "Is there anyone who does not want to leave this rotten world?" Lowering his eyebrows, the high-ranking monster exclaimed that his anger knew no bounds. It was visible how his head was surrounded by flames, and he said that these curses tormented him, but the more it went on, the stronger his anger became. Jumping up, the monster explained that he did not want his wife and child to live in the world of monsters and become one of them, and the system warned about the high level of anger. The young man shielded himself from the fire with his hand. Suddenly, there was a powerful burst of flame, and at that very moment, the evil spirit screamed that they would not be able to hold him here, and that nothing would work out for them. A second later, the doctor began to run away. Bright lightning appeared, and the Titan said that he would be able to return someday, and then he would burn this place to the ground. Iron chains burst out of the ground. Steel shackles rushed up sharply. The hunter's tentacles were shackled. Xiao's father opened his jaw in bewilderment. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Clenching his fists, the doctor asked if he was okay. The eyes of the high-ranking monster glowed red, and he said that they would not be able to lure him into a trap, and he would not die so easily. Opening his mouth, the doctor clarified whether these chains were the curse of retreat that had been binding his father-in-law all this time. A moment later, sharp limbs crawled out of his back. The pharmacist was seen jumping quickly on the rocks, and he noticed that it was because of this curse that the Xiao family suffered, and the system warned that they should not come close. Approaching the monster, the surgeon exclaimed that he could help. Then Linen extended his palm, activating the ability to remove the curse. The evil spirit sharply opened its jaw, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that the curse was weakened. The protagonist continued to stretch his hand forward, and then the system explained that the target was too strong, and his ability was insufficient. The protagonist menacingly clenched his jaw. A magic ball was visible, and at the same time, the ability to remove the curse was activated, and the host's strength was depleted. A bright flash was heard a moment later. The witch, baring her teeth, said that this was bad. Looking at her mother, Xiao asked if there was trouble with her father again, to which she received the answer that she had to leave. The high-ranking monster lowered its eyebrows and said that it was okay and that nothing would happen to it, because there was a human nearby. Gritting its teeth, the monster asked not to die. The evil spirit quickly ran forward. Suddenly, the witch opened her mouth wide and turned to the old man. Opening her jaw, the girl called for the doctor. Frowning, the woman noted that this was strange, and then asked if it was possible to weaken the power of the curse. Noticing her father, Xiao said that it was here. Foam was flowing out of the guy's mouth. Zhuizhua, baring his teeth, called the young man an idiot, and then asked if he thought he could cope with the curse. Opening its mouth, the dark evil spirit said that it was he who helped it, and could not do anything without him. Smiling, the high-ranking monster said that the doctor had woken up. The monster told the young man that he was saved, and he scratched his head and asked what had happened, since he only remembered the darkness. And at that very moment the system congratulated him on reducing the curse. The doctor shook his head and asked about his father-in-law. The Titan lowered his eyebrows and said that he was here. The high-ranking monster frowned menacingly, and asked if he had weakened his curse. The pharmacist touched his forehead and explained that he was still too weak to do so fully, and was only able to reduce the effect by 15%, and only for 24 hours. The witch's pupils narrowed sharply, and she asked how that was possible. Looking forward, the woman muttered that even the witch queen could not cope with such a curse, which meant that he had immeasurable potential. Xiao smiled contentedly, and her father asked if he could completely rid himself of the curse if he became strong enough. Opening his mouth, the surgeon answered positively. Lowering his gaze, the man noted that it was very dangerous to help them, because if the curse drove them crazy, he would most likely die. Looking down, Titan asked that even if that was the case, he was still ready to risk it for their family. Smiling, Linen clarified what he was talking about, and what family. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that they were now one family, and if he could save his family from eternal pain, then wouldn't it be worth it, and then the system congratulated the owner on his achievements. The hunter opened his jaw in shock. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. Suddenly, the top-level monster burst into tears. The monster looked sharply at the boy and asked him not to say anything, adding that from now on they were friends. The young man bulged one eye in bewilderment, and at the same time, Titan exclaimed that if he didn't mind, he could call him brother, and he could call him Virtue, because he was very good. Crossing his fingers, the doctor said that he was very happy. Lowering his head, the hunter said that from now on they would strive for peace together. Suddenly, a wave of tentacles appeared. Father Xiao Xiao suddenly jumped up. A moment later, the top-level monster and the pharmacist crashed their heads into the wall. The witch, closing her eyes, called them hopeless, and then asked what was going on in their heads. After a while, the doctor could be seen standing in front of the monsters. Raising his palm, the surgeon explained that he would leave them, and then gave his address and noted that if they were free, they should come visit. Looking at him sadly, Xiao Xiao said that she would miss him, to which she received the answer that she should be smart and could always visit him, because he was a doctor. The witch, smiling, said that they were cursed and could cause problems, and therefore they should not linger. Lowering his gaze, Titan said that he should be careful, because the remnants of the organization they destroyed could try to take revenge, and if anything, he could immediately write to him, after which the surgeon asked how he could contact him. Suddenly, the girl raised the corners of her lips and said that no one in their family could read, and her mother said that there was nothing to be proud of. Linen took the artifact in his hand and said that he had something that could be useful to them. The protagonist held a vision stone in his palm, and at that moment, a question was heard about how this stone worked. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter asked again how it worked, to which the protagonist replied that he would teach them now. Suddenly, a tall tower appeared. The green monster, through sweat on his face, asked whether those 3 source-level bounty hunters had appeared in the neighboring Nihuan alley, and then the monster exclaimed that he had seen the video, and the entire demon association had been destroyed, and that was terrible, and the boar also laughed, saying that they were just a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters, and they should not be afraid. The undead extended his index finger, and said that if the bounty hunters heard, they would be finished. The strange creatures narrowed their eyes in confusion. Smiling broadly, the undead laughed and explained that the vision was the only order in the dark world, after which he asked how these chaotic creatures could get here, and his comrade noted that this was true, because no source creature had ever come to the vision and never would, and the pig also added that if these 3 bounty hunters really came to the vision, he would immediately stand on his head and defecate. Running in circles around the square. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The monster's eyes widened in fear, and the system reported that the arrival of 3 source-level creatures had been detected in the vision square. Suddenly, a yellow eye appeared in the sky. The monsters, with their mouths wide open, could not understand what they were seeing, and then shouted that they were the 3 headhunters of the source, and wondered how this was possible, because they had just discussed it, and they actually came. A second later, the frightened face of an unusual creature appeared. A magical aura circled around the hunters, and the evil spirits were very surprised, and one of them explained that in the vision, they could not eat them. It was seen how the monster grabbed its head in confusion. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. The witch, with her mouth slightly open, said that this was quite interesting, but it seemed that they were not very welcome here, and at the same time, the girl was stunned that it turned out that there were still such strange places. The Titan's face was serious. After a moment, the hunter lowered his eyebrows and said that this was the highest will. Looking forward, the man said that it was a will that had descended upon this world a long time ago, and its existence was much older than his, to which Linen asked if he knew of the supreme will. A yellow eye hung in the sky, and it was heard that it was mysterious and powerful, capable of creating a field of consciousness corresponding to the entire dark world, and its rank was much higher than his. Opening its mouth, the highest-ranking monster added that there was no need to be afraid, because there were many origin-level beings in the dark world. Closing its eyes, the monster explained that people like them were just dust in its eyes, and it would not pay attention to them. Biting its lips, the protagonist muttered that it was a being that considered even origin-level beings as dust, and this world was much deeper and scarier than it thought. The protagonist touched the magic seal on his wrist, saying that since they were in a vision, he would first teach them basic operations, and to begin with, like him, they needed to open the vision control screen, and at that moment Xiao Xiao said that she had also opened it. A system notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that he was creating an independent group channel. A red screen appeared, and the young man said that he would now create a discussion group and add them there. A chat was visible in the image, and at the same time the doctor asked to try communicating in the group. In the group, Xiao Xiao asked if the doctor was here, to which he replied that it was great, and also added that she had talent, because she learned to communicate very quickly. It seemed like the witch added the word mother-in-law to her name, and explained that she thought it would be more correct. At that moment, the woman and the man looked at each other menacingly, and the surgeon said that he felt that this group would be very fun. Linen approached the girl and said that that was all, but in order to use all the functions of the vision, a lot of skull coins were needed, and besides, each entry into the vision cost skull coins, after which she asked what to do if she did not have them. Waving his palm, the protagonist replied that it was easy, and let him ask a passerby in a friendly manner, and he would give it to her, and the high-ranking monster clarified whether they really would give it. Then the protagonist, extending his thumb, exclaimed that he would, and then Xiao Xiao thanked him. After a while, Jiuquan appeared. Black Moon, crossing her arms, asked if he was sure that the 3 bounty hunters had left, to which she received the answer that they left shortly after his disciple returned, and also several hours had passed, and they were long gone. The puppet bit its lips and muttered that it was fine, and then it would chat with this little disciple and leave a good impression, and then gradually introduce him to her daughters. Leaning forward, the girl suggested that he go and look at his disciple. Stopping the puppet, the teacher exclaimed that he should wait, because his disciple was a man of duty, and if he entered without warning, he would immediately attack. Turning her gaze to the side, Black Moon asked if he was serious, and if he, the teacher, was afraid that the disciple would attack. Bloodsaw's eyes glowed red, and he noted that he was not afraid of him, but afraid that he might hurt him if they fought. A dark aura swirled around the teacher, and at the same time, he whispered that everything was different now, because this boy had become friends with beings of the origin level, and he could not mess with him. Suddenly, Jiuquan rushed from his place. The teacher tapped his fingers on the door. Standing at the entrance, Bloodsaw said that his teacher had returned and asked him to open the door. Linen raised himself from the bed and wondered if it was the teacher's voice. Holding a gun in his hand, the protagonist asked if they were trying to deceive him again. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that the teacher had returned and added that he had missed him very much. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, noted that he was indeed a nice guy, and the mentor exclaimed that his student had missed him, and that they had been like father and son for many years. Jiuquan told the student that the teacher had returned, and suddenly a sharp object was stuck into his leg. Sweat was pouring down Bloodsaw's face, and it was heard that his brother had recently tried to deceive him, but Xiao Xiao had eaten him. The teacher's eyes bulged in pain, and at the same time, the young man said that someone was pretending to be his teacher again, after which he asked if they had no imagination at all. The teacher stretched out his palm and said that it was really him, and then the doctor objected that he should stop pretending, because he was going to strangle him now. A dark aura appeared, and Jiuquan asked to wait and let him go. Suddenly, magical threads surrounded the teacher's neck. Bloody Saw sharply squeezed them with his hand. A moment later, the doll broke the door and screamed that it was really his teacher. The doctor's pupils turned white from great surprise. A small house was visible from afar, and the system congratulated the owner on his achievement, namely, the murder of the teacher and the betrayal of the ancestors. After a while, the puppet looked at the teacher and asked if he could be saved. Holding a syringe in his hand, the doctor replied that it was nothing, because his teacher had incredible vitality, and such a wound was not fatal. Smiling, the pharmacist added that with his unrivaled medical skills, this was definitely not a problem. Extending her index finger, Black Moon said that she actually wanted to ask if it was necessary to use such a thick needle, after which the doctor explained that it was necessary, because the teacher was much larger than an ordinary person. Raising his hands, Linen said that it was time to begin. Unexpectedly, Jiuquan, stretching out his palm, asked him to wait. Pointing his finger at the nightstand, the teacher explained that he should first stop the bleeding, then apply anesthesia, and then stitch it up, step by step, without missing anything. Pumping purple liquid into the syringe, the protagonist answered positively. Raising his hands up, the protagonist announced that the anesthesia was ready and would now inject it into his large artery. Sharply holding her palm out in front of her, Bloodsaw exclaimed that he should stop and inject it into a vein. The doll, lowering her eyebrows, asked him if his student was really a doctor, and the mentor also said that how many times did he have to tell him that he shouldn't stick a needle into any thick vein he saw, after which the guy apologized and said that it was a habit. Holding a sharp needle in his hand, the young man said that he was officially starting. Squinting, Jiuquan replied that he should start, and thought that the anesthesia was done, and therefore everything should be fine. A moment later, the doctor began to stitch up the wound. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked if it hurt. Through tears, the teacher said that it didn't hurt at all, and added that the student had made progress. Lying on the table, Bloodsaw muttered that he was joking, because if he was in pain after the anesthesia, he would be ashamed as the teacher. The apothecary's face was serious. A large cut was visible, and at the same time, the healer thanked the teacher for the praise, and added that he would try even harder. The surgeon quickly stitched up the wounds on the mentor's body, and his sewing experience increased by 3 points. Grabbing his face, Jiuquan thought that it hurt like his mother died, and then wondered if they hadn't given him anesthesia, and also added that this guy must have a passive skill to cause others great pain. The teacher clenched his jaw in pain and whispered that he could not give up, and then wondered if this was just a small operation, and then decided that he could definitely endure it. Putting his hands on his hips, Linen said that the operation was complete, and let the teacher look at his stitches. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist turned to his teacher again. Bloodsaw, sitting on a wheelchair, asked the student if he had left anything in his stomach, to which he received the answer that he should not worry, because he had long ago gotten rid of this habit. The mentor's look was frightened, and he said that this was good. Suddenly, Juquan brought the metal detector to his stomach. Opening his mouth, the guy clarified why he needed a metal detector, and whether he still did not trust his student. The teacher turned his head in bewilderment. Scratching his cheek, Bloodsoul exclaimed that this was not bad, and although he had hit the teacher several times, his reaction was correct, and also he had the makings of his teacher, and showed promise. Joyfully clenching his fist, the young man noted that he always remembered the teacher's instructions, and next time he promised to be faster and more ruthless. A moment later, the doctor hugged his teacher, and the latter called him a good follower. The puppet crossed its arms and thought that Shui had turned it into Shui number 2. The girl imagined a doctor with demon wings. Looking down, the puppet decided that it couldn't let Shui ruin this outstanding young man. Turning its gaze to the side, Black Moon said that it was time to talk business. The pharmacist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Juquan squinted and explained that this was his girlfriend. Standing next to the doctor, the puppet greeted him. After a while, the student, teacher, and girl were seen sitting outside at a table. Holding a mug in his hand, Bloody Saw said that it was incredible that the Demon Association was destroyed by his student. Looking forward, the surgeon noted that it was destroyed by the Xiao family, and he just helped a little. The madam looked into the glass and wondered if all these events hadn't happened because of his actions. While pouring the green liquid to the protagonist, the puppet said that it was obvious that he was very smart, since he was able to find a way to survive in a dangerous situation and kill enemies that were several times stronger than him, to which he said that she was praising him and that it was all a coincidence. Turning his head, Linen remembered that the teacher had said that he was leaving on business that day, and then asked how he ended up connected to the Demon Association. Looking down, Juquan replied that it was all because of him, and he still didn't know. Frowning, the teacher explained that he used to be one of the elders of the Demon Association. Bloodsoul, introducing a monster made of iron and flesh, added that a few days ago he received an invitation from an old friend, and he said that a great breakthrough had been made in the research that he had always been interested in, and invited him and several other elders who had retired to gather at the Leaning Tower. The scary demons appeared, and at that moment the mentor explained that they were not waiting for a discussion of research, but a coup, and the Heart Eater, who inherited the position of the head of the association, announced to them the restart of the Colossus project. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked again about the Colossus project. The captain's angry face was visible, after which Juquan answered that 3,000 years ago, they discovered many fragments of colossi of an unknown civilization. A bright flash appeared, and then the teacher said that after studying these fragments, they obtained technology and knowledge far superior to the technology and knowledge of the Dark World, and the Demon Association became powerful. The president of the association opened his jaw, and Bloodsaw added that the design of these colossi is completely made of flesh and machinery, and the power contained in them exceeds even the power of roots. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if it meant that the Demon Association wanted to restore the Colossus to obtain its power, and at that moment, the teacher exclaimed that it was true, and that it was a temptation that was hard to resist. Scratching his forehead, the teacher said that at that moment, their mood was like a small Lolita suddenly appearing among a group of Lolita lovers. Looking forward, the boy asked why they wanted to restart the Colossus project, and didn't they abandon it at that time. Squinting, Juquan replied that it was because they had found out something. Introducing the huge knight, the teacher explained that there was once a civilization with incredibly advanced technology, and thanks to the Colossus technology, they even became equal to the gods. A bright flame appeared, and then Bloodsaw added that however, 3,000 years ago, a war broke out that engulfed countless worlds and civilizations, and this Colossus civilization was destroyed, and their pride, the Colossi, fell into this dark world. Many skulls were visible, and then the mentor explained that along with them came a terrible unknown curse sealed in the Colossi, and if the Colossus appeared in the world again, this curse would be activated, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Frowning, Juquan added that it was as if some entity was forbidding the Colossus from appearing again. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked if this was the same war that the Xiao family had experienced, and also mentioned that it was possible that Xiao and her family knew something about this Colossus. The teacher's eyes glowed red, and he replied that the fragment needed to restart the Colossus had been kept by them, the elders, all this time, and they had found this place to force it to be given. The doctor stood up abruptly, thinking about this fragment. A moment later, the pharmacist ran away. The healer opened the wooden hatch. Suddenly, a monster appeared, after which the surgeon clarified whether it was him. It was visible how the monster opened its mouth. Madame lowered her eyebrows, and Bloody Saw was surprised that he knew, because he had never told him. Raising his palm, Linen explained that he had guessed, and added that after all, he had always treated it as a treasure. The evil spirit, opening its mouth, objected that he had been sleeping peacefully, after which he asked why he had woken him up. Touching his chin, the protagonist said that it was unexpected that the fragments of the giant turned out to be creatures with their own consciousness. Frowning, the mentor said that it was strange, but in the dark world, such things were not uncommon. Looking ahead, Jukwon said that like the other fragments, they were connected to that unknown curse. Narrowing his eyes, the teacher remarked that it was good that he had defeated the Heart Eater, and that this terrible plan had been stopped. The protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, asked what his plans were, and whether he was staying in the shop. Leaning on the table, Bloodsaw answered negatively, and added that the association had a lot of research left, which was said to have been transported to several secret bases. Lowering his head, the mentor explained that this was the work of his entire life and the elders, and he should not disappear along with the association. Stroking the guy on the head, the teacher said that he was going to look for these materials, and the pharmacy was now his, to which he asked him again. Smiling, Jukwon exclaimed that from today on he was the owner of the Bloodsaw pharmacy. The young man's eyes widened, greatly surprised. Raising the corners of his lips, the teacher said that he had the ability and the right to follow his own path to the top of this dark world. Suddenly, tears appeared on the doctor's face. Clenching his fists, the doctor said that he should not worry, because he would make Bloodsaw the best pharmacy in the world, and become a world-famous doctor. It was visible how the healer and the mentor hugged. The girl, putting her palm on her chest, said that youth is beautiful, although she used to think that the Bloodsaw had a bad effect on him. But this enthusiasm is really very cool. Licking her lips, the doll added that she even had a desire to try the young guy. Shaking her head, the puppet did not understand what she was thinking about. Smiling slightly, the Black Moon noted that the main thing now was to introduce him to her daughters and ask them to help remove the blood curse. Opening her mouth, the lady said that he would definitely refuse if he directly said that it was because of the Bloodsaw, because removing the curse requires great sacrifices. Looking down, the madam muttered that in that case she would have to use special methods. After some time, a surgeon was visible through the window. Linen, lying in bed, said that he had not heard the teacher snore for a long time, and this calmed him down, and today he could finally get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head from the knock and asked who was there. A wooden door appeared, and at that moment the teacher answered that it was her, and then asked if he was there. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered why she had come so late. Linen scratched his head when he heard the question of whether he was asleep. The light from a small hole fell on his face, and the protagonist said that this was the voice of the master, and it was unlikely that anyone would fake it. Black Moon's dress was visible through the hole, and the doctor cried out that it was definitely her. With an anxious grin, the protagonist noted that it was already very late, and then asked if something had happened. The lady raised one eyebrow in bewilderment, and exclaimed that his nose was bleeding. Wiping his dirty face with his palm, the pharmacist said that there was nothing to worry about, because he probably just got hot. The boy extended his hand forward and invited the lady to come in, but not to pay attention to the fact that the room was small. Sitting on the bed, the puppet explained that the matter was that she had not been feeling well for the past few days, so she wanted to ask Bloodysaw to take a look, but he was busy fighting the demon association all the time, and was currently fast asleep. Opening her eyes, the girl asked if she could therefore only contact the healer if it was convenient for him, when suddenly the system reported that the owner had activated a task, the essence of which was to help the puppet lady check her health. The young man answered that it was convenient for him, and then asked what exactly was bothering the master, after which he closed his lips and thought about the fact that this was a high probability of a special reward, and it could be considered almost a gift of fate. Looking away, Black Moon thoughtfully said that she felt weak all over her body, especially in her lower back, which had been hurting terribly lately. Linen kept silent, his pupils wide. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist realized that it was dangerous, because the master's figure was just cheating, and it almost took his soul. Suddenly, the surgeon began to sort through the documents on the nightstand next to the bed. Holding a pen in his fingers, the pharmacist asked questions about whether the lady had been resting well lately, and whether she had problems sleeping. Raising her hand, the doll answered that she slept fine, only sometimes her legs cramped when she walked. Noticing the master's bare knee, the doctor asked her again and offered to check her pulse. Saliva flowed from the young man's mouth, and he did not understand whether this was a test of his soul. Extending her palm forward, the puppet politely asked to look. Looking down at the girl's hand, the doctor agreed. The protagonist lowered his head, and the voice exclaimed that the master needed to save the student, because he would soon not be able to bear it. The girl closed her lips and realized that, as expected, the young man panicked because he couldn't find the disease, and all because she was completely healthy. Squinting her eyes, the Black Moon decided that in this case, in order to save face, she just needed to prescribe him some general tonics, and she would pretend to be very grateful and give him a gift as a token of her appreciation. Her fantasy about how the dolls surrounded the pharmacist appeared, and the lady thought that this gift would be her daughter's, and this was just perfect. Closing his eyes, Linen said that the diagnosis was made. Lowering the corners of his lips, the puppet asked if everything was okay with her health. Holding a tablet with documents in his hand, the protagonist explained that his aunt was seriously ill. Sitting on a chair, the teacher clarified whether her student had made a mistake. Black Moon lowered her chin and thought about how this was possible, since she was just pretending to be sick and couldn't be really sick. Putting the leaves on the table, the doctor said that he was not mistaken, and then explained that although the lady looked healthy, she was actually seriously ill, to which she asked him again. Frowning, the pharmacist thought about how he had just felt the pulse and really found nothing and was going to get off with a formality. But fortunately, the passive ability of random diagnosis worked, which allowed him to avoid a mistake. The system reported that bone compression, flesh deformation, and blood curse were detected in the target, and looking at the glowing medicine, Lennon thought that these herbs could only temporarily slow down the deterioration of the disease, and in order to eradicate it, you need to start from the source. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he could look at the form of the lady's power. Raising her finger up, Black Moon said that it was a curse, and then asked what happened. Grabbing her chin, the doctor thought that indeed, logically, her illness could not proceed without any symptoms, so there must be some secret ability hiding her condition. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the guy clarified whether it was true that if he was not mistaken, then she must have used the curse energy on her body. Suddenly, the lady grabbed the chair with her hands in confusion. Her pupils noticeably decreased, and the doll thought that he did not understand how he knew this. Because she really allowed the curse energy to flow throughout her body. Because this allows her to give out powerful fighting force at any time and resist external enemies. Streams of energy appeared inside the puppet's body, and she mentally said that such a method also blocks her pain, so if she really has an illness, she will not be able to feel it. Raising her elbow, the mistress thought about what would happen if she returned the curse energy that was flowing throughout her body back to her heart. Suddenly, a surge of magical power occurred inside her head. The master coughed and began to fall to the floor. Coming closer to the mistress, Lennon inquired about what had happened to her. The Black Moon's hands had lost their skin, and she began to worry about her hands. Slightly lowering his head, the protagonist guessed that her bones and flesh were turning into wood and fiber, if he was not mistaken. Frowning, the disciple said that it was a curse. The doll's fingers were enveloped in magical flows, and the system reported that her SAN value was 80. Gritting her teeth tightly, the master exclaimed that this was impossible, because the blood curse had been lifted. Suddenly, her entire body turned into wood. The girl raised her eyebrows in disappointment, and protested that this was some kind of curse and that she would never be able to return to her previous appearance. Closing her eyes, Black Moon asked if the doctor would save her mentor. Sadly raising the corners of her eyebrows, the doll said that if he could cure her, she would do anything for him, even if it violated ethical standards. Clenching her jaw, the protagonist replied that he could cure her. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the guy thought about how he would never do anything immoral, because he was a decent young man. Pressing the student's head to his chest, the puppet exclaimed that this was wonderful, and the mentor was not mistaken about him. The pharmacist's pupils narrowed noticeably, and he thought that if this continued, he was afraid that he would die from blood loss even before he cured his mistress. Suddenly, blood gushed from the doctor's nose. Slightly lowering his eyelids, the boy noticed that the puppet said that it had lifted a curse before, and then asked her to tell him how it was done. The girl's eyes widened in delight. Lowering her chin, Black Moon asked if he really wanted to hear this story. The student exclaimed that of course he did, when suddenly the doll put her fingers to her temple. The puppet and Bloodsoe appeared holding hands, and the girl said that they needed to find a being for whom they would experience strong feelings and develop a relationship with it. Putting her palm to his cheek, the mistress noted that later, on some special evening, there would be a moment of emotional outburst. Raising one eyebrow, the pharmacist remained silent. Closing her eyes, the master explained that this was the time to ask him to be sent to heaven. Black Moon flexed her fingers and explained that this method of removing the curse required one to rise to the maximum height to achieve the best effect, then suggested that her curse had not completely disappeared because the height was not high enough. With bulging eyes, Lennon suggested that she try again with his teacher. Squinting, the puppet noted that unfortunately, she was still a doll when she did not understand beauty, and therefore paid attention to his teacher. But now, when she looked at his broken face, all desire disappeared. Looking up, the mistress said that the most important thing was that he had some problems. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked her again. Embarrassedly folding her palms in front of her, the master explained that men had the biggest problem. The healer raised one eyebrow in bewilderment. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and thought about how he couldn't lift his head, but that couldn't be right, since his teacher was an invulnerable big guy. The pharmacist grabbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers and said that he understood everything in general, and since nothing would work out with the teacher, maybe he should try a different approach. Black Moon reached out with her palms to the boy's body and asked if he meant another person. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows in alarm, said that he had been told that an emotional outburst was needed to remove the curse, and then asked if it was true that it didn't have to be joy. Raising his finger up, the doctor suggested that they could try other emotions. Sadly raising her eyebrows, the lady asked him again. The young man, lowering the corners of his mouth, answered that it could be sadness or pain, for example. Black Moon tilted her head down slightly and explained that it was impossible, because she was a puppet whose feelings were difficult to awaken, and only very radical methods could cause an explosion of emotions in her. Suddenly, a chainsaw appeared next to her. You could see how the doll was holding onto the metal bars with her hands. Frowning, the master noted that, for example, she could be dismembered with a chainsaw, stripped naked, thrown into a cage with wild animals, or tortured with various instruments, destroying in every possible way. Pitifully twisting her lips into a tube, the mentor asked if he wanted to try. Putting his palms out in front of him, Lennon exclaimed that he thought they could try something else. Rising above the student, the puppet agreed, and then asked how this could be done. At that very second, the protagonist grabbed her wrist. Abruptly running to the side, the healer noted that it would be inconvenient here, so she should follow him. Drops of blood were visible on the white cloth, and a loud scream was heard. Steel shackles grabbed the girl's hand. A moment later, iron shackles caught on her leg. Lying on the large table, Black Moon asked what the pharmacist was doing, then screamed for him to let her go. The boy frowned seriously and asked the teacher to be patient for a little while, because it would be quick. Grinning, the doll muttered that she still liked it slower. Raising her eyebrows contentedly, the puppet thought about the fact that the blood-sauce student really was a pervert and liked role-playing games. The lipstick on the girl's lips was shiny, and she realized that it was quite fresh, so she was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the protagonist wrapped his fingers around the flask with the potion. The spotlight illuminated the lady's face, and she asked what the student was going to do, to which he replied that it was the spirits of a passionate female demon who seduced young men. Turning her head to the side, the Black Moon screamed that it was disgusting, and then asked if the young man wanted to give her a love potion. Grinning, the doll thought that it was not bad, because this guy knew how to butter up, so she liked it more and more. The lady lay with her eyes closed, while Lennon asked her not to be afraid, because in fact it was necessary to remove the curse. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist noted that if it was too hard for the teacher, she could refuse. The walls of the wooden structure appeared. The Black Moon said that he should stop talking and it would be better to give her this potion, to which the healer frowned in bewilderment and asked her again. The puppet raised the corners of her eyebrows in embarrassment, and her student explained that he wanted to say that he didn't need to explain anything to her, because he understood everything, after which he asked the teacher not to be shy, because he listened to her in everything. The protagonist said that the teacher should be patient for a little while, when suddenly he began to pour the potion into her mouth, which made her sigh heavily. The guy asked how she felt and whether the medicine had worked, to which the girl closed her lips and muttered that she thought she felt a strong potion. Closing her eyes, Black Moon began to talk about what she couldn't do, and that it was getting stronger, when suddenly the pharmacist noted that everything was as expected, and the potion could really cause emotions. Opening one eye, the doll asked him not to stand still and act quickly. Suddenly, her pupils noticeably dilated from fear. Lennon, striking the wooden boards with a hammer, exclaimed that everything now depended on the teacher, so she needed to hold on. The face of the puppet, which was lying on the white cloth, looked scared. The protagonist pressed his back against the door, from behind which he could hear the Black Moon knocking and shouting that her student was a scoundrel, and told him to quickly enter and not leave her alone. Closing his eyes, the guy apologized and exclaimed that the lady teacher needed to be patient for a little while longer, because everything would be ready soon. Clenching her jaw tightly, the lady screamed that she could not stand it any longer, and threatened to kill him if she did not come in immediately. The girl said that she really could not stand it any longer, when suddenly the doctor covered his ears with his hands and asked her not to say more, because he would definitely not come in. Suddenly, the system reported that the doll's sympathy level for the hero had decreased, and the fear level had increased, while the puppet threw its head back and begged the young man to come in quickly, and if he couldn't, then he should call his teacher. At the same second, white splashes appeared in the air. The girl's body was surrounded by magical hearts. A light was visible in the window of the house, and a loud scream was heard from it. A bright green eye appeared in the sky. The shadows of unknown creatures were reflected on the ground, after which a monster chat appeared, in which they discussed what was happening in the alley of wandering souls. A frog jumped onto the roof of the house. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that he was almost there. The healer was unscrewing a log with a crowbar, which caused clicks to be heard. A hole appeared in the open passage. Iron shackles lay near a puddle of liquid. The doll's pupils noticeably decreased, when suddenly the young man asked if his mentor was okay. Putting the medical device on her head, the pharmacist asked her not to worry, as he was about to examine her. Putting the medical equipment on the puppet's chest, the pharmacist noticed that the pulse was rapid, and this must be a reaction to the prolonged release of adrenaline. Taking the mistress's hand in his hand, the surgeon said that the fibrosis of the bones and muscles had significantly decreased, and the curse had weakened significantly. A smile appeared on the guy's face, and he exclaimed that this was great, and the mistress's condition was improving, so a few more treatment sessions were needed, and the curse in her body would be completely removed. With bulging pupils, the girl muttered that her disciple was a demon, and he apologized for having no other way. Suddenly, the system sent notifications that the quest had been completed, and the reward for it had been received, as well as 2 achievements, while Linen looked up. Pointing at the screen, the protagonist revealed the recipe for the Shusher elixir, and then noted that he had been given 2 achievements at once, but the reward seemed useless to him. Putting her palm to her temple, the Black Moon said that at least she had actually been helped to cure the blood curse. Putting her hands on her hips, the doll said that she could now calmly introduce him to her daughter. Putting the book on the table, the puppet asked the doctor to look at it. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if this item was a doll book. Hot steam was coming out of the mug, and the lady informed him that his teacher was leaving in a few days to retrieve the legacy of the Mage Association, and during this time he would have to stay alone in the Alley of Wandering Souls, so he might encounter various dangers. Slightly closing his eyes, the lady noted that even if he had 3 bounty hunter friends, they would not be able to protect him all the time, and her daughter would be able to ensure his safety. Grabbing the cover of the book with his fingers, the protagonist asked if this meant that this book contained information about her daughter, to which she replied that this was absolutely true, so he should take a look. A magical glow surrounded the textbook, and the doctor asked if this was the special reward that the system had previously mentioned. The silhouette of the first Xian doll and its detailed characteristics appeared. Next, a girl with horns on her head was visible, as well as information about her, and it turned out to be the second doll, named Funeral Mold. The puppet in a maid costume was surrounded by various fruits, and a list of her qualities opened up next to her. Looking down, Linen thought that this was amazing, because each of them was exquisite and beautiful, and also all of different types for every taste. Raising the corners of her eyebrows, Black Moon asked how he liked her daughters, and whether he liked any of them. Squinting, the protagonist thought about how it was for him to choose a girl in a brothel. Raising his hand over the book, the doctor clarified if this meant that he could hire her daughter as a bodyguard. Running a finger along the student's chin, the puppet explained that it would not be just a bodyguard, because they could be maids, companions, lovers, and even just toys, so anything was possible. A drop of sweat ran down the apothecary's cheek. It seemed as if one of the dolls attacked the big guy, and her mother told her that her daughters had achieved outstanding success in certain fields, and many creatures from the world of darkness were ready to pay her a lot of money to hire her daughters to solve various difficult problems. The burial mold swung its weapon, and the Black Moon noted that they were hired for example, murder, warfare, security, management, and so on. The girl carried a stack of bed linen in her hands, and her mother explained that her children were also happy to travel the world in this way, learn about different customs and ways of life, and besides, this was a source of funds that were necessary to maintain their estate. With an evil grin, the puppet said that usually the services of her daughters were very expensive, but as a token of gratitude for the help, the doctor could use them for free, so he did not have to wait and could choose. The boy thoughtfully lowered his eyebrows and thought that it would indeed be very reasonable to hire these dolls from a security point of view, especially since it was free, so such an offer could not be missed. In the doctor's thoughts, each girl asked him to choose her, while he himself closed his eyes and wondered who he should choose if they were all so wonderful. Gritting his teeth in embarrassment, the young man asked if he could choose them all. The lady widened her eyes in surprise and asked if he needed all 3. Smiling widely, Linen said that he was joking, because he was not that greedy. Slightly tilting her head forward, the Black Moon replied that he could do it, when suddenly the system reported that the doll lady's sympathy points had increased sharply, and she was beside herself with joy. Opening his mouth in bewilderment, the protagonist realized that something was wrong here, because for some reason the puppet became even happier. A fantasy appeared about young dolls hugging a doctor. Frowning, the boy wondered if she really wanted to use his body to help her daughters lift the curse. Pressing his lips together, the doctor asked if she wanted to. With her pupils bulging, the doll asked him again, when suddenly the system reported that the doll mistress's sympathy points for him had decreased. Turning the pages, the pharmacist said that he would just look again. The book pages fell one on top of another, and the young man noted that he understood what a combat rating was, but did not understand what emotional development was. Smirking slightly, Black Moon explained that this was the difficulty level of awakening their emotions, and then added that the higher the rating, the easier it would be to develop them. The doll closed her eyes, while the protagonist thought about what he could not stand, because he did not want to see through, and for him, the lower the rating, the better. Linen ran his finger down the page of the book and asked about the energy consumption. Holding a cup in her hand, the lady explained that it was the amount of energy they needed to operate, then added that just like flesh and blood creatures that needed food, dolls also needed food, and they could convert blood, magic, parts, and ore into energy. The protagonist asked if that meant they also needed to be fed, when suddenly the drink flew out of the lady's mouth, and she asked how it could be otherwise. The young man smiled and asked if there was a doll that could move even if it was not fed, then he screamed for the lady to wipe her mouth. Frowning angrily, the girl thought that this guy was very stingy, because he wanted to keep the horse from getting grass, and then expected to run. Looking down, the Black Moon replied that there was one, and to see it, you had to turn the book to the last page. A photo of the seventh doll named Dark Moon appeared, along with its detailed characteristics, and the puppet said that this was her seventh daughter, who had a small clause about how she really liked cleanliness, so she only needed to wind the spindle to satisfy her need for movement. The protagonist's eyes widened in delight, thinking about how she had powerful combat abilities, no emotional problems, and was also a lightweight doll. The young man slapped his palm on the page and exclaimed that he wanted her. Slightly lowering his head, the lady was surprised that the doctor chose the seventh, although usually everyone chose the first and third. Linen imagined the silhouettes of the other daughters in his head, and their mother said that although the seventh's combat skills were incredibly strong, she even defeated the first, but she had almost zero emotional development, and thus he would have no chance of lifting the curse. The young man raised the corners of his lips in embarrassment, and the Black Moon asked about taking the first and third as a set, and adding their food expenses to them, because he knew that the seventh specialized only in battles, and it would be difficult for her to take care of him alone. Lowering his head, the doctor replied that one was enough for him. The pharmacist closed his lips, and his interlocutor said that since it was his choice, she would not interfere anymore. Folding her arms, the puppet said that for now she would rent her out to him for 30 days without rent, and would arrange everything as soon as she returned, after which she clarified how he liked this offer, to which he exclaimed that he agreed, and the system congratulated the hero on receiving the achievement Lady Doll. Suddenly, his mentor appeared in front of Linen, who noticed that his student was here. The protagonist grinned and asked if Juquan had woken up. The teacher's mouth was sewn up with red threads, and he noted that he had just wanted to ask something about choosing a profession. Black Moon said that in that case she would go, and they could continue, to which the pharmacist waved his hand and said goodbye to her. Pouring liquid from the decanter, the doctor noted that the teacher had just talked about choosing a profession. Grasping the handle of the mug with his fingers, Bloodsaw admitted that he thought it was time for him to choose a real profession. The protagonist, widening his eyes, asked if he was a doctor. Streams of red magic were visible from the mentor's eyes, and he explained that strictly speaking, he was just a student, and a real doctor needed professional certification. Icons of professions appeared above his head, and Juquan said that, for example, his first specialty was a master of flesh, his second an alchemist, and he also worked as a surgeon on the side, after which he added that although these professions are related to medicine, you can't call him a real doctor. Linen frowned thoughtfully when the teacher asked if he had any ideas yet. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist asked how his mentor knew that there really was a task to change professions. The doctor closed his lips, thought for a moment, and then asked if his interlocutor had ever heard of night doctors. Frowning, the teacher asked how his student knew this word, to which he did not understand if something was wrong with this profession. Folding his hands, Bloodysaw began to tell. The teacher said that it was impossible to say that something was wrong, because night doctors were also called traveling doctors, and they were a gathering of madmen from the camp of law-abiding good, to which the protagonist clenched his jaws and asked not to misunderstand, but law-abidingness and goodness were very different from what he was used to seeing. A saw blade was visible behind the teacher's back, and he asked the follower again, and then explained that they believed that everything in this world was painful, and only they could cleanse it. Tearing his hands off the table, the mentor said that even if the patient was healthy, they would still find some kind of ailment in him, and if they did not find it, they would simply cut him and continue searching until they found it. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Linen was surprised at what kind of selflessness this was, when suddenly the system reported that the value of the teacher's sanity had decreased. Juquan asked if his student had just spoken of selflessness, to which his pupils widened and he asked again. It seemed as if the teacher's fingers were shaking, and he exclaimed that he needed to look at the teacher, and asked if he called it selflessness. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that they might be a little fanatical, but they would definitely not miss anyone. Sitting at the table, the mentor and his follower were silent. Turning his back to him, the teacher asked him to wait a little, to which he was perplexed. It seemed as if the doctor was sitting alone and waiting for the teacher. Suddenly, Bloodysaw took a piece of paper and a pen from the table. Going outside, the teacher suggested that they first conduct a small survey. Lowering his chin, the pharmacist asked Juquan again. At that very second, the teacher threw a piece of paper and a pen on the table. Starting to write on a sheet, the mentor explained that this was necessary in order to determine which camp the young man belonged to. Holding a pen with a sharp tip, Juquan began to ask the first question, namely, he is a doctor, and on the road he meets a patient who is a complete stranger to him, and he is seriously injured, but he harbors malice towards him, and then clarified whether he will help him. The boy, opening his mouth, answered that of course he will help. The teacher asked that if he heals him, then can he harm him or others, to which the young man, raising his palm, explained that then he will first heal, and then try to dissuade him from evil deeds. Squinting, Bloodysaw asked what if he does not change. A moment later, the doctor thoughtfully grabbed his chin. Smiling, the doctor said that then he will kill him. The mentor, frowning, clarified whether he is saving him, and then he will kill him, after which the pharmacist said that this is what ordinary people do. Looking at his sheet, the teacher decided to ask the second question. The doctor was shown holding an axe and a saw in his hands in a frenzied manner, and Jukwon said that he had a patient he could cure, but the treatment would cause him unbearable pain, and at the same moment asked if he would continue the treatment. Sitting opposite his teacher, the surgeon answered positively, and the latter asked what if the treatment would lead to his immediate death. Raising the corners of his lips, Linen explained that he would first preserve his body, then study necromancy, surgery, and cybernetic enhancement technology in order to resurrect him. Bloodsaw clarified that he would kill him to cure him, and then resurrect him, after which the protagonist, crossing his arms, noted that this was what ordinary people did. Squinting in bewilderment, the mentor wondered who did this. The teacher looked at his paper and began to ask the third question and said to imagine that his closest person broke the law and then asked which side he would be on, to which the protagonist replied that he would be on the side of his close person. Looking forward, the teacher asked why. Crossing his fingers, the boy replied that the law was nothing. Jukwon asked if his relative would mercilessly kill innocent people, and the boy asked in return in what world people mercilessly kill, and if there are innocent people in the dark world, and at that moment the teacher said that then on the side of the dark world. Frowning, Bloodsaw asked if his student was really such a pervert, and what had happened while he was gone, or had he always been like this? Through sweat on his face, the mentor said to imagine that the teacher was asking him to kill his close person. The teacher's pupils glowed red and he asked what the student would do. The doctor smiled contentedly and said that he would kill him first. Jukwon's eyes widened in confusion. The doctor waved his hand and exclaimed that it was a joke, since the teacher was the closest person to him. Bloody Saw looked down sadly and muttered that he thought he wasn't joking at all. Holding a piece of paper and a writing instrument in his hand, the teacher said that he understood everything and that his alliance must be chaotic and good. The pharmacist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Linen frowned at the teacher and asked if he was sure of the chaotic good alignment, and in response he heard confirmation. The protagonist lowered his head and said that such an honest and decent doctor like him couldn't suddenly turn out to be chaotic good, shouldn't he be lawful good? To which Jukwon thought that his student didn't understand who he was. The monster folded his arms and asked the boy if he really wanted to become a night doctor. The pharmacist hit his chest with his fist and said that any job should be loved, even though night doctors were a bit strange, but their skills were the most advanced, and he wanted his Bloodsaw pharmacy to prosper, which meant he needed to learn from the best. The teacher frowned and asked if the boy was afraid that he would be dissected before he learned anything. Linen frowned and asked Jukwon not to worry, he had special methods for dealing with this, and he thought to himself that he had nothing to fear from the system's job change task. The monster leaned forward and told the hero that he respected his choice, and in order to prepare him for the upcoming night doctor test, he would give him a devilish workout. In response to the boy's surprised question, the teacher took out a chainsaw. Swinging at the student, Jukwon announced that they would start with his signature technique, chainsaw dissection. The pharmacist looked at the monster with delight, saying that he was cool. The teacher looked at the guy in surprise when he asked who they would be training on. Jukwon thought about it. But then a voice came from the darkness of the forest, calling for a doctor. Someone said that his stomach had been acting strangely lately. With a grin, the monster shouted back that there was a doctor here. At that time, someone was running along the street of departed souls. The fair-haired boy ran as fast as he could, cursing the navigator out loud. It wanted to cut everything off, and ended up in God knows where. The young man looked at the surrounding houses and could not understand where he was. The architecture did not look like the city, but it was clearly not a suburb either. The blonde adjusted his glasses and asked if anyone was there. The boy scratched his head, asking the female figure where he was, or else he was lost. The blonde placed his hand on the woman's shoulder, trying to turn around. But when the young man saw the creepy monster, he screamed in fear. His eyes rolled back. From the darkness, he was greeted on the street of departed souls. The face of the random traveler was distorted with horror as he rushed away. The frightened boy looked back. He did not believe that he had just seen a ghost, and hoped that she did not chase him. The next moment, the blonde crashed into someone. Siamese twin ghosts were arguing over which of them should get out of this body. The blonde watched in horror as they tried to separate from each other with a chainsaw, muttering that he had met a monster. The traveler looked back, hearing a rustle behind him. The one-eyed girl with a creepy smile asked her brother why he also had two heads. And to the horror of the young man, a ghost head appeared over his shoulder, asking if he was hiding from her. Clutching his head, the blonde decided that it was just a nightmare. Lightning flashed over the city. The guy looked up. His gaze was full of incomprehension. The doors of the castle opened in front of him, and he was greeted. The traveler slowly walked towards him, muttering that he had returned to the happy house. At the same time, near the pharmacy in the forest, Linen adjusted the chainsaw hanging on his back, and told the teacher that he was leaving. He thanked him for the training, because he had learned a lot, and the system confirmed that the skill of opening with a chainsaw had reached the basic level. With a smile, Juquan wished the protagonist to go. This was his first field practice. He needed to prove himself in the best possible way, especially since the reward was as much as 1,500 skull coins, and asked if he was sure that he could handle it. When the young man saluted and asked him not to worry, promising to bring all 15,000, he reminded him that he was going to treat, not rob. Waving his hand at the teacher, the pharmacist headed away, while he reminded him that the right place was on the neighboring street of Lost Souls, and asked him not to get confused. The monster added with a satisfied smile that after completing this task, he would be able to look for patients himself. The boy set off on his way, asking the teacher to take care of himself, not to forget to drink the tea he had brewed for him, because it was good for the kidneys and prevented them from wearing out. Linen waved his hand at the monster when he asked if his mistress had said anything, and replied that nothing like that. Soon the protagonist came to the street of Lost Souls. The young man was walking through the fog. He shone a lantern on a sign, noticing that this place was even gloomier than it seemed. The pharmacist took out the map the teacher had given him, but it was too abstract to find a client. Looking around, the boy noticed that the black fog was too thick here. Even the soul lantern could not penetrate it. It was better to ask for directions. Linen did not pay attention to how the ghosts were discussing the weak man behind his back, and yet they had just recently scared another guy to death, and now another one had arrived. Soon the light of the lantern illuminated a female figure standing in the middle of the street. The ghost was counting the hero's steps with a satisfied smile. The young man put his hand on the woman's shoulder to address her. She turned her head 180 degrees and greeted him. The pharmacist simply shoved a revolver in her face and asked for directions using his map, and the system immediately added up the ghost's fear points. The ghost ran away, leaving her head on the barrel of the gun. The guy tried to throw the head off his gun in disgust, asking her to spit it out, and anyway, she was the one who scared him first, and now she herself had fainted. He had to knock the head off with his fist. It rolled along the pavement, and lay unconscious. The twins, holding the chainsaw in their trembling hands, looked around. Linen hopefully showed them the map to ask for directions. They looked at each other in horror. Then they ran as fast as they could, ignoring the demand to stop. The monsters continued to run, shouting that forcing a headless lady to do such a thing with a gun barrel was extremely perverted. Even as they ran, the heads argued with each other, urging them to run faster. If this guy caught up with them, they would be finished. They even tried to separate each other right on the go, since they could not stand it anymore, but the protagonist stopped them. Pointing his finger at the twins, the young man said that their methods and tools were not professional enough. With a sly smile, the pharmacist offered to help them, because he was a professional doctor. Starting the chainsaw, the guy added that yesterday he learned a secret technique for working with a chainsaw from his teacher, guaranteeing speed and efficiency. The twins hugged, begging him to stop, and promised not to quarrel anymore, because they actually had a great relationship. They did not want to separate at all, while the system reported a fall from sanity. A bag and a discount coupon to a pharmacy fell onto the pavement. The monsters looked at this puzzled. Linen swung his weapon, objecting that the disease needed to be treated, especially since their case was unique. Something like this would never happen again. Panic appeared on the ghosts' faces when the hero added that he just needed to pay, and he would operate. The sound of a working chainsaw was heard above the houses, and demands not to move while the system showered skill points. The separated twins looked at themselves in surprise while the young man wiped his hands, announcing a successful operation. Then he showed them the map and asked how to get there. The monsters simultaneously pointed their hands in one direction, and the pharmacist thanked them. Looking at the sign of the happy house, the guy realized that he had come to the right place. But then someone approached him from behind, asking the newcomer to play. Linen turned around. The bloody doll stared at the hero, dumbfounded. She pointed her finger at him, and declared that he was that very perverted doctor. The protagonist remembered his first client with a friendly smile, asked if the girl had saved up any money, and reminded him that he still had her eye, and the doll asked him not to come near. The girl looked at the young man in horror when he asked why she was shaking like an aspen leaf, and if she was sick, he could examine her. Tears appeared in the doll's only eye when she remembered the methods of treating this monster. She rushed to run, screaming at the whole street that the pervert doctor wanted to abuse the child. The pharmacist grabbed the doll by the clothes, demanding to explain who she called a pervert, and she continued to scream requests for help. There was a bang. The girl grabbed her head, while the guy asked her not to make strange sounds. After which he calmly said that he had business with her. He asked if she remembered the limbs that he took out of her stomach that day. The doll clarified with tears why she needed to remember. Did the pervert like her mouth so much if he wanted to climb in there again? The hero knelt down next to the doll and, having informed her that she was confusing him with someone else, asked if she was still looking for her mother. The girl asked in horror if this scoundrel was really now eyeing her parent. The young man raised an eyebrow. He did not understand who this girl imagined him to be. Did he really look like a pervert who would not mind sleeping with both mother and daughter? Surprise appeared on the doll's face when the pharmacist clarified if she thought that in fact, her mother had been next to her all this time. And poking his finger at her, He added that, for example, in her stomach. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, not understanding what he meant. The pharmacist took out a comb. Showing it to the doll, the guy explained that after she left, he found that the rotting meat he pulled out of her stomach belonged to the same person, and he also found this. The girl looked at the item in surprise when Linen clarified whether it belonged to her mother, and the system reported progress in the task. The doll lowered her head. She did not believe it. At that time she was very hungry. Her mother went to look for food and brought her a lot of meat. The hero looked at the girl sympathetically, suggesting that perhaps her mother loved her so much that she sacrificed herself to feed her. The doll became furious and screamed that she would never eat her mother, and accused the boy of lying, causing the system to report an increase in the danger level. The pharmacist placed his hand on the child's head. He smiled, asked her not to be sad, because he still had the remains, perhaps he could help her. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, surprised by his desire to help her. Linen pointed to the door and said that he had to visit his client first. Raising an eyebrow, the doll was surprised that his client lived in the happy house. The girl worriedly advised him not to go there, otherwise he would regret it. The protagonist, armed, approached the gate. The girl, clenching her fist, said that she had already told him. When Lannon turned around, she had already disappeared. The young man grinned, saying that all his clients were very nice. The guy stepped forward. He stood in front of the mansion. Lannon extended his hand to the door. Entering inside, the protagonist stopped. Picking up the lamp, the young man began to look around. An eerie voice was heard throughout the room, saying that no one was home. The guy frowned. Someone appeared behind him. Lannon immediately turned around, asking who was there. Suddenly, the candles lit up. Right in front of the boy, there was a family sitting at the table. Approaching the table, the protagonist greeted them and introduced himself. Looking at the family members at the table, Lannon asked where Miss Alice was. The boy frowned and looked around. There were 3 races in the family, and even dolls. Looking in the other direction, Lannon thought. The dark elf smiled, saying that Alice had been sick for a long time. Many doctors had come before him, but no one could help her, so she did not trust doctors a little. Looking at the food with anticipation, asked the doctor if he could definitely cure Alice. The head of the family, raising his hand, said that they had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him as a token of gratitude, so they could sit down and talk. All the members smiled widely. At that moment the protagonist received a task, to help Alice's client recover from an illness. The protagonist sat down at the table and thanked them for their hospitality. Opening his eyes, the young man thought, having received a task, he had to get out of this house alive. Raising a glass of wine, the young man mentally said that he had to cure the patient, even if he had to die. Smiling, he asked how young Miss Alice was, if she would join them for a meal. Carmel, smiling, said not to worry, because his daughter was still sleeping. She was very tired lately, while he had a snack, and then he would go to her. The young man snapped his fingers. The butler immediately brought a dish. He immediately opened the lid. On the plate were Bai's kidneys, freshly picked kidneys. The boy, looking at them, was puzzled. The boy stood up with a smile on his face. The dark elf, smiling, asked the doctor to try the dishes that she had prepared especially for him. The protagonist smiled nervously, saying that it all looked very appetizing. The monsters bared their teeth, asking if he really didn't like this. The elf scared the young man at the table by asking if he really didn't like to eat what he cooked. Lannon, having started eating, said that he simply didn't like offal, but he ate everything else. For example, this sausage was quite good. The young man froze as he brought the sausage to his mouth. Horrible smells were escaping from the horrible-looking sausage. The young man's face twisted in disgust. The young man began to eat under the intense gaze. The food barely passed through his throat. Smiling nervously and chewing, Lannon said that it was very tasty. The elf, delighted and smiling, said that she was glad that he liked it. The protagonist, looking at the monsters, told him not to look at him like that and to start eating. The young man froze, realizing that everything should be fine with the apple. When he extended his hand, the apple moved. Lannon's eyes widened in horror. And while the elf looked at him sullenly, the other 2 grinned. The young man took the apple in his hand. He brought the apple to Zwizwa. Carmel, raising his hand, said that his left hand was unusual. The protagonist, smiling, said that this was his second mouth. There was so much delicious food here, he wanted to eat with both mouths at once. Zwizwa stuck out his tongue and began to tremble. The elf, approaching him, said that they were very glad that he had such a good appetite. The young man, smiling broadly, said that he would not be shy. When Zwizwa began to beat the young man, he said that his second mouth was a little overexcited by such delicious food. The young man, bending down, asked Zwizwa what was the matter. He answered by saying that he had fed him something nasty again. Gritting his teeth, Lannon said that he was a hunter. He could swallow anything whole. For him this was a trifle. The monster answered by saying that he liked to eat what he himself ate, and he did not like what was forced into his mouth at all. The boy got angry and said that if he helped him eat the dinner, he would treat him to a delicious strawberry cake. The monster showed his middle finger and said that he would not eat any strawberry cake. A minute later, he became embarrassed and whistled. Lannon, squinting, began to describe the cake. Zwizwa, smiling broadly, said that he would help him. The boy smiled, apologizing for making them wait. Suddenly, his hand stretched out. All the food on the table was sucked into the monster's mouth. Carmel gritted his teeth when he saw this. The elf's whole body shuddered. Bai's mouth opened in fear and surprise. The butler and maid screamed, telling him not to rush. Soon, huge columns of dishes appeared in front of the boy. The head of the family looked at this in horror. The elf, her mouth open, froze. The husband and wife left, saying that they had to go to the kitchen. Gritting his teeth, Carmel said that they hadn't even started eating yet, and he had already destroyed their 2-month supply. His wife, wary, said that the saw apprentice must have been a weakling. The protagonist had been listening to the entire conversation with his ear. Lannon, frowning, mentally said that they wanted to do the same to him as they did to other doctors, turn him into food, and his clients seemed to have special plans for him. Raising his hand, the boy asked Bai where the toilet was, who answered by pointing in the direction. The boy turned his head. Entering the toilet, the young man told Zwizwa that things were bad now. If this continued, he would die without meeting his clients, who replied by saying that he could support his friend with his right hand, otherwise it was disgusting. Parting his lips, Lannon asked what they should do. Zwizwa replied by saying that he had no idea. Suddenly, Bai entered the toilet. He stood next to the boy. Bai's pants dropped. The protagonist, turning his head, began to look around. Suddenly, blood burst out of Bai's body. When he turned his head, he seemed to say that they needed to run. The protagonist's eyes widened. He realized that the boy was speaking their language. The boy grabbed the boy by the shoulders, asking how he got here, if he was from their world. Dark energy began to accumulate towards the candle. A moment later, it went out. Bai grabbed the protagonist by the throat. Grinning, the boy said that he would be torn apart, disemboweled. Lannon grabbed the hands of the boy, who said that Elisa would prefer to see him as a brother. The boy threw Bai away from himself with a blow. He turned around abruptly. He stood up and grabbed the wall. When he began to climb the wall, Lannon called him. He climbed into the crack in the ceiling. Zwizwa, opening his mouth, said that he was a complete idiot, because he just wanted to kill him. The protagonist, looking at his hand, said that he met a fellow countryman, so he was a little nervous. The young man abruptly turned his head when the elf called him, saying that they saw how he did not fully enjoy the food. The guy went out, saying that he would be happy to go and taste the dish. Sitting down at the table, Lannon realized that Bai had not come. When the lid of the new dish was opened, the butler said that it was their signature dish, freshly prepared. Thanks to the system, the protagonist realized that these were the entrails of a young man. The young man, examining the dish, was horrified. The elf, smiling, said that as soon as he ate it, they would become one family. The protagonist, holding a fork in his hand, said that he said earlier that he did not like entrails, but they continued to force him to eat them. Frowning, the young man asked if everything was all right with their heads. The elf stood up and was surprised. Dark energy began to accumulate near the candle. The woman clenched her teeth. She bared her teeth sharply. Taking her true form, she said that for the sake of his treat they spent 2 months of food, even sacrificed a family member who had just returned. Rushing to Lannon, she said that she would feed him herself. The guy grabbed her hand. A moment later, he stuck a fork into her hand. Looking at her, the protagonist said that if she did not like it, then let her try it herself. The protagonist, with the help of Zwizwa, began to pour everything into her mouth. He held her mouth while the liquid poured into her mouth. After a couple of minutes, she vomited. Lannon, grabbing her by the jaw, ordered her to tell where she hid his countrywoman. Her eyes widened in horror when she said that she did not know anything. The protagonist smirked and said that she seemed to be not all right, he should cure her. The woman's eyes began to turn red. Her head began to shake. The effect of the skill, random diagnosis, was activated. Lannon, frowning, said not to be afraid, because she was just sick, and he, as a doctor, would definitely cure her. The guy, taking a dagger in his hand, said that as gratitude she would definitely tell where his countrywoman was. A moment later, blood spurted. And while the system reported an increase in knife mastery, blood spread throughout the room. Pointing to the corridor, the elf said that control over him was broken, and Elisa subdued him again, after which she sent him to the kitchen, refusing him, wanting him to take his place. The young man took a needle in his hand and said that he thanked her. The needle rushed towards the elf, frightening her. Soon the servant approached the woman. The eyes glowed brightly in the darkness as Elisa told her father to stop the new brother, let the useless old brother come too. The boy entered one of the rooms. He turned the handle. The huge pig cook immediately screamed, ordering him to leave, for no one but the mistress was allowed in here. The protagonist, smiling, said that the mistress had sent him. She had told him to find a certain Bai. The monster, turning around, said that he did not know him, but if he was a human, he could tell him. The pig pointed to the butchered meat. Turning around, the pig said that the master had just sent this meat. The boy frowned. Imagining the boy, he said that he needed the one he had seen, Only his body had been emptied and turned into a puppet. When the pig turned away, Lannon told him that he probably did not belong to this nice family. He responded by saying that he was generously hired by that girl, and in 3 days he would become the head chef here. The monster began to stir the soup. The protagonist, pointing to a pile of flesh, asked if he could take it. Opening his mouth, the monster said that he could take it, but his soup was missing one ingredient. He should help find it. While the pig stood behind the huge cauldron, the system informed the young man that he had activated a special hidden task: find an ingredient for the pig chef. The guy, smiling, asked what such an appetizing-looking soup needed. Rubbing his chin, the monster said that it needed an organ of a creature of the Gulag race. It must be filled with knowledge and soaked in resentment. The young man, also rubbing his chin, asked if such an ingredient existed. Continuing to stir the soup, the pig said that there was, but it was extremely rare, found once every few decades, no more often. Lannon, forming a brain in his hand, said that he had found what he needed. The cook took the brain in his hand. He brought the brain to his face. Lowering it, he said that the brain was indeed filled with boundless knowledge. Intriguing resentment and anger could be felt in it. It was just a pity that it was not the first freshness. The protagonist, looking at the cook, asked if this would do. The cook threw the brain into the cauldron. Opening his mouth, he said that this ingredient was good as a finishing touch to the soup. The pig filled the bag with meat. Holding out the bag, he said that it now belonged to him. The young man, taking the bag, thanked him. Pointing to the corridor, the cook said that there was still some skin left from that man in the refrigerator. The guy turned his head sharply. He immediately turned around and went there. Lannon began to turn the door handle. Cold air burst out of the refrigerator. Entering inside, he saw corpses. Among the hanging corpses was Bai. The protagonist cut the rope. Taking the boy in his arms, he said that they, of course, did not save the kidneys, but he brought most of his organs. Bai's hand twitched. When the man stood up, the guy tried to calm him down. The young man threw the boy back with a blow, telling him not to twitch. Walking through the smoke, he said that he got a little carried away and promised not to hit him anymore. Opening his mouth, Bai rushed at the guy. The blow landed on the boy's chest. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. Having knocked down his opponent, the young man began to shoot him. Seeing that Bai's body was only trembling, the protagonist said that the anesthesia had worked. Taking a needle in his hand, he said that now they needed to begin the operation to restore the tissue. The thread began to wriggle. Soon the protagonist cut the thread with scissors. Bai barely opened his eyes. Looking around, he asked what he was doing here. When the system congratulated Lannon on achieving this second birth achievement, the guy put the gun to the boy's head. Grinning, he recited the lines of a famous poem from Earth. Gritting his teeth, Bai asked what he was doing. Grinning, the protagonist said that he should talk less and continue the poem. Hitting his chest, the boy continued the poem. The guy, pressing his lips, asked if the sign changes if the function is even. The boy, parting his lips, said that the sign is determined by the quarter. The protagonist, frowning, asked what the tincture of the palace gods was. He answered, saying that it was 108 for a glass. Tears burst from his eyes when he asked what 3 things adorn a lowly. Bai, crying, said that it was the right voice, a fragile body, and that she was also easy to knock down. Lannon abruptly hugged his kinsman, who thought for a moment, and said that he had been through a lot. First they cut out his kidney, then his stomach, even one of his eggs. The guy, moving away from the boy, said not to worry, because he had returned everything to him. Only 1 kidney had already been boiled. It was of no use. Bai, unable to hold back his tears, said that he had collected him for the second time. Striking his palm, the young man said to take him. Lannon, he was from Heilongjiang, which is in the northeast. The boy, closing his eyes, said that he was an ordinary unhappy schoolboy, who had not yet graduated from the capital district of Jiuzhou. The protagonist, smiling, said that he turned out to be from Shanghai. This puzzled the boy. Lannon froze. His eyes widened, then he asked Bai what he had just said. The boy, parting his lips, said that he was from the capital. The young man interrupted him, asking him to give the full name. Bai scratched his head and named the capital, Jiuzhou. The protagonist felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Frowning, the boy asked who had written the work Moonlight Before the Bed. The boy answered by saying that it was written by Li Bai. Lannon froze with his mouth open. He realized something. A shadow covered his eyes when he said that they were not countrymen after all. Bai parted his lips and said that they might have different cities, but they were the same country. The young man opened his mouth and said that they were similar, but not the same. His world was very similar to his, but it was not his home. The system informed the young man that he had received the achievement, Alien Homeland. Bai admitted with a surprised expression that they were indeed from different worlds. The protagonist stood in front of him, saying that he was glad to meet the blonde in this hole. He promised not to abandon his comrade here. The guy opened his eyes wide in fear when something quickly flashed in front of him. He slapped Lennon on the cheek. The boy continued to beat the doctor, screaming that his body was not obeying him. Suddenly, the doctor fired a gun straight into his forehead. Bai opened his mouth wide and asked what just happened. The protagonist put the gun away and suggested that his comrade still had the parasite that he controlled, and his gun could temporarily suppress it. The boy grabbed the doctor's clothes and screamed that they had stuck something in him, after which he forgot everything. Linen put his hands on his shoulders and said that he was the best doctor in the world, so he would definitely save him. A system notification about Bai's health condition appeared in front of the protagonist. He imagined the brain, and the system reported that he was filled with an evil spirit. The guy smiled and said that a small operation needed to be performed. The blonde also smiled happily upon hearing this. The doctor raised one finger and added that during the operation, the parasite inside the patient would try to interfere, so he needed to gather his strength and not dare to give in to it. He gave Bai a gun and the boy said he was good at shooting, then he asked where the operation would take place. Linen put his finger to his head, answering his question. The blonde man clenched his teeth and asked if the doctor would perform a craniotomy. The protagonist smiled slyly. He took out 2 knives and said that it would be enough to remove one eye, poke a hole, move it around a bit, and that would be it. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He ran away, shouting that he had things to do and would do the operation another time. The protagonist frowned. He grabbed the patient by the shoulder and asked why he was afraid, since he had already undergone a body reconstruction. The boy closed his eyes and answered that he was unconscious that time and did not understand anything. He still tried to run away, shouting that he did not want the operation, and the doctor asked him to trust and be patient for a while. Linen gritted his teeth angrily and said that the disease should not be neglected. His eyes turned white with rage and he added that in that case he would have to act differently. With an irritated expression, he asked if Bai would perform the surgery. The guy looked at him fearfully and said that he agreed to it, but asked his comrade to be careful. He opened his mouth wide when the doctor extended his hand to him. The protagonist smiled and said that the patient should just be patient for a while. The blonde screamed loudly when Linen touched his face. He opened his eyes wide, screaming that it hurt a lot. He asked for painkillers. The guy removed his hand from his face, saying that he forgot about it, and Bai doubted that he was a doctor. Suddenly, blood splashed in front of the protagonist, and he said that all doctors in this world were like that. There were red stains on the walls while the patient screamed shrilly, and his horror grew. The protagonist held the eye in his hand, saying that it didn't hurt at all. He smiled and added that the blonde should shoot himself if he felt like he was losing consciousness during the operation. The patient, whose eye socket was bleeding, replied that the doctor should do what he wanted. Suddenly, an eye appeared on the protagonist's cheek, and he asked his comrade not to move. Bai saw his reflection there and asked if Linen was human, but then he remembered that there was an infected area in his brain. A dark silhouette of the parasite that the doctor had found was visible. He extended his finger forward, and the blonde asked what he was going to do. Suddenly, long tentacles crawled out of the protagonist's finger. They climbed into Bai's eye socket, who screamed that the doctor really was a monster. He opened his eye wide in fear. The tentacles penetrated into his head. Then they reached the guy's brain. They almost touched the organ. The parasite suddenly looked away. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Suddenly, spikes came out of the guy's brain. Then they turned into long little arms. The limbs rushed forward. Linen closed his eyes and said that it had started. The blonde was lying on the floor, saying that everything was getting cloudy in his head. The doctor frowned and shouted that the patient should hold on. The protagonist grabbed the flask and took off the lid. Then he poured the yellow liquid on his comrade's face. The doctor looked down and explained that he needed to throw a weapon into his brain. Bai sweated when he heard this. He looked at the tentacles in his head and opened his mouth wide. The tentacles of the parasite and the protagonist were fighting inside. They moved very quickly. Suddenly, something fell out of the boy's brain. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly that this body belonged to him. The doctor's tentacles were holding daggers. The boy grabbed his head and said that he could not do it anymore. Linen frowned and ordered him to shoot. The patient's hand holding the gun was shaking. Then the gun fired. The monster was trapped in a circle of divine energy. Then golden arrows shot into it. The doctor smirked and said that they would finish it off now. Then the boy fired a few more shots. He gritted his teeth, holding the gun in his hands. Energy pierced the parasite's body. Its HP dropped sharply. Then the tentacles stitched up the patient's brain. The spirit was expelled. Linen wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported that the operation was a success. Bai was lying on the floor, saying that he felt sick. He stood up and added that he seemed to have missed. The protagonist looked into the holes and said that his comrade had good aim. The blonde began to cry, begging the doctor to help him, when the system reported a rupture in his lower body. The doctor knelt down, saying that he had already spent all his elixirs on the patient, and the boy replied that he did not want to become a eunuch. The protagonist touched his face and said that there were no hopeless situations, but there could be serious side effects. The blonde man cried, saying that he didn't care as long as all his body parts stayed in place. He folded his hands together when Linen replied that he would give him one elixir. The pharmacist opened his drawer and took out the medicine. He frowned and warned that mutations might occur after taking it. Bai frowned, saying that he agreed anyway, and the liquid poured down. Then the boy looked in the same direction. The medicine was pouring down his pants. Green smoke was coming out from under the fabric. You could see how parts of his body were being restored. The boy blushed with joy and smiled. He imagined a chicken egg and said that he felt as if a new life was about to begin. Then he imagined a chick hatching from it, saying that he wanted to explore this amazing world. The boy imagined the bird flying up. Suddenly, something red appeared in front of him. A long shadow fell on Bai's face. A slug with eyes touched his cheek. A huge tentacle rose in front of him, and he screamed loudly in fear. The liquid flowed down onto the blonde's head, and he begged the doctor to save him. Linen grabbed the knife. Then he waved his hand and cut the slug. The patient fell to the floor. He bent his legs, and the tentacle fell in front of him. He burst into tears and said that now it was definitely over. The protagonist sat down next to him, and replied that the main thing was that he was alive. He frowned and said that now he needed to see the owner of this house. The young man jerked in fear and asked if the doctor was going to see Alice. Linen smiled and replied that she was his client, and he needed to cure her. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly that the doctor had gone crazy because she would kill him. The protagonist stretched his shoulder and replied that in that case he should cure her even more so, and then avenge the guy and kill her. They walked down the corridor. The blonde turned around in fear, hearing footsteps. The protagonist held a lantern in his hand, asking if they were going the right way, and Bai replied that he thought so. Blue smoke was coming from afar. Linen frowned and said that someone was coming towards them. The boy hid behind him. Something red was visible through the smoke. The legs of Alice, the ghost of the earth, were visible. The girl's eyes were bright red. The blonde grabbed his head and screamed in fear. A monster was hovering in front of them, and the protagonist asked if it was his sister. Alice extended her hand forward and asked for the doctor to become her family. The boy frowned and asked why she was interested in him. She opened her eyes wide and replied that he had a kind heart because he cured her brother. The doctor looked at the girl, his mouth open in surprise, and the girl said that she wanted a loving brother. Linen was reflected in her eyes. He closed his eyes and said that he couldn't do it, but as a doctor, he had to cure her. He looked up and added that he could hug her sometimes if she needed love. Alice reached out to him. She touched him and said that he would change his mind and want to stay himself. The protagonist opened his mouth as the ghost passed through him. Bai turned around, his mouth hanging open in shock as his sister disappeared. The protagonist looked back and explained that it was just an illusion that wanted to negotiate with him. He then gave the guy a knife and said that they needed to go because the ghost was about to attack. Suddenly, the monster began to come out of the wall. Bai opened his mouth wide, screaming deafeningly. The protagonist gritted his teeth and sawed the monster in half. He turned around and ordered his comrade to follow him. The doctor then swung the chainsaw and said that these were the souls of those Alice killed. They were cursed and locked here forever. The boy cried when a hand appeared in front of him. He asked if the protagonist was afraid. Linen stood with his back to him, saying that he was scared, but there were only two paths in this world. He jumped up. Approaching the enemy, he added that one can become a victim of one's fear. Then he saw the monster and shouted that one can also become fear itself. The doctor was reflected in Bai's eyes. He clung to him and thought that he would fall in love with him if he were a girl. The protagonist looked at the patient, who was hugging his leg, in bewilderment. The doctor kicked the doors open. There was fog inside, a table in the center. The guys were standing in the room. The blonde looked away and asked why they returned to such a creepy place. Linen frowned and replied that he needed to figure something out. He handed the medicine to his comrade and told him to take it. The boy took the bottle and asked what it was, but the doctor ordered him not to ask. The blonde man poured the potion into his mouth. He closed his eyes and said that it tasted bad. His body began to glow green. The protagonist held a chainsaw in his hands, saying that this elixir was of no use, but now Bai was glowing brightly. Suddenly, something green poured onto the doctor's head. He quickly looked up. Above them was a monster with huge claws. Green liquid was dripping from the enemy's body. Linen attacked the creature with his weapon. His friend opened his mouth wide and called out to him. The enemy's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that the boy should have agreed to Alice's offer. The doctor frowned and asked if the monster thought he was powerless since it controlled his body. The creature opened its mouth wide and screamed that the protagonist must die. While the doctor fought the enemy, the blonde man screamed that he would save him. He froze in surprise when the protagonist grabbed the enemy by the jaws. The creature's mouth was drooling and it screamed that it would kill the boy. The boy smiled and said that the monster had already missed its chance to kill him. He raised his hand and summoned Zwijwa. The mouth with sharp teeth was wide open. The fangs approached the monster's muzzle. The mutant spat out the enemy, who said that she had always eaten others, and now she herself had become food. Zwijwa was chewing on the creature. Linen looked at the enemy and told her to be patient for a while. He smiled and explained that he would only perform a small trepanation of the skull. The boy's chainsaw started. Bai pressed himself against the wall, avoiding a large explosion. He was covered in sweat and thought that the doctor had treated him gently. The protagonist looked at the spirit in his hands and reported that the operation was a success. The monster was trembling, lying on the floor. The boy took the skin. Then he pulled it off. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The dark elf looked up and asked what happened to her. The guy smiled and said that he would give her a discount on the surgery if she told him what happened to her daughter. The woman sweated and ordered the doctor not to come near her. Linen slapped her in the face and ordered her to talk. The elf touched her cheek and said that she didn't know anything and that devil killed her. The doctor said with a smile that he wanted to help her. He asked her to be honest. Bai frowned and thought that the protagonist had just been with a chainsaw and now he was an angel in the flesh. The elf sat up and said that Alice was the real devil and she killed their entire family. She remembered how the girl touched her face and said that she ripped her stomach open and made her eat non-stop until her stomach burst. The protagonist smiled and asked why the girl did that. The woman looked away. Then she furrowed her brows and replied that her daughter hated her and had always been a psychopath. The elf's face twisted in rage and she screamed that Alice was a monster. The protagonist looked at the woman and said that he was here as a doctor and could not help. Alice's mother looked at him and exclaimed that he could help her, because he only needed to cure Alice, and in return, the woman promised to give him the entire castle. Linen put his hand to his chin and said that this was a tempting offer. The woman smiled and asked if he agreed. After a moment, her mouth opened wide in shock. The protagonist smiled evilly and said that he knew what Alice was sick with, but he needed this woman as an auxiliary component. The protagonist absorbed her with Zwizwa, but did not intend to digest her. He then turned around and told the boy that they should move on. They walked up the stairs, Linen talking about how he was a doctor, and so since there was a patient, he needed to treat him first. The protagonist frowned and said that a cured patient was already an ordinary person, which meant she had every right to take revenge for the harm done to her. Then he turned around and told the boy that the woman had just lied to them. She remembered the appearance of ghosts, and said that this woman had let it slip that they were not part of this world before. He introduced the other ghosts, and said that they were dragged here by force by Alice's thirst for revenge, and the girl herself turned into a vengeful spirit because she had accumulated too much anger in herself during her life due to the cruel treatment she received from her mother. He remembered the ghosts of her parents and began to speak sarcastically about their qualities. Then Linen frowned and grinned and called them a happy family. The protagonist stopped at the door. He looked at the tower and said that Alice was there, and also noted that this place was just like in a computer game. The monsters began to growl. One of the monsters attacked the man. The protagonist immediately saw this monster. Then a crowd of monsters ran at them. Linen smiled and lowered his hand to his leg, saying that they would not do without heavy artillery. Bai frowned with excitement. The protagonist took out the hand of the dragon's breath. Bai opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was indeed a big and thick thing. The protagonist smiled, looking at it. Energy began to appear in the dragon's mouth. Then it shot out a bright flame. Linen closed his eyes and said that it was really impressive. The boy picked up the thing and immediately noticed that it weighed more than 100 kilograms, but the protagonist replied that it was all thanks to training. A silhouette of a knight appeared in front of them. He stuck his sword into the ground. In front of them stood a puppet of an evil spirit in knight's armor. Linen smiled and said that it was just another monster. The boy's mouth opened in surprise and exclaimed that this time it was a mini-boss skeleton knight. The knight lowered his sword and said that this was the domain of Count Carmel, and therefore all uninvited guests would only die. The mini-boss frowned and said that he would give the protagonist a chance to fight him since he was not that simple in appearance. The knight pointed his sword at the protagonist, and he agreed to fight. The skeleton raised his sword and exclaimed that he had killed hundreds of enemies in life, and no one could defeat him. He looked at the protagonist, and said that he had killed dozens of worthless people like the protagonist with just one hand. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his forehead. Bai watched in shock as blood gushed out of the knight's head. Linen held a revolver in his hands and said that it was the 21st century, and this knight was still running around with a sword. The skeleton died and fell to the ground. Linen shouted for Carmel to show himself. The protagonist then turned around when he heard the voice of the castle's owner. And then Carmel appeared in front of him, and Linen explained that there was a misunderstanding, because he just wanted to cure his daughter Alice. Carmel frowned and said that she needed treatment, because she had been bringing misfortune since birth, so she should be kept in a cage for her own good. Sharp spikes suddenly appeared from his back. He grew in size and began to look like a bodybuilder, and then exclaimed that he would cut them into pieces. Linen reacted calmly, but Bai opened his mouth wide and screamed. One of the castle owner's faces screamed angrily. His other face smiled slyly. The protagonist lowered his head and prepared to attack. He took out a gun and started shooting, but nothing happened. The bullets bounced off the monster's thick skin. Carmel hit the bridge and cut it. Linen jumped up, grabbing the boy. BPI began to cry and scream. Tears remained in his eyes. The protagonist grabbed the protruding beam with his tentacles. He lowered his head and told the boy to stay there and not to worry. Linen looked at him and promised that he would return soon, but Bai did not want to stay alone because he was very scared. Linen jumped up. He returned to the battlefield and found himself behind the monster. An aura raged around the monster. He wondered if this worthless boy was dead. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it, and then said that now it was the monster's turn. The protagonist immediately took out a saw and went on the attack. The evil Carmel frowned and asked where an ordinary person got so much strength from. Linen looked at him and mockingly asked if this was all the monster could do. The monster struck with his hand and exclaimed that he would cut him into 1,000 pieces. The stranger stood to the side and watched the fight. Juquan watched the proceedings and said that his apprentice saw him using a saw every day, so he learned a thing or two, and Black Moon said that the protagonist only needed practice. The lady smiled and asked if Juquan had known from the start that there was something wrong with this castle. The man looked at her and replied that of course he had, since he had chosen this trial by fire for the protagonist. Meanwhile, Linen was breathing heavily, continuing to struggle, and Juquan said that the boy would not become a healer if he could not handle such a trifle. Carmel raised his eyebrows and looked at the protagonist as if with pity. Then he smiled maliciously and exclaimed that he would stop playing with him. Linen frowned in response, accepting the challenge. A yellow aura began to emanate from his hand. The monster looked at this in shock and wondered if the protagonist was fighting with his bare hands. The boy smiled and said that the games were over and also noted that he still needed to practice the chainsaw technique that Jockin taught him. An aura enveloped the protagonist's left hand. It was as if he was holding a core of energy in his hands. Carmel frowned in pain. The monster jumped back. Sweat ran down his face and he wondered who this boy was. Linen changed into his true form and said that he was just an ordinary doctor. The monster's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist smiled evilly and shot a flame at the enemy. Carmel crossed his arms in front of himself to protect himself. He ran forward through the fire. The boy appeared behind the enemy. He stabbed his sword into the monster's neck. Linen smiled terrifyingly, saying that he had learned madness, cruelty, and ruthlessness from the bloody ghost. The system notified the protagonist that the monster's fear level had increased. Carmel swung at the boy, screaming that he would kill him. The protagonist immediately grabbed his hand with his device. The monster opened its mouth in fear. Linen grabbed his other hand. The tentacles grabbed him by the neck. Carmel began to scream that he was Alice's father, and therefore he could not be harmed. However, Linen smiled and apologized, adding that the reward for the system quest was too tempting, and therefore the monster would have to be sacrificed. A column of red energy struck the sky. Linen hovered in the air. A light aura emanated from him. Bleeding Carmel cried and wondered why he was not killed. The monster closed its eyes. The protagonist grabbed its head and said that he was its second ingredient, which was needed to cure Alice. Linen absorbed his head with Swijwa. He then waved to the boy from the bridge and offered to come with him, but Bai said that it would be better to stay here and wait. The protagonist turned away and said that he would definitely cure him, but for now he should wait. Purple lightning flashed above the tower. The young man saw a spiral staircase in front of him. From above, it looked bottomless. Linen saw how the ghost pushed his sister into this abyss. He looked up and saw a scythe. The protagonist saw how the tied-up girl was being tortured. Then he noticed an ominous door. The protagonist entered. His eyes were wide open in excitement. There were chains and a plate on the floor. The ghost of the girl was reaching for the plate of water. Another ghost was smiling and saying that just a little more and Alice would get better. The protagonist noticed a cage with a girl above him. Alice was cowering in fear, sitting in the cage. Linen looked up and introduced himself, saying that he would be happy to help her. The girl squeezed her hand and called him brother, saying that he had come. Her eyes were shining. She asked the boy to become her family. At the same moment, the system gave the protagonist a task to heal her or destroy her. The girl extended her hand and said that she would renounce her parents, because he did not love them. A red dark aura raged around Alice. Linen extended his hand and apologized, saying that he could not do this, but he understood her, because on the way here he saw her memories. The man calmly looked at her and said that her family treated her badly and she always wanted her family to love and protect her, but this would not heal her wounds. A pink aura shone around the girl. She said that she was the one who treated her family badly. The protagonist calmly looked at her and asked what she meant. The cage broke in an instant, and Alice stood up and said that these damned nothings made her forget about her own mother. The girl smiled and said that Alice was so happy, but the happier she was, the stronger her hatred became. A pink aura emanated from her. The girl said that all of this should have belonged to Alice. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, because he realized that two spirits lived in this body, Alice and her mother, Lady Mary. A dark aura appeared around the girl. She said that Alice had always been so sweet, but she did not see the true face of her family. She was enveloped in fire. She imagined her entire family burning. The girl smiled widely and said that she helped Alice by bringing misfortune to her family, and in the end she achieved her goal. The protagonist calmly looked at her and asked if she was the one who drove them crazy. The girl lowered her head. Alice's spirit was in this body again. She looked at the protagonist with a pitiful look and asked him to become her brother, because everyone had turned away from her, and her brother would be kind to her. The girl began to cry and asked him to agree to this. Linen immediately broke the door. He looked into the abyss, stunned. Then the young man ran down the stairs. He saw an object in the distance. The protagonist turned around and saw that the flames were chasing him, and Alice said that she would have to get rid of him. Bai watched the burning castle, wondering out loud if everything was okay with his brother. Then he saw the protagonist run out of the fire. Watching Linen run across the bridge, the boy was glad that he was alive, but did not understand where he was rushing to. The door slammed shut. The young man rested his palms on his knees, breathing heavily. With relief on his face, the pharmacist admitted out loud that he had never seen such a strong curse. It would be too difficult to suppress it with force. He himself miraculously survived. Alice's anger and her mother's hatred merged into one. The guy rubbed his face with his palm, reminding himself that the cursed one did not know that this was all her mother's tricks. If she realized this, then perhaps they would be able to separate. The hero stretched out his palm in front of him and used the skill of echoes of the past, which he considered the key to everything. When the time point for playback was indicated, a column of golden light rose above the castle. Lightning ran across the windows. 3 people stood in the doorway. Alice's parents and brother walked through the corridor with gloomy faces. They went out into the rain, when someone's voice called to show her their vile mugs, because deep down she still hoped for them. As they walked across the bridge, the voice continued, "Destroy her hopes, show her that they are just beasts in human form, bloodthirsty murderers." Loud screams, turning into splashing sounds, were heard above the tower. Soon they came out of the tower with mad faces, carrying bloody rags and baskets. When the murderers returned to the castle, the voice ordered to hide her sweet daughter in the wall, in the corridor, in the fireplace, and then began to mutter that she hated her girls' cries so much, and wanted them to have a happy family. The protagonist looked resolutely in front of him. He realized that what he was looking for was in the baskets. Linen entered the room. With a blow of his hand, he broke the wooden floor. And he took out his hand, covered in curse symbols, and the system reported that he had found the first fragment of Alice's body. The hero looked at the hand indignantly when he realized what he had found. This scoundrel had used his own daughter as a weapon of revenge. Looking at the symbols, the young man added that he had turned her into the same monster as himself. The pharmacist watched as something dark oozed out of a hole in the middle of the room. The guy found the same source in the fireplace. The second fragment was a leg, and Linen noted that the girl was consumed by hatred, entangled in a curse. The protagonist punched the next wall. Finding the third fragment, he muttered that he did not understand how it was possible to force his own daughter to destroy her own family. At this time, someone in the church was praying to the Lord. The mother was restless. It seemed to her that Alice had not eaten anything for several days. The woman was kneeling at the altar, remembering that they had lunch together today, and for some reason this girl was afraid of her, and then a notification came about the discovery of the first fragments. The elf looked at her hands in horror. She could not remember where the blood and hair on her hands came from. Her fingers trembled when her mother remembered that this belonged to Alice, but she could not remember anything. Carmel grabbed his head, not believing that he could give such an order. She was his daughter. How could he allow her to be locked in a cage? At the moment when despair appeared on the man's face, another fragment was found. The owner of the castle watched his son in horror, because he had always been such a good boy, and now he was mocking animals. Bai went to the refrigerator, and his father could not understand why he went there so often. While the fragments continued to be found, the voice of reason began to sound more and more often, until her head was in the hands of the protagonist. Linen stroked the girl's head, promising to cure her. Alice followed the young man, trying to figure out what he was doing. A hand covered in purple smoke flew at him. Energy grabbed the pharmacist's neck, and he shouted that he was looking for her body, because he wanted to cure her. The ghost's eyes widened in surprise when the guy added that he wanted to become her family. Linen clenched his teeth and called Zwizwa. The hand rushed forward, splashing out black liquid. But the mutant was immediately subjected to magical influence, and screamed. Alice destroyed its structure with her scream. While the evil spirit was trying to come to his senses, the hero rushed to look for the last fragment. He rushed away from the girl with all his might. Directing all his strength, the embittered spirit screamed for death. A strip of flame rushed forward. At the last moment, the young man summoned a protective mask to his face. Thanks to it, he was able to withstand the flame. The pharmacist's eyes widened as a hand shot out of the fire, and grabbed his heart. The boy glanced down and cursed. In response to the intrusion, Zwizwa opened an eye in his stomach. The ghost was shocked. But Linen managed to escape. Looking back, the protagonist realized that she was the spirit of this place. As long as the castle stood, she could not be defeated, and a focus that would hold Alice back for a short time. He had to hurry. The young man swung open the kitchen doors with a bang. The surprised pig turned to him. Looking at the man, the cook was surprised that he was in such a hurry. Did he really smell the smell and immediately come running? When the pharmacist climbed into the cauldron of soup, the monster was indignant. What was he thinking? Or was it not enough in his plate? So he also climbed into his. But the boy pulled out the heart from the cauldron, which was the last fragment. The pig narrowed his eyes and asked if he really wanted to use this heart to dispel that girl's hatred. Lennon looked at the cook in surprise and asked if he knew what it was. The monster smirked and said that a cook should know what he was making his soup from, and this was a rare specimen. A pure heart, untouched by darkness, although it had absorbed too much malice and was not suitable for his soup. The hero stared intently at the liquid that the system called heart and mind soup, when the pig said that he did not mind him taking the heart, but first he had to drink this, and in exchange find him a heart filled with pure evil. The young man turned to the kitchen doors. Alice had already flown in, wishing death on the doctor. The pharmacist ate a spoonful of the soup, and received the knowledge of mechanical modifications, and with him the curse of the weeping clown. The guy rushed to the opposite exit, shouting that the heart of evil would be here soon, and the cook promised to come for him in half an hour. The monster grinned, and a dark aura spread around him. He said that if Lennon broke his word, he would take his heart. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, hurried to open the door. He quickly turned the handle. Finally it opened, and the young man was able to run out of the kitchen, and slammed the door behind him. Shaking his hand, from which Alice's body parts were falling out, the pharmacist hurried him. After which the guy grabbed the needle and began to stitch the girl's body, muttering under his breath the correct arrangement of the body parts. And soon the body was whole, and the voice of the spirit was heard, which said that her name was Alice, and she had a happy family. She again saw how she spent time with her father, who, although he was strict, but always taught her a lot. She remembered that her mother liked to grumble, but made very tasty cakes. And she also had an older brother who gave her many, many gifts. Clutching a book to her chest, the girl said that she loved her family and always wanted to be with them. The spirit released the energy of hatred. The cursed one clenched her teeth. She finally caught up with this doctor. But it turned out that these were just a few evil heads. The ghost waved them away, and again rushed at Lennon. But he managed to dodge. The hero clenched his teeth, watching the spirit. When the malice took on the outline of a dragon, the young man shouted that she was caught. He pulled the mask back on and added that the time had come. He pressed Alice's body to himself, pointed his hand forward, starting the process of removing the curse. A bright flash of light flared. The light knocked the darkness out of the ghost. The spirit's eyes opened wide, and he screamed that he was being deprived of his power. How dare he? And again the ghost attacked the pharmacist. With a mad grin, the spirit declared that he was finished. But the guy pierced by the hand only laughed. Alice's face suddenly flushed. Looking straight at the enemy, Lennon declared that he was finished. He pressed the ghost to himself, and a golden light engulfed them both. The hero stubbornly pressed the girl to himself, ignoring the notifications that his health level was falling. The protagonist looked around. He found himself in an empty space, and did not understand where he was. He saw a castle illuminated by the bright sun. The young man approached the door on which a living wreath hung. When the pharmacist pushed the door, he heard Alice's voice, thanking the cook uncle for the cake. Almost everyone gathered at the table in the room. The girl thanked the servants for the surprise on her birthday. Looking down, the little girl thanked them for their care. Then she looked at the night uncle and asked where her dad, mom and brother were, if they would come today. The servants looked at each other in confusion. The knight bowed and admitted that the count and the lady had gone on business with the young master, and were unlikely to return today. The girl lowered her head and said that it was all because she was ill. The doctor stroked Alice's head and promised that he would definitely cure her, and then her parents and brother would celebrate her birthday with her. The girl smiled at him, agreeing. Lennon folded his arms across his chest. He understood what was in the soul of the damned. Even after everything that had happened, she did not lose hope, but hiding in her memories was not a way out. The hero extended his hand to her, and called her by name. The illusion dissipated, and the girl sitting in the cage demanded that he not come closer. Alice trembled all over, threatening that if the young man took another step, he would die. She muttered that her uncle the cook secretly brought her food, but she ripped open his stomach. Her brother the doctor wanted to save her, but she deprived him of his legs. Hugging herself, Alice admitted that everyone who tried to help her suffered. Everyone she loved left her, and she liked the pharmacist, but she did not want to harm him. But the guy hugged the girl tightly and said that he would not go anywhere. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Holding the baby tightly to himself, Lennon declared that he was her doctor, which meant she should allow herself to be healed. Lennon was seen holding the girl tightly, and the system reported that he was rapidly losing health, and his body was being subjected to a powerful effect of ghost energy. Alice clenched her jaw sharply. A moment later, the child released a powerful beam, and it was heard that he should not dare to approach her daughter. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was a strong curse, and the current level of possession was 92%. The protagonist tightly gripped the sacred spear, and the artificial intelligence wrote that his health was critically low, and if he did not stop the possession, he would die in 5 seconds. Suddenly, the boy's pupils turned black. A second later, a bright flash was heard near the young man, and he shouted that he should not think that he could kill him so easily. The system reported that divine power had intervened, and the current level of possession was reduced to 89%. A dark force circled around the girl, and she exclaimed that she would finish him off right now. A powerful surge of energy appeared, and the child added that he could not leave. Alice lowered her eyebrows in confusion. It was visible how the doctor grabbed her hand. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked what he had done. The doctor, smirking, replied that nothing special, but simply told the real Alice about her affairs. The child, widening her eyes, said that it was all her mother. The pharmacist sharply clenched his fist, and it was audible that this was not so, and it was not her. Through tears, Alice clarified why and for what reason her mother was doing this to her. The dark entity, frowning, said that it wanted to protect her, because she was her real mother. Biting her lips, the girl said that she had destroyed her happiness with her own hands. Clenching her jaw, the child said that he hated her. A moment later, a purple aura surrounded the tall tower. Blood was visible dripping onto the floor. The doctor, placing his palm on her stomach, called her pathetic and explained that in the end, her own daughter abandoned her, and all mothers in the world want their children to be happy, and everyone except her, because she was obsessed with envy. Lowering his eyebrows, the surgeon added that she envied her stepmother because she was better than her, and she was also envious that Camel loved her, and that she had a real family. Alice's eyes widened in bewilderment, and at the same time Lennon said that this is why she cursed her daughter and destroyed her happiness with her own hands. Suddenly, a pool of blood appeared under the girl. The red liquid began to rise, and the protagonist noted that the consequences of actions are determined by deeds. An unusual creature looked towards the child and called her mother, after which the protagonist said that all the pain and despair that she caused her daughter, she will now return to her. Crossing her palms, Alice exclaimed that the truth was wrong. The girl blushed sharply. Suddenly, the child, clenching his jaw, apologized for all his sins. A second later, her body was pierced by a spear. Alice lowered her gaze in bewilderment. Biting his lips, the boy said that even at the last moment he did not repent, and therefore she really deserved death. Looking to the side, the young man added that she no longer had the right to be called Alice's mother. A moment later, the demonic creature stretched out its palm. The doctor opened his mouth wide. Unexpectedly, the monster sank its teeth into the girl, screaming that she should disappear and called her a worthless thing. Suddenly, the child's head fell to the ground. The monster, opening its mouth, screamed loudly. Suddenly, many stones began to fall down. The doctor lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The pharmacist abruptly dodged the blow. Zwizwa, opening his mouth, asked if the doctor had gone crazy. Looking down, the surgeon apologized to him and said that he was at his limit. A second later, Lennon fell to the ground and added that everything depended on him. Baring his teeth, the dark entity said that if he was going to die, then without him, because it did not want to go to the grave with him. Pulling the protagonist along, the creature noted that he should know that as soon as it found a way to survive without him, it would mercilessly finish him off, and at that very moment the system wrote that he had completed the first part of the healing task, and also completed the second part of the destruction task. After some time, it was visible how the protagonist poured green liquid over himself. Touching his neck, the guy said that he had fallen asleep so deeply that he almost suffocated, and Zwizwa said that he would be glad to. Biting his lips, the young man asked if this was a happy house and what had happened to him. The dark entity spread its fingers and said that Alice had killed her mother, and that the hatred that had burst forth had destroyed everything around her, and then the doctor remarked that he had thought he could heal her, but had only strengthened her hatred. Raising his eyebrows, the doctor said that it seemed that he still had a lot to learn and that this visit could be considered a failure, and Zwizwa exclaimed that he should be glad that he was still alive, and at that very moment, the artificial intelligence wrote that a powerful surge of hatred had been detected and that they should leave this place immediately. The pharmacist opened his jaw in surprise. Alice had suddenly appeared. A powerful aura was circling around her. The girl looked forward sharply. The doctor, opening his mouth, realized that it was Alice's body that he had stitched up, but her soul had returned. The surgeon lowered his gaze, and Zwizwa asked what he was worth, and then shouted that he should run from here before it finished them off. A dark force was visible near the child. Then Lennon extended his palm. The dark entity, parrying near the protagonist, objected that if he wanted to die, then without him, and also added that he spent all his strength to save him, and let him not come near her. The protagonist thoughtfully bit his lips. The guy extended his hand to Alice, and the system reported that he was exposed to the ghost's energy. Hugging the child, the young man said that it was over. Smiling slightly, the doctor said that if he was lonely, his offer was still valid. Continuing to hug Alice, the doctor added that he could become her family. A small haze was visible. A moment later, the pharmacist took off from the ground. The girl called the doctor her brother through her tears, and the artificial intelligence congratulated him on receiving the legendary achievement of the highest difficulty. Raising one eyebrow, the surgeon wondered if the system had gone completely crazy, and what kind of temptation, since it was a kind and caring older brother who had cured a younger sister suffering from a curse. Spreading his fingers, Zwijwa asked if he was completely desperate, and if he was not afraid that she would kill him, since she was incredibly strong now. Linen, closing his eyes, replied that he was a doctor, and he could not abandon his patient. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist added that he had made a promise to this girl, and he would keep it. The dark entity opened its mouth in bewilderment. Squinting, the protagonist clarified what he was. Through sweat, the creature exclaimed that he thought he was such a fool. Zwijwa opened his mouth and thought that he had suddenly become cool, and then wondered if he was really that kind and caring. And at that very moment the system reported that Zwijwa's attitude towards him had increased by 10 points, and Alice's attitude by 20 points, and he had also received an intermediate achievement. After a while, Juquan appeared and said that the happy house had been destroyed, and it seemed that the curse had been lifted. The girl, looking down, said that it was incredible, and this Alice was no weaker than him and her. The teacher, smiling, exclaimed that this was his disciple, and then asked how she was, and whether he would be cooler than her daughters. Raising his eyebrows, the doll replied that he was indeed very capable. Squinting, the puppet thought that it seemed that it would not be enough to help remove the ancestral curse, but that such talent would need to be acquired. Looking down, the madam said that she had an idea. Introducing the guy in the white suit, the lady said that let him become their son-in-law, and not only the 7th, but also the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all together will definitely capture him. Drooling, the Black Moon said that if the mother-in-law loves and cherishes her, it is very nice, and the Bloody Saw asked if she was at it again. At the same time, the young man, holding the girl in his arms, called by. Lowering his gaze, the doctor wondered where he had disappeared to, because not even his shadow was visible. A moment later, the doctor jumped. Landing near the bridge, the pharmacist asked if he had already left. Noticing the purple aura, the doctor could not understand what it was, and whether it was a barrier. The surgeon thoughtfully opened his mouth, and then the system reported that he had used the random diagnosis skill and found the target had the disease hatred. The AI wrote that it had detected the target's curse of being bound to a place and the curse of an evil spirit, after which Linen lowered his eyebrows and muttered that it was true, namely, his curse removal skill was too limited, and she had been healed, but was now forever bound to this castle. Smiling, Alice said that she wanted cotton candy. Putting her palm on the protagonist's chest, the girl offered to go for a walk with him, and added that she was having a lot of fun. Putting the child on the ground, the protagonist apologized for not being able to completely remove her shackles. A moment later, the guy looked down. A green seal appeared above him, and he exclaimed that as her family, he would do everything to make her happy, and at the same time, the system reported that his temporary curse removal skill had been successfully upgraded to level 2, and it could temporarily remove the curse from the target. It was seen that the young man released the green aura. Suddenly, the doctor sent a bright power to the girl, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that the temporary curse removal was successfully used. Alice lay with her eyes closed. A second later, the child's pupils dilated. The girl looked at the doctor in surprise and turned to him. A magical aura circled around the pharmacist's palm. Suddenly, a green seal appeared. The doctor sharply squeezed his fingers. Smiling contentedly, the surgeon asked if he was awake and if they would go for a walk. Suddenly, Alice lifted herself off the ground. Closing her eyes, Linen said that she should not be afraid and take this step, and the girl asked if it was really possible. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips and asked to trust him. Sweat was running down the child's face. Alice's pupils were wide. A moment later, the girl clenched her fists. The child's eyes widened in joy. Looking at the protagonist, the child exclaimed that she had done it and was finally able to leave. Alice abruptly hugged the boy. Through her tears, the girl called the doctor her brother. Then the young man stroked her head, and the system reported that Alice's trust in him had increased by 10 units. The artificial intelligence wrote that he had received a long-term quest to cleanse the soul, and the doctor, looking ahead, muttered that he had never seen a quest with an unknown reward. Opening his jaw, the pharmacist whispered that, judging by the description, he needed to take care of Alice, and this damn system clearly wanted to make a madman out of him. Continuing to stroke the girl's head, the surgeon added that he was now her brother, and therefore it was his duty to take care of her, and besides, this was a system quest, and therefore he would have to complete it. The child raised her eyebrows and said that she wanted to give him something. Linen asked her again, her mouth hanging open. The child clenched her fist and explained that she knew that her brother couldn't stay here forever. Alice extended her index finger and added that she understood everything and therefore wouldn't be angry with her brother, but she wanted him to come visit her. A bright glow appeared in front of the protagonist. Parts of the tower were parried in the air. A moment later, the tall structure was restored. Light was shining in the windows of the building. The protagonist and the girl smiled happily. The child, his jaw wide open, exclaimed that his brother was now the owner of the happy house, and then the system announced that he had received a special reward from Alice, namely half of the ownership rights to the happy house, and now he can freely visit it, control all the spirits inside the castle, and instantly move to it. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist asked if she was serious about giving it to him, to which he received a positive answer. The boy bit his lips and muttered that it was like writing his husband's name on a deed of ownership for a huge castle of several hectares, and then wondered if he was asleep. Imagining a man with a watermelon in his hand, the boy added that he could teleport to the castle at any time, and it was like returning to base to restore health. The girl waved her hand and asked what it was and whether her brother liked the gift. The doctor happily opened his jaw and exclaimed that he liked it very much, after which he thanked her. The child clenched his fists in satisfaction, glad that his brother liked it. Suddenly, a dark force appeared. The child turned his head in fear. Looking at Alice, the doctor asked what had happened. A moment later, the pig, frowning, asked the girl not to worry. The cook, holding a cleaver in his hand, explained that the time had come, and therefore he had come to complete the deal with the young man. Juquan narrowed his eyes in confusion. The girl, looking ahead, asked what was going on. The teacher lowered his eyebrows angrily and said that it couldn't be him. The doll opened her mouth in confusion. Bloodsaw's eyes glowed red, and he said that he was not mistaken, because he felt this aura 2 years ago. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared in the sky. The puppeteer was lying on the ground, and the teacher said that then an unprecedented vision appeared in the sky, and Linen was lying unconscious at the entrance to the shop. A large shadow was visible above the doctor, and at that moment Juquan added that he felt an inexplicable anxiety, as if his soul was bound by chains. A dark entity parried in the sky. A menacing butcher appeared, and then the teacher said that he looked towards the source of this aura and saw a demon. The puppet, looking at Bloodsaw, asked again about the demon. Suddenly the mentor rushed off, and the madam asked him to wait for her. Frowning angrily, the pig asked the young man where the heart he had promised him was. The protagonist was seen hugging the girl. Suddenly the teacher and the madam stood in front of him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Smiling, the guy asked the mentor what he was doing there. Juquan's head appeared, and he asked a counter-question whether his student had incurred the wrath of this butcher. Grinning, the doctor noted that he was worrying in vain, because he had simply made a deal with this gentleman. Lowering his gaze, the doctor said that thanks to him he was able to collect and resurrect Alice. Stretching out his palm, the pharmacist added that unfortunately he had not been able to find the heart of absolute evil that he had asked for. Biting his lips, the healer said that therefore, as they had agreed, he was giving him his heart. Bloody Saw opened his jaw in confusion. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The child's pupils dilated sharply. Touching the surgeon, the mentor asked if he had gone crazy, because giving away a heart was suicide, and the girl said that she did not want her brother to die, and the puppet also clarified that if he died, then what would happen to her daughters. Opening his mouth, Linen replied that the teacher had already transplanted a heart into him, and therefore he would simply transplant a new one. Looking at the protagonist, Juquan explained that the heart he had transplanted was unusual. Squinting, the teacher asked if he understood what he meant, and then said that he did not need what was in his chest. The butcher's face was menacing. Bloody added that he needed his heart and soul, which made the protagonist widen his eyes in surprise. The guy looked ahead in confusion. A dark aura swirled around the demon, and the boy wondered if he had made a deal with the devil. The pig, closing his eyes, explained that he had 30 seconds to think about it, and if he did not make a decision, he would consider it a breach of contract. In his hand was a small watch, and at the same time the doctor muttered that it was impossible to find the heart of absolute evil in such a short time, after which he wondered what he should do, and whether he could simply refuse the deal. Turning his gaze to the side, the doctor thought that judging by the faces of the teacher and Alice, this freak was very strong, and perhaps he was at the level of a king, or even higher. Clenching his jaw, the apothecary said that he had made this deal, and therefore he must fulfill it. A moment later, the healer placed his hand on his chest. Suddenly, it was heard that she had what he needed, which caused the surgeon to sharply turn his head. His pupils quickly narrowed. Alice, holding the heart in her hands, said that she would give him what he wanted instead of her brother. A dark aura swirled around the organ, and it was explained that it was a heart created from the envy and hatred of Mistress Mary. Approaching the butcher, the girl explained that this was her mother's heart, and her anger and hatred should satisfy him. A second later, the pig took the heart. It was seen how the demon lowered his gaze and noted that it was an excellent specimen, and accepted it. Linen placed his hands on the child's shoulder, and he said that everything was fine. Opening his mouth, the child said that she was her mother, but also the source of her hatred, and therefore she would not miss her anymore. Then Alice turned around from a loud scream. The butcher grinned menacingly. The cook held the organ in his hand, and it was heard that she could not give it up. An unusual energy swirled between the pig's fingers, and at the same time, the girl's mother begged him to save her. Then a purple ball appeared. The dark force parried the demon's palm. The butcher placed the unusual artifact in the bag. Clenching his fist, the pig said that the deal was made. Lowering his eyebrows, the cook noted that they would meet again. Suddenly, Juquan, stretching out his hand, asked him to stop, and then asked if he had brought linen 2 years ago. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, asked the teacher if he hadn't adopted him. Frowning, Bloodsoul replied that he had, but someone had thrown him near his shop. Looking towards the demon, the mentor added that this someone was him. Spreading his arms in different directions, the protagonist wondered how this was possible, since he himself had ended up in this world, and was there really something else involved? Opening his mouth, the butcher said that some entity had offered him a very risky deal, and he had agreed. Biting his lips, the guy asked who it was. Suddenly there was a powerful surge of energy. The young man was seen standing next to the girl. Looking straight ahead, the doctor thought that it meant that even before he came to this world of darkness, someone had already laid eyes on him. Turning his gaze to the side, the doctor asked Alice how she had hired this cook. Clenching her fingers, the child asked to let her think. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was strange, because she had definitely hired him, but she did not remember the details, and every time she tried to remember, something stopped her, as if someone was interfering with her thoughts. Lowering her eyebrows, the apothecary muttered that if he could influence Alice's mind, it meant that this pig cook was much more powerful than the local inhabitants, and it would be difficult to find out more about him. Juquan placed his hand on the healer's shoulder and said that he should not bother his head, because this monster said that they would meet again, and perhaps then everything would become clear. The surgeon smiled slightly and said that he understood, then asked if he would tell him everything he remembered when they returned. The teacher, sticking out his thumb, exclaimed that he had done a great job, and therefore was proud of him, and also tamed that evil spirit from the castle, and that was just wonderful. Suddenly, a dark aura swirled around Alice, and she asked again about the evil spirit. Raising his fist to his mouth, Bloodsaw noted that if there was nothing else, then they could return home. Turning his head, Lennon answered positively. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked the child if she wanted to look in on him first. It was seen how the children crossed the bridge, and the girl said that she thought her brother had forgotten something, and he said that he had not forgotten anything, and also asked what it was. It seemed like Bai was hanging on a small tree trunk. The boy, clenching his jaw, asked for help. The light was on in the house. Running a brush over the boy's body, the protagonist said that it turns out that he had been in the castle all this time, and then apologized and added that he was looking for him yesterday and thought that he had already left. The expression on the young man's face was frightened, and he said that the castle had collapsed and he was buried, and then everything returned to its place, and then he found himself on a flagpole and dangled in the wind all night. The doctor, tapping Bai on the shoulder, asked him to tell how he ended up in this world. The boy, raising his eyebrows, answered that after school he and his friends went to a bar, and somehow the navigator accidentally brought them here. Opening his mouth, the doctor asked if he had a phone with him, after which he said to show it. A moment later, a broken gadget appeared, and at the same time the young man exclaimed that he had found it, but it no longer worked. The pharmacist abruptly snatched it from his hands. The doctor lowered his gaze, and the system reported that he had used the skill random diagnostics, and found damage destruction of the hardware. The surgeon's pupils quickly narrowed, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that he had found an abnormal curse blood contract. Looking at the phone, Lennon was very surprised that there was curse energy in it. Opening his jaw, Bai asked what happened. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, replied that some evil spirit was sitting in his phone, and perhaps because of it he got into this world. Stunned, bulging his eyes, the guy clarified if this was a joke, and also shouted that then he did not want it, and let him throw it away. The protagonist, opening his mouth, explained that it was too late to throw it away, because it was already here. Holding the gadget in his hand, the doctor thought that he had received knowledge of mechanical modifications when he drank the soup of that pig cook, and if he fixed it, then maybe they would learn something. Looking at the doctor, the young man asked him to wait, and the doctor suggested going to the workshop. After a while, the phone screen lit up, and at that very moment, Bai called the pharmacist a genius. Turning his gaze to the side, the doctor said that he should now remember well what he did with the phone in those days before he came here. Holding his chin, the guy said that on that day he read manga and ordered food. Smiling, the young man added that later he invited his girlfriend to the hotel, but she refused. Hitting him on the head, the surgeon objected that he should get to the point. Through tears, Alice's brother said that later he went to an internet cafe, played for a while, and then wanted to watch something more exciting. Extending his index finger, Bai exclaimed that he remembered that some window had popped up for him. Squinting, Lennon asked what the hottie was that lured him into clicking on the link, to which he received the answer that it was some kind of nasty site. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked in what sense nasty. The guy abruptly snatched the phone from his hands. Looking at the screen, the young man said that he did not know how to explain, and then added that he had taken a photo of the page then, and would show it now. An image of a girl in a rabbit costume appeared. Smiling, Alice's brother exclaimed that this was not it, and would look for it now. A moment later, a human silhouette was visible on the screen. Biting his lips, Bai said that this was the site. Lowering his eyebrows, the doctor thought that this was strange, and also wondered why the site looked like a scroll, and there was his signature, and whether this was some kind of agreement. Looking down, the guy noticed that he had not signed anything. Opening his mouth, the doctor clarified what it was. The boy asked where exactly, and the pharmacist, extending his index finger, answered that it was here. Bai opened his mouth wide and said that he clearly remembered that the computer behind him was turned off. Suddenly, the boy's eye grew noticeably larger. The child muttered that he did not remember anything, when suddenly Lennon put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to worry, because it was possible that these symbols were from the world of darkness. An iron door appeared, and the protagonist said that he would ask the teacher about this, because he might know what it meant. Swinging the door open with his hand, the doctor called out to the mentor. Approaching the chair, the doctor asked the teacher to look at it. Holding a smoking pipe between his lips, Ji-Quan suggested that it looked like ancient runes from one of the clans of the world of darkness. Grasping the phone with his fingers, the pharmacist said that he thought so, after which he asked if Bloodsaw knew what was written here. Taking the smoking item in one hand and the smartphone in the other, the teacher read that whoever signed this text promised to serve the Lord of Flesh and Blood, and also to follow the call of the ancient god and sacrifice flesh and blood in the name of his mercy. In addition, he will honor the laws and descend into the eternal darkness, and devote himself to serving and answering the call of his god. When suddenly he noticed that this was a contract for a sacrifice in the name of an evil god, and clarified whether his friend had really signed such a thing. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was, but he did not know what was written there. Moving his palm to the side, the mentor explained that this was a common thing, because many kings and origin-level entities in this world call themselves evil gods. Smoke came out of the smoking pipe, and the teacher said that they sow chaos in different worlds in order to achieve their vile goals. Lennon lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that it meant that the local evil god had his eye on him, but he did not understand how he himself ended up in this world of darkness. Bloody Saw's clothes were dirty, and he clarified that his case was more complicated, and besides, contracts with evil gods were usually concluded for a certain period of time. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist asked his teacher again. Putting his palm to the wood, the mentor asked him to let go. Grabbing the doctor's shoulders with his hands, the teacher said that this was true, and those who make such contracts end up in this world only for a while, for a few hours or a few days at most, after which he added that his student had already been living in this world of darkness for 2 years, which meant that he had not ended up here by contract. The healer closed his lips and remained silent, and his interlocutor noted that he understood how impatient he was, but it would take time to figure everything out. Sadly raising the corners of his eyebrows, Bai asked if his brother had figured out what was written there. Taking the boy by the shoulders, the protagonist congratulated him on the fact that he would be returning home in a couple of days. Enthusiastically widening his eyes, the child asked if it was true and if he was joking. Grinning, the doctor answered that it was true. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the child exclaimed that he would finally get out of here, after which he added that he would go to bars, computer clubs and saunas when he returned home. The pharmacist remained silent, and his interlocutor smiled broadly and asked if his brother would also return home. Sadly tilting his head forward, the pharmacist answered that he could not do this yet. Bai opened his mouth in bewilderment. Raising his head up, the protagonist said that he was summoned to this world by contract, and as soon as the term expires, he will be able to return home, and he himself ended up here by accident, and still does not understand how. Grabbing the surgeon's hand, the boy asked if his brother missed home, to which he replied that he did, and did not want to hang around in this terrible place all his life. Suddenly, the child's eyes widened joyfully. Smiling broadly, the child invited the doctor to come to him. Raising his eyebrows, the doctor asked his interlocutor again. Standing opposite, the pharmacist explained that although this was a parallel world, it was almost the same as his home world. Bai smiled broadly and shouted that since he was summoned here by a pact with the evil god, why shouldn't he use the same method to take his comrade to his world? Putting his fingers to his chin, Lennon thought about how he had seen something similar in a vision, and although this was not exactly his home world, it was still better than here. Opening his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that they could try to do this. The heroes began to take one step forward. Reaching his hand to the shelf, the doctor looked for the right book among the complete guide to the anatomy of slugs, osteopathy for skeletons, and controlling a catwoman. Suddenly, the doctor touched the cover of the book with his finger, and exclaimed that he had found it. Putting his palm to the pages, the pharmacist did not understand what kind of nonsense this was about a complete guide to summoning catwomen from another world, and his friend asked him to leave this book, because it could come in handy. Bai's mouth was drooling, and the protagonist screamed again that he had found another one. There was an eye drawn on the cover of the book, and the doctor screamed that he thought this was what he needed. The boy asked if he had found a way, to which the guy closed his lips and replied that he had more or less figured it out, and in order to summon a creature from another world, different materials, sacrifices, and special conditions were needed. The child exclaimed that this was excellent, and Lennon turned his head to the right and said that he would ask the teacher how to do this, and invited him to go with him. Lowering his jaw, the child screamed in alarm. The protagonist clenched his teeth in displeasure. Bai's palm was enveloped in blue magic, and he screamed that he thought they had little time. At that very moment, the doctor tore out the page describing the summoning ritual. The pharmacist wrapped his fingers around the pen and asked the boy to wait, as he needed to write everything down. At that very moment, the surgeon grabbed the blade. A moment later, he cut his finger. Rushing towards the young man, the protagonist shouted that when he returned, he should try to do everything as written and save his finger, as it would help him determine his location when the summoning worked. A small envelope was visible in the doctor's hand. The pharmacist grinned sheepishly and exclaimed that he was still giving him this letter, as he had long wanted to send it home, but now it didn't matter, and even if it was a parallel world, he needed to give it to his family. Disappearing in the rays of teleportation, Bai agreed and cried out that his brother didn't have to worry, as he remembered everything, to which he replied that it was great. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that his comrade had promised him a certain item made of stainless steel. It seemed that Lennon was walking along the alley of wandering souls. Alice grabbed the protagonist's neck, and he asked her to get off so that he could go on foot. The girl closed her eyes and screamed that she didn't want to. Reaching her hand forward, the child asked what was so delicious. The monster was looking out from behind the wall, when suddenly the system reported that the black fog eater's fear level towards him had increased. The monster trembled sharply, while the doctor explained that the girl shouldn't want to eat everything she saw. The pharmacist grinned and noted that this creature hadn't done anything to them, and then asked if she understood that she needed to be polite, to which she replied that she would listen to her brother. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned angrily and asked why they had stopped, because they needed to run. The little monster began to run away, raising his hands high. The doctor closed his eyes and assumed that Alice was hungry, then asked her to look at the flesh lollipop he had made for her. The girl thanked the doctor, her eyes widening in delight. The child reached out for the food, when suddenly the system sent an emergency message that an evil spirit of the Death Omen level was wandering the streets of the Alley of Wandering Souls, so all residents should be extremely careful. Beads of sweat were running down the monsters' bodies, and they were silent. The monster's eyes widened in alarm and said that the guy who had recently ridden on the head of an origin level girl was here again, and was now carrying an evil spirit of the Death Omen level in his arms, and that someone had asked him to go home, because all the shops were closed because of him. The child contentedly licked the flesh lollipop. Lowering his chin, Lennon said that in broad daylight all the doors were locked, and then asked if they wanted to trade. At the same moment, the protagonist frowned angrily and exclaimed that this would not do, because Alice had gone for a walk for the first time. The doctor began to approach the entrance to the building. With their pupils bulging in fear, the monsters shouted for the pharmacist not to come closer, and the system reported that the fear level of the inhabitants of the Alley of Wandering Souls towards him had increased. The protagonist opened the doors to the building. The girl began to wave her hand, and the heroes exclaimed that they were back. A notification appeared that Alice's hatred level had decreased and her attitude had increased, when suddenly the doctor stretched his hands up and said that this was great, because now he could rest a little, to which the girl agreed. Lennon pursed his lips and thought about starting the class change quest for healers tomorrow, but first he needed to assess his current strength. A magical vortex appeared above him, and the protagonist turned to the system and said that as far as he knew, the Origin was the highest level in this world, followed by Kings and a deadly omen, after which he asked if it was true that his level should be quite high, judging by the fact that he was able to defeat Carmel at level 10. A message appeared saying that the characteristics panel was only intended to visually display his abilities and parameters, and the real level of strength was determined in battle. In addition, other creatures of the Dark World did not have access to the items, abilities and bonuses that the system gave him, to which he frowned in displeasure and asked if this meant that if he chose the right tactics, then with his current abilities he could defeat even a king. The doctor grinned and gave an example of how you could stab him in the most vulnerable spot while treating him, after which the system paused and responded negatively. The pharmacist widened his eyes and noted that he had been told that in the real world there was no absolute superiority of one level over another, to which the artificial intelligence responded that this theory was applicable to most beings below the 100th level, because they did not have an overwhelming superiority, but still obeyed the laws of nature that could not be understood. Then a message appeared that after the 100th level, the realm of the supernatural and transcendental begins, and each subsequent level gives a huge advantage, and the difference in strength quickly increases, so below the king, everything is possible. When suddenly the protagonist closed his eyes and said that he now understands how the level system in this world works. Presenting a pyramid with images of all the creatures he had encountered before, the pharmacist said that the strongest were Xiao Xiao's parents, followed by Xiao Xiao herself and the top-level kings, then the Heart Eater and the Ordinary Kings, followed by Alice of the Death Omen level, followed by the Teacher, the Doll Mistress and the Bloody Lady, but they had rich combat experience, so they were not much inferior to Alice. A bright glow surrounded the golden figure, and the young man noticed that beyond the world of darkness, there were even higher levels and unimaginably powerful creatures, including the Supreme Mind. Raising a finger closer to his face, the doctor asked whether he belonged to the highest category among creatures below the 100th level, which should also be divided into several categories, to which the system replied that he was a commoner. Biting his lips in frustration, Linen remained silent. Suddenly, Alice clenched her fists and called out to her brother, to which he responded. There was a bloody cut on her neck, and the girl muttered that it hurt. It seemed like the water in the barrel was spilling over the edges. The child sat down inside, and the protagonist suggested that she wash herself first, and then restitch all her wounds. The child anxiously lowered the corners of her lips. Suddenly, she spread her fingers wide on both hands. With her jaw lowered, the doctor did not understand what they wanted from him. Pointing his finger at his face, the pharmacist asked if Alice wanted him to wash her. The girl nodded her head in embarrassment. The furious doctor opened his mouth wide. The guy explained that she was a girl, so she should not allow people of the opposite sex to wash her, even if this person was her brother, to which she confusedly raised the corners of her eyebrows and replied that she understood everything. With her eyes widened, the child clarified why this was so. Smirking slightly, the protagonist said that it was because she was still little and didn't understand anything. Bangs covered one of the child's eyes, and she asked how old her brother was, to which he replied that he was 18. The young man looked down at the girl's palms as she exclaimed that she was 201 years old, so she was older than him, but added that she did not know how to wash herself. Raising one eyebrow, Linen said that he would teach her, when he suddenly cried out that it would only be once, and next time she would have to do it herself, after which he asked her to take off her clothes first, and she remained silent, and then asked her to do something he would never want to do, but he agreed only this time. The system sent messages that the hero shamelessly washed Alice and gave her joy and warmth, and her hatred level decreased and trust increased, after which the protagonist wiped her head and thought about how he had received these perverted achievements again. Taking the scissors in his hand, the doctor said that everything was ready, and now he would remove the old stitches and put in new ones, but it would hurt her a little, so he suggested leaving the body. The doctor opened his mouth in confusion and asked if it was necessary to do this. Cutting the threads on the wound, the pharmacist asked the girl to scream if it hurt. The child screamed loudly, closing her eyes. Her toes pressed closer to her feet. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and he asked if it hurt, and again suggested that she leave her body. Alice brought her fist to her mouth and screamed that she did not want to do this. Smiling, the girl screamed that she believed in her brother, because he was the best doctor, after which she added that it did not hurt, and on the contrary, she was happy. Lowering his chin, the guy addressed her by name. Grasping the needle with his fingers, the pharmacist said that in this case he would do everything more carefully. The magic thread surrounded the child's silhouette, when suddenly the system reported that Alice's hatred level was decreasing and her trust level was increasing, so he needed to continue in the same spirit, and wished him success on the path to becoming an older brother, protector, and admirer. The young man lowered the corners of his lips in displeasure, shouting for the damned system to shut up. After some time, the protagonist put the girl to bed. Looking inside the bag, the doctor said that the weapons, tools and potions were ready, and all that remained was to wait for tomorrow. Suddenly, Jiquan appeared, who asked if they were going to look for a night doctor tomorrow, to which the student was surprised that he was not yet asleep. Sitting down on a chair, the mentor said that he wanted to try to dissuade him, but apparently it was useless. Lowering his chin, the young man asked him not to worry, because everything would be fine with his student. Slightly tilting his head to the side, Bloodsaw thoughtfully said that he still knew too little about medicine, but the teacher could help him one last time. Suddenly, Jiquan placed the flasks on the table. The label said that it was a mind enhancement elixir, and the system reported that it was a legendary elixir that was created by the alchemists of the Dark World with incredible effort, and after using it for 24 hours, it greatly increases mental strength, and the weaker the creature, the stronger the effect. The second bottle said that it was a body enhancement elixir, and the artificial intelligence reported that it was also a legendary elixir that was created by the best alchemists of the Dark World, and after using it for 24 hours, it greatly increases physical characteristics. With a wide smile, Linen noted that these were very valuable potions, and then inquired about whether the teacher really wanted to give them to him. Bloodsaw held his palm out in front of him and asked him to stop being sentimental and just remember his kindness. The mentor approached the door and advised the student to go to bed because he had a lot to do tomorrow. Tears streamed from the doctor's eyes and he agreed with the teacher. After some time, the protagonist left the house with a medical bag in his hand. Suddenly, bright energy streams formed in the sky and the pharmacist asked the system to use the item. A magic seal appeared under the guy's feet, and suddenly a notification appeared that the hero used the item to change his profession and activated a quest chain to change his profession to a night doctor. The sky in the forest was red, and the system reported that Linen had entered a quiet city in the Cursed Lands, and then added that the essence of the first quest was to find a night doctor in a quiet city, and when his fame among the night doctor factions reached 100, the next stage would open. A notification appeared with a hint that killing was prohibited during the quest, and violating it would cause extreme hostility from the night doctor's faction, but high fame would increase the chance of increasing reputation among them, and could also affect receiving a higher rank and awards after completing the profession change. When suddenly the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and thought about the fact that there was a quiet city there, and the first stage looked easy. Dark creatures were flying in the space above the doctor, and a loud creak was heard. Opening the lid of the potion, the pharmacist realized that this place seemed much more dangerous than the House of Happiness, so he could not relax. At the same second, the guy began to pour the contents of the flask into his mouth. Wiping his chin, the doctor exclaimed that he felt how the power was overflowing his body, and now he was not afraid of anything, and the system reported that the hero used the elixir of mind enhancement, and his psychic strength was increased, and after the elixir of body enhancement, his physical strength also increased. Taking a step forward, the pharmacist decided to go ahead and explore the town. A tall building was visible in the quiet settlement. The flames on several torches were burning brightly. A soldier looked through the sights of his gun and said that everyone should be careful. Putting his fingers on the trigger, the warrior asked to be careful. High above the forest, an archer appeared. Putting his hand on the mayor's shoulder, the soldier said that he should leave this to them, because he did not need to take risks. Narrowing his eyes, the man said that this was not their old world, because the light of holiness did not reach this corner of hell, and although he was old, his gun could still protect his city. The trees leaned their tops towards each other, and the mayor of the city exclaimed that everyone should be on guard and not worry about him, and also keep their weapons at the ready, because no monster should pass. On the edge of the cliff, the silhouette of a hairy monster appeared. The formidable wolf frowned. Turning his head to the side, the werewolf asked about the progress of the plan to attack the quiet city, to which the subordinate replied that everything was ready. The beast lowered his jaw and said that they could begin at any moment, but according to the scouts, some stranger was heading their way, and it was unknown whether this was their reinforcements. The monster looked down and asked what kind of race he was, and whether he was a giant or an undead, to which his fellow replied that he thought he was just an ordinary man. Linen walked forward, smiling contentedly. The monster bared its teeth viciously and asked him to look at how brazenly he walked, after which he offered to tear him to pieces right now, to which the chieftain clarified whether it was him. Sharp fangs were visible in the beast's mouth. Putting his paw to the side, the chieftain told the subordinate to wait. The werewolf furiously frowned and assumed that the man was a doctor. His companion looked away, not understanding whether his leader suspected him of being a doctor. The monster folded his arms and stated that these madmen had always been interested in them and that their base was also near the city. Twirls its tongues inside its mouth and remarked that if it weren't for this, they would have captured the city and gotten the sacred relic long ago. Jaws wide open, the wolf exclaimed that it didn't want to be dissected, and then asked if they should have retreated if he really was a night doctor. The leader shoved his subordinate in the face with his shoulder and cried out that he shouldn't be nervous, because it was just a guess. Looking down at Linen, the beast explained that every night doctor wears a mask with a beak to indicate their affiliation, and this one didn't have one, so he was probably just an outsider. Opening his mouth, the monster said that his skin was as soft as a small child's, so it would be just right to turn him into a son-in-law. Suddenly, the werewolf began to jump forward and shout for the others to follow him. Frowning, the protagonist suspected something was wrong, and the system reported that he was being attacked by lunar werewolves, as well as their detailed characteristics. Smiling broadly, the doctor said that he had been expecting them. Tentacles began to crawl out of the pharmacist's back, and the monsters were surprised that they were tentacles. Magical limbs began to fetter the beasts' bodies. Grinning, the pharmacist thought about how these pathetic werewolves dared to contact him. Suddenly, one of the wolves pounced on the doctor from behind. A bright trace appeared in the air from the blow of the tentacles. The formidable monster flew far back. The chieftain's pupils visibly shrank and he muttered that it was a monster. At the same time, Zwivwa rose high above his head. Grinning evilly, the protagonist explained that he had told them not to mess with him, since he had taken the elixir today, so they would be in trouble. The werewolf lowered his chin and turned to the insolent man, asking if he really thought they couldn't handle him. Green liquid flowed from the wolf's mouth, and he cried out that today was the day of the blood moon, so their fighting strength would increase several times. Under the red light, the monster began to become terrifying. As he rushed to attack, the chieftain howled and shouted that they should grab its tentacles first. The pharmacist spread his arms out in confusion. At the same moment, the beast grabbed the tentacles, and one of them ordered the others to disperse and hold him, and not let him move. Gritting his teeth, the boy was indignant and exclaimed that if it weren't for the mission that forbade him from killing, he would have incinerated them with dragon breath long ago. Clenching his hand into a fist, the healer asked the monsters not to blame him after this. At the same second, the young man closed his eyes, and the system reported that he had activated a random diagnosis. Many bright beams appeared in the sky. Energy streams illuminated the wolves, when suddenly notifications appeared that the targets were diagnosed with such diseases as itching all over the body, severe ulceration of the prostate, and severe kidney failure. Tears flowed from the werewolf's eyes, and he cried out that his treasure was rotting. Raising their heads high, the beasts screamed that their bodies were very itchy and that they felt as if they were empty. Touching their fur with their paws, the subordinates asked the boss to save them, because they could no longer. The leader bared his teeth angrily and asked what was going on and what was wrong with them. The exhausted monsters stuck out their tongues when suddenly a loud explosion was heard. The monster slightly closed his eyes and asked the boss for forgiveness, then cried out that he suddenly seemed very handsome to him, so he couldn't hold back. The leader frowned with displeasure and asked what his partner was doing. The system reported that the healer had diagnosed the target with abnormally high sexual desire, and the wolf closed his mouth and noted that he was asking him for just a minute, and he needed to be patient, because it would soon pass. Tears flowed from the eyes of the team leader, and he shouted for his subordinates to get away from him and ordered him not to come near. Bright hearts flew near the monster's face. Suddenly, a yellow arrow flashed up the beast's nose from the bottom. The water splashed suddenly, and the werewolf did not understand what was happening, because it was as if a winding river had suddenly appeared, carrying its waters downstream with an unstoppable force that could crush any obstacles. Squinting, the monster thought that now everything would come out, and he just needed to hold on. At the same second, a powerful stream came out of the wolf's body, and he shouted that he was releasing. Then a fuzzy bright flash appeared, and the wolf screamed that he could not stop, while the system reported that the target was diagnosed with rapid diarrhea. The werewolves began to run in different directions and advised the brothers not to approach, because it was a tornado of excrement. A powerful glow was visible in the middle of the forest, and a notification appeared congratulating the hero on the fact that he had activated a special achievement called the whole city in golden armor. A hypnotic spiral was visible in the monster's eyes. A huge wave flashed through the air. The beast stuck out its tongue and wondered who had poured water on it. Suddenly, its pupils visibly shrank from fear. Covering its nose with its fingers, Linen admitted that it had done it, and then ordered its opponent to tell why they had attacked it. Gritting its teeth tightly, the monster asked if the protagonist thought that they would just tell him everything, and then added that they were all made of iron and steel, or rather real hard-headed men, so they would rather die than tell. Pointing at the wolf meekly lying on the ground, the doctor asked him again and noted that he would now throw it where their boss could properly pamper them. Looking down, the pharmacist again clarified whether the monster would tell him. At that very second, the werewolf pressed its paws to its chest and exclaimed that it was okay for it to talk, because it would tell everything itself. Tears began to flow from the monster's eyes, and he said that in fact they were planning to attack a quiet city, and on the way they saw it and decided to deal with it at the same time. Grinning, the protagonist wondered who would have thought that they would run into an iron wall, to which the enemy replied that he was also doused with water from head to toe, which is why he was crying, because he was no longer clean. The pharmacist cried out that he was not allowed to cry, and again asked why they were going to attack this city, and what was happening there now, after which he added that he needed to tell him everything without a single concealment, to which he smiled anxiously and agreed. Bulging his pupils, the wolf explained that this city is called Quiet because the descendants of refugees from the sacred world live in it, and about 300 years ago, the army of the sacred world broke through a passage into this world and invaded here. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the monster noted that according to the data he knew, their world had suffered a great catastrophe about 3,000 years ago, and then added that because of that, their civilization had fallen, and of the 13 sacred relics that they treasured, 5 had fallen into their world. Looking up, the werewolf said that this was why they had conducted an expedition to their world 300 years ago. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Linen muttered that he was hearing about that number of years again. The knight in silver armor gripped the axe tightly with his fingers, and the protagonist noted that the small family that had their head chopped off, the appearance of the demon association, and the giant statues were all related to that time. A dark forest circled above the city, and the apothecary said that the civilization of this expeditionary army of the sacred world, which was on the verge of extinction, was also related to the great event that happened 3,000 years ago. Suddenly, a huge monster of flesh and blood appeared, crawling out from under the city. Putting his fingers to his chin, the doctor wondered what happened to those expeditionary forces and where they were now, to which the wolf replied that they were all dead. Raising his paw, the beast said that some said that they encountered origin-level creatures and were routed, while a small number of them took refuge in a quiet city and had one of the sacred relics. Frowning seriously, the doctor said that this was strange, and then inquired about how the werewolf knew so much. Wrinkling his nose, the monster explained that it was because their ancestor was one of the members of that united army. Opening his mouth wide, the wolf exclaimed that it was they who drove out their ancestors because they were cursed by the werewolves, and then added that they left them to die in endless pain and suffering. A bright flame appeared in the beast's eyes, and he shouted that this was why they had to die, so they would definitely be torn to pieces. Suddenly, Linen punched him in the face and said that he did not care about his growling. Grinning maliciously, the surgeon said that this would be the last question, and if he answered correctly, he would definitely be spared, to which he agreed with his dog tongue. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man asked if it was known who the night healer was. The wolf's pupils sharply narrowed, and he asked why the boy was asking about the night healer. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, answered that it meant that he knew about them, and therefore let him talk. In fear, imagining the mysterious masked entity, the werewolf explained that they were a group of madmen who were very interested in the curse that lived inside them, and always wore beaked masks, refined and polite, and they claimed that they could help them get rid of the werewolf curse. It was shown how the night healer was holding a scalpel in his hand, and the monster added that this doctor had actually cured several of their elders of the curse. Introducing a happy guy, the monster said that they were surprised and saw hope. In the pupil of the beast, it was seen how the masked doctor was cutting his patient, and he said that after he cured the curse, he insisted that they were still sick and needed deeper treatment, and then he cut their elders and began to inject strange drugs into their bodies. Opening his mouth, the wolf exclaimed that he then stitched them up with a red-hot needle, gradually stitching the wounds, and it was unbearable to see. Through his tears, the werewolf asked if he could understand this pain and horror. Scratching his cheek, the doctor asked if that was all, and then replied that it could have been worse. The monster's eyes widened and he asked what he meant by, "It could have been worse." Clenching his jaw, the monster asked if he was one of those. Grinning menacingly, the apothecary said that although he had not yet officially joined them, he would soon become a night healer. The doctor frowned and noted that he already knew about their fate, and then asked why he should not help them, and how they could like that option. Looking up, the beast clarified what he was going to do and asked them not to approach him. A bright torch was visible in the middle of the city, and the howling of wolves could be heard. The guy in the helmet, with his mouth slightly open, asked why the howling of the wolves sounded like they were crying, to which the man replied that he should be on guard, because it was possible that this was a werewolf plot. A moment later, the surgeon and the monsters came out of the forest. Suddenly, several cannons rose up. The woman pulled the bowstring, and it was heard that they should wait. The old man, stretching out his fingers, exclaimed that these were not werewolves. Linen, raising his hands, said that they should not shoot, because he was just a passing doctor, and did not wish them harm, and was also very friendly. The warriors, sweat on their faces, were perplexed. The man, holding the weapon tightly, asked what was behind him. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that they should not be afraid. It was visible how the protagonist's tentacles grabbed the animals, and he explained that they were just his trophies. Suddenly, the soldiers began to shoot, shouting that it was a werewolf. Bullets quickly cut through the air. The protagonist grabbed the blade. With one swing, he deflected most of the bullets. While some of the wounds were bleeding, the young man told him to calm down, because these werewolves were his prisoners. Opening his mouth, Zwizwa told the guy that blood was flowing from him. The young man, pretending to smile, told him to shut up, because he already knew everything. The people turned away in thought. They frowned sharply. They stared intently at the captured werewolves. The elder raised his weapon. Soon, the elder and the protagonist sat down at a table in the square. The man parted his lips and asked if he had really defeated them all by himself. The youth smiled and said that it was just like that. They had suddenly attacked him on the road and he had to defend himself. Raising his hand, the old man said that he had already thought that today would be a fierce battle, but he did not expect that the crisis had already been resolved thanks to him. Now he was a true hero of his youth. One of the clerics approached the elder, saying that all of these wolves had been found to have various diseases. The priest frowned and said that he thought that these symptoms were related to this guy. The elder's eyes widened. He froze, knowing full well that the plague doctors were a group of chaotic and sinister perverts who specialized in spreading epidemics and curses throughout the world. Taking a closer look at the guy across from him, he mentally said that although this guy looked harmless, he had an eerie aura about him. Perhaps he really was one of them. The man raised his hand and asked Lannon why he had come to them. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had heard that there were night healers operating somewhere near this town and had come specifically to meet them. The priest and the two old men were horrified. The elder parted his lips and said that he would advise him to abandon this idea as soon as possible, because these people were not at all friendly individuals. The guy, standing up, asked if this meant that he knew where they were. He answered by saying that he did not know their exact location, but this town was definitely within their zone of activity. The old man, squinting, said that every time werewolves attacked, they sent 1 or 2 people to cure them of the wolf curse. Lannon's eyes lit up. He said that this meant that they were truly loyal and good doctors. Suddenly, the soldier screamed, saying that they were just a group of madmen. Opening his chest, he said that these doctors cut him open. Yes, they freed him from the curse, but they turned him into a monster sewn together from pieces of flesh. Pointing to the soldiers to the side, he said that they, thanks to the night healers, became neither humans nor ghosts. Hitting the table, the soldier asked if such people could be called good doctors. The elder jumped up, ordering Kalen to step aside. Kalen, hiding his chest, turned around. Closing his eyes, the old man asked for forgiveness. The soldier was the son of his old friend. Although the night healer freed him from the curse, his body, assembled from pieces, constantly oozed pus. Raising his eyelids, the blonde said that every day Kalen experienced all sorts of torment, so he did not have good feelings towards the night healers. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that he did not need to apologize. He understood his feelings. Turning their bodies into such a state really could not be called an ideal cure. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that if they did not mind, he could help them restore their previous form. At that moment the system reported receiving a task. He needed to remove the stitches. Soon the doctor was already standing in front of the table on which the patient was lying. Kalen, frowning, asked if it was necessary to completely undress. The guy answered, saying that only in this way he would be able to fully see the line of stitches on their bodies. Examining the marked corpses, the man asked why it was necessary to perform the operation here. The protagonist answered, saying that he examined the entire city, and here were the most suitable conditions for the operation. Kalen abruptly rose, seeing the knife. He pointed at the knife, asking if such a huge knife was really needed for the operation. Lannon waved the knife, said not to be afraid, because the blade was very sharp and he would not feel any pain. The man clenched his teeth, saying that it was not a question of sharpness at all. The guy, holding the patient's body, said that he should trust him. Crying, Kalen asked to wait, because he had not even given him anesthesia, nor even painkillers. The doctor froze with his knife raised. Smiling awkwardly, he apologized for getting too carried away. The man jumped up and screamed, asking to come help. The protagonist threw the syringe. A moment later, the syringe was stuck in the ass. The patient immediately fell to the floor. Lannon dragged his mortal body. Looking at the scars, the young man told the patient not to worry, everything would be ready soon. The protagonist swung the knife, leaving a golden shine. In a second, he swung his blade dozens of times. Crying, Kalen mentally asked why he was in so much pain, even after the anesthesia. While tears flowed from his eyes, he said that he could not even move. Even screaming did not matter. Now it was clear that this man was 10,000 times more terrible than the night healers. Lannon continued to swing his knife. The warrior, looking through the crack in the door, said that this doctor really had excellent knife technique, much better than those night healers. The elder, sweating, said that he needed to look at Kalen. He was apparently moved to tears. Near the huge barn, the elder's voice was heard, saying that since they had such an excellent doctor, everyone else should immediately line up to be cured. Soon the entire body was covered in the potion. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, mentally saying that he could not believe that an epic potion of higher quality than legendary was used so easily. Were the night healers really rich? Poking the man's body, he said that the pieces of flesh did not grow together at all, and life was supported only by the potion. When the slime covered his hand, he decided that it would not be possible to remove it completely. Squeezing the potion with strong pressure, the young man said that he could clean the surface layer. The main thing is that the potion remains inside the tissues. Then everything will be fine. Tears and drool burst from the warrior's eyes and nose. The protagonist's hand entered the chest. He stitched the internal tissues with a needle and thread. The patient screamed. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A couple of minutes later, the guy stitched the wound. The needle glowed brightly. Not a drop of blood got on it. Now the outer layer did not need to be stitched. Starting to pour potions on the warrior, he said that he needed to apply the restorative potion to the upper layer of the skin, adding a little special flavoring. After all this, Lannon began to lightly massage the patient so that the potion would be absorbed faster and speed up the healing. The guy actively rubbed the potion. When the patient stood up, the protagonist asked him if he felt grateful for this body. When the system reported the task was completed, the man turned his head, asking how he thought, if he was grateful. Lannon, smiling, said that he did not need to pay, although he was grateful for the recognition. The man frowned and mentally resented. The protagonist, turning to the door, said that now everyone can come in. Immediately, the people entered. Starting to examine the body of their comrade, they said that he looked even better than before. He even smelled nicer. The warrior frowned and was puzzled. Soon, the protagonist was surrounded by girls. Taking off their hoods, they asked if he could help them get rid of these stitches. Lannon, smiling, said that he would be happy to help them. The elves immediately hugged him, saying that they were ready for everything, even non-intimate requests. The guy smiled broadly, saying that they should not rush. While the man was carried on a stretcher, he tried to warn the elves. The werewolves were chained to the pillars. Closing his eyes, the werewolf mentally said that now everything was lost and his reputation was destroyed in an instant. The werewolf opposite him asked him if he was okay. The monster opened its mouth and asked him if he thought it was still flowing. The subordinate raised his hands and said that he only had teeth that had fallen out, no other illnesses, so he could still run. The leader of the werewolves stared at the subordinate when he said that he should help him take off his chains. He would go back to the mountains and call the rest of the brothers. the leader opened his mouth. He bit through the chains with his teeth. The soldiers fired after the fleeing werewolf. Bullets flew out of the shotgun. The monster ducked, saying that no one would catch him in the forest. The werewolf ran deeper into the forest. Bloody energy flew through the air. The werewolf stopped abruptly, hearing screams. Turning his head, he saw the figure of the plague doctor. The plague doctor in his clothes looked at the werewolf. He held a cane in his hands. The monster sweated and began to tremble with fear. The events take us to another part of the forest. The soldiers frowned. The commander, looking ahead, said that there was a white fog. Pointing into the distance, the boy said that they should immediately return and warn the mayor. The warriors carried the bodies of 3 elven women who had undergone surgery. The protagonist, sighing and adjusting his hair, said that the patients were finally over. The elder, approaching the people, ordered to immediately tell everyone to move to the basement of the church, and not to come out without his order. The young man, approaching the old man, asked what happened here. He answered, saying that the night doctor was coming to them. The people ran towards the church. The old man shouted, telling everyone to run faster, because they were coming. The elder, grabbing the protagonist, said that he needed to quickly go to the church, no matter what doubts they had. First they should survive this disaster, and then they would figure it out. One of the suspended werewolves asked the boss why everyone was running. He answered, saying that he had already heard about this. Looking towards the forest, the monster said that it was them. The monster broke the chains. Having freed his subordinate, the leader of the werewolves told him to run faster. Running up to the church, the werewolves screamed, asking for the door to be opened and for them to be saved. The people inside became wary. The elder pointed at them and said that if they wanted to survive, they should listen to him without question, otherwise he would finish them off before these night doctors showed up here. The leader of the werewolves raised his hands and accepted his conditions. The protagonist, standing to the side, watched them. Several werewolves were lying on the ground and trembling. The fog had the property of paralysis. The old man touched the young man and said that he needed to bend down. Frowning, Lannon asked if this was how the night doctors appeared. Opening his lips, the blonde said that this was just one of the methods. When they felt that a creature needed treatment, but did not want to obey, they resorted to this method. The elder frowned and said that in their eyes all living beings were sick and needed to be healed, even if he was perfectly healthy. Sweating, the old man said that even if one night doctor completely healed him, if he met another, he would be forcibly treated again. The boy frowned, knowing that the process of this treatment was unbearably cruel, and its consequences were too terrible to contemplate. Staring at the old man in front, Lannon said that he understood him. Not all doctors cared about how their patients felt like him. Handing the boy a jar, the elder said that if he was noticed, he should drink this. In the boy's hands was a vial of poisonous slug poison. Handing over the jar, the old man said that this was their remedy against the night doctors, if he drank it and found himself in a dying state, poisoned. The elder frowned and said that in this case the night doctor's attention would be focused on the poison, and he would most likely not sniff around for other ailments. Having hidden the poison, the protagonist smiled and thanked the man. The night healer approached the window, frightening everyone. Frightened people were reflected in his glasses. The doctor's shadow fell into the church. The doctor moved away from the window. The people inside were agitated. Suddenly the plague doctor began to knock on the door. People's mouths dropped in horror. The werewolves looked at the door warily. Soon, the knocking on the door stopped. The leader of the werewolves clenched his jaw. Someone's hand reached for the werewolf's back. He turned around abruptly. The monster screamed and frightened the boss, asking him to save him. People froze in fear. 2 werewolves approached the door. The elder shouted after them, demanding that they return. A few seconds later, the 2 monsters fell to the ground. The old man raised his hand and shouted that they had noticed them and that they needed to drink the potion. The men drank the potion right away. The protagonist, taking the bottle in his hand, was surprised that everyone had actually drunk the poison. Suddenly, one of the men dropped the poison. The elder pulled out his blade. He plunged the sword into himself, saying that this was all he could do. The protagonist, his eyes wide, asked if it was really worth it. A minute later, all the people fell to the floor. The figure of the night doctor approached the church. His shadow had already entered. A second later, the doctor entered the church. An eerie aura emanated from his body. Approaching the elder, the plague doctor said that torturing his body was a sin. They made him feel shame and anger for it. The doctor froze, as if struck by electricity. Directing energy into the old man's wound, he said that he would heal them anyway, and pain was a healing potion. It helped them stay conscious. The old man's face was dark and had an exhausted look. A few seconds later, the shadows under his eyes disappeared. The protagonist's mouth fell open. He was surprised that one light injection and the poison left his body so easily. The elder, trembling with his whole body, thanked the doctor. He, the night healer, stared at the organ reflected in his glasses. Suddenly, he cut the skin with his fingernail. The old man screamed in pain. The plague doctor, taking a thread and a needle, began to heal. Soon he stitched up the wound, saying that his body was covered with the blessing of the sacred power. The dark curse did not affect his soul. Now he was pure and immaculate. The healer raised his hand and prayed. A needle appeared in his hand. The old man looked at him warily and prayed with him. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he mentally said that he had managed to escape disaster after all. The protagonist, standing to the side, said that this night doctor was not bad. Was he really as terrible as they said? The doctor, turning his head sharply, asked if he was afraid of him, and that was why he had maimed his body? The man who had torn his torso did not answer. The night healer approached him, saying that he despised him, even though he would heal him, but in addition to the knife wounds, a hidden tumor was hidden in his skull. His nail approached the guy's skull. The man sweated heavily. When the patient was reflected in the glasses, the plague doctor said that he had once been wounded by a werewolf and the curse had already taken root in his body. He just hadn't noticed it yet. The nail pierced his forehead. The man screamed in pain while blood burst from his forehead. A white mist burst out of the doctor's beak. The warrior's eyes closed. Using his fingernail, the plague doctor ran it across the skull. Soon he had opened the skull. The healer stuck his finger into the brain. Soon he had torn the parasite out of it. Taking a needle in his hand, he stitched it up and returned the skull to its original place. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that it was flawless, for no instrument was used, everything was perfect. Suddenly the doctor turned around. When the young man raised his leg, the doctor said that the curse had not yet had time to fully spread. The sacred power in his body was holding back the onslaught of the wolf's curse, not allowing it to consume him entirely. Suddenly the shoes shattered into pieces. The boy stared at the leg in horror. The elder, standing up, asked Dean since when he had become like this. The young man, parting his lips, said that he did not know. The plague doctor, without moving, said that he needed healing. The healer raised his hand. A moment later, he chopped off the young man's leg. On his leg he saw a scratch left by a werewolf. Suddenly it was covered with fur. A second later the fur began to fall apart. A scalpel appeared in the doctor's hand. The night healer methodically chopped the leg into pieces. Afterwards he poured the potion of the mercy of a chained angel on the chopped parts. Thus the leg was restored. Using a needle, the plague doctor sewed the leg back on. Standing next to the patient, the doctor said that he was now healed. The protagonist, clapping his hands, made the healer turn around. Smiling, Lannon said that the teacher was right. Their healing art was really better in the world of darkness. Turning around, the doctor asked if he was a colleague. The guy, lowering his hands, said that he was his colleague, who came, attracted by their fame. Suddenly the doctor went down to the young man. He abruptly grabbed his hand. The plague doctor raised his hands and said that he had an excessive mutation. His left hand had acquired an evil will. The genes of his flesh were monstrously distorted. All of these were severe consequences of the drugs. The protagonist was reflected in his glasses. The healer's eye lit up when he said that the body had undergone excessive changes. A heart transplant, a curse, madness, damage to the reproductive organs by the breath of evil spirits. Lannon smiled and said that he was grateful for the praise. Receiving such a flattering review from a night doctor caused him sincere admiration. Opening his lips, the guy said that he came here to join them. The elder and the leader of the werewolves frowned upon hearing his words. The doctor's eyes lit up, and he said that if he wanted to join them, he should show what he could do. The young man frowned, saying that he might be inferior to him in the art of healing, but there was one ability in which he was no worse, and perhaps even better than them. Releasing his aura, the doctor asked what it was. Raising his hand, Lannon said that he was better at diagnostics. The elder began to sweat and gaped in horror. Sitting down on the floor, the plague doctor said that he must be joking when he said such a thing. The young man, frowning and bowing his head, said that when he had just touched his wrist, he had already identified some of his ailments. The boy's eye sparkled when he said that he was no less sick than him. Taking off his robe, the man said that he was even curious, for his equipment completely isolated him from the outside world. There were 2 artifacts attached to the healer's chest. The man squinted and asked where he thought his illness was. The protagonist raised his hand and said that, according to his preliminary findings, a huge cyst had grown on his intestines and was continuing to spread, threatening the surrounding tissue. The man raised his head and laughed. Bowing his head, he said that a cyst in the intestines was painful, but he couldn't feel anything right now. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his stomach. His large intestine had burst out of his stomach. The man grabbed his intestines, saying that it was indeed a cyst. Grabbing the boy by his clothes, he asked if it was his doing. The boy, looking calmly at the doctor, said that he was a doctor and his job was to inform him of what he had diagnosed. Grimacing, he said that he understood his confusion, but blaming your doctor without reason was extremely impolite. The plague doctor let him go. He abruptly cut off the tumor. Afterwards, the doctor stitched up his intestine. Soon the wound disappeared completely. Lannon, frowning, said that with his skill it was a trifle. Reaching out to the healer's head, he said that the next disease might not be so simple. The guy took off his hat, showing the doctor's bald spot. The healer's head sparkled because of his bald spot. The man grabbed his head and screamed in horror. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that it was alopecia, but he shouldn't worry, it wouldn't cause the body any suffering. Tears burst from the plague doctor's eyes as he said that his heart was breaking. He couldn't even imagine how much effort he had put in to keep this luxurious head of hair. Lannon, taking the flip chart, said that he needed to forget about hair, he had a much more complicated disease. Frowning, he said that in a certain part of his body small changes had begun, and they might want freedom. The plague doctor straightened up and looked puzzled. Suddenly, the doctor's legs twitched. The young man frowned and asked what that sound was. The doctor raised his hands, saying that he had put on iron underpants. While the naked doctor was barely walking, the protagonist told him not to walk, because his illnesses were not yet completely cured. The healer turned his head sharply and said not to touch him. Having created a portal in front of him, he said that he would return now with help and deal with him. The young man, raising his hand, said that this all looked too suspicious, but the illnesses were indeed not his doing. The elder called out to the guy from behind, asking if he was really going to stay here. Lannon, smiling, said that he would, of course, stay. Then he frowned, saying that it was all because he needed to earn their recognition and become a real doctor. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, sitting on a chair, waited for the guests to arrive. Soon, a plague doctor with wings appeared in front of him. 3 night doctors stood in front of the boy, one of them was an elder. Raven, shrouding himself in an aura, asked his subordinate if this was the doctor. Pointing at the protagonist, the man said that as soon as he examined him, a bunch of strange diseases rained down on him. The elder frowned. Releasing his thirst for blood, Raven demanded that the boy examine him. The protagonist froze, looking at the doctor in front of him. When Raven sat down at the table, the man told him that he should not allow himself to be diagnosed. He replied that in his opinion, the man standing in front of him was not a plague doctor at all. Frowning, he said that plague doctors are traitors among them, night doctors, renegades who broke away from their brotherhood, but this young man is not even a night doctor. The protagonist, looking at Raven in front of him, thanked him for his trust. Closing his eyes, the elder said that he knew that he wanted to join them, which was why he offered to examine himself. Releasing the dark energy that had accumulated in his palm, the man said that he had just released a highly hidden virus in his body. Dark energy began to float in the air as the elder said that if he could detect it in 10 minutes, he would admit that he had the makings of becoming a night doctor. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, asked if this meant that if he detected this virus, he would be able to join them. The doctor, without moving, said not to dream, but if he really did, he would personally recommend him, on his own behalf. The boy chuckled, saying that they had an agreement. The man narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled with his eyes, mentally saying that the virus he had injected was impossible to detect without lab analysis. Touching Raven's hand, the youth said that he had found the virus. The night healer froze. His eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, imagining the virus, said that he had launched a larva into himself, a toxin extracted from the poisonous body of a swamp leech, a creature from the dark world. Grinning, Lannon said that it mixed the secretions of evil spirits, pollen spores with high penetrating ability, and more than a dozen mysterious components, like the poison of a dead liana. Extending his finger, he said that the virus was incredibly hidden. In small doses it did not have any effect on the host, but over time it was able to quickly spread to the brain, hide there and wait for a special signal. Frowning sharply, the young man said that sometimes one snap of his fingers was enough for the virus in the victim's body to flare up in all its power. Suddenly, he smiled broadly, saying that this was not just a virus, it was a powerful murder weapon. Raven froze, mentally amazed by it. Bowing his head, he said that he never thought he had a talent. Did he know where the virus was injected and what its symptoms were? Parting his lips, the protagonist said that he injected the virus into a point 3 inches above the knuckle of his right hand. The dose was small, but it was concentrated in the skin of this area. Due to the accumulation of the virus, he already had mild side effects. Pointing at Raven, he said that small red rashes appeared on his right hand at the injection site. While Lannon grinned, the people behind him froze in shock. The system congratulated him on activating the achievement. The man approached the elder. Another night healer approached them, saying that the boy did not say a single unnecessary word. Bowing his head, Raven said that he still underestimated the speed of the virus's spread and the strength of its side effects. Raising his head, he said that in addition to the itching from the rash on his right hand, he felt a strong burning and tingling sensation on his back. He narrowed his eyes and said that, unfortunately, his diagnostics were not perfect. With his current skills he was not yet ready to join them. As the healer turned around, the young man raised his hand and shouted for him to stop. Opening his lips, he said that he had only asked him to describe the reactions to this injection of the virus. But the symptoms on his back, although caused by the larva, were the result of many years of accumulation. The man turned around abruptly. The boy, taking a flip chart in his hand, said that he himself may not have noticed, but the hair follicles of his skin had long since undergone hidden degeneration and necrosis. Starting to write on the sheet, the boy said that the virus he had just injected activated the toxins dormant in these follicles. Now they were rapidly spreading throughout his body. The protagonist, pointing at the healer, said that all this was on the back facade. The night healer approached the elder, worried. The young man, smiling, advised him to extract the virus he had injected into his body right now. Clenching his fist and pointing at Raven, he said that the necrosis of the follicles on his back was a trifle, but if the virus reached his brain unnoticed, he would die. The doctor threw off his cloak. Then he pulled down his pants. Abruptly bending over and stripping naked, he ordered to examine himself. There were many inflammations on his butt. The two healers exchanged glances. A moment later they began treating, telling the elder to be patient. The protagonist, rubbing his chin, reminded the doctors that the toxin was already moving towards his head. Suddenly, Raven clenched his teeth. It looked like an epileptic seizure. The doctors immediately grabbed his head and gave him an injection into the back of his head. Suddenly, energy burst out of the elder's body. Pieces of flesh began to swell. The night healers vomited from the smell of the growing limbs. The man raised his head and said that the wild and sour smell was the stench of feet. His comrade raised his head and said that the virus had moved to the feet. The protagonist covered his nose and said not to worry, for he would not let the master get hurt. He stabbed the needles into two organs. The healer's body flew up, shocking his subordinates. At that moment the system informed the youth that his fame in the night doctor camp had been increased. The subordinates, holding their master in their hands, said that the virus had been removed. The protagonist, grinning, said that it was disappointing. The night doctor did not know about his own illness. Could a doctor really not heal himself? Zwizwa stood up. Opening his mouth, he said that he always used his ability to plant diseases to tease them. Pointing to the three doctors in front of him, the guy said that they were all skilled doctors and he could not deceive them. The thing is that they had a lot of the most hidden ailments. He simply revealed them. Zwizwa smiled and said that they were night doctors, the best healers in the dark world. So how could they not notice their own illnesses? The youth chuckled and said that they were probably so busy treating others that they forgot about themselves. He bared his teeth sharply and said that it was funny. Their faces when they found out about their illnesses were funny. Zwizwa froze, his mouth twisted. Sweating, the monster mentally said that he felt that there was something strange with his head, but it was difficult to understand what exactly. Suddenly, the night doctor pointed at the boy. Releasing his aura, he said that he dared to harm Mr. Crow. Now he should try to force illnesses on him if he had the courage. The man standing behind him told his comrade not to be so impulsive. Energy swirled in the doctor's eye sockets. The undead night healer had already set up protection against curses and diseases, so he told his comrade to keep an eye on their enemy. The bald healer accepted his comrade's order. The protagonist, frowning, said that they themselves were sick, and now they were blaming him for everything. He grinned and said that he was a good doctor after all, and a moment later several system notifications appeared in front of him, reporting on the diseases detected. The undead's hand began to glow. Lennon, smiling, said that he seemed to be sick, and very sick. The undead looked at his palms. His eye sockets widened. He did not believe that even after casting protection, he still caught some kind of disease. Turning around, the undead asked the executioner if he had seen anything. Trembling all over, the executioner said that it was a curse. The undead, turning to the man, said that it was impossible, for he had turned on protection against curses. Raising his hand, the executioner was trembling. Looking at the young man, he saw his avatar and his curse. The healer's eye flashed. He realized that this doctor, being cursed, could easily spread diseases unnoticed. Turning to the young man, he asked if he really enjoyed causing pain and suffering to others. The protagonist, frowning, told him to stop blaming him. He helped him identify his ailments, and he blamed him. The young man grabbed the skeleton's hand. The executioner jumped on him, saying that he was taking too many liberties. The boy easily dodged the blow. Lannon landed to the side. Looking sadly at the man, he apologized for his hot temper. Suddenly, he smiled again, saying that he was sincerely sorry. The boy grabbed his head, telling him to stop. The healers looked at each other, saying that this young man does not even know that he is cursed. His consciousness is constantly fighting it. The skeleton's eye sockets flashed, saying that this guy didn't seem to be inflicting illnesses on his own, but rather that his curse was making him do it unconsciously. Energy pulled around his eyes, and the undead creature said that every time Lannon infects someone, his curse feeds on their suffering, growing stronger. As the skeleton's arms broke, he ordered his comrade to go and find the raven. He then turned to the boy, saying that he was sick, and that he had to save him. Throwing up his hands, he told the boy that if he felt sick, he could examine him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that he could handle it himself. When he opened his eyes, the system notified him of his own illness. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain of the clown's curse. As the protagonist screamed in pain, the village elder asked him if he was okay. The boy, clutching his head, told the old man to quickly take everyone away. A moment later, the clown mask appeared on his face. Then he changed his mind, telling the old man to bring everyone here, for he must heal them all. The skeleton grabbed him. Bowing his head, the clown asked what he meant. The healer, who had stuck his hand into the ground, said that he was cursed, and he would personally heal him. Turning his head, the chained clown asked if he really wanted to heal him, then he should tell him what illness he had. Bowing his head, the night healer said that he himself should know that he was cursed, and now this curse was eating him up piece by piece. A wide grin appeared on the guy's face. Releasing the tentacles, the protagonist said that he was starting to get more and more tired of him. The tentacles rushed towards the healer. A moment later, they chained him. Lannon, grinning, said that now he would have to be a good boy and obey him. The protagonist looked at the healer with madness and said not to worry, because he would cure him. The old man raised his hand and asked how he had come to this. When the young man turned around, the man shuddered in fear. The guy pointed at him and said that he was also sick and needed to be treated. The tentacles rushed towards the elder. Suddenly, the healer stood in the way of the limbs. Opening his beak, he released a stream of air. The protagonist grabbed his head from the terrifying sound. The skeleton grabbed the guy by the hand and said that his curse was getting deeper. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. One of the young man's eyes turned black, then he said that he was giving him a curse and a blessing in addition. A stream of dark mana hit the healer. Lannon, jumping up, said that he should now deal with this curse. The man shot clots of fire. Several streams of fire caught up with the guy. The skeleton raised his hand and mentally said that all his attacks were useless. The clown stood on the roof. His face twisted into a grin. His tentacles lengthened, penetrating the building. People ran in terror and screamed. When the people were captured, each of them was cursed. The boy raised his hand and said that they were all sick. Frowning, the clown said that none of them would escape. Zwizwa flew up to the boy and told him to wake up. The clown turned to him, asking if he was really bothering him, and they were friends. Zwizwa, gritting his teeth, said that he did not understand that something had taken hold of him. He needed to get rid of it quickly. Clenching his jaw and getting angry, the clown ordered him to shut up. After releasing the energy, the monster said that if he could not free himself, then he would teach him a lesson with his fist. A powerful fist struck the young man. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had taken a body-strengthening potion. He could not hurt him now. The young man took the bottle in his hand. After that, he uncorked the lid, saying that he knew his weaknesses like the back of his hand. Zwizwa rushed away when the young man drank the poison. The monster bit his tongue. The mutant stuck out his tongue, being tired. The young man, raising his other hand, said that he was amazed that he thought he could compete with him. Suddenly, a feather appeared in front of the guy's face. Raising his head, he saw Raven. The healer landed on the roof. The two doctors released their energy. White fog enveloped the building. The clown, smiling, said that he was sincerely happy for him. The man, looking intently at the young man, said that as a sign of gratitude, he decided to heal him. The protagonist's eye flashed. He said that he should not treat him, for he could cure his own illness. A moment later, Lannon's eye turned black. Dark mana accumulated in the eye, when the clown said that he had a new illness, and if he did not object, he would cure him. Raven, throwing his feather, said that he would personally diagnose it. The feather rushed towards the enemy at great speed. The protagonist froze in shock, seeing many feathers in front of him. A moment later, they covered his face. The guy raised his hands, trying to remove the feathers. He began to step forward. A second later, the young man fell down. Raven came down after him. He straightened up. The executioner, approaching, said in amazement that it was amazing that he pacified the guy with one movement. The elder's eyes flashed. He said that he had better be on his guard. The abilities of this young man are too insidious. Raising his hand and accumulating mana, the healer said not to worry, because if you first suppress the curse in the patient's body, everything will be easier. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and released a stream of mana. Dark energy struck the enemy. A moment later, tentacles appeared on the elder's head. The undead, raising his hand, said that the master was struck by the curse of evil spirits. He needed to quickly get out of the sight of the eye of the curse. The raven sat down and released holy energy. The tentacles on his head disappeared. The man squinted. The guy in front of him disappeared. Bowing his head, the elder said that he could not even imagine that the enemy had so many sinister abilities. The executioner, approaching, asked if he knew about this curse. He, without answering, asked if he was sure that he saw the shadow of a clown. Without waiting for an answer, Raven looked up at the sky, saying that there was a mention of this curse in the Chronicles of the Night Doctors. The curse of the sinister clown was terrifying. Decades ago, an ancient city fell victim to this curse when it carelessly released a mysterious and sinister creature. People clutched their heads, going crazy. The one who carried this curse would eventually lose their minds, starting to attack and devour others. Eventually the curse would give birth to a new, mad will in the body of the bearer, which completely displaced his personality. A clown mask would appear on his face. The undead, approaching, asked the master how to deal with it. The man, raising his head, said that most curses are vulnerable to holy power, and the curse of the clown is no exception. Looking at the holy light from the church, he said that in any other place this affliction would be almost incurable, but this guy was lucky. The cross on the roof was a relic from the sacred world. The people lying on the ground were calling for help. The warrior approached the elder and asked how the doctor could have changed so suddenly. The old man looked down and said that he himself did not know, now they could only defend themselves. The figure of the night healer appeared in the church. He entered the church. The men pointed their guns at the enemy. The elder, standing still, said not to worry, for they were not going to harm them. He squinted, saying that they were here to help. The old man, holding a gun, said that they had no time for healing now. The raven, being calm and motionless, said that he had not come to heal them. They should understand for themselves that this young man was incredibly dangerous now. To remove the curse from his body, they would need their relic from the sacred world. The blonde, squinting, said that the sacred relic was the last hope in this world, and he would not allow it to be put at risk. The elder put his hand on his chest and said that they really did have prejudices against them. He created a statue and said that they should understand that they were not their enemies, but rather, in a sense, their mastermind, a former ally of their sacred world. The statue that was created was of a chained 12-winged angel. The old man's mouth dropped open in shock upon seeing it. Suddenly, the church window broke and Clown rushed in. Grinning, he said that he had finally found them. Raven stood in front of the people and said that they needed to immediately take the people and go awaken the relic. His colleagues would accompany them. The elder frowned and expressed understanding. The people turned around and ran away. The protagonist, releasing mana from his body, asked the elder if he didn't feel sorry for leaving the sick man without help. The healer, having created many crows, said that this time he would not hold back. He would destroy it before it had time to completely take possession of this young man. The clown jumped back. Waving his arms, he fought off his opponents. The crow's feathers fell down. The young man, having created a dragon's head on his hand, directed energy into it. He suddenly froze, seeing that the accumulated flame did not fly out. The guy began to hit his hand, asking why it did not shoot. The tentacle grabbed the dragon's horn. Lannon frowned, saying that if he fired again, the durability would drop to 0. Opening his lips, the clown said that this was a thing that could not be bought with money, and if it broke, it would be the end of him. Zwizwa, having hit the head, asked the guy if he had come to his senses. Gritting his teeth, the clown said that this guy had let him down at the most crucial moment. He bared his teeth and said that he was not in the best shape today, so he should leave. The crows created birds near them. Chains were created around the youth. The clown's eye lit up and he roared, saying that he was fed up with this damn crow. A powerful stream of mana burst out from his chest. Mana enveloped him like lightning. The elder's eyes widened. The statue in his hand began to shine. Flying up, the healer released holy light. A moment later, he grabbed the boy by the throat. The man knocked the boy down. He put the statue to his forehead. The clown frowned. Attacking the enemy with his tentacles and cursing at the same time, he ordered that it be removed immediately. The tentacles took out a bloody proliferation potion from his pocket. Zwizwa, appearing next to the elder, said that this clown was going to use the potion to mutate again. He needed to quickly stop him. The boy broke the vessel and began to absorb the potion. A moment later, his lower body completely transformed into tentacles. A few seconds later, he flew up, turning into a ball of flesh. A huge mutant made of flesh began to run around the city. The clown on the pig's shoulder laughed. Holding a toy in his hands, he said that the cursed gift that he had lured from him almost broke that boy. The pig, frowning, said that the boy was too reserved. He thought that by pushing him against the boy from the blue star, he would be able to speed up his awakening. Starting to spin the box, the monster said that he decided to use the curse. Seeing this, he bared his teeth sharply, asking if he was afraid that the curse would consume the boy, or if he wanted him to become a night doctor. The cook's eye flashed. The monster said that if the boy wanted, he could easily suppress the curse. It all depended on whether he was ready to accept his distortion. The mutant ran after the elder. He turned around and realized that the curse's power was growing with every moment. If he didn't cleanse it now, there would be no salvation. The tentacle struck Raven. A monster formed in the mutant's chest. Its hands reached the night healer. Suddenly, holy light burst out of the church. The mutant turned around, irritated by the holy light. The elder, holding the holy artifact, walked out of the church. When they approached, the elder said to repeat after him. The cup flew up. It began to glow brightly when Raven began to read a prayer. A huge pentagram appeared under the crowd. The mutant, frowning, attacked them. Many limbs rushed towards them. Suddenly, the hands caught fire. The elder of healers frowned, starting to read the prayer even louder. A stream of holy energy struck the monster. The protagonist, falling to the ground, grabbed his head, saying that he was being torn apart. The healer wrapped his hands in energy and told him to be patient for a while. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The boy smiled again, asking if he thought he could really banish him. The protagonist pointed his weapon at his opponent. A moment later, he fired. Blood burst out of the wounds. Capillaries appeared in his eye. His splashing blood hit the goblet. Suddenly, the sacred light disappeared. A moment later, it exploded, creating a powerful gust of wind. The boy continued to shoot at the enemy. When he fell, he said that it was time for him to die. Zwizwa flew to the boy. Suddenly, dark mana enveloped the area. The clown appeared and told the pig that he had failed. The boy had broken after all, crossed the line, unable to resist his curse. Then the clown jumped down. The pig, looking at the clown leaving, asked if he wanted to stay and watch. As he left, he said that there was nothing to see here. Enveloping himself in an aura, the monster said that the outcome could change. The cursed one turned around abruptly. Holy mana burst out of the healer's mask. The protagonist's face twisted in fear. He pointed the gun at the enemy again, saying that he would kill him. Suddenly, the curse's face twisted. The protagonist put the gun to his temple. Then he turned around and started shooting at the clown's avatar. Blood burst out of the curse's body. Gritting his teeth, the clown said that this was simply impossible, because he had already replaced him. He did not know that the young man had activated the curse's purification ability, and charged it with energy into the bullet. The boy took the bullet in his hand, saying that no matter how cruel he was, he would never kill innocent people. Lannon loaded the revolver, saying that he would not spare anyone who seemed evil to him, but he would not kill those who wished him well. The protagonist, smiling, told the clown that he could never replace him. The clown's eye flew out from the bullet that hit it. It dissipated, creating a small gust of wind. Then the system informed him that he had recorded the curse, the crying clown. He had completed a hidden special mission. When Raven stood up, Lannon asked him if he needed help. He, bowing his head, asked if he really broke that curse himself. Closing his eyes, the young man said that if he had not crossed that line, he probably would not have realized that something was wrong with him. Raising his eyelids, he said that the main thing was that they did not abandon him, they gave it their all to save him. Bowing, the young man said that they were true doctors. Raven straightened up, saying that he had nothing to thank for, it was just the duty of a night doctor. Suddenly, the boy fell to the ground. The people, alarmed, surrounded Lannon. An evil energy enveloped the clown's body. She clenched her teeth, asking if they really broke his curse. Pig opened his mouth, saying that he had already told him that it would not end so easily. He narrowed his eyes, telling Lannon to grow up, for he was eagerly awaiting his arrival. The protagonist barely opened his eyes. He stood up and grabbed his head. As he put on his robe, the night healer came inside. The elder, approaching, said that he had been unconscious for 3 days, so they gave him medicine. The young man closed his eyes and thanked the healer. Nodding, the man said that he did not need to thank him, for it was his duty, for he had managed to return to the city of night for a short time during these days. Frozen, the elder said that he had reported his situation to his mother, regarding his desire to become a night doctor, and she had passed this decision on to him. Bowing his head, the doctor said that after discussing with his other colleagues, they had decided that he was worthy of joining the ranks of the night doctors. The protagonist jumped out of bed. He smiled broadly, asking if he had now become a night healer. The elder's hair flew up. The man said that he had only received the right to join. He was not yet a full-fledged night doctor. The night healer narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that his abilities were too frightening. It was better to accept him into their ranks than to allow the plague doctors to lure him away. Approaching the mirror, the man said that in order to become a real night doctor, he would have to pass the tests in the city of night. Raven touched the mirror. Forming a portal, it told them to follow it. The boy put on his shoes. A pillar of energy pierced the city of night. Frowning, Raven said that they had finally arrived at the main stronghold of their order, the city of night, shining under the stars. The boy turned his head, looking around the city. The elder walking ahead said that there was nothing to look at, they should go to the testing hall. Soon they came to a high tower. A bright light burst out of the tower. A pillar of light hit 2 doctors. The protagonist frowned. A large man pushed him, telling him to get out of the way. A robot, passing by the boy, said that he was sick. Lannon, frowning, said that in the detachment of night doctors, it seems, there really is anything you need. Entering the hall, the night healer said that their race or origin does not matter, as long as his medical skills and morals are impeccable, he can become one of them. The protagonist knocked on the table. When the monster stood up, Raven told him to give him the registration form, because he brought a newcomer for a test. The monster stood up and, opening his mouth, asked if this was the guy he was talking about, the one who brings diseases. Nightmare stared at the man with his eyes, saying that he looked quite cute. Shaking the monster's tentacle with his own, the boy said that he was the first one to call him cute. Nightmare took the form in his hand. When Raven took the form, he told the protagonist to remove his tentacles. Squinting, he said that although Nightmare was also a tentacle creature, he had an injury from other similar ones. The boy scratched the back of his head, saying that he had previously thought that he would be happy to see him. The boy began to write on the sheet with a quill. After filling out the form, he gave it to the elder. Turning away, the night healer asked if he was sure he wanted such a call sign, maybe he should still correct it. Lannon frowned and said that he thought it perfectly reflected his features. Handing the form to Nightmare, the healer cursed. The monster opened its mouth and began to chomp. Then it spat something out. A board appeared on its tentacle. The guy's call sign was Messenger of Peace. The guy's current status was a doctor in training. The protagonist took the board and thanked the monster. The elder turned away, saying that he would take him to the test. Soon the group arrived in the hall. Lannon turned his head and said that a lot of people had come here. Standing in front of the night healers, Raven said that they were the best healers of all races. Their skills should not be underestimated. The guy's mouth dropped open and he froze when the elder said that before the test began, he would tell him about its conditions. One of the healers took a piece of paper in his hand, saying that the test consisted of 4 disciplines: reaction, mental stability, skill, combat power, and after passing these 4, there would be a final stage. Lannon asked, his eyes wide open, if combat power would also be tested. The elder, narrowing his eyes, said that without sufficient strength, he would not be able to pacify the monsters so that they would not resist treatment. The boy smiled. He turned his head sharply when he was called, telling him to prepare for the test. Raven turned away, saying that it was time for him to go. The young man himself narrowed his eyes. Waving his hand, he said to expect good news from him. The healer, holding a piece of paper in his hand, said that they would begin roll call. The blonde knight smiled and answered the call sign. Next was the skeleton rocker. The crowd to the side carefully looked at the participants. The third participant was a smiling vampire. The protagonist saluted when he was called. The others laughed at his call sign, saying that he had very little chance. The red-haired man raised his head and said that since they had earned the right to participate in the night doctor test, it meant that they had passed many tests and earned the recognition of their sponsors. Lannon clenched his fists. The healer snapped his fingers. The huge curtains came down as the examiner said that in order to become a real night doctor, it was not enough to just be a professional, they had to be more professional than all the other doctors. Standing still, the man said that sometimes, in the harshest conditions, a piece of stone, a table knife, or even a steel needle could become their scalpel. The examiner tore off the canvas. Showing the hanging weapon, he said that their first test would be their skill with the tools. The protagonist and the other participants froze. The assistants carried out the sick on stretchers. Pointing to the sick, the host said that these were their patients. They were their senior comrades. They could treat them without looking back. He narrowed his eyes and said that their patients would be evaluating their surgical skills while they were operating. He raised his hand and announced the start of the test. 3 participants immediately rushed forward. The copper knight picked up a fruit knife, saying that it should be enough to open a chest. The blonde waved the knife. The skeleton picked up a bone dagger. The vampire winked and said that the blood dripping from the artery was delicious. The examiner looked at the participants and said that the tools they had chosen were compact and sharp, the best that could be used instead of a scalpel. His eyes widened sharply. A chainsaw started up next to him. The host sweated in horror when he saw the chainsaw in the young man's hand. He raised his hands and said that they were operating here, not killing. The protagonist smiled slightly and said not to worry, chainsaw dissection was one of his professional tricks. The man, not even thinking of giving up, said that his patient only had a few spores on his prostate. Squinting, he said that he only needed a few interventions, no abdominal dissection was required. Saluting, Lannon said that he himself said that a real night doctor is able to save a life with any available means. Parting his lips, he said that in extreme conditions they do not always have a choice of tools, but they should never abandon a patient due to the lack of suitable equipment. The presenters exchanged glances. The guy approached the patient, saying that this was a manifestation of blatant irresponsibility and a disgrace for a doctor. Smiling, the young man said that if necessary, not only a chainsaw, but even a meat grinder would be used to save. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that if he did not have a chance, he would create one and act. The healers behind froze. They began to clap their hands. The presenter began to cry, saying that this was the true determination of a night doctor. Hitting the skeleton on the head, he said that this is what professionalism is. He blessed everyone. The participants frowned when the examiner demanded to go back and choose another tool. The knight took a circular saw. The skeleton took a drill. The vampire, after thinking, also took a circular saw. The patients trembled when they saw their tools. The examiner, looking at them sadly, said that it was time for them to begin the operation. The participants raised their tools. Blood began to splatter everywhere. Screams of patients were heard, scolding the participants for their mistakes. The man, shaking all over, told the protagonist that they could come to an agreement. He would give him the maximum score, and he would just do something for show. The young man picked up the chainsaw, saying that he would prove his skill himself. The patient's lips trembled. The guy grabbed his head and ran away. The protagonist threw the syringe. The patient screamed, being defeated. The guy, dragging his patient, said that since he was sick, he needed to be treated, especially when it came to the most important male organ. Pulling down his pants, the young man saw tentacles. Scratching his chin, Lannon said that the spores had grown together into lumps, completely burying the vital organ. Without even moving and examining the disease, he said that too long a period of non-use or lack of opportunity to use was a classic bachelor syndrome. Closing his eyes, the young man mentally said that this operation was extremely difficult, the slightest mistake and the patient would regret it for the rest of his days. So he must achieve the state that the teacher had spoken of, a state of harmony between man and saw. The guy's consciousness found himself in the forest. He grabbed his chainsaw. Lannon frowned. The young man pulled the small lever. The tentacles rushed towards him. The protagonist cut them with a swing of the chainsaw. He gritted his teeth, fighting the tentacles. When all the monsters were defeated, he breathed a sigh of relief. A bright light flooded his consciousness. The girl, having formed, asked if he had saved her, becoming a brave hero. The protagonist, smiling, asked the lady to return with him to the royal palace. Suddenly, instead of the princess, a mushroom monster appeared. The guy's eyes almost popped out. He asked who he was. The guy's consciousness returned to reality. The system informed him of an increase in his fame, and also congratulated him on activating a special achievement, Chainsaw Master. The knight's eyes shone with admiration. He said that it was too cool, the movements were sweeping, but the patient was not hurt at all. The Black Skull, clenching his fist, said that it was incredibly graceful. The vampire, smiling widely, said that he had an amazing style. The examiner, approaching the patient, said that brute force together with subtle precision were excellently used. This minimally invasive surgery was performed flawlessly. The patient's whole body was shaking. He was still in shock. Standing up and remembering the doctor's appearance, he was horrified. Frowning, he said that every time the guy touched with pinpoint accuracy, but did not touch, dancing on the edge of an eternal farewell to his offspring. The examiner, without moving, asked if he wanted to say that this candidate's knife was incredibly accurate. The young man parted his lips, saying that he was already feeling the effect of the treatment. Looking at the shocked guy, the examiner said that this was the highest praise. Raising the protagonist's hand on the stage, he announced that the messenger of peace had received the maximum score in this test. Looking at the happy people, the protagonist smiled. The healer, raising his hand, said that this was only the first part of the test. The next stages would be much more difficult. Squinting, he said that without knowing someone else's pain, one cannot teach others goodness, and in the same way, if they themselves cannot bear pain, they cannot expect the same from their patients. The contestants smiled widely, saying that pain was a medicine for clarity of mind, and to become a worthy doctor, they must have exceptional resistance to it. Snapping his fingers, the examiner said that the next test would test their resistance to pain. A machine was dragged onto the stage. It would subject the participants' bodies to excruciating tests. Electricity developed in the helmet. Pointing to the machine, the examiner said that the pain levels were divided into 200 degrees. For a passing score, they needed to score 50 points. Soon the contestants approached the machines. The vampire gritted his teeth, getting into the machine. Parting his lips, he asked the messenger of peace if he was a human. Closing his eyes, he asked if he was afraid, since humans have the lowest resistance to pain. The young man smiled weakly, said that he was afraid, since he could not stand pain since childhood, but since he was here, he could not just retreat at the last moment. The vampire also smiled weakly, saying that he said everything correctly. Sitting with his eyes closed, the contestant mentally said that he was only a human. Even if he got the maximum on the first test, he would not pass this test. Soon the counter reached the number 1. The examiner came up and shouted, saying that the machine was starting and the pain level would start at 1 and gradually increase. The skeleton, polishing his bones, said that for skeletons, pain was nothing. The examiner, looking at the skeleton, told him that if he wanted to speed up the process and was confident in himself, he could press the button on the left. The skeleton, without thinking, reached out his hand to the button. He pressed it, saying that he had nothing to fear. The lightning that struck him made the Black Skull scream in pain. The knight sitting next to him gritted his teeth. Asking how the undead could feel pain at all, he answered, saying that he himself did not know how it was possible. It was as if 10 healthy men were hitting his balls. The examiner approached and said that this machine could simulate pain and pour it directly into their consciousness. The man looked at the participant carefully and said that it made no difference whether they were undead or a machine. As long as they had consciousness, this thing would make them writhe in pain. The examiner lowered his hand. His hand reached for the button. The skeleton frowned, his hand trembling. He began to poke the button, saying that no matter how painful it was, he would endure it, for he must become a night doctor. The Black Skull frowned, poking furiously. The knight screamed, saying that it was too early to give up now. He closed his eyes and screamed in pain. The examiner, looking at the 3 participants in front of him, said that they were quite good. All of them could withstand pain above level 30. The man looked away. In fact, such pain was too severe for a person, but this participant smiled, enjoying the pain. The examiner looked downcast and looked away. He didn't want the young man to be eliminated, but he had to obey the rules. Zwizwa stood up and asked the protagonist if he was really going to give up. The mutant turned around and said that everyone was already at level 40, and he was still at level 18. The guy, smiling, said not to rush, they didn't need such a race. Zwizwa opened his mouth and said that if this continued, he would be kicked out. Lannon responded by saying that he had corrected his brain with a bloody mutation. Now pain turned into pleasure. The guy mentally imagined inviting the girl into the car. The blonde hugged him, scared by the speed at which he was driving. The examiner, looking at his watch, said that they had 5 minutes left. 3 participants were competing, their levels had already passed 60. The young man, opening his eyes, said that it was time for them to start acting. He abruptly pulled the lever. Then the young man pressed the pedal. The car accelerated and drifted. The woman pressed her whole body against him, delighting him. She closed her eyes and screamed, telling him that he needed to be faster. The young man's consciousness was flooded with the pink color of pleasure. The boy was sweating profusely. His button was broken. Huge arcs of electricity hit him. The young man reached the 200th step. The spectators' mouths opened and screamed in horror and shock. Some froze, pointing at the young man. The protagonist took off his helmet. Closing his eyes and smiling, he said that it was magnificent. The spectators around the site screamed in praise. The examiner clapped his hands and said that of all the candidates he had seen, he was definitely the best. His eyes sparkled as he said that this was not enough to become an outstanding night doctor. Suddenly a red pillar appeared behind him. It was a special test for the young man. He had to resist the deepest desires of his heart. The writing on the artifact glowed. The skeleton and the vampire, their mouths open, said that they had never seen anything like it, but they had heard of a certain final test. The knight, gritting his teeth, said that only a few make it to this test. The raven, standing to the side, said that if he succeeded, he would not only become a night doctor, but would also earn his mother's favor. He frowned sharply. The examiner narrowed his eyes, saying that he might never return. Lannon himself frowned. Smiling, he agreed to take the test. The protagonist opened the gate. Entering inside, the young man froze. The gate closed behind him. Inside the room, skeletons were hanging, imprisoned in mirrors. Right in front of Lannon, a succubus was lying on the bed. Smiling, the demoness asked if he had come to play with his sister. The protagonist frowned. The young man looked back and noticed the bones. Suddenly the demoness' tail wrapped around him. The young man slid across the floor. When the young man appeared in front of her, the succubus said that his sister was bored alone and wanted to chat. The girl licked her lips, saying not to be afraid. Lifting him up, she touched the young man's chest. Suddenly, the young man pushed her away from himself. Smiling, the young man asked where the exit was. Smiling, the demoness asked if he would really leave only after coming. An image of a heart appeared in her eye, from the use of charm. Again, pressing herself against Lannon, she offered to stay with her to keep her company. Because she was very lonely, they could even play a game. Continuing to smile, the succubus asked what game he wanted to play. There were gambling and completely exciting ones. The protagonist pushed her away, saying that he was here for the exam for a night doctor. He really did not have time for games. The demoness' eyes widened in shock. She frowned, mentally telling him that this time her opponent had an iron grip. Pressing her chest against him, she asked if he would give her a full examination, because her sister had a fever and was unwell. Lannon grinned. Opening his eyes, he said that she could give it her all, but he would not seduce her. The succubus pushed him away. She began to cry, saying that for hundreds of years she had conquered crowds of men with a wave of her finger. Today she had cast a spell almost with her face, and he had not even flinched. Was there something wrong with her? The girl, beginning to transform, said that if he did not like mature women, she could change. She took the form of a married lady, asking what he wanted. The young man, falling to the floor, said that she did not understand him. Smiling nervously, he said that during the pain test he had overdone it a little with the drive. Closing his eyes, he said that his tank was now completely empty. The demoness froze. She suddenly transformed, saying that her glory as a succubus could not fall from his hands. The succubus stuck out her tongue and said that even if there was no fuel in him, she would still squeeze it out. The spectators looked at the stage and were tense. The Black Skull, frowning, said that their strong opponent had dropped out. The vampire, smiling, said that he wanted to make him his servant, but now he felt sorry for him. Suddenly, the door swung open. The protagonist climbed out, grabbing the succubus. The girl was unconscious and muttering, saying that he was too strong. The examiner raised his hand, saying that the candidate had successfully passed the final test, and now he solemnly announced that the messenger of peace officially received the title of Night Doctor. The young man raised his hand, rejoicing along with the spectators.